Ilan Pappe. The Rise and Fall of a Palestinian Dynasty. The Husaynis 1700 to 1948. Introduction. Prologue. 1. The Making of a Family. 2. In the Shadow of Acre and Cairo. 3. Struggling with Reform, 1840 to 76. 4. The Death of the Old World. 5. Facing the Young Turks. 6. In the Shadow of British Military Rule. 7. British Betrayal and the Rise of the National Aristocracy. 8. The Grand Mufti and his Family. 9. The Great Revolt, the Family as Revolutionary Aristocracy. 10. The Family in Exile. 11. World War II and the Nakba. Foreword. This book is a political biography of the Husaynis, the leading clan in Palestine for many years. The family appears here as an informal political organization whose activities have dominated Palestine's political history for almost 250 years. Although historians have followed the trajectories of such elites quite successfully in the past, they have never focused on one particular family. One historian's central interest has shifted over time from families as political elites to families as identifiably crucial social units. Historicizing a family is a fairly new scholarly approach, although one quite familiar in fictional works from both the Arab world, such as those of Nahib Mahfouz, and in Europe, such as those of Thomas Mann. In this respect, the scholarly venture is orientated toward the non-elite, part of an attempt to write a history from below. 2. This biography of the Husaynis is inspired by, but does not reflect, the new scholarly focus on the Middle Eastern family and its place in the local society. Since this book focuses on elite history, it therefore does not examine the family's internal dynamics, structure, rivalries, and other features that characterize social research on the family in Middle Eastern history. These are all worthy subjects that will surely be explored by others in the future. The purpose here, however, is to analyze this Palestinian family, the Husaynis, as the most significant informal political association prior to the appearance of national movements and political parties, a political organization whose narrative is representative of Palestine and the Palestinians over a period of 2.5 centuries. The family became an affiliation, and its name allowed individuals to wield influence and establish leading positions in their local and later national society. All the positions that could affect society in Jerusalem and eventually in Palestine as a whole could only be obtained through the family's power base. As such, its members are considered here according to their political weight inside and outside the family. The central figures of this narrative are those individuals who held official and unofficial positions as the heads of the family. Only a few Husaynis who were less politically significant are mentioned, for instance, poets, writers, and successful businessmen. This leaves, of course, much research to be done in order to achieve a more focused view on the social history of the family. A political biography of a large family offers a historical perspective with many advantages for writing a fresh historiography of Palestine. It enables historians to detect patterns of continuity over fault lines that, in hegemonic narratives of Palestine, seem decisively to divide the country's history into modern and pre-modern periods or Zionist and pre-Zionist histories. The family's political history is one way, by no means the only one, of telling the story of the continued human and cultural presence in the land of Palestine. By focusing on the Husaynis throughout their transformation from a provincial Ottoman elite into the leadership of a national movement, this biography is, I hope, a constructive way to demonstrate how Palestinian society existed and developed before the Zionist settlement or the British occupation began. Which brings me to the second principal motivation for writing this book. I wanted to tell the story of Palestine through the history of its leading family as a way to correct the common so-called truisms and to challenge some of the conventional mythology about its past. There is no need to elaborate here on why Palestine's past is relevant to the contemporary Middle East and beyond, but it is still necessary to gain a better understanding of this history. By studying the Husaynis, one recognizes that Palestine was never an empty territory waiting for a landless people to inhabit it. Palestinian and other historiographies already show that this land had long had a society and an economy. This book hopes to complement such historiographies by humanizing a landscape described by travelers such as Mark Twain as arid and uninhabited. The Husaynis' continuous presence at the top of a complex social structure in Jerusalem throughout Ottoman rule, 1517 to 1917, attests to the falsity of the common view of Palestine on the eve of Zionist settlement, 1882. A third reason for choosing the Husaynis as the focus of this narrative was their leading role in the Palestinian national movement from its inception around 1908 until the end of the British Mandate in 1948. By looking at the family, I hope to gain much greater insight into the Palestinian struggle after the country was colonized by the Zionist movement and occupied by the British Empire. The family's dominant political role in Mandatory Palestine forms a link in a continuum stretching back to the early Ottoman years. From the Husaynis' perspective, one can better comprehend how the Palestinian political elite regarded the British presence and the Zionist movement. This point of view highlights the Palestinian predicament and failure, and consequently the tragic catastrophe of the 1948 Nakba. Finally, this book is specifically geared towards a Western readership. It was originally written in Hebrew in an attempt to challenge hegemonic Israeli, Jewish perceptions of the country's history. In contemporary Israel, pre-1882 Palestine is still commonly viewed as having been an uninhabited land that was developed only when Zionism, and with it Western modernity, reached its shores. Moreover, Palestinian political life after 1918 has been portrayed in both scholarly and popular literature as that of primitive tribesmen, fanatic Muslims, and hateful sheiks. The text in Hebrew attempted to humanize, not idealize, the Husaynis, both because of their paramount position and because they are relatively well known, due to the accusation that Al-Hajj Amin was allied with the Nazis in the Second World War, and more recently because of the politics of Faisal al-Husayni. In the West, and particularly in the US, similar views reign, and thus similar attempts are required to redress a biased and hostile image of Palestine and the Palestinians. This seemed to me an especially urgent task after September 11, 2001 and the Second Intifada. Hopefully, other more scholarly benefits will emerge from this work as well. One such byproduct, but by no means its principal objective, is that it is among the few histories of Arab Jerusalem that cover both the Ottoman period and the Mandatory era. There are focused monographs on Ottoman Jerusalem and a very few others on post-1918 Jerusalem, but there are hardly any continuous urban histories of the city. 3. Ilan Pappe, London, 2009. Introduction. The narrative. This book is a narrative, the story of a family. In general it is purposely light on analysis. It moves along slowly in the hope of allowing the reader a closer look at the life of the Husaynis. It is also a descriptive narration. It leaves the reader to draw the more obvious conclusions about the patterns of continuity in the history of Palestine. I chose a descriptive rather than an analytical approach because I wished to zoom in on the dramatic events that shaped the lives of people in Palestine and to try to reconstruct how these events were experienced by individuals with names, distinct locations, and discernible emotions. From Napoleon's invasion to the Tanzimat, the British occupation and Zionist colonization, events are examined through the eyes of the family and not just from an objective historical perspective. This means that some events that look important to us in retrospect were not important in the eyes of the family, and some we disregard today were life and death issues then. A locust invasion could have been seen at the time as more disastrous than French occupation. For this reason the book goes into minor details while the dramatic, well-known historical events are sometimes left in the background. The wish to tell a narrative transcends the choice of a family as a subject. There is a desire to plot a tale that is loyal to the facts but that has its own rhythm, flavor, and color. Hence, I allow myself, not too often I hope, to speculate, using common sense, about people's feelings, emotions, and considerations. I feel this is part of the humanization of history. But this subject does also deserve an analytical context. So I would like briefly to introduce the proposed analytical context for this narrative, some historical background information that will benefit the reader's understanding of the narrative and the sources I have relied on in constructing this story. The analytical context. Apart from being a political biography, this book is also very much an urban history, both Ottoman and mandatory. Although the book does not pretend to rise to the level of micro-urban social histories such as André Raymond's on Cairo, Kenneth Cuno's on Mansoura, Abraham Marcus's on Aleppo, James Riley's on Hama, Leila Fawaz's on Beirut, Michael Reimer's on Alexandria or Dina Khoury's on Mosul, amongst many others, it has something in common with these works. 1. They helped us to challenge the notion of Ottoman decline that allegedly began in the 16th century and continued with the economic stagnation of the 18th century before the advent of the Napoleonic expedition to Egypt in 1798. The narrative of this book hopefully challenges the notion of decline in that period by showing how Arab Ottoman elites maintained their position through a complex web of relationships with the center of the empire as well as with European powers and their representatives. This is a reality that cannot easily be reduced to the notion of decline. Notables and their political role in history. The Husaynis were part of the urban elite in the Arab world. This elite dates back to the pre-Ottoman period and was present when the Ottomans conquered the Arab world in the early 16th century. Nor were these local elites replaced by the Ottomans' open occupation. 2 But with time, when the new rulers of the Arab world realized the benefits of taxation and direct power, they installed a more complex administration, many significant members of which were brought from the center of the empire. The Ottomanization of the provinces in the Arab world included, among other things, the reshaping of the local urban elite. But even within this restructuring, the families, which Gibb and Bowen and later Albert Houarani called the notables, continued to play a crucial role. 3 These notables, to which the Husaynis belonged, were an informal elite consisting of the richest, the most influential and most prestigious families of merchants, ulama and civilian and military officers. This was not a well-defined class, and notables are not a sociological concept but rather a political one. The term denotes those who play a role in the political system and suggest how this role is implemented. In the early 18th century, the system stabilized and the local elite were included within the imperial matrix of control and sovereignty. As Ehud Toledano remarks, this was not systematic planning on the part of Istanbul but rather a piecemeal, ad hoc policy responding to events on the ground. An elite position in the empire required a high office, which enabled the holder to acquire wealth, although wealthy people did not necessarily win high positions. 4. Ira Lapidus taught us that the core of this elite was the pool of Islamic scholars, the ulama. They appeared in 19th century Syria as notables who descended from prominent 18th century families who supplied the officials for the religious posts of mufti, khatib, preacher, and syndic of the descendants of the Prophet. They also managed the Awqaf and had strong support from merchants, artisans, janissaries, and the town quarters. 5 The Husaynis belonged to the syndic of the descendants of the Prophet, the Ashraf families. This was the family's main source of power, and through it its members held hereditary offices throughout the Ottoman period. The politics of notables. A more focused look at how the notables remained in a high position for so long can be obtained with the help of a concept developed by Albert Houarani for describing and analyzing their political career, the politics of notables. 6 In many ways these politics are the key for understanding the urban politics of the Ottoman provinces, at least in the Muslim provinces. The politics were a mode of behavior, a practice, a Weberian concept put forward by Houarani to explain their prolonged political survival. The wider context of this kind of urban history is European patrician history. It is tempting indeed to use the term patrician for these people, but it is safer to employ the term notables as it is probably the closest to the term Ayan used at the time. There are other possible terms from the period as well as new ones, but for the purposes of this book I am content to use notables. This practice is in essence the politics of dependence and coalitions, practiced by people in the city and the area around it with their notables and through them with their ruler. Such a mode of behavior can work when there are great families or grandee families, more akin in the greatness accorded to them to the medieval families of Italy than to that enjoyed in medieval France and Britain, as Husaynis remarks. Point 7. The notables enjoyed considerable independence in running the affairs of the cities in the Arab Ottoman world. These families won this relative autonomy because they had access to the rulers of the empire, in the case of Jerusalem, to regional capitals such as Damascus, Acre, and Beirut, as well to Istanbul and Cairo. This enabled the notables to represent their society before the powers that be. Their prestige in the eyes of the empire stemmed from their standing within their own society. Other factors also affected the relative independence and authority of the urban notable families. The Husaynis' ability to compose effective coalitions with forces within and without the city is a major feature of this political biography. The key word is coalition, and it was such a powerful asset that it served the Husaynis as well in the 18th century as it did in the 20th. As Husaynis sensed even before going into a particular case study, the need to form coalitions increased the tendency towards the formation of two or more coalitions. Point 8. These formations are traced in this book and are indeed a vital factor in the political history of Palestine in the period under review. In this context, Husaynis makes additional remarks that are relevant to the history of the Husaynis. The coalitions were challenged because they were not institutionalized and were fragile because they demanded an almost impossible balancing act between the family's interests and the policies of the rulers. But it is exactly this balancing act that explains why the Husaynis were leaders of such coalitions for so long. They had the support of the other families in Jerusalem and access to the rulers. The formation of coalitions was part of the habitual circumspection built into the politics of notables. These coalitions were not part of a fixed institution, they were far more fluid formations. Occasionally, one party left the coalition for another, disappointing an ally and aligning with a former foe. These shifts also occurred because of the divide and rule policies of the central government. Therefore, the notables' modes of action must in normal circumstances be cautious and even ambiguous, as illustrated by how the Husaynis led revolutions against rulers or shunned others or left them behind when convenient. As it had been a century before, at the beginning of the 19th century, the politics of notables was very much a politics of ulama. Husaynis remarks that their scholarly background placed the ulama notables closer to the ruler than to society. Point 9. But this changed with the secularization of the notables at the beginning of the 20th century. The notables of religion became the notables of nationalism. Within society, the notables were at the top of the hierarchy, and in the empire they were a substratum below the officials governing the provinces from the capital of the main province or, later on, directly from Istanbul. Among the notables, primus inter pares seemed to be the rule of the game. One family would hold this advantageous position. The position of seniority was the Nakib al-Ashraf, which until the 1860s was one of the most coveted in Jerusalem next to that of the Mufti, the most senior religious position to which a notable could aspire. An appointment as Nakib al-Ashraf carried with it certain duties as an arbitrator, as a representative of certain awqaf, and as an objective witness in matters involving local elite groups. The titles and functions of notable families were inherited from father to son, making the Husaynis a kind of hereditary aristocracy. This aristocratic status was one with religious respectability and a prestigious lineage. Furthermore, families such as the Husaynis augmented their power by establishing alliances with the military chieftains, Agawad, whose power was based on clientele and the control of suburban quarters and the grain trade that passed through them. The economic and financial basis. But prestige, alliances, and connections were not enough to sustain the clan as a political force, they also needed financial resources. Most of these resources came with the appointments rather than ensuring them. The tax farming system in the Ottoman Empire was such that it enabled the notables both to be enriched by and to accumulate political power. In a way, it was an alternative to the European banking system. As Şevket Pamuk explains, while loans to kings, princes, and governments were part of the regular business of European banking houses in the late medieval and early modern periods, in the Islamic world advances of cash to the rulers and the public treasury were handled differently. They took the form of tax farming arrangements in which individuals possessing liquid capital assets advanced cash to the government in return for the right to farm the taxes of a given region or fiscal unit for a fixed period. 10. At first this right was given for a year to 3 years, but during financial crises the tendency was to grant it for longer periods. The Ottoman Empire relied on tax farming for urban taxes in particular, and hence the importance of notables who could serve as tax collectors. A different system was at work in the rural areas until the 16th century, but it was replaced by tax farming thereafter, the concessions for which were auctioned in Istanbul. Another source of income, and probably the most profitable one, was the ability of the notables to benefit from supervising, and later on breaking up, religious endowments, the Awqaf, plural of waqf. Before the emergence of municipal services, the authorities attended to the essential needs of the urban population through the waqf, the source for funding the restoration and maintenance of religious buildings and centers, educational systems, and social services. Moreover, the waqf financed the expansion of infrastructure, the construction of bridges and the introduction of more systematic water supplies to the cities. The waqf was not invented by the Ottomans but was used more extensively by them as the best means of catering to the urban society's concerns and requirements. 11. Usually, Ottoman officials such as local governors founded the Awqaf and appointed notables to look after them, as mutawalis and nazirs. At the beginning of the 19th century, the Husaynis established 3 Awqaf of their own, while others of the family were appointed as mutawalis and nazirs, which meant the family as a whole became the beneficiary of the waqf. 12 Gabriel Baer, who investigated the period from 1790 to 1801, discovered that the Husaynis had a larger share than any other group in founding new Awqaf and in being appointed mutawalis, 1/3 of the former and half of the latter. 13. Awqaf that were endowed by the state for public services included profitable assets such as muzara fields, lands cultivated on a permanent basis, the total cultivated lands of several villages, factories, workshops, etc. Out of the profits salaries were paid. Sons of the notable families in Jerusalem were already receiving generous allowances from the profits of the Awqaf in the early 19th century. Among them were the Husaynis, who were given the title Wujai Murtazaka, those who benefit most in several lists of Awqaf. But they were not the only ones, they had to compete with many other families. There were about 1,000 to 1,500 notables in Jerusalem at the end of the 18th century, and they were about 20% of the overall population of several thousand. Figures are not easily attainable for that period, and there is no room here to enter the debate about them. Their high proportion within the overall Muslim community explains why they were so numerous among those enjoying the profits of the Awqaf. 14. At the end of the 18th century, the Ottoman central government found they could use the Awqaf to reward families who cooperated with them. 15. Supervision at the beginning of the 19th century was lax, and therefore families could expand their financial benefits from the endowments, which in principle were meant to serve the public. One imperial decree, a firman from April 17, 1797, decries the excessive number of beneficiaries drawing on these sources without the Sultan's permission, which led to growing debts that disabled the proper functioning of the endowed institutions. 16. Inclusion on such a list required authorization from either the governors of the province or the city, or those who represented them, the supreme Qadi, Islamic judge, in the region, the Qadi of Jerusalem or his deputy. This explains the networking a notable family needed to do to sustain its economic prosperity. In the 18th century, an innovation was introduced: the beneficiary documents could be passed to the next of kin, a fact that expanded the lists and overburdened the debts of the Awqaf. The notables themselves approached the governor from time to time and asked him to limit the lists so as to ensure smoother operations in the field of charity and aid to the poor. 17. Of course, they made this request without giving up their own privileged positions. In 1777, after a period of political upheaval, the central government transferred the right to grant beneficiary status exclusively to the Ottoman officials dealing with the finances of the empire. The ministry was ordered to consider further documents only on a purely economic basis. There was worse to come. The move annulled past documents, which generated a strong protest and a demand to return the old system. The outcry worked, and the old system was reinstated. 18. The waqf became a particularly profitable asset in the beginning of the 19th century when it was broken up. Gaining control of public waqf domains and making them a family's own private property was legal. Some cases were sanctioned by the local qadi and the properties registered in the sijilat as privately owned land. Alongside the Khalidis, Namaris, Nasibis and Al-Dajanis, the Husaynis were the most important family to amass wealth in such a way. These families held high posts in the waqf administration and in the Sharia judicial system and other Islamic institutions, so they exploited their economic power. But there were those who truly meant to help develop an endowment, and thus they re-endowed their investments. This redistribution was executed in more than one way. The most common was followed by the deterioration of the asset so that it could be dismembered in a long-term, or perpetual, lease. This was a down payment of a lump sum by the tenant to cover the debt owed by the waqf, or from expenses on repairs and restoration in the form of long-term, 90-year, leases at a very low rent. Transactions of this and similar kinds enriched the Husaynis considerably in the early 19th century. 19. Assets that were not leased or dismembered still benefited the Husaynis. Being a mutawali of other people's endowments promised the family a large share in those assets, as well as a prestigious position in society. 20 Again, research shows that for the first part of the 19th century, the Husaynis had a proportionately larger share in transactions involving endowments. Apart from the waqf, the urban notables of Palestine also relied on the rural economy to thrive. In the 19th century, Palestine was a largely rural country, and revenues were directly connected to agriculture. Through the process of centralization that characterized the Tanzimat period, power shifted from rural lords to urban notables such as the Husaynis. Before the Tanzimat, the lords of the Palestinian hills owned a large share of the rural hinterland and received a considerable share of the land taxes and custom posts. These assets were now transferred to the urban elite. 21. But generally speaking, in the 18th and 19th centuries, Jerusalem was not very important to the Palestinian economy either as a trading center or in its commercial activity. It was less its connection to the land and much more its holiness that provided income for many in the city, as did the frequent pilgrimages. 22. Matters changed somewhat with the promulgation of the Land Law of 1858, which transformed the basis for land ownership in the empire. The law required the registration and categorization of land for the sake of greater taxation. The Husaynis acquired land in many areas and became one of the leading landowning families. However, since it took time for the land law to be applied in Jerusalem, the initiatives of the family occurred later on. 23. The sources of power varied with time. Once they held power, they found ways of maintaining it. By the time the Husaynis were both a religious and landowning elite, their fortified position in society was reflected in the educational orientation they chose for their children, who during the 19th century were sent to Ottoman professional schools to compete for places in Ottoman governmental service. But while the 19th century brought with it new sources of power, it also set in motion processes that limited the notables' influence in society. During their rule, 1831–40, the Egyptians tried to overcome local independence, establish a centralized government and promote economic development. The Egyptian rulers tried to disarm the local population and introduced conscription, forced labor, and new head taxes, as well as economic monopolies. The position of the notables was challenged again by the Ottoman programs of centralization, the Tanzimat. When the Ottomans returned to Syria in 1840, they introduced some reforms that weakened the family Husayni to fulfill the reformers' wish to centralize power, eliminate intermediary notables and mobilize mass support for the state. The family was also negatively affected by central authorities' drive to secularize the judicial system and to introduce formal equality between Muslims and non-Muslims. However, they benefited from the local and municipal councils that were created to counterbalance local governors, councils within which they enjoyed important fiscal and administrative powers. 24. With the advent of the age of nationalism, social standing no longer ensured the maintenance of financial and economic gains. Family wealth was now also part of the nation. The politics of nationalism. This book tries to avoid the conventional school of thought that views nationalism as merely a product of modernization with a clear date and location of origin. Lebanon is typically singled out as the cradle of Arab nationalism, which is seen as an influential concept early on that then moved from Beirut to Jerusalem via Damascus. 25. This is, of course, only one possible way of looking at it. Relying on more updated theoretical analysis of the phenomenon that has inspired a few intriguing volumes on Arab nationalism, this book treats the emergence of a nationalist point of view as a much more enigmatic subject. It examines nationalism before it became such a powerful feature dominating life in Palestine and Israel in the second half of the 20th century, a period that is beyond the historical scope of this work. The theoretical literature views nationalism in various contradictory ways, as an ideology, a product of the imagination, a cultural product, or an act of social engineering. But there is a common thread running through recent critiques of nationalism. National identity, whether imagined, engineered or manipulated, is shown to be a recent human invention born of the integration of conflicting ethnic or cultural identities or the disintegration of such identities. This is the process described here. Nationalism appears in this book as a modern invention that provides a new axis of social and political inclusion and exclusion that is neither organic nor natural. An artificial identification emerged, as in the case of the last years of Turkish rule, amongst those who belonged to the nation and more importantly amongst those who were excluded from it. Late in the life of the Husaynis as notables of nationalism, Zionism came along and started a process that caused the Palestinians to construct an other to their newly born national identity, an other that became crucial to the formation of their national self. Hence, as is shown in the book, a Zionist thread was necessary to clarifying the uniqueness of the Palestinian national experience within the overall Arab one. But Zionism was not necessary for the emergence of such nationalism. This book illustrates how national identity demands the subordination of other identities, communal, religious, ethnic, etc. This subjugation defines the parameters of otherness and the degree to which it is constituted as a source of menace to the prevalent or hegemonic identity. The Husaynis followed through to the end of this process and in so doing delayed this subjugation, a disaster in the face of Zionism but a potential blessing for those who wished Palestine to continue benefiting from the more cosmopolitical and pluralist air of the previous Ottoman era. Sources. Since the Husayni family was an integral part of local government, its political history can be traced with the help of the Sijilat, the records of the Sharia court in Jerusalem. This is a useful source for many who research Jerusalem's history in the 19th century. The sigil in Jerusalem is still kept in the storeroom of the Sharia court, and it covers the period from 936 to 1948. Like many other scholars much more experienced in using this type of source, I was fortunate to be able to see them with the help of the loyal staff of the Haram al-Sharif. Reports by European diplomats and travelers were another important source. Albert Hourani believed the diplomats to be more reliable than the travelers. 26 But in the context of our subject, some travelers' reports seem to be more trustworthy than the diplomats' summaries, such as the one sent by the British consul in Jerusalem, James Finn, in the mid-19th century. These sources served me well into the mandatory period and provided depth that drier sources lacked. Palestinian biographical and autobiographical works complemented the very thorough archival material found in both the Public Record Office and the Central Zionist Archives. Together these sources helped me to reconstruct the mandatory period. I also relied on the valuable and amazingly vivid memories of Amina al-Husayni and other family members who recall this period. The Arab Studies Society, which was headed by Faisal al-Husayni for many years, hosts a small family archive. I was fortunate enough to be helped by Faisal al-Husayni and Dr. Budieri, the chief librarian, with the materials present there, mainly secondary sources that relate to the family, as well as some letters and documents. I also used quite a few sources in Hebrew, mainly secondary historiographical works that are unavailable in English. This may seem strange since this work seeks to challenge the scholarly and popular narrative common to most Israeli historiographies. The reason I used these sources is that industrious Israeli scholars have mined, and continue to mine, this relevant archival material in a systematic and admirable way, though their conclusions and interpretations follow the Zionist meta-narrative very closely. Hence, while there are many references in this work to the empirical data they gathered, the plot woven here seriously challenges many of their conclusions and ideological assumptions. Prologue. In the middle of the night between 28 and October 29, 1705, Muhammad ibn Mustafa al-Husayni al-Wafa'i, Naqib al-Ashraf of Jerusalem, fled the holy city. The Naqib was the head of the families who claimed descent from the Prophet Muhammad in the city of Jerusalem, and his position was one of the highest to which a local could aspire in the Ottoman Empire. The Naqib and a group of his followers opened the Nablus gate in the wall of the old city and fled under cover of darkness to the Mount of Olives. Halfway up the hillside they met other rebels who had come out of the city by way of the Mughrabi gate. By daybreak, the rumor had spread throughout the city, the great uprising against the representatives of Ottoman rule had been crushed. Though the revolt did not break out openly until May 1703, worrying information had been reaching the court of Sultan Mustafa II since early 1702. Ever since a new ruler was appointed the previous year, Jerusalem had been in turmoil, not only the city but also the nearby districts of Gaza and Nablus. The new governor was sent to collect taxes more efficiently. 1 The Porte hoped that this would serve as an example to others, showing that the empire was still the mighty force that made Europe tremble, despite its unprecedented losses to Europe at the end of the 17th century, and was respected by its multitudinous subjects. The new ruler brought with him extra troops to help him enforce the new collection. Any attempt to avoid paying taxes was dealt with by the governor's troops at once. The troops, however, were not content to collect the due tax, and so they also periodically robbed the citizens. Any failure to pay the demanded tax was punished with a severe fine, and the general burden of taxation increased. The combination of taxation and looting was enough to drive the inhabitants to the verge of an uprising. In May 1703, the burden of taxation and the savagery of the governor's emissaries the year before had provoked general resistance, which intensified with the imminent arrival of the tax gatherers in the spring. Led by two young and inexperienced notables, a revolt broke out that was unique in the history of the district of Jerusalem in that it allied peasants and Bedouins with dignitaries and notables. The revolt went on for 2.5 years, 1703-5, centered around the Mosque of Al-Aqsa and the citadel. The governor's limited troops were unable to subdue the determined rebels, and the Naqib became the city's de facto ruler. 2. Inside the beleaguered citadel, the Qadi of Jerusalem breathed a sigh of relief once the revolt had ended. One of the worst years of his life had drawn to a close, or so he hoped. He had come to the city from Istanbul towards the end of the previous year, on a mission that had filled him with anxiety before he even sailed into the port of Jaffa. He had been appointed to represent the Sultan's law and order in a city dominated by the Naqib and his cohorts, who were rebelling against Ottoman rule. The Naqib received him courteously, but in effect confined him to the citadel, along with other government officials. Now at last the Qadi might be able to administer the holy city in accordance with the Sharia, and perhaps win the Sultan's approval, as well as a more exalted post closer to his home in Istanbul. As soon as he heard that the Naqib had fled, the Qadi ordered the drawbridge linking the citadel with the city wall to be lowered. The bridge had been raised from the start of the revolt, for fear of attack by the populace. Now the Qadi crossed the moat with ostentatious ceremony, on his way to the fortress commander. On his left and right, evidence of Istanbul's claim to sovereignty over Jerusalem was displayed in the form of engraved plaques noting the contributions made by the sultans through the ages to the city's fortification. The most prominent plaque, the one over the fortress gate commemorating the building of the fortress by Sultan Sulayman I in 1531, was a reminder that the Qadi represented the power that had ruled Jerusalem for more than a century and a half. The Qadi hastened to consult the fortress commander about whom they would recommend to Istanbul to be the new Naqib of Jerusalem. Walking confidently down the path from the city wall to the tower, he no doubt recollected the stirring events of the Naqib's revolt. The Qadi went to the Dome of the Rock, where he was met by the commander and the notables of the city. Before the meeting started, the Qadi had the uncomfortable thought that most of his predecessors had been killed by rebels. And no wonder, the Qadi was always the most tangible symbol of the Sultan's rule, for better or worse. Those Qadis who survived were forced to obey the will of the mob rather than God's holy law. He was determined to recommend to the authorities in Istanbul that the next Naqib be someone loyal to the Sultan's representatives, and certainly someone who had his personal approval. Many of the city's notables had already turned against the rebellious Naqib a year earlier, when they heard that the Sultan was sending a large army to suppress the revolt. The Naqib did not hesitate to confront this loyalist camp and fought a bloody battle against it in the city in 1704. The climax of the confrontation, involving many combatants, took place in the Bab al-Huda quarter, in the northern end of the old city. By the time it was over, corpses littered the narrow, crowded alleys of the quarter that was named after the Sinner's Gate, through which prayerful penitents entered. After this civil war many abandoned the Naqib's camp and joined the beleaguered faction in the citadel, who were waiting for the Sultan's army. The rebellious Naqib chose to flee the city before the arrival of the imperial army. A representative of that army, which was still a few days' journey from the city, took part in the meeting. He brought the Qadi greetings from the commander of the dispatched force and congratulated him on his resolute stand in the besieged citadel. Then the Qadi reported that he was about to recommend that Istanbul appoint Muhib al-Din Effendi, of the Gudaya clan, later to be known as the Husayni family, as the next Naqib. He explained that, unlike the Naqib who had fled, Muhib al-Din had been loyal to the government from the start of the uprising. In actual fact, Muhib al-Din had at first contemplated joining the rebels, but at this time he could certainly be counted among the loyalists, rather than the opponents of the Sultan's rule. In the days that followed, the notables gave much thought to the reversals among the ruling officials. Now they were free to indulge in the pleasures of the hammamat, the baths, which they had been deprived of for some time. Most of them favored the Hammam al-Sultan, on the corner of Al-Wadi, Valley, Street, which is also one of the first stations of the cross. There, amid the scent of rose water and the aroma of coffee wafting from the loaded trays of sweetmeats, they discussed the vicissitudes of their times, continuing their talk long into the night in the city's cafes. The poets sang the praises of the new Naqib and speculated about the future in between puffs of their narghiles. These were the customary ways of the notables of Jerusalem, which Muslim travelers described as a lively city, quite unlike the picture that would be drawn by many Christian travelers, among them Gustave Flaubert and Mark Twain, who advanced the myth of the empty land and the desolate city. 3. This was the city in which the Gudayas, the family of the fortunate Muhib al-Din, had resided for 4 centuries. The high points of life in Jerusalem, for them as for other notable families, were the Mawlid, the religious festivals, weddings and births, and the occasional appearance of famous Muslim travelers, who were admired for their great learning in religion and the sciences as much as for their literary style. At their house, which at least one manuscript describes as a palace, so impressed was the visitor, the Gudayas entertained some of the great men of their era. 4. But nothing was as momentous as the day of Muhib al-Din's appointment, which in all likelihood was marked by a great feast. If so, it must have been attended by all the notables, who doubtless discussed the division of the spoils. The Ottoman authorities had expropriated the estate of the fugitive Naqib and were about to distribute it to the loyal notables. The lion's share was sure to be given to the 2 branches of the Gudaya clan, the family of the new Naqib and that of his cousin Abdullah, who had for years held the post of Sheikh al-Haram, Sheikh of the Jerusalem Holy Sanctuary. Abdullah was greatly admired in the city for his work and his great learning in theology and ilm al-fiqh, the Islamic religious precepts. But though his father had been Naqib al-Ashraf, he himself did not win the post and had to be content with being Sheikh al-Haram. 5. We focus on Abdullah al-Gudayya because his son Abd al-Latif is the central figure of the present story, a story that begins in 1703 and ends in our time, and one that may indeed continue so long as the family is represented in the political life of Jerusalem and of the surrounding country, Palestine. As far as we know, Abd al-Latif's youth was uneventful, and he makes a rare appearance in the writing of a Sufi traveler, Mustafa ibn Kamal al-Bakri, who visited the city quite often. 6 On his visits, al-Bakri stayed near the Mosque of Al-Aqsa, where he settled for long spells after his second visit to the city in 1710. It seems that Abd al-Latif and al-Bakri first met in 1724 at one of the city gates, where al-Bakri, about to enter, was reading the Fatiha before passing through, as was customary in those days. Having read the opening verses of the Quran, he changed his rich traveling apparel for the simple garments of purity, expressive of the visitor's reverence for the city's sanctity. The Naqib was welcomed by the Gudayyas and by Sheikh al-Haram Abdullah and his son Abd al-Latif. After praying together and exchanging lengthy blessings, the august company walked through the city, composing a qasida, a poem in the classical style, at every noted site. In the name of God, if you meet us, we shall tell you it is the day of Jerusalem. Together let us go to the city and visit it. The good will be with us forever. 7. Each time al-Bakri returned to Jerusalem, he brought books from his library in Damascus, thereby enriching the lives of his companions in Jerusalem. His visits also had a certain missionary quality. Al-Bakri was a member of the mystic Sufi Qialodi order, which he would eventually head. But it seems that his hosts were more impressed by the order's ostentatious self-mortification and accompanying ceremonies than by its theological message of approaching God via Muslim mysticism. 8 Members of the family were entranced by the spectacular exercises and the dancing in a circle that culminated in intense excitement. Al-Bakri never arrived on his own. As a man of high position, he was always surrounded by an entourage, and his frequent visits demonstrated the great importance of Jerusalem in the Muslim world of the early 18th century. Hosts and guests alike passed the time discussing the mysteries, showing off their abilities as religious mystics. Al-Bakri was deeply influenced by one of the great medieval Sufi philosophers, Ibn al-Arabi. Al-Arabi had written about the creation of the world and of understanding it, and consequently al-Bakri wrote a good deal about such subjects. It is possible that not only members of the religious elite took part in such gatherings but also others, such as the Sheikh al-Tujayyar, the leader of the city's merchants. 9 During his visit, al-Bakri gave the customary guest lecture. He liked to quote from the praises of Jerusalem, the literature lauding the city, which had grown following the Crusades. He also visited the graves of holy men, among them that of Nabi Musa, the prophet Moses, near Jericho, where he spent the week of festivities in the prophet's honor. The Gudayyas took to al-Bakri. He was invited to be the guest of honor at the dinner celebrating Mawlid al-Nabi, the prophet's birth, and they offered him a chair in the courtyard of Al-Aqsa Mosque, where most of the guests reclined on cushions on the ground. The public dinner was a widely attended occasion in which all walks of life took part, the rich and the poor, the learned and the ignorant. In a travelogue he wrote after an earlier visit in 1690, al-Bakri expressed his wonder at seeing that among the throng there were also veiled women in the corner of the mosque, and with them young and small girls. The muezzins trilled the verses. Servants of the harem circulated through the multitude, offering sweets and fragrant pastries and finger bowls of rose water for the guests to rinse their sticky hands in, and at last the crowd dispersed, well-fed and contented. 10. The years that followed al-Bakri's visit were disappointing for the Gudayyas. During the 1730s, the key posts in the city were given to other families. The Aloma clan, for example, won a number of lucrative positions at the expense of the Gudayyas, causing the rivalry between the two clans to continue for some time. Like the Gudayyas, the Alomas had made good use of the Naqib's revolt in the early years of the century, and persuasion combined with money won them the position of mufti, which the Husaynis had coveted. The Mufti was a state official who wrote opinions, fatwas, on legal subjects for judges and common believers. Some of his opinions became binding precedents. He also belonged to an Ottoman hierarchy that was supervised by the Mufti of Istanbul, who had the power to appoint and dismiss local muftis around the empire. But this was a temporary decline. Abd al-Latif's family would later recover the mufti's post, and the three most important positions held by local personages under Ottoman rule would be theirs: Naqib al-Ashraf, Mufti, and Sheikh al-Haram. No wonder they became the most important family in Jerusalem and perhaps in all of Palestine. For a short while it looked as if all this glory would fall to the Alomas. In January 1733, when Muhib al-Din of the Husaynis died and his son Amin was appointed in his place as Naqib al-Ashraf of Jerusalem, the Alomas moved into action. Amin was a pleasant man, but even his family recognized that he did not have the necessary qualities to serve as Naqib. As soon as it became known that he had failed to settle a feud between two city families, the Alomas began to agitate for the post. They bribed the Grand Vizier and the governor of Damascus, and with their support obtained it. It took Abd al-Latif 12 years of continuous effort to wrest the prestigious position from his rivals. Bribery, intrigue, and considerable personal charisma restored the Husaynis to the apex of the local hierarchy. Having won this position, Abd al-Latif launched a successful dynasty that would drop the name Husayni and adopt that of the fugitive Naqib, al-Husayni. This dynasty would lead Palestinian society for the next 2.5 centuries, up to the present day. Appropriating the name and lineage of another clan requires great ingenuity and the ability to exploit uncertain political circumstances. It is unclear exactly when this happened, but thanks to Adel Manae we do have the genealogy that was used to create the family's new identity. It is hard to determine whether it was a deliberate takeover of another family's lineage, as one would be inclined to imagine, or an error due to the families having an ancestor with the same name back in the 17th century. The rebellious Naqib al-Ashraf was the head of the Wafa-i-Husaynis, and he had a great-grandfather by the name of Abd al-Qadir ibn al-Karim al-Din. The Husaynis also had a great-grandfather by that name. The Husaynis lineage was fairly lackluster compared to that of the Wafa-i-Husayni. The latter family arrived in Jerusalem in the early 14th century, with a family tree stretching back to the Prophet Muhammad, to be precise, to Hussein, the son of Ali, husband of the Prophet's daughter Fatima. A direct line of succession leads from Hussein to one Muhammad Badr al-Din, who made his way in the 14th century from the Arabian Peninsula to Jerusalem and built a house in Wadi al-Nashur on the city's outskirts. The Wafa-i-Husaynis appear in records from the 16th century onwards, and they are certainly not the forefathers of today's Husaynis but rather their adoptive ancestors. Another theory ascribes to them a different, anonymous ancestry. There evidently was a hiatus in the grand family history that was doubtless quoted and repeated whenever the family's fortunes either faltered or rose to new heights. 11 The adoption of the new family name was followed by closer ties with Jerusalem families of more esteemed lineage. Daughters were married to the sons of the Al-Khalidi and Jarallah families, considered to be the noblest in the city. In this way the family kept its position in the front rank of the city's notables, even if it did not always retain all three leading posts in Jerusalem. It appears that the name change had already taken place by the 1770s, when Abd al-Latif was in his 40s. Documents show that by that time he was already a respected figure, Rais al-Quds al-Yanuha, the leader of Jerusalem and its notables, as he was dubbed by contemporary historian al-Muradi. Abd al-Latif was famous for his generosity and modesty. And though al-Muradi lavished such praise on almost every notable, in this case he offered various testimonies to back it up. Abd al-Latif served his guests with his own hands, reported the amazed al-Muradi, and always smiled at his children and preferred the poor over the rich. He was renowned beyond the confines of the city as one who provided food for pilgrims and indigent visitors. The poets of the time, al-Muradi goes on to say, sang his praises in their poems. 12. We have a slightly different version of the story about the name. Vidris Abu Maneh proposes opening the narrative not with the Gudaya clan but with Abd al-Latif's father, the scion of an important family whose name is unknown, because prior to the 18th century, Abu Maneh claims, people did not use surnames. 13. Members of the family, however, have asked that we begin their history with the Prophet Muhammad, since the link between the Husaynis and the Prophet's family was the basis for their claim to a senior position in Palestine, and who is to say that this claim is or is not valid? Max Weber argues that the identity of a given organization is the sum of its subjective and objective definitions. During most of the period covered in this account, the local population accepted the Husaynis' claim to notability, and this acceptance was used to advance its status. Towards the end of the period, however, the situation changed. By the late Ottoman era, and a fortiori in our time, a family's lineage is of secondary importance. We cannot tell if the Gudayas' claim of having descended from the Wafa'i family, whose positions they inherited, was a deliberate act. Be that as it may, it was a very proud claim. The Wafa'is owned, among other properties, the Zawiya that bore their name, al-Zawiya al-Wafa'iyya. This was a room, usually in the corner of a mosque, for the accommodation of the dervishes, who with their unkempt beards and worn sandals slept on straw mats and subsisted on charity. The Wafa'i Zawiya was exceptionally highly regarded, because it was also known as Dar al-Muawiyya, after the Caliph al-Muawiyya, who had stayed there with his daughter Fatima. A stone memorial engraved with her name still stands there. It was in this Zawiya that the Wafa'i Sufi order came into being. 14. In the latter half of the 18th century, the various accounts converge into one that describes the rise of the Husaynis in parallel with the decreasing power of the Ottoman center. This enabled the family not only to win the most important posts in the city but also to wield influence in the religious and secular centers of power. The post of the Naqib was theirs for a while, and the function itself grew in importance in the latter half of the 18th century. It was equal and in certain cases, as we shall see in our narrative, even greater than that of Istanbul's official representatives. By that time, the Husaynis were unquestionably one of the leading notable families together with the Al-Khalidis, the Jaralas, the Al-Jama'is, and others. But the post of the Naqib was not assured, and the Husaynis would lose it from time to time. Nevertheless, in any history of Jerusalem from the 18th century onward, they figure more centrally than any other family or clan. 15. Chapter 1. The Making of a Family. From Al-Gudayya to Al-Husayni. On the first day of the year 1765, Mehmet Aga, the chief eunuch in the harem of the Sultan, was awakened by a strong but pleasant odor. It was the scent of soap, familiar to him ever since that Arab Abd al-Latif. Abd al-Latif II, was appointed Naqib al-Ashraf in Jerusalem. The latter had a small soap manufactory in Jerusalem, and many in the palace had become partial to its soaps and vials of rose water. The chief eunuch was especially fond of soaking in a rose water bath, but his supply had recently run out. Now he got out of bed as briskly as his great bulk allowed and prepared to meet Abd al-Latif's emissaries. He gave his sleeping servant, a young black eunuch recently arrived from Egypt, a little kick to wake him and sent him to the major domo to help him sort out the presents intended for the various dignitaries who were regular recipients of Abd al-Latif's largesse. 1. The majordomo found the delegation from Jerusalem standing beside the guardhouse that had sprung up near the eunuch's quarters and watching open-mouthed as builders and masons completed the conversion of the harem from a traditional Ottoman structure into a Baroque Rococo. 1.2. Abd al-Latif's son Abdullah was the delegation's leader. After the usual greetings, he addressed the chief eunuch as follows: "We urge our glorious son, Mehmet Aga, to do his utmost to distribute these gifts in accordance with our wishes, and may Allah prolong his days. To our benefactor, Sheikh al-Islam, a chest of soap, a jar of rose water and 6 head coverings." 3. The list went on: former chief qadis, past and present Naqibs al-Ashraf of Istanbul, all received 1 or 2 fragrant chests and soft linen caps with the dignitaries' names embroidered on them by daughters of the family. As on previous occasions, Mehmet was asked to obtain receipts showing that the gifts had reached their destinations. The list was usually made up of 18 of the imperial capital's dignitaries. 2 chests were always assigned to the Sheikh al-Islam, who appointed local notables to the highest religious posts, to make sure he remembered Abd al-Latif's 4 sons and would obtain plum positions for them in the city's religious hierarchy. Abdullah spent several days in the bustling capital and called on Zayn al-Abidin, Istanbul's Nakib al-Ashraf, an exalted official empowered to appoint and discharge any Nakib al-Ashraf in the provincial capitals throughout the empire. Zayn al-Abidin assured Abdullah that the Niqaba, the post of Nakib al-Ashraf of Jerusalem, would remain in the family, or, more precisely, remain his point. For the authorities also confirmed Abdullah in his post as supervisor of the sanctuary of Nabi Musa. This time the mission was driven by some urgency. The governor of Damascus harassed the family by threatening to pass the Niqaba to the Aloma family. As noted before, ever since the appointment of Muhib al-Din al-Gudayya to the post of Mufti, the Alomas had coveted the post and had actually filled it for a while. Abd al-Latif, founder of the new family. But all that was in the past, and in 1765 Abdullah was thinking about the future. Would he be able to repeat his father's achievements, he wondered. Zayn al-Abidin clearly remembered Abdullah's father. Al-Qudsi, the Jerusalemite, was the nickname of the notable who sent him chests of fragrant soaps, sweet rose water and exquisite caps almost every year. The first such delivery arrived in 1740, accompanied by a letter begging for the post of Nakib to be restored to the Gudayyas. The letter vilified not only the Alomas but also their allies the Jaralas, likewise one of the grandest families in the city. With amazing boldness, Abd al-Latif asked not only to have the post of Nakib restored to him but also his father's old post of Sheikh al-Haram, guardian of the city's holy shrines. The letter was kept for several years in the Istanbul Nakib's office, until one day the loyalty of the Gudayyas during the 1703 uprising was brought to mind and the decision was made to accede to Abd al-Latif's request. Perhaps the sweet scents of the soaps and rose water helped. 5. The letter of appointment arrived in the beginning of February 1745, and Abdullah could still quote it verbatim: "We hereby command that you be appointed Nakib al-Ashraf of the holy places in Jerusalem, Nablus, Gaza, Ramallah and Jenin. You are to treat respectfully all persons of high lineage. You are to preserve their legal rights, and so on and so forth." It was signed, in all humility, the Honorable Ottoman Nakib al-Ashraf, Sayyid Zayn al-Abidin 6. Once he held these 2 posts, Abd al-Latif's sphere of influence stretched beyond Jerusalem. More importantly, the Alomas could not compete with his status and power. Khalil al-Muradi, the Mufti of Damascus, who knew him personally, would write that Abd al-Latif controlled every aspect of life in Jerusalem, so powerful and dominant had he become. 7 But it was not blind fortune that preserved Abd al-Latif's exalted position, it was his tireless efforts to maintain good relations with the governor of Damascus and the authorities in Istanbul that ensured his standing and influence. He followed closely everything that took place at the Sultan's court, and every possible opponent of the Sultan or the Vizier received gifts from Abd al-Latif. But times were changing. Abdullah complained to the high official in Istanbul that the source of the trouble lay in Damascus. In 1760 the Sultan had appointed a new governor of Damascus, Othman Pasha, a harsh, tyrannical man who had been sent to the region in order to suppress the revolt of Deir al-Umar, dubbed the King of Galilee by the Franciscans in the country. Al-Umar was in fact much more attuned to the people and less ambitious as a king, but he did become a thorn in the empire's side. This young Palestinian sheikh had sprung up and grown strong in the town of Safuria, and with his personal charm and well-placed bribes he persuaded the Ottoman authorities to make him governor of Galilee as well as its imperial tax collector. In 1735 he expanded his rule to Nazareth, Marj ibn Amr, the Jezreel Valley, and Nablus. 8. When Al-Umar expanded his sphere of influence, he threatened the valuable Hajj routes, which provided substantial revenues from levies on transit and encampment on the pilgrimage route to Mecca. They also conferred honor and prestige on the person who protected the journey of the believers on their way to perform one of the 5 basic commandments of Islam. Yet despite his grave infringement of Istanbul's power, no one could defeat this man. In 1750 he expanded his rule to include Haifa and Tankara. His success encouraged other local potentates to encroach on Ottoman control of the Syrian districts. But it should be understood that what appeared to be the crumbling of imperial control was in reality a struggle for the representation of the empire and the collection of its taxes rather than attempts to displace it as the sovereign power. When a local potentate sought a larger share of the tax revenue, he was not actually challenging the empire. Istanbul's decentralized, delegated power made such moves possible. Only when the empire began to weaken would the rules of the game change, and then the central power would try to deter dominant figures in the provinces from embarking on independent courses. Decades before, Al-Umar had created enough uncertainty to allow relief from tax collection and other forms of annoying governing policies directed from Damascus. This was now over, and with the help of the new governor Damascus restored its position as the center of regional authority. At the time of Abdullah's visit, the new governor in Damascus began to show satisfactory results in the attempt to contain Dair al-Umar. He succeeded in strengthening Jerusalem's attachment to Damascus, and hence to the empire. But Abdullah complained in Istanbul that the new governor was more concerned with increasing his own wealth at the expense of the local notables than in suppressing the rebellious al-Umar. What Abdullah did not tell his host was that some months before going to Istanbul, he himself had sent emissaries to al-Umar in Acre, proposing cooperation against the tyrannical governor. However, the governor did hear about it, and forbade Abdullah's father to leave his house, a punishment that was still in force for some time after Abdullah entered the imperial capital. So tyrannical did Damascus rule seem to Abdullah that he would have preferred to let his beloved city fall into Dair al-Umar's hands. Economic considerations combined with political ones prompted the family to support the Galilean ruler. Abdullah feared that more money would be taken by the governor in Damascus than by al-Umar. Moreover, the family's fortunes were in decline due to the 1760 earthquake that shook Jerusalem and, although causing little loss of life, destroyed many of the family's properties. 9. Zayn al-Abidin reassured the young man, saying that his father's connections in the capital would secure the family's predominance in Jerusalem, even if they were at odds with Damascus. The Istanbul Nakib, like other high imperial officials, habitually made such promises, not only to the Gudayas but to their rivals. The old imperial method of divide and rule enabled the central government to maintain control over its outlying provinces. Still, the family's great wealth and generous gifts served to secure an advantage over its rivals. This was a ruthless competition for limited resources and properties capable of sustaining only a handful of aristocratic families in Jerusalem. The power of these families derived from the income they received for managing the sanctuaries and for the religious services they provided to the populace, and they strove to pass these posts and their properties on to their heirs. Abd al-Latif succeeded in conferring a prime position on his offspring, and his son had to work to keep it. The fate of the family hung in the balance. Since the Gudayas' income came indirectly from the Sultan himself, their lavish gifts were a kind of quid pro quo. Since the reign of Sulayman the Magnificent, the sultans had invested greatly in the holy places in Jerusalem, a good deal of their investment being in the form of rewards to the people who looked after the shrines, such as the Sheikh al-Haram, the Mufti and others. So far as we know, the Gudayas had no sources of income outside the city walls. Still, the management of holy places and clerical posts was sufficient to make them wealthy by both contemporary and modern standards. Muslim notables such as the Gudayas also accrued economic power from the debts owed to them by the Jewish and Christian communities. All members of the family lent money, and the debts increased from one generation to the next, enriching the family's capital. Abd al-Latif himself passed on this kind of financial asset, not unlike modern bonds or shares, to his son Hassan and his daughter Budriya. The creditors were also the benefactors and patrons of the non-Muslim communities in the city. For example, the creditors of the Jews had the right to veto the community's chosen leaders. But there was no satisfying the governor of Damascus. The accruement of debts meant that the Gudayas were richer than before, and the governor thus expected them to pay more taxes. Despite Zayn al-Abidin's assurances, Abdullah returned to Jerusalem with a heavy heart and a premonition that his family could expect a difficult time. His worries were confirmed as soon as he returned. Before he had rested from the journey, his family informed him that the situation had worsened. The governor of Damascus had openly allied himself with the rival families to depose Abd al-Latif from his post. The campaign against Abd al-Latif had begun before Abdullah's journey to Istanbul. It was led by the Dajjani family, who headed the Shafi'i school in the city. Each of the four canonical Islamic schools of law had its own judiciary. The rumor that was spread in the city would not seem defamatory to us today, but at the time it could seriously damage Abd al-Latif's standing. It began with an undeniable act that was typical of the man. Not far from his house lived the Jewish Rabbi Aharon, who used to beat his son Hayim mercilessly. Abd al-Latif could not bear to see this and demanded that the rabbi stop the beatings, and indeed they stopped. The grateful lad must have decided that only Islam could save him from his abusive father, and asked to be converted. But Abd al-Latif refused to convert him. It was here that the slander began. Some claimed that Abd al-Latif was not interested in protecting the boy but was motivated by greed, and that he had been paid handsomely by the leaders of the Jewish community. Abd al-Latif had no choice but to petition the court, which decided that he was a religious man and a true believer and that the slander was groundless. 10. But the campaign went on, and it was only thanks to the Mufti of Damascus, Khalil al-Muradi, Abd al-Latif's devoted old friend, that the rival families were unable to carry out their scheme. The family enterprises were now being run by Abdullah, since his father was still confined to his house for the crime of corresponding with the Galilean rebel Dair al-Umar. In effect, Abdullah had become the city's Naqib al-Ashraf. Counseled by his friends in Damascus and Istanbul, he hoped to be successful in the post, which he had wanted but had not expected to take on so soon. 11. In fact, Dair al-Umar unwittingly saved the family from the hostile governor of Damascus. In September 1771, he routed the governor's army in the Huli Valley. To replace the defeated governor, Istanbul appointed Muhammad al-Azam, a scion of the chief notable family in Damascus, with whom the Gudayas had cordial relations. Al-Azam was no more successful than his predecessor in the fight against Dair al-Umar, who continued to expand his kingdom. In 1773 al-Umar seized the entire area west of the Jordan, from the Litani River in the north to Bersaba in the south. Only Jerusalem and its environs remained under effective Ottoman rule. Fortunately for Jerusalem, al-Umar had no interest in the city, but he did take a brief interest in the Gudayas. He believed that their status as a leading family, possibly already known as the Husaynis, could be useful to him in the regional power play. He therefore sent the heads of the family a letter asking them to mediate between him and Damascus. 12 The family only rarely supported rebels against Ottoman rule, mostly they remained loyal to the central government, and they did so in this case too. In any event, Dair al-Umar's rise did not force them to become involved in regional political machinations, and since their local rivals showed no interest in the matter, they felt no need to deal with such a mighty force as Dair al-Umar. In November 1773, a new local figure successfully challenged both al-Umar and Istanbul. This was Ahmed al-Jazar, or Seher Ahmet as he was known in Turkish. Since he knew no Arabic, it would be appropriate to call him by his Turkish name, but we will use his more common Arabic name. Al-Jazar would become a major figure in the region. He quickly rose from being a mercenary soldier to the position of provincial governor, betraying others who helped him along the way, such as Dair al-Umar. During his ascent to power he visited Jerusalem, but we have no evidence of any contact with the Gudayas. Dair al-Umar and al-Jazar were part of a general challenge from within to the empire's authority in the Middle East. In the 1770s Istanbul was hard-pressed by its prolonged, bloody war with expansionist Russia, and this encouraged potentates in the provinces to try to unseat their Ottoman overlords. In Palestine, this new reality was manifested in a constant struggle for the land amongst Egyptian rulers, who gradually seceded from the empire, and ambitious governors in Damascus, Saida, and Beirut. Al-Jazar added a new regional center, the city of Acre, which was responsible for most of Syria's southern regions. After consolidating his role, Al-Jazar, in the service of the empire, succeeded in containing the Egyptian drive into Palestine. During those years of regional strife, Jerusalem was not sought after by any of the warring parties. Nevertheless, its inhabitants were prey to more zealous tax collection every time one of the rivals gained the upper hand. However, because of all the confusion and ambiguity, this meant escaping the need to pay customary annual taxes. The city was also immune to the destruction wreaked by invading armies on towns in the adjoining districts of Jaffa, Gaza, and Ramla. This urban space was quite often a battlefield for the belligerents. These troubled times were relatively short and came to an end in the mid-1770s. During those years of unrest, the Husaynis, like other urban notables, were more concerned with financial matters than local politics. They were affected by the Ottoman monetary reform declared in the late 17th century, but only many years later. Until 1690 most of the Ottoman economy had been based on foreign rather than local currency, which limited the government's ability to control its economy in the capitalist era, and the frequent wars in the late 17th century had further depleted the treasury. They decided to base the economy on a new imperial currency, the X, a silver coin later replaced by the piastra. People began to buy the new currency from the government, paying in old specie, but the government preferred jewelry, diamonds, and the like. The notables were ordered to hand over silver objects, as the metal was needed to mint the new imperial coins. The inhabitants of all the cities were obliged to pay for the Ottoman currency with gems and gold. 13. The regional and local agitation subsided once Istanbul ended its long, bloody war with Russia with a peace treaty in 1774. With the capital at peace, it was possible to concentrate on pacifying the provinces. Al-Jazar's position was solidified alongside a loyal governor in Damascus. In that year of relative calm, Abd al-Latif's health began to decline. Perhaps he was worn out by the struggle against the governor of Damascus in addition to the rivalry with the other great families. But his failing health had to be kept secret. While Abdullah conducted most of his father's business, by all appearances Abd al-Latif was still the city's Naqib al-Ashraf. He finally died in 1775, aged 81, though some sources say he was 90 years old. The funeral was low-key. His body was placed in a casket and followed by the family and close friends. Dervishes and sheiks bearing palm fronds murmured prayers, and everyone called out repeatedly, "There is no God but Allah." The casket was taken to the Haram al-Sharif, where it was placed on a stone plinth for people to walk past it before it was taken to the cemetery facing the Mount of Olives. 14. While walking down to the cemetery, Abd al-Latif's 4 sons discussed the future and shared out their father's posts without dispute. 2 of them will appear later in our narrative as they were the ones who were given a role in public life, Abdullah and Hassan. The other 2 were not given any posts or particular honors. Their part of the family played no role in the public life of Jerusalem or Palestine but instead followed private careers in business or the sciences. Abdullah inherited the Niqaba, which would remain in the family for a long time. In 1776 he was also appointed Sheikh al-Haram, a position that had always been in the family, that is, in the appropriated Wafa'i family. However, Hassan had to wait 5 years for his post, and only in 1780, at the age of 38, was he appointed Mufti of Jerusalem. Now the family had almost complete control of Jerusalem's religious and social systems. Before the 18th century came to an end, the family would once again have to defend its prominence in the city. It was thanks to Hassan and his brothers that the family made it through this challenge. Hassan al-Husayni, the making of a family narrative. Towards the end of the 18th century, Hassan al-Husayni finished writing the biographies of the Jerusalemite families in the 12th Hijra century, the histories of 43 Jerusalem notables of his time. He had labored for over a year on this composition about the Jerusalemites, including his own family. A few years later, the Mufti of Damascus, Khalil al-Muradi, wrote a directory of the notables in his district, modeling it on that of Hassan. 150 years later the two books would end up at the British Museum Library and enable modern historians to trace the history of the Arab Ottoman elite of the Greater Syria area. 15. With these two books the family's takeover of the al-Husayni al-Wafa'i lineage became a fait accompli, and its members could proudly hang a drawing of their family tree in the entrance halls of their homes, as was customary among notable families in Palestine. 16. But Hassan did more than that. He studied a variety of other subjects. The post of Mufti required considerable learning. His rulings allowed him to interpret and expound on Islamic law, the Sharia. His interpretations were rulings, fatwa, sent to those who asked questions about Islam, and they relied on precedents or Muslim religious texts or occasionally on the Mufti's own inclinations. Hassan's familiarity with the intricacies of Muslim religious rules was famous throughout the region, and many students from Al-Azhar University visited him and consulted his library. Hassan owed his great learning to his father, who had not only hired local religious scholars for his studious son but had also sent him, at the tender age of 13, to study with the leading Al-Azhar scholars of his time. He spent 1755 and 1756 in Egypt and was so impressed by one of his tutors that before returning to his country he composed a short poem in his praise. His education at home and abroad introduced him not only to Islamic learning but also to Ottoman culture. In time, Hassan would write his memoirs and name all his teachers and mentors. 17. During the 1770s and 1780s Hassan was able to devote himself to religious scholarship because his brother Abdullah was still managing the affairs of the family. Abdullah's successful trip to Istanbul had ensured good relations with the Sultan's court in the Ottoman capital. Nevertheless, it would have been impossible to sustain the family's political standing without recourse to Hassan's religious status. Whenever it seemed that the rulers of Damascus, the Al-Azham family, were plotting against the Husaynis, it fell to Hassan to tackle the problem. And indeed he not only managed to sort out difficulties with Damascus but also established such good relations with the Al-Azhams that he became an informal advisor to the Syrian governor. The most notable political event in the lives of Hassan and Abdullah was the failed attempt, in about 1790, by other notable families to dispossess them of their official posts. It was only a matter of time before such an attempt would be made. Throughout the 18th century no single family held such a position in the city. It was no secret that this was due to alliances with Damascus and Istanbul. To maintain their position it was necessary to win the trust of the local Qadi, then the approval of the governor of Damascus and finally that of Istanbul's Nakib al-Ashraf. The latter would not confirm an appointment without a magnificent gift, and the list of people expecting largesse kept growing longer. It reached a point where the family had to employ a regular agent in Istanbul to deliver boxes of soaps and vials of perfume to any person with potential influence on the family's position. Needless to say, the rival families envied the Husaynis' wealth, because it was impossible to satisfy the greed of all the senior functionaries in the Ottoman capital without considerable means. The Husaynis' ability to obtain the post of Nakib was especially impressive because, although it passed from father to son and was in theory an appointment for life, it had to be confirmed annually. It especially rankled that the appointment was supposedly approved by all the notables of Jerusalem, whether they agreed or not. They would all be summoned to the courtyard of the Hanbaliya Mosque in the city to hear the town crier announce the appointment of a Husayni to the post. So strong had the family become that inevitably some of the other notables resented it. The most hostile was the Al-Khalidi family, with a reputed and well-established lineage that could be traced back to the Prophet Muhammad and a high position in the city and beyond, when it was headed by Sheikh Musa al-Khalidi. Musa was not only a greatly respected alim, religious scholar, with good connections in Damascus and Istanbul, he had climbed higher than any Jerusalemite in the Ottoman hierarchy and become a chief Qadi of Anatolia, second only to the Sheikh al-Islam, the empire's Grand Mufti. Musa al-Khalidi was well positioned to harm the Husaynis now and then, and to close ranks with the other families. The year 1790 was an especially tense one in the city. The list of recipients of gifts in Istanbul had grown inordinately long and included persons who were potentially, though not actually, powerful. At first the Khalidis succeeded in removing the Husaynis from their three important posts. Their main allies were the Alomas and Al-Jama'is. They got a member of the Aloma family appointed as Naqib al-Ashraf in place of Abdullah, and brought about the dismissal of Hassan from the post of Mufti and of one of his brothers from the post of Sheikh al-Haram. The Aloma notable Muhib al-Din was a suitable candidate for the post of Naqib, which both his father and grandfather had filled. As for Hassan's replacement, there was some poetic justice in it, since the latter had been the most serious candidate for the post of Mufti when Hassan was appointed to it in 1780.18. Hassan had observed in his book about Jerusalem's notables that this man was among the best qualified for the highest posts in the city. Then Hassan himself became Mufti, and 9 years elapsed before he was displaced by his rival. However, like the displacement of his brothers, this setback did not last long. Hassan remained in Jerusalem while his brothers lived in exile in Homs. But for two individuals so entrenched in regional politics, exile was a high road to their return to Jerusalem. To create the impression that they were in the authorities' good books, the two spread rumors that they had the support of the governor of Damascus before they actually had it. Once they actually obtained it, their way home was open. 19. We lack sufficient information to reconstruct the exact circumstances in which the Husaynis recovered their dominant positions in Jerusalem in 1796. Presumably lavish gifts and good contacts helped restore the family to its former status. That year most of the notables went to the Qadi and the city's governor to declare their support for Hassan. As soon as Hassan was appointed, they all, even his opponents, came to congratulate him, since he was now in a position to harm them and, even more important, to protect them from the whims of the governor and the Qadi. The Qadi sometimes ignored the custom of allowing the members of a notable family to be judged solely by their peers. Only a strong Naqib could prevent such an indignity. In its turn, the government demanded that Hassan put a stop to some of the notables' habit of wearing the white tarbush with the green stripe, which was officially the prerogative of Istanbul-appointed judges. This habit was widespread in other provinces too, and it infuriated the Ottoman administration. In past centuries this prestigious tarbush had been worn by all notables, thus giving rise to the misunderstanding. This stylish vogue was viewed as deliberate defiance of the imperial power, and the Naqib was expected to maintain the delicate balance between local pride and the honor of the central authority. Abdullah died in July 1797, and his son inherited the niqaba. But the new appointee died after a few months, and the post passed to his brother, who also died soon after assuming the niqaba. 20 And so once again Hassan stood in the Mosque of Al-Aqsa to hear the Qadi declare before the multitude, "We have accepted the recommendation of the notables of Jerusalem, who have chosen you, Hassan ibn Abd al-Latif, to be Naqib, like your father and grandfather before you. Knowing of your good qualities and abilities, we appoint you accordingly." 21. The series of misfortunes that had led up to the rise of Hassan doubtless aroused suspicions that he had had something to do with it, but no one dared to express them in public and they were probably groundless. When Umar, the son of one of the boys who died in 1797, reached the proper age, Hassan passed the post of the Naqib to him. Theirs was a complex relationship. Umar was not only Hassan's nephew, he was also his grandson, being the son of Hassan's daughter who had married his nephew. Such matches were customary in those days, and no one discredited their motives. Certainly the clan as a whole had no doubts about the revered sheikh. The reversals in the family's status reflected upheavals in the empire, and times of uncertainty and transition prompted people to change the ground rules. The stable, continuous regime in Istanbul ended, and a period of instability ensued. A new century began in which the Middle East would change almost beyond recognition, plunged into a maelstrom of wars and revolutions that continue to the present day. The drama was so high that one would have expected it to drastically alter the life of the Jerusalemites in general, and the Husaynis in particular. But continuity rather than transformation seemed to be the rule in those anxious times. The high drama in the empire began in 1789 with the accession of Sultan Selim III, who ruled until 1807. He dared to challenge some of the more conservative power bases of the empire, the military and religious institutions, and thus destabilized the center. As always in such critical situations, the small players on the regional stage had to exercise the utmost caution and exert the greatest effort. Both camps in Istanbul demanded that these regional players commit to a side. Which brings us back to Hassan sitting in his library, reconstructing the genealogies of Jerusalem's notables. While the enterprise satisfied his intellectual curiosity, it was also driven by the exigencies of the rivalry in Jerusalem. Responding to Istanbul's demand for loyalty, the family now asked to be paid in advance for its support. Hassan wrote to the Naqib al-Ashraf in Istanbul, asking that the Sultan approve all of the family's posts, so as to consolidate its religious and social standing. Hassan sought to persuade the great Naqib that the Husaynis lineage was not inferior to that of the Khalidi's. The latter's name, as has been noted, was engraved in the collective consciousness as pure and proven. Hassan's highly regarded books, and later al-Muradi's prosopography, had completed the usurpation of the lineage of the al-Husayni al-Wafa'i. The Sultan's renewed recognition was thus needed not only for reappointment but also as a final unqualified recognition of the new family name. After almost 100 years in which the family has filled such important posts, Hassan wrote in his letter to the Naqib al-Ashraf of Istanbul, which was accompanied by an especially generous gift, "It deserves to be known by the name that attests to its noble lineage." 22. But the Ottoman power was not satisfied with the generous gift, it wanted political results. The family had helped to put down a tax revolt in 1789 in the villages of Banu Hassan, the area around modern-day Beit Safafa, in the south of the city. Damascus tended to regard the family as responsible not only for Jerusalem and its environs but also for Gaza, Nablus, Ramla, and Jenin. In 1796, when one young Husayni after another was appointed to the post of Naqib, those towns and cities were mentioned explicitly in their letters of investiture. During the time of Umar, Lydda and Jaffa were also included in the family's sphere of influence. 23 These places were always named in the family's investitures, though its position in them was not invariably strong. But as the 18th century drew to a close, the family was seen as an important factor in these urban centers, and its prestige grew beyond the leadership of the Jerusalemite nobility to encompass a broader field. This would be one of several reasons for the family's future position at the head of the Palestinian national movement. 24. During this period, marriage with another family was also used to strengthen the Husaynis position. In the summer of 1792, Abdullah's eldest daughter married the heir of the head of the al-Jama'i family. The match sealed the alliance between the two families, though only 2 years earlier the al-Jama'is had taken part in the coalition that had driven the Husaynis from their dominant posts. But the women of the family were more than diplomatic assets in consolidating its position. As we shall see, the Husaynis helped to advance a progressive Muslim attitude regarding the position of women. Hassan was the first to do so. One of his decisions stated that whoever failed to bequeath to his daughters their proper portion in the inheritance, or who robbed them of their dowry, could not be considered a Muslim. This statement appears as part of his wider criticism of the condition of Islam in the villages surrounding Jerusalem. 25. This is not to suggest that Sheikh Hassan was a feminist ahead of his time. He, too, thought the birth of sons a blessing and the birth of daughters, if not a curse, certainly a disappointment. His first wife bore only daughters, and it was thought that the sheikh would have to sustain his family's position by marrying them off well. But he followed the custom in such cases and married a young woman who bore him his first sons. By the time he died, he had grandchildren by his daughters, and one of them, Umar al-Husayni, was appointed guardian of his half-siblings who were still minors, 8 boys and 3 girls. The position of women had some weighty economic aspects. From the time he reached adulthood, Hassan had to appear before the Sharia court in connection with the estate of his mother, and his sister. Their estates included the debts owed his family by the Jewish and Christian communities in Jerusalem, among them the Ashkenazi and Sephardi Jewish communities, as well as the Armenians. Appearing as the creditor on behalf of his family was not, incidentally, an indication of hostility towards these communities. Indeed, his very first decision as mufti, in a dispute between the Muslim inhabitants of the village of Silwan and the Jews of Jerusalem, came down in favor of the latter. The Jews of Jerusalem traditionally bought stone for their tombstones from Silwan, where it was quarried on land belonging to the village's religious authority. The complaint was that the sale had been carried out without a permit from the guardian of the religious lands, but Hassan ruled that the vendors, namely, the villagers, had been at fault, and not the Jewish purchasers. This was the first of many decisions that revealed the complexity of Hassan's worldview, including the issue of Muslim-Jewish relations. 26. The high drama continued with Napoleon Bonaparte's invasion of Egypt in 1798 and his journey into Palestine and Syria a year later. This, too, was a climactic event that did not affect the lives of the Husaynis, unless one considers the invasion as the onset of modern times in the Middle East and the starting point of its westernization, a somewhat anachronistic concept with students of the Middle East, who prefer a more synthetic picture of internal and external dynamics to explain transformations in the area over the last 200 years. Certainly, the next century saw the economic and political integration of Palestine into the European scene and exposed the family to the impact of foreign interests and agendas. How the family responded to these new developments is not easy to assess. The evidence from the past is open information. We know what difficulties they faced but less, if anything at all, about how they responded. What mattered in the early years of the 19th century was that Jerusalem's fate depended greatly on the policies of Al-Jazar, with whom the family maintained good relations. Even while French soldiers were marching on the Palestine coast, the Husaynis corresponded with Acre on trivial and routine issues that reflected Hassan's agenda. During these dramatic days, Hassan wrote a letter beseeching Ahmed al-Jazar to ease the burden on the Jabaliya, the mountain people, poor peasants from the mountains of Hebron, Jerusalem, and Nablus who worked as servants of the harem. The letter sang their praises. We cannot say whether this was typical of the family's attitude towards the unfortunates in the city and the surrounding country or the expression of a social conscience, but we do know that such tendencies would not always persist in later generations. 27. The notables of Jerusalem as a whole were loyal to Al-Jazar. When the Ottoman government attempted to limit his rule but allowed the governor of Gaza more authority in Jerusalem, translating mainly to the power of collecting taxes, they encountered a rebellious opposition of notables led by the Husaynis. In 1801, the notables caused the representative of the pro-Ottoman Ghazan governor to flee and seek refuge in King David's tomb on Mount Zion. Faced with such determined resistance, the Ghazan governor, Abu Marak, gave in, perhaps also because he was interested in Umar's sister. The family had never objected to politically advantageous matches, but we have no way of knowing how Zainab, the young woman in question, felt about it. 28. As in the 1770s, it was the coastal towns that took the brunt of the high ambitions of local and foreign invaders. When Bonaparte occupied Gaza for a short while, French soldiers rampaged through the city and many of the inhabitants met a horrible death. 20 years after Egyptian invaders had committed dreadful slaughter, the French troops showed that they were just as capable of cruelty and indifference to human life. The greatest difficulty during this period for the Husaynis was the presence in Jerusalem of a member of the original clan al-Husayni al-Wafa'i, known as al-Makdasi. Though that family's standing had declined since the Nakib's revolt of 1705, Hassan and most of Jerusalem's notables felt a great regard for and attachment to this remarkable man. After the Nakib's revolt, his family settled in Gaza, and some of them went on to Egypt. Al-Makdisi became one of the most outstanding scholars of Al-Azhar and from time to time would visit Jerusalem, where he became Hassan's teacher. Moreover, his family was connected by marriage to the Gudayas. In 1798, Al-Makdisi led the popular revolt against Napoleon in Cairo. After the French troops had searched for him in vain for 3 days, he fled to Jerusalem. There he immediately took a wife, because he had left his family behind in Egypt and would return only after Napoleon had been driven out. In the meantime, it was feared that his presence in Jerusalem would attract the French. This fear grew when Al-Makdisi made it plain that he did not intend to remain anonymous. He was too active a man to sit still. He served as imam at Friday worship, gave lessons on the Quran and received from the local qadi the guardianship of some important properties of the religious authority. He spent 3 years in Jerusalem, during which time he helped Hassan but was also a dangerous lure to the French forces. 29. Once again, as during the time of Deir al-Umar, the city's marginality saved it and its inhabitants from the heat of battle. Strategic considerations prompted the foreign invader to proceed elsewhere into the last stage of his failed journey of conquest. As Karl Marx noted, a political vacuum never lasts. Indeed, no sooner had the French withdrawn than Abu Marak of Gaza and Al-Jazar of Acre began to fight for control of Palestine. The Sublime Porte preferred Abu Marak and handed over Jerusalem to him, together with most of Al-Jazar's previous possessions as well as Egypt. The notables and the Husaynis leading them wished the city to belong once more to Acre's sphere of influence. And no wonder, unlike Abu Marak, the Grand Vizier's protégé, Al-Jazar had never taxed them oppressively or sought to limit their power. Not wishing to enter into conflict with the powers that be, however, the notables wrote to Istanbul praising the Acre magnate and maligning the Ghazan. This was a bold move, considering that Abu Marak governed Jerusalem. Yet their position mattered, since the governor's appointment came into force only after the notables had been informed of it. Abu Marak was not of their class but a man of the people. During the struggle against Napoleon, he had not even approached the notables but had appealed directly to the villagers, some of whom responded to his call to mount a jihad against the invader. His demand that the notables raise a certain number of troops for the war also alienated them. 30. The ignominy continued when the heads of the families and the notables were forced to hand over to the wife of the governor's chief aide all the weapons that they had received from Al-Jazar or obtained as spoils. This humiliating scene took place in the Qadi's presence and greatly intensified the resentment against Abu Marak. Here, too, he showed his sympathy for the lower classes. He also used his power over Egypt and the districts of Palestine to strengthen trade relations between them. While harassing Jerusalem's notables, he wrote to the city's merchants, "The evil days are over, to be followed by days of blessing and joy." The merchants were regarded as a lower class in Arab Ottoman society, and most of them were non-Muslim. 31. But Abu Marak's standing also rose and fell. In 1802, despite the Grand Vizier's solid support, he was eventually defeated by Al-Jazar. He lost his position in Egypt to local forces and his other regions in a field battle with Al-Jazar, who simply ignored the Grand Mufti's and Grand Vizier's support for his foe. The alliance with the governor of Damascus gave Al-Jazar sufficient military strength to force Istanbul to give in to him, and so Jerusalem fell once again under Acre's rule. But only for 2 years. For in 1804 Al-Jazar died, and the city's status changed again. Officially it was once more subordinated to Damascus, which received a new governor but which in reality continued to be ruled from Acre. For a brief while, the Jerusalemites even felt nostalgic for Abu Marak, since Al-Jazar's heir, Sulayman, immediately raised taxes. The inhabitants rebelled and, this should sound familiar by now, imprisoned the ruler's representatives in the city fortress. In response, Sulayman dispatched the commander of his army, who sent for the ringleaders, some 50 men, on the pretext of negotiations and, having caught them, had their heads cut off in public. Sulayman was content to receive the heads, and the city became quiet. Thus neither Sulayman nor Abu Marak looked like an attractive proposition. 32. But Abu Marak's shadow still hung over the city, or rather over its notables, for whom he had no use. He was highly regarded in Istanbul, where it was hoped he could help create a buffer between the empire and the Wahhabiyya, a Salaf movement on the Arabian Peninsula that challenged the Sultan's right to rule over the Muslim world. The notables of Jerusalem, fearful that the commoner planned to humiliate them again, began to agitate intensively in Istanbul for their city to be ruled directly either by Acre or Damascus. Strangely, there is no record of the Husaynis playing a significant part in the 1804 struggle between Acre and Gaza for control over Jerusalem. The family seemed anxious not to attract attention, so as to cope with whatever developments took place in the country and their city. The Qadi's deputy, a Khalidi, wrote personally on behalf of the city's notables to the governor of Jerusalem, appointed in Al-Jazar's days and thus loyal to Acre, to ask him to remain in his post, for fear of disorder in the collection and administration of taxes, and concerned about the need to protect the poor and weak and the general populace. The revered ulama and the notables of the city beg you to remain in your former post. 33 This intervention by the local notables was exceptional, but in the course of the 19th century it would become more frequent, and the Husaynis would also gradually take part in such interventions. Only Hassan al-Husayni, by virtue of his high position, was partly involved. Fearful that Abu Marak would penalize the city for its support for Al-Jazar, he appealed to the governor of Damascus, who was staying in Jinan during the annual tax collection. The governor hastened to reassure Hassan, "We are aware of your concern about the forthcoming visit of our brother, Muhammad Pasha Abu Marak, but he will only be passing through your district. We wish to make it clear that Jerusalem is still under our rule, and we have no intention of letting Abu Marak rule over the city." 34 To further reassure the families, in 1805 the governor came to the city and publicly noted that he was foregoing that year's Hajj in order to visit Al-Aqsa Mosque. But this governor's support proved useless. While he was visiting Jerusalem he was deposed by Istanbul. But Abu Marak, too, soon vanished from the scene. Sulayman had him killed in 1807. The imperial firman sent by the Sultan to the notables of Jerusalem must have reassured Hassan that the bad times were over. Even if he did not agree with Sulayman that the assassination of Abu Marak was part of the jihad for Allah. 35 He must have felt greatly relieved. In 1806, as part of the struggle in Istanbul between the religious establishment and the reforming Sultan Selim III, religious leaders such as the Grand Mufti of Istanbul began dismissing muftis throughout the empire whom they suspected of sympathizing with Selim III. Hassan was such a person. In winter 1806 came the order the Husaynis had dreaded since the unrest had begun in Istanbul. Hassan's nephew Tahir, the current Nakib, was also deposed. Fortunately for the family, the crisis lasted only a year, thanks to the help of Yusuf Kenji Pasha, the governor of Damascus at the time and an old family friend. Kenji was popularly known as the Kurd, whether or not he himself was a Kurd, certainly his guard were Kurds. 36 In the family's collective memory, he occupies a very favorable place. He was indeed a real friend of the family, an ally who helped them to pass in relative calm the twilight zone between the rule of Acre and the old new rule of Damascus. 37 Kenji persuaded the Grand Mufti that the Husaynis were perfectly devout Muslims who would never have supported the former Sultan if they had realized that he proposed to violate the sanctity of their religion and tradition. There was some truth to this argument, because the family's loyalty to Selim III stemmed not so much from enthusiasm for his innovations or for the ideas of the French Revolution as from traditional loyalty to the head of the Muslim world. 38 The year 1808 was the last of Hassan al-Husayni's life, and it was as tumultuous as all the rest. The summer had been unusually hot, and in September the Church of the Holy Sepulchre went up in flames, one more chapter in the endless feuds among the rival Christian denominations in Jerusalem. This time the struggle for control over the church reached new heights. The blaze broke out in the middle of a thronged service. The place was more crowded than usual, and an Armenian pilgrim set the place on fire, whether by accident or by design is not known. The unusual crowding was due to that year's great increase in the number of pilgrims, who almost outnumbered the locals. 39. The blaze revealed the strength of the Husaynis position. Hassan was the mufti, and Umar had just been appointed as Naqib al-Ashraf, replacing his grandfather. They were asked to spend the night in tents in the churchyard in order to prevent looting. They responded willingly and showed that their mere presence in the place ensured obedience to the Prophet's commandment to respect the Christian people of the book. They also benefited from the reconstruction of the church, which began immediately and as always in those days entailed bribery to everyone authorized to approve the reconstruction of Christian houses of worship, namely, representatives of the Ottoman government and the Husaynis. The era of Hassan ended. His fascinating personality is crucial to an understanding of how and why the Husaynis came to be the leading family in Palestine throughout the 19th century and the first half of the 20th century. Almost every contemporary testimony about prominent persons in the region, including Egypt, mentions Hassan as an important religious scholar and a charismatic figure who maintained exceptional contacts with the intellectual elites of Syria and Egypt. It was he who succeeded in keeping the three most important posts in his family and who created a solid structure that would crumble only in 1948, when all of Arab Palestine fell. The three religious posts remained in the family after his death. His nephew Tahir inherited the post of Mufti of Jerusalem, while Hassan's other position as Sheikh al-Haram was passed to the grandson of his other brother Abdullah, Umar, who had already been appointed Naqib al-Ashraf during Hassan's lifetime, in 1800. As before, the three most important positions in the city were held by two members of the Husayni family. While the post of Mufti was higher in the Ottoman hierarchy than the other position and would make its holder the more powerful member of the family, most people regarded the Naqib al-Ashraf as the head of the family. It is hard to know in the case of Tahir and Umar who was the informal head. As it happened, Tahir's great learning made him the dominant figure. The records of the Sharia court in Jerusalem note, "We have elected Tahir because of his great learning and wisdom, and his outstanding service of the Ifta," meaning that he had made brilliant decisions on problems of religious practice and questions posed by the faithful. 40 Even in Hassan's lifetime, and doubtless under his influence, Tahir spent several years at Cairo's Al-Azhar University, where he acquired his vast knowledge. He was often seen sitting in a corner of the Dome of the Rock. The corner facing the Mount of Olives was his favorite, teaching students the Quran and its interpretations. 41 Umar, by contrast, was the worldlier of the two and took little interest in spiritual matters. As leaders, they formed an unusual team. Umar acted as guardian of his grandfather Hassan's young children, that is, Umar's uncles and aunts, who were also his second cousins. As a result, Hassan's own offspring had no share in the public honors. But Umar kept his promise to his grandfather and made sure that the Hassans among the Husaynis would return to the center of the public stage no less than the descendants of Abdullah. By now the family was clearly made up of two branches, the Tahiri one, which would retain the Mufti's post down to Al-Hajj Amin al-Husayni, and the Umari one, which would inherit the Niqaba until the position lost its meaning with the end of Ottoman rule. The two branches were independent families who maintained their unity by marriage, inheritance, and solidarity. Whenever the Naqib and the Mufti cooperated vis-a-vis the central and regional government, and later foreign invaders from Europe, which occurred quite frequently, they formed a single entity. Chapter 2. In the shadow of Acre and Cairo. The third generation. In 1813 Umar al-Husayni's daughter married Musa Tukan, the governor of Nablus and scion of one of its leading families, and Musa Bey's daughter married Umar's son Abd al-Salam too. The weddings were held together in Jerusalem. That evening, Muslim weddings were usually held in the evening. The two young couples walked under an immense canopy carried by house servants in a procession that marched towards the Haram al-Sharif. It was illuminated by blazing tar-dipped torches, also borne by servants, and followed by a drummer thumping a great tin drum, giving the beat to a deafening band of pipers. The Husaynis and Tukans walked serenely behind the musicians, accompanied by many notables and other friends. A double wedding was a great joy, especially when it consolidated the family's standing. Circumstances in the new century required the Husaynis to expand the family's power base, and once again the daughters were mobilized for the purpose. Musa Bey was not the most important member in the Tukan family, but he was very close with his brother Khalil, the head of the family, and was on excellent terms with the regional ruler, the governor of Damascus. The family had friendly relations with the former ruler, but had so far failed to establish their position with his successor. Now, thanks to the newly forged link with the Tukans, Tahir al-Husayni retained his post of Mufti of Jerusalem, and the new governor sent a heartwarming letter congratulating him on his reappointment. "We shall not allow any harm to come to the Husaynis under our rule, and we wish them all the prosperity and success due to their status." Administrative boundaries under the Ottomans. But that year the Husaynis also received a reminder that a family's power was liable to fluctuate. A Jerusalem family by the name of Abu al-Suyudi had become very prominent, and in 1813 the Sultan invited its head to his court, an honor never bestowed on a Husayni. The following week the Sultan himself called on Abu al-Suyudi in Jerusalem. With regard for his great age, he died later that year, and as a gesture of respect. 1. Such reminders prompted the Husayni family to strengthen their connections in the imperial capital and their position in the region. The ties with the Tukans helped them to cope with the upheavals on the regional stage after Al-Jazar finally died at a ripe old age, frustrating both his supporters' hopes and his enemies' wishes. As noted in the previous chapter, Jerusalem was formally restored to the rule of Damascus, but in practice the governors of Acre acted as proxies. Thus the network of contacts needed to maintain the family's position in Jerusalem had to include not only the rulers in Damascus but also the potentates of Acre and Al-Jazar's heir, Sulayman Pasha, with whom the Tukans had useful contacts. But such a dual rule fueled the ambitions of the regional opposition. Jaffa potentate Muhammad Aga Abu Nabut rose up against Sulayman, helped by the unchallenged strongmen of the Jerusalem mountain region, Sheikh Uthman Abu Ghosh. The cause of the insurrection was the usual one in the region: they sought economic power based on tax gathering. Their immediate aim was to restrict the range of Acre's power, and since Abdullah was weakest in Jerusalem, this became their first target. Once again, the Husaynis of both houses had to take a stand too. So long as there was no hint of defiance against the rule of Istanbul, the Husaynis tended to stay out of these often bloody local politics. But now the Abu Ghosh family's involvement made neutrality impossible. Its position in the village of Anab, where it had settled upon its arrival from Kurdistan hundreds of years before, preceded the Husaynis and intimidated them. The younger Husaynis admired the Abu Ghosh men as models of bravery in the face of regional and even imperial power. The older Husaynis saw them as a liability, as the Abu Ghoshes were rather unpopular in the ruling circles. The year 1813 was especially pleasant, and not only on account of the double wedding. Naqib Umar al-Husayni renovated a covered area in the old city and built shops and a soap factory there. This enterprise would be the sound basis of the Umayyad branch of the family's wealth for years to come. Breaking with the tradition of conservative business dealings, the family also expanded its interests beyond the city and invested in Jaffa and its environs. 3. The family's economic prosperity enabled it to devote time and thought to the restoration of the Muslim holy places in Jerusalem. In 1816 the governor of Acre, Sulayman Pasha, ordered the restoration of the Al-Aqsa Mosque. He dispatched a special messenger to Umar, who showed the visitor the ruinous and dilapidated condition of the shrine. They were accompanied by Ahmed Arif Hikmet, a minor Ottoman official who served as Qadi in Jerusalem and was a close friend of the Husaynis on account of his claim that he was also a descendant of the Prophet. Hikmet was Tahir's age, and the two young men became bosom friends. This connection would be very important in the middle of the century, when Hikmet was appointed the Grand Mufti of the empire. He would be the person who assured the family's continued predominance in Jerusalem through one of the worst times in its history, perhaps the very worst until the catastrophe of 1948. Following this visit, Sultan Mahmud II issued a decree demanding that the governor of Acre expand the restoration works in the mosque. In keeping with the custom, the inhabitants had to pay for their ruler's generosity. Tahir and Umar were among the first appointed to collect taxes, and later they imported builders and engineers. Bashir too, the ruler of Lebanon, was also roped in, and he and the governor of Beirut held a special tax collection tour in their territories for the project. Ships laden with cedars of Lebanon were sent to the port of Jaffa, where Abu Nabat took part in the enterprise. When the restoration was complete, details of the contributions of the Sultan and Suleiman Pasha were engraved on a wall of the mosque. The Dome of the Rock was restored at the same time, and there, too, the name of Suleiman was engraved. But Tahir and Umar did not restrict their building activities to religious institutions. As early as 1810 they began to construct and maintain various public buildings. That year Umar received a substantial donation from the governor of Damascus with which he constructed a water conduit leading from the pools of Solomon into the city. 4. Times were good for the Husaynis. Umar's house, adjoining the wall of the harem, attracted important visitors, just as Abd al-Latif's house had done 100 years earlier. Sheikh Hassan al-Attar, who would later become the Sheikh al-Azhar, came calling, and he noted the warm cultural atmosphere at the Husaynis. Like many visitors before and after him, he accompanied them at the head of the procession when they led celebrants to the tomb of the prophet Moses in Jericho. It was also during this time that the first European visited the Husaynis. Scottish physician Richard Richardson repaid Umar's hospitality by curing him of an eye infection that had troubled him for years. 5 Richardson was also the first European to be admitted to the Haram al-Sharif more or less formally, that is, with the permission of the Sheikh al-Haram, who happened to be Umar al-Husayni. Wearing a black turban lent him by Umar, the Scot sneaked into the harem in the dead of night. Later he complained that he had been unable to appreciate the beauty of the place in the dark, and Umar relented and smuggled his guest into the place in broad daylight in 1818. But Richardson did not keep the secret, and Umar came to regret the gesture, because then more Europeans asked to be allowed in. His consent suggests either that he was aware of the changing circumstances or that he did not consider the matter vitally important. Be that as it may, historians of the Middle East would later discover how flexible Islam was in Ottoman times, unlike some of its more rigid radical forms that sprang up in the latter half of the 20th century. It was not so easy for Mrs. Beltzoni when she wished to visit the harem. Her husband, Giovanni Beltzoni, was a prominent explorer of Egyptian antiquities, but his English wife was not content to follow his expeditions to the pharaonic past and wished instead to observe the contemporary Middle East. In her memoirs she recounts proudly that by emulating Richardson's bold act she proved that she was not afraid to risk death. Ottoman law permitted the execution of any Jew or Christian who presumed to enter the harem, though in practice the penalty was much less severe. Mrs. Beltzoni befriended a group of Christian builders and craftsmen whom the governor had brought in to restore the harem shrines, and persuaded them to allow her to join them as though she were the wife of one of their team. But they dithered, and by the time they agreed the work had been finished. Then she tried to bribe Umar al-Husayni to let her go in, but he was under no obligation to her as he had been to Richardson, and he threw her out of his house. In the end, she put on traditional local dress and went in on her own. Richardson and Mrs. Beltzoni blazed a trail that would be followed by many, and their incursions into the sacred enclosure marked the decline in the status of the Husaynis and the disappearance of the world they had known for 400 years. 6 Later Sarah Berkeley Johnson, the daughter of an American missionary, would imitate Mrs. Beltzoni. Dressed as a local Muslim woman, she entered not only the harem but also the tomb of David, which was also sacrosanct. Easy times came to an end under the son of Suleiman, al-Jazar's grandson, known as Abdullah Pasha, in power from 1818 to 1831. The rulers of Acre were determined to dominate all the potentates of southern Syria, obliging the Husaynis to act very circumspectly. Taking advantage of Istanbul's inability to cope with each successive crisis in its far-flung empire, Abdullah Pasha proceeded to change the divisions in the region. Before long he reduced Damascus to his rule and transferred the governance of Jerusalem to his own districts of Acre and Sidon. Now Jerusalem's notables were squeezed by both Damascus and Acre. The main pressure was financial, as both capitals periodically raised the taxes they demanded from their subjects, and every dura, the annual tax collection, was likely to stimulate a revolt somewhere. The Husayni family apparently helped these insurrections only when its own interests were affected. While the Husaynis' relations with Sulayman caused them to become involved in regional politics, they were also drawn willy-nilly into the greater political sphere, namely, the conflict with the Janissaries, the elite Ottoman military corps that had outgrown its usefulness and was threatened with being disbanded by the reformists. When Sultan Mahmud II proposed creating a new army, the Janissaries all over the empire went on the offensive. In 1819 it was Jerusalem's turn. The Janissaries succeeded in provoking a crisis between the government and society. The pretext was their demand to stop the restoration of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, which had burned down in 1808. Some of the townspeople fell for their incitement, since any excuse would do to resist higher taxation, and together with some outsiders they converged on the governor's office in the city's fortress. They demanded that he appoint Janissaries as exclusive guards around the fortress, since only they could be trusted to protect the honor of Islam against the Christian encroachment represented by the restoration work at the church. If their demand was not met, they threatened, they would kill everyone inside the fortress. When the governor hesitated, the rebels closed the gates of the city and overran the fortress. If nowadays the seizure of a broadcasting station or presidential palace symbolizes an assault on or overturning of the ruling power, in those days in Jerusalem or other provincial capitals seizure of the fortress meant a putsch. On their way the rebels demolished the restorations at the church and killed some of the monks. Then they elected one of their own, an unknown individual of no special rank, as governor of Jerusalem. The Husaynis reacted very cautiously, as they had done during the revolt of Abu Nabat. The uprising was aimed at a friend of the family, the governor of Damascus, Yusuf Kenjay, whom they did not wish to alienate. Moreover, they wanted the work at the church to continue, since they received a constant stream of gifts and grants that would cease with the suspension of the restoration. Why, then, did they hesitate to oppose the revolt? Presumably because they were being made to pay a special and onerous tax to fund the new imperial army. Since 1813 the Husaynis, whose exalted status had generally kept them exempt from taxation, had paid a special impost of a considerable sum to the new army fund. Mahmud II was casting around for every possible source of income, up to and including the notables of Jerusalem. It seemed to be a question of simple arithmetic. The tax burden was likely always to be greater than the donations of the Christians, but the family appreciated the stability of the new government after a long period of upheavals and thus avoided clashing with it. 8. The Sultan's response to the uprising was predictably harsh. On the initiative of the governor of Damascus and with the support of the governor of Acre, a regional commander, Abu Zari'a al-Maghribi, was dispatched to put it down. He stormed the fortress in the middle of the night and slaughtered the rebels. It was said that the governor of Jerusalem accompanied him and with his own hands strangled to death 28 of the rebels. The following day the ringleaders were decapitated and the rest strangled, and their bodies were lined up outside the Bab al-Khalil, Jaffa Gate. Amid this violent political turmoil the notables of Jerusalem were at a loss about whom to support, Abdullah, the governor of Acre, or the governors of Damascus, who were closer to Sultan Mahmud II. Some opponents of the Husaynis spread a rumor, probably not unfounded, that Umar al-Husayni was inclined to support Abdullah. Early in 1820 this led to an open accusation, as a result of which Umar was briefly exiled, but his status remained unaffected. 9. For Jerusalem this was a small sample of the political drama unfolding at the heart of the empire. In the early decades of the 19th century, life in the Holy City was periodically jarred by the concussion of political explosions in the centers of Ottoman or European power. The local manifestations of these detonations were sometimes quite strange, but the family's standing meant that it was more readily embroiled than other Jerusalemites. Such was the case with the chain of events associated with the Greek Revolution. The Greeks were the first to assert their national identity in rebelling against Ottoman power, which had ruled over their lands for nearly 400 years. The revolution broke out in March 1821, and when the news reached Jerusalem, every actor on the local stage used it to promote interests that had nothing whatsoever to do with the uprising. Every Christian in Jerusalem who felt solidarity with the Greeks and failed to disguise his joy was viewed by the authorities as an active supporter of the rebels. The principal adversary of the Greek Orthodox subjects was the governor of Damascus, Darwish Pasha, whose representative in Jerusalem called on the townspeople to take up arms against the Greek threat. The tension grew with the arrival of a company of soldiers dispatched by Darwish to occupy the fortress in preparation. The Christian inhabitants were ordered to surrender their weapons, to wear black and to drag heavy guns from place to place for no apparent reason. Their humiliation was aggravated by looting and attacks against the Greek Patriarchate. A rumor spread that the townspeople had been commanded to kill every Christian who was caught bearing a weapon. 10. The governor of Jerusalem might have massacred all the Greek Orthodox inhabitants if the Muslim notables had not intervened. They published a statement condemning the action and reassuring the Christians. The statement quoted the Quran on the legal status of al-Kitab, the Christian people of the book, in the Muslim nation. The governor of Damascus also recovered his wits and intervened to stop the harassment. The government's attitude towards the Roman Catholics was quite different. Because of its links with France, it permitted the Catholics to restore and reconstruct the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, and they were exempt from wearing the kaka, the distinctive turban imposed upon the rest of the Christians and the Jews. 11. At the time, the events of 1819-21 did not seem extraordinary. Then rebellion came to Palestine, and since the land had been quiet for a century, this was decidedly unusual. Moreover, these rebellions covered almost all of Palestine and included all the social groups living on the land, which was also unusual. The first occurred in 1824, and the second a decade later in 1834. Some historians consider these the awakening of a Palestinian national, or proto-national, identity. We shall have more to say about this later. In the present context, these political tremors had a greater impact on the life of the Husayni family than those that shook the center of the empire, such as the Greek Revolution and the other national uprisings that followed it. We have chosen to denote the 1824 uprising as the first Palestinian revolt rather than the better-known peasant uprising of 1834, which has lately been described in a book of history as the first Palestinian revolt. 12 The events of 1824 are usually described as a fitna, sedition. It all began in 1823, when Abdullah, the governor of Acre, sent a representative to Jerusalem to demand, in addition to the usual taxes collected by Damascus, a substantial chunk of the family's property. This was a time of decision for the family. Tahir took the lead in formulating the family's response. Ever the scholar, Tahir was thoroughly familiar with the city's history and had also learned from his forefathers to pay close attention to proceedings in Istanbul. This combination of historical and political knowledge gave him his answer. Faced with the new threat, he thought of repeating past victories. He recalled the events with which this account opens, the revolt of the Naqib al-Ashraf al-Husayni al-Wafa'i that began in 1703. In the long run it had failed, but at its climax it had spilled out of the city walls to the surrounding villages. Tahir realized that the revolt had failed because it had challenged the Sultan. The current situation was different. Tahir was rebelling against someone who was himself a rebel against the empire, and Tahir could expect the empire to support him. He decided to mount the rebellion with the help of the local peasants, brave and stubborn men oppressively taxed by the governor of Acre. This was a wise decision, and the Husaynis weathered yet another crisis. During those same years even more meaningful developments took place. We know this only in hindsight. Tahir could not have realized it at the time. Foreign visitors who arrived during the days of the revolt would alter the country's character beyond recognition. 13 Protestant missionaries, both British and American, came to spread Christianity among the Arabs and to convert the Jews. 2 American missionaries were especially active. They concentrated their activity around the Church of the Holy Sepulchre and tried not only to Christianize Muslims and Jews but also to attract lapsed Protestants and win over Greek Orthodox and Armenian Christians. This was an unprecedented presence in Jerusalem that would have far-reaching effects on the evolution of national awareness and on political developments in Jerusalem. 14 Christian Messianism would lay the groundwork for the rise of the new Jewish Messianism, namely, Zionism. But this, too, is obvious only in hindsight, and the Husaynis had no inkling of it. The full extent of the missionary activity in the city was not generally known, or else tensions between Muslims and Christians would have grown worse. The Greek Revolution, as we have seen, contributed directly to the restless atmosphere, and constant rumors made it harder to maintain the delicate status quo. The city governor, Suleiman Pasha, was unable to calm things down, and while the uprising of 1824 was quite unrelated to events in Greece, all these developments created unease and uncertainty and a feeling that there was no firm hand on the government helm. The personal biography of the Suleiman is not documented, but it was evidently well known in the city. He was rumored to be a Jewish convert and was suspected of sympathizing with the Christians in Jerusalem during the conflict between the Greeks and the Ottomans. Indeed, his very presence in the city exacerbated the tendency to rise up against the government. His common epithet was the 19th century's Pontius Pilate. In addition to these rumors, there were also reports that a European navy had reached the coast of Palestine, bringing an advance force for the conquest of Jerusalem. Whenever this story came up, the Christian inhabitants of Jerusalem were confined to their churches. 15. The Husaynis were still occupied with the struggle to survive the greed of local rulers in Acre and Damascus. In 1824 this pressure doubled. Damascus demanded its pound of flesh from Jerusalem, which was officially under its rule, and Acre did not let up either. The family's friend in Damascus was replaced by a new governor, Mustafa, nicknamed the Criminal because of his penchant for imposing unprecedented taxes. The Husaynis, along with the rest of the notables, felt that if they gave in to all these demands they would soon be left penniless. In the spring of 1824 things went too far, and a full-blown revolt broke out. Mustafa the Criminal arrived in April for the annual tax collection and camped outside the Jaffa Gate. The mood in the city was already very grim, but the visit might have passed without overt trouble if the governor had not been seized with a fit of Jerusalem madness and launched a wild assault on the city and its inhabitants, the likes of which had not been seen since 1700. This time the governor of Damascus went too far, stayed longer than was customary and behaved in an unheard-of manner. He had the leaders of the Christians, Jews, and Muslims brought to his camp and held them ransom until their communities paid the amounts he demanded. Early on April 5 the governor's troops came to the gate of the Husaynis residence, and before the family could gather its wits, Umar al-Husayni was seized and taken to the governor's camp. There he found Abd al-Rahman, the brother of Mustafa Abu Ghosh, who had also been taken hostage in order to force the Abu Ghosh family to share with the government the income from the impost paid to them by Christian pilgrims on the road between Jaffa and Jerusalem. As representatives of the Jews, the criminal seized Rabbi Mendel and his son, both French nationals hitherto protected by the special agreements signed by the government with the European powers, the capitulations of the Ottoman Empire. Evidently the Damascus governor meant to demolish personally the special status granted to Christians and Jews of European nationality. The last hostage taken was the abbot of the Greek Orthodox monastery of Mar Elias. To demonstrate his determination to humiliate these men until their communities paid the vast sums he had demanded, Mustafa submitted the Greek abbot to torture. The monk was dragged to a pole stuck in the ground, and his legs were thrust through a ring attached to it that was tightened until he bled. Then the pole was pulled out of the ground and hung on 2 hooks in front of the governor's tent, so that the abbot's head rested on the ground. Next, 10 soldiers began to flog his feet. The soldiers were replaced again and again. Umar counted 4 shifts and trembled. He feared that Mustafa would dare to flog the Naqib al-Ashraf of Jerusalem, as the governor was clearly out of his mind and there was no telling how far he would go. The abbot remained lying on the ground with his head uncovered, was given nothing but water for 3 days. The other hostages were confined to the governor's camp pending payment by their communities. On the 3rd day, the governor tied a rope around the abbot's neck and threatened to hang him if he did not confess that the treasures of the inhabitants of Bethlehem were hidden under his monastery. Now the reason for these mad proceedings became clear to Umar. Many of Bethlehem's inhabitants had fled to the mountains just before the tax collection. The governor threatened to wipe the monastery from the face of the earth. While the abbot was being tortured, the governor's soldiers invaded Jerusalem, broke into houses, beat up the residents and arrested some of them for tax evasion. They made no distinction between Muslims, Christians, and Jews. Tahir al-Husayni and the other notables found a way to halt the devastation. If only temporarily, they pawned the valuables of the Orthodox Church in Jerusalem to an English Jew for 50,000 piastres as a down payment on the debt to the Pasha. 16. But still it was not enough. The learned governor had discovered that in the distant past it had been customary to present the governor with robes and shawls made of camel hair, and he demanded the same. He finally left on April 15, but not without a parting blow. He took Umar al-Husayni and Abd al-Rahman Abu Ghosh with him. "You will be my guests in Damascus until this unruly city does its duty," he explained. 17 Curiously, he let the Christians and Jews go. Abu Ghosh's furious family seized some 60 Christian pilgrims and held them hostage. Umar was fortunate. The governor changed his mind at the last moment, deciding to wait in Nablus until the Husayni and Abu Ghosh families paid the ransom, penalty, tax, whatever payment that all Jerusalemites, regardless of religion or class, were obliged to remit. But here he went too far. In July the people of Abu Ghosh rebelled, and they were soon joined by the Christians of Bethlehem. Together the peasants and townspeople succeeded in driving the military out of Jerusalem. The governor's troops fled to Nablus and remained there with him for 20 days. The unfortunate inhabitants of Nablus were forced to pay double to make up for his loss of Jerusalem's taxes. 18. But the rebels did not have only the governor in mind, they were determined to oust the Albanian troops stationed in the city. That day Tahir al-Husayni sent a youngster to the fortress, which was occupied by 450 men of the Albanian guard known as the Arnauts. The lad had memorized his speech to the commander of the Arnauts, which said that the inhabitants of Bethlehem had declared war on the city's southern villages and, if you please, your honor, send a large force out there to prevent bloodshed. 19. The commander agreed and at once set out with most of his troops on the main road to Nablus, leaving only a small number of officers and men at the fortress. As they drove out, Tahir summoned a large crowd to Al-Aqsa Mosque and roused them to march on the fortress. The fortress immediately surrendered to the throng, and one of the Albanians was forced to load and fire the cannon to warn the population that something was afoot. The commander, who had not yet gotten very far, heard the explosion and understood that he had been tricked. Apparently deciding that prudence was the better part of valor, he proceeded to Damascus to await the return of Governor Mustafa. Tahir summoned the families of the notables and the heads of the Christian communities to his Naqib's office and informed them that the tax demands on the city had been lifted. The meeting was attended by the leaders of the Mashik, the strongmen of the mountains and outlying country, the sons of the Abu Ghosh, Qasim, Gerar, and the Nablus Tukan families, who reported that they had proclaimed independent republics. For a brief while Jerusalem, too, became an independent entity, as it had been in 1704. This time the rebels even had a flag, which they flew from the top of the fortress. It is not known who decided to spare the lives of the commander of the fortress and the governor. The latter would later be captured by the rebels when he tried to attack the city after his exile in Nablus. Jerusalem was now administered by two men, the commander of the local force, who had joined the rebellion, as the Janissaries had done, and a local resident. The leading notables, including the Husaynis, supported the rebellion but for obvious reasons avoided leading it openly. This brief regime was one of the strangest the city had ever known. On the one hand, non-resident Arabs were executed, while on the other hand, the cancellation of the special taxes imposed on the Christians apparently brought the Christians and Muslims closer together. Thus not only peasants and effendis but also Christians and Muslims had a share in this historical moment. The cooperation between these communities was all the more extraordinary in 1824, in view of the titanic conflict that had broken out between them in Greece. Palestinian historians would later point to this cooperation as proof that this was the moment when the Palestinian national movement began and that it therefore preceded the advent of Zionism. More recently, a historian wrote that the leaders of the revolt in Jerusalem behaved like the rulers of the Sanjak, an administrative division of the Ottoman Empire. Like all new rulers, they were generous to their protégés and exempted the villages in the vicinity of Jerusalem from paying taxes that year. Yet everyone knew that the imperial government would not tolerate these developments, and less than a month later, in August, the troops of the governor of Damascus appeared on the Mount of Olives and began to bombard the city. When the Greek Revolution ended with the establishment of an independent Greece, Sultan Mahmud II turned to the rebellious Jerusalemites. The first national uprising against Ottoman rule would serve as a model for several other nations, first in the Balkans and later in the Middle East. But now the Sultan ordered Abdullah Pasha to crush the Jerusalem rebellion. Abdullah sent a representative to warn the rebels, but they were euphoric and vowed to remain in power. When Rabbi Yehosef Schwartz came to Jerusalem 9 years later, he heard horror stories about the thick smoke and the fires that had been started by the exploding shells. Nevertheless, he wrote in his journal, "The Lord in his mercy protected the city and the shells did not harm anyone." The Jews of Jerusalem would not forget the day when the Husaynis capitulated. It was on the last day of the festival of Sukkot, Feast of Tabernacles, that the guns fell silent and Jerusalem could rest. 20. The siege had lasted 5 months, and only the shelling of the city from the summit of the Mount of Olives drove Tahir to negotiate with Abdullah. An agreement was reached at length, which, if not improving the plight of the surrounding peasantry, at least lifted the threat that had hung over the Husaynis. Umar went back to his house, and life seemed to return to normal, though Abdullah's shadow would hang over the family until the Egyptian occupation of the country in 1831. Abdullah had been reined in thanks to the family's good connections in the Ottoman capital. The reformist Sultan Mahmud II had not forgotten the family's support for his predecessor and patron, Selim III. Once the rebellion was over, life went on smoothly enough, despite being disrupted now and then by the whims of the governor of Acre. In the late 1820s, he issued several edicts forbidding people to enter or leave the city without his express permission. Modern life unfolding in Jerusalem brought injustices as well as marvels. The Turks, British, Jordanians, and Zionists all followed Abdullah of Acre in periodically restricting the movements of the inhabitants on some pretext. But this practice was suspended in 1831 when Ibrahim Pasha invaded Syria. It was one of those military events that alter the political reality at a stroke and in the long run induce profound changes in society and its way of life. Once again a man from the Balkans overturned the Ottoman order. The Albanian Muhammad Ali, an Ottoman army officer who had fought brilliantly against Napoleon, employed one of the most sophisticated, elaborate campaigns of intrigue in modern history to achieve the governorship of Egypt. Before long, he expanded his realm, first in the service of the empire and then in defiance of it. His first goals were Sudan and the Arabian Peninsula, and when the Sultan summoned him to help put down the Greek revolt, Muhammad Ali demanded the Syrian provinces in payment. But the Egyptian Pasha was unable to fulfill his side of the bargain. Aided by France and Phil-Hellenic Britain, the Greek David defeated the imperial Goliath, trouncing the Ottoman Egyptian allies. The Sultan, therefore, felt free to break his promise to the Egyptian Pasha, but this was not, from the imperial viewpoint, a good moment to turn down an ally. The Sultan had just resolved to create a new army and physically annihilate the commanders of the Janissaries, who had prevented him from turning the empire into a modern, European-like state. Without the old army and not yet in possession of a new one, The empire presented an irresistible temptation. When Muhammad Ali persisted in demanding compensation for his efforts against the Greeks, the Sultan ordered the governor of Syria to launch a preemptive strike against Egypt. But his letter was intercepted by Muhammad Ali, and it strengthened his resolve to move north. His pretext for the action was feeble enough. 5,000 Egyptian peasants had deserted his army for Syria during the Greek War, and the Syrian governor was refusing to extradite them. Still, a pretext was essential in those chivalrous times. Moreover, the Pasha claimed that the governor of Acre owed him a large sum of money from the Greek War, and therefore his campaign was a punitive one against a defaulting debtor. Encouraged by the French King Charles X and his foreign minister Chateaubriand, Muhammad Ali began to prepare his campaign to the Levant, possibly even to Istanbul, and in 1831 tens of thousands of soldiers crossed the northern Sinai Peninsula under the command of his nephew Ibrahim Pasha, whom he treated like a son. 21. Ibrahim reached Jerusalem that year. The Husaynis had heard from their relatives the tokens that someone was already preparing for the political reversal. The Abd al-Hadi family, or rather its head, Hussein Abd al-Hadi, who offered concrete help to the invader. This would turn out to be a fateful error on the part of the Abd al-Hadis, because once Ottoman rule was reimposed they would lose status. Thus Hussein felt so attracted to Ibrahim's family that he conducted a love affair with the latter's sister, who would eventually poison her Nablusi lover. The Husaynis, however, not only avoided such colorful and dangerous liaisons, they were also extremely cautious politically. When Ibrahim Pasha besieged Acre and, like Napoleon before him, was unable to storm it, he asked the notables of Jerusalem to support him. But Umar and Tahir persuaded their fellow notables to send a courteous refusal and declare sympathetic neutrality. When the Egyptian Pasha defeated Acre and came to Jerusalem, Umar and Tahir were among the first to greet him. But the Egyptian, presumably remembering Umar's wavering, treated him with hostility. It was a traumatic encounter. The heir of the famous Pasha addressed the notables with meticulous care, spelling out their titles and past deeds, all in accordance with protocol. Then he declared that times had changed, henceforth the notables and qadis would not rule supreme, and the administration of the district would be entrusted to an advisory council that would include Christians and Jews. And this was not all. The Christians and Jews would henceforth be allowed, for the first time since the Arab conquest, to ride horses in the city, to wear Muslim garments and to repair and restore their houses of worship. When he went on to say that the testimony of foreigners would also be admissible in court, Umar, who occasionally served as qadi, could not believe his ears. Shortly after this meeting town criers circulated through the streets of Jerusalem proclaiming, "We hereby abolish the special penalties and taxes imposed upon the churches in Jerusalem, and the tax imposed upon Christian pilgrims, and undertake to protect the lives and honor of the Christians." 22. Historians are divided about Ibrahim's motives. Some attribute to him a modern egalitarian outlook, while others argue that the abolition of special taxes was part of his agreement with France, or at any rate a conciliatory gesture to induce France to support him and his adopted father against the other European nations, which were less than happy about Muhammad Ali's conquests. To add insult to injury, Ibrahim obliged Tahir, in his role as Mufti of Jerusalem, to accompany him on a visit to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. 23 Hitherto it was the Christian notables who called on the Muslim clergy to pay their respects on Muslim festivals, reflecting the hierarchy and balance of power in the Muslim empire. Ibrahim expressed his admiration for the beautiful church and was fascinated by the eternal flame that burned inside. There, in Tahir's presence, he announced that Christian pilgrims would no longer pay a special impost. This, like his decision to abolish the jizya, the special poll tax paid by Christians and Jews, was a severe blow to the Husaynis since this tax paid Umar's salary as keeper of the holy shrines. Worse was to come. The Egyptian rulers were intensely suspicious of anyone who was close to the Sultan's court, and the elaborate edifice of connections to Topkapi Palace was a liability under their rule. Now the Khalids and their associates were the favorites, while the Husaynis were regarded as enemies. the Egyptians made a point to promote those notable families whose star had waned under the Ottomans and to sideline those who had been predominant. Thus in Nablus the family of Abd al-Hadi became powerful at the expense of the Tukhans, who were allied with the Husaynis. The worst year for the Husaynis was 1833. The ambitious Ibrahim, wishing to outdo Sultan Mahmud II in Istanbul and Muhammad Ali in Egypt, sought to turn Syria into a showcase modern Middle Eastern state. Safe roads, advanced agriculture and commerce, industrialization and a secularized judiciary, Ibrahim's advisors regarded these as the principal features of such a new political entity. And it all cost a great deal of money. The wealthy Husaynis were among the first to be hit by the Egyptian rulers' methods of financing. 6 different taxes were imposed on the population. Jerusalem was also required to provide cannon fodder for Ibrahim's army. 1/5 of all adolescent boys were conscripted, a total of several hundred in the city, and several thousand from all of Jerusalem's districts. The conscription did not proceed very well, the peasants fled in all directions, and the Egyptian army soon suffered a serious shortage of manpower. 24 But the main purpose of the operation was to seize all the weapons in the possession of the dignitaries, which symbolized their standing vis-a-vis the government and society. The largest arsenal in the area of Jerusalem belonged to the Abu Ghosh family, the Husaynis allies. But the Abu Ghosh family were not the only ones who called on the Husaynis to help them resist the weapons roundup. The Tukhans, who were their allies and relatives by marriage, had a substantial quantity of arms that the Egyptians had their eyes on. 25. If asked to pinpoint which was the most resistance-provoking aspect of the situation, we would probably concur with the historian Arif al-Arif that it was the financial blow to the notables, including the Husaynis. Not only were they compelled to pay taxes, they were denied the right to collect them. The Egyptian rulers' abolition of imposts on the roads to Jerusalem also caused a major reduction in the income of their collectors. By the end of the year, Tahir and Umar had formulated the family's position. Up until then, they had tended to support the Egyptians' rule, however harsh. In 1832 they had actually endorsed a manifesto drawn up by the sheikhs of Al-Azhar against the Sultan and in favor of Ibrahim. Tahir had gone even further. Escaping the heat of Palestine in the summer of 1832, he stayed as a guest of Ibrahim Pasha in the encampment of Bashir II, governor of Mount Lebanon. There he quoted to the two potentates, who shared power over the areas stretching between the Taurus Mountains and the Sinai Peninsula, the well-known hadith, prophetic tradition, "May God curse the weak sultan," namely, Mahmud 2.26. This act, and the signatures on the manifesto, would not help the Husaynis when confronted by Muhammad Ali a few years later, nor would the Sultan forget it after he regained Syria. In any event, in 1833 the heads of the family were ready to rebel. The revolt broke out the following year. But although Umar and Tahir were regarded as its leaders, they did not initiate it. Perhaps they helped to set off the rebellion known as the Second Peasants' Revolt by encouraging the surrounding rural population and the populace of Jerusalem to close ranks against the foreign invader. The burden of taxation enraged the peasants, as did the compulsory military service imposed on them by the Egyptians. Moreover, the efficient new rulers made it difficult to evade either tax payment or military service. And on top of it all, the improved situation of the Christian community exacerbated the Muslims' feelings of grievance and helped bring the rebellion against the Egyptian ruler to the boil. 27. The success of the insurrection depended on the cooperation of the village sheikhs, especially those who dominated the northern areas of the Jerusalem Sanjak. Each of these sheikhs could rally hundreds of peasants armed with muskets or cold steel. 28. When the Husaynis joined the revolt, they were able to call on those groups that had demonstrated their loyalty to them during the previous revolt of 1824, and these in turn helped to rally everyone who had ever served the Husaynis. Impelled by loyalty to the Ottoman government and by the injury to their status, many other notables supported the revolt. But the initiative for the revolt against the Egyptian occupation of the Syrian districts lay elsewhere. Ostensibly the time was ripe for it in 1833, since in May of that year Ibrahim was 300 kilometers from Istanbul, beside the city of Konya. However, though Ibrahim was far away, Muhammad Ali was present in person. With his army not far from Damascus, he demanded and obtained control over Syria's districts, and now he came to inspect the booty. He arrived in Jerusalem on Easter Sunday, when there were more pilgrims, 20,000, than residents in the city. Accompanied by a caravan with banners, he alighted at Nabi Dud. His first order was to open another gate in the city wall, one that had been filled with earth since the days of Umar ibn al-Khattab, 586–90.29. It was difficult to revolt while the ruler was making such symbolic gestures. A vast throng filled the streets, and an eyewitness reported that some 500 persons were crushed to death during the official reception. 30 Needless to say, the reception did nothing to improve the situation, and insurrection remained the only solution. If anyone still doubted it, a new Egyptian decree in early 1834 impinged directly on the grandees. Ibrahim announced his intention of conscripting the sons of notables. The Husaynis, and others like them, had to send their sons to the mountains. All at once, fellahin and aristocratic sprigs hid together in the caves and wadis in terror of the brutal Egyptian recruiting officers. 31. It seems easy in retrospect to analyze the causes of a revolt, as we have done here by summarizing the general consensus among historians some 100 years after the outbreak. But in fact we cannot be sure that we truly understand the course of events more than a century and a half ago. Undoubtedly, the Egyptian army was perceived as alien and hated as such, and the forced conscription of young men and the confiscation of personal weapons may have been sufficient to cause people of all classes and communities, rural and urban, Christian and Muslim, peasants and notables, to rise up, risking their lives, their families, and their properties. Some historians, however, have been so impressed by the dangers faced by the rebels and the breadth of their coalition that they describe the revolt as the uprising of a national movement, that is to say, of a population motivated by a spirit of solidarity and patriotism rather than the particular interests of its members. In 1993, sociologists Kimmerling and Migdal described it as the first Palestinian national revolt, as the Druze Lebanese historian Suleiman Abu Is al-Din defined it back in 1929. Indeed, in the territory that would later be called political Palestine, the resistance against Egyptian rule was unprecedented in scope and intensity. The whole country backed Jerusalem. Though no one proposed an independent nation-state and clearly the intention was to restore Ottoman rule, it may be possible to regard the events as the first signs of a national consciousness. 32. It is hard to determine exactly where the revolt erupted, but we know that Jerusalem did not immediately join the other Syrian cities. It seems that it all began with an order from Egypt that may not have been to Ibrahim's taste. Muhammad Ali ordered him to implement the tax policy and disarm the population throughout Syria. The first clash was with Bedouin tribes near the Jordan River who had never paid taxes to the Ottoman government. Later, in the spring of 1834, these were joined by aggrieved peasants, first in Transjordan and then in the village of Sair near Hebron, and soon after by the peasantry of the hills of Nablus. It was only a question of time before the notables would decide to confront those who had turned them from creditors into debtors. The first of these were the Tukans and Aljarers in Nablus, followed by the Abu Goshas, owners of the village of Inab whose chief source of income had been the impost on pilgrims en route to Jerusalem, now taken over by the Egyptians. At this time Ibrahim was staying in his hilltop residence at Zawiya al-Ibrahimiyya on Mount Zion, his favorite abode in Jerusalem because of his fear of the epidemics that periodically raged in the crowded alleys below. In April, before departing for his usual residence in Jaffa, he made an effort to defuse the imminent outbreak of revolt by inviting the ringleaders to discuss a compromise on the issue of arms. He proposed that only every other man surrender his weapons. It seems that only one family in the district accepted the deal. Not surprisingly, this was the Abd al-Hadi family, which would continue to support Ibrahim throughout the revolt and would be rewarded with the governorship of Nablus until the end of the Egyptian occupation. 33. The other families rejected the compromise and waited until the end of the month, when Ibrahim would return to Jaffa, where he usually spent the month of May. Qasim al-Ahmad, a Hebrew grandee, came to Jerusalem at the head of a large contingent that has been variously described as between 5,000 and 20,000 strong. Together with the men of Abu Ghosh they formed a human barrier on the Jerusalem-Jaffa road to prevent Ibrahim from coming back. When al-Ahmad's messenger called on Tahir al-Husayni, the Mufti willingly gave his blessing to the revolt and even recruited other notables in the district of Jerusalem. Even Jabir Abu Ghosh, the governor of Jerusalem, the Mutasalim, joined the insurrection. On April 28, 1834, the revolt erupted in Jerusalem, Nablus, Hebron, Galilee, and even Transjordan. 34. On May 8 the villagers began marching to the city, and the following day some 10,000 more armed men arrived from Nablus and Hebron. They all camped outside the city gates, and the following morning an impressive sight met the eyes of the Jerusalemites. All around the city's southern and eastern walls were hundreds of peasants armed with pitchforks and clubs. That evening the rebels penetrated the city by the biblical ruse of slipping in through a disused water channel, and before long they seized control of the whole city except the fortress. They set up their headquarters in the Saraya building, the seat of the Egyptian governor on the Via Dolorosa. They also besieged the fortress, which was occupied by an Egyptian force between 600 and 1,000 strong. As in 1703, the fortress held out, and the rebels could not declare a complete victory, though the rest of the city was in their hands. On May 10 the besieged soldiers demonstrated their own ingenuity. Using a brilliant guerrilla tactic, they seized some of the city's dignitaries and imprisoned them in the fortress. Then the pendulum swung again, and for the second time the men of Nablus came to the aid of the Jerusalemites. They not only freed the imprisoned men but also captured the fortress with all the soldiers in it. Unlike the rebels in earlier uprisings, they hardly touched the captured soldiers, perhaps because they knew that reversals were not impossible and they did not wish to arouse Ibrahim's vengeance. Instead they let off steam by sweeping through the city, breaking into some Jewish and Christian houses and looting them, though by and large they did not discriminate between Muslims and non-Muslims, and robbing shops and market stalls and peaceful citizens. It was a heady victory, but not without underlying anxieties. The leaders knew that in the long run a peasant army could not stand up to Muhammad Ali's formidable forces. It is possible that such doubts also began to trouble Umar and Tahir al-Husayni. Umar was worried about the unstable personality of the Hebronite Qasim al-Ahmad, one of the leaders of the revolt. This Qasim had become a close friend of the frivolous Ibrahim Abu Ghosh, whose father Uthman was imprisoned in Acre. These, Umar felt, were neither easy nor trustworthy allies. 35. Without stirring from Jaffa, Ibrahim asked Muhammad Ali to send him reinforcements of 9,000 troops. The reinforcements arrived only at the end of June and consisted of 15,000 men. These figures, or their close approximations, are significant, especially for historical comparisons. For example, in 1948 some 100,000 Jewish troops fought against a similar force from the Arab countries. The rebels clearly had no intention of surrendering, and Ibrahim grew impatient and decided to assault the rebellious city before his father's troops arrived. 36. The Abu Ghosh clan had been waiting for precisely this move. Though Ibrahim was able to get across the Castle Hill on his way to Jerusalem, he arrived there in a poor state, worn out by the harassments of the Abu Ghosh. In Jerusalem his camp was besieged by the enthusiastic popular army, and some report that he considered surrendering. In desperation he appealed to the Abd al-Hadi family, who were indebted to him for giving them the governorship of Nablus in place of their old rivals, the Tukans. The head of the family, Hussein Abd al-Hadi, distributed gifts and promises among the Nablusi rebels, with the result that a gap appeared in the besieging ring, enabling Ibrahim to slip out. His famous army having been beaten twice since the outbreak of the revolt, Ibrahim decided to turn his attention to the village of Inab, the seat of the Abu Ghosh family. After a battle that lasted a day and a night, the villagers surrendered to Ibrahim's 6,000 men. 37. After his triumph over the villagers, Ibrahim proceeded to Jerusalem and defeated the city he had abandoned in April. He approached from the north, having beaten the men of Nablus, who then joined his forces in droves. But the Hebronite Qasim al-Ahmad did not yield, and though he retreated from the city, he remained determined to free Hebron, Nablus, and Jerusalem from the Egyptian occupation. 38 When Ibrahim concluded early in June that he had brought rebellious Jerusalem to its knees, he returned to the coast to prepare for the greater confrontation with the Ottoman Sultan. But like a bushfire that flares up again after it appears to be extinguished, the flames of rebellion began to flicker once more around the walls of Jerusalem. At the end of June, Jerusalem was once again up in arms against the Egyptians, thanks to the urging of Qasim al-Ahmad and Ibrahim Abu Ghosh. Then something strange happened. Whereas in May Tahir and Umar al-Husayni had hesitated to continue the insurrection, this time, against all odds, they joined the men they had previously mistrusted. Perhaps the earlier successes distorted their thinking or, however unusual for them, they underestimated the Egyptian ruler's dogged determination. Muhammad Ali had no intention of giving up Jerusalem. On the contrary, despite the city's marginal strategic value, he meant to devote an unusually large military force to the purpose. The European powers were beginning to assume that Jerusalem was no longer in Egypt's possession because of its belated response to the revolt, and Muhammad Ali was determined to show the Europeans that the Christian holy places were ruled by Egypt and not the Ottoman Empire. 39. Just when the Husaynis had made up their minds to risk supporting the hopeless revolt, Muhammad Ali landed in Jaffa from Egypt with 15,000 men. 40 The experienced Egyptian started his campaign by contacting the rebels and proposing a compromise on the questions of weapons and conscription. He promised Ibrahim Abu Ghosh that he would release his father from prison in return for the Abu Ghosh family's support. Remarkably, Qasim al-Ahmad stood his ground. On the very day when the naval guns of Jaffa announced the arrival of Muhammad Ali, the rebels stormed Ibrahim's palatial residence on Mount Zion and looted it. Muhammad Ali put great pressure on Tahir and Umar al-Husayni to withhold their support for the rebellion, and invited them to negotiate with him in Jaffa. After a sleepless night of consultation, the two men set out, accompanied by representatives of other leading families. Had they been more familiar with Egyptian history, they would have known that the last conciliatory meeting proposed by the imperious Pasha had ended with his opponents having their throats cut. In 1811 he had invited to his fortress some 300 Mamluk princes, members of the Turco-Egyptian aristocracy with whom he had shared the government of Egypt since 1805. He gave them dinner, after which they were all put to the sword. One cool morning a caravan of donkeys, camels, and mules waited outside the Husayni residence near the harem. Members of the family said goodbye to Umar and Tahir, expecting to see them back home soon. After riding hard for a day and a half, the men arrived in Jaffa to be met by the corpulent, white-bearded Pasha. Reclining on cushions, one leg folded under him and his hand resting on a long, curved scimitar, he paid little heed to the Jerusalemites' explanations, and a few moments later they were arrested and dispatched to Egypt in the belly of an Egyptian ship. Fortunately for them, they were not confined in the Kal-Aziz prison in the Salah al-Din fortress that dominates Cairo, from which few ever came out alive, but rather they were exiled and kept under heavy guard. Tahir's close friendships with the scholars of Al-Azhar and Umar's reputation as a generous host to many Egyptian visitors to Jerusalem, to whom he had shown its mosques and saints' tombs, stood them in good stead. 41 2 years later, the Pasha suddenly freed them and sent them to Jerusalem. Perhaps he hoped they would be grateful and support him in the event of another insurrection, or maybe he was concerned about Tahir's popularity, in view of the many petitions sent by Jerusalem residents begging him to restore Tahir to his former post. Another less likely possibility is that the Egyptian Pasha was moved by a letter written by 17 women in the Mufti's harem in April 1835 saying that since their master's exile they had no one to provide for them. 42. Qasim al-Ahmad was captured a few days after the Husaynis, and his fate remains unknown. Having reconquered Jerusalem, Ibrahim punished the city by sealing up the Mughrabi Gate, also known as the Dung Gate, near the quarter inhabited by a North African community that had supported the revolt. It would be reopened in 1841, after the Egyptians had been driven out. This was not merely a symbolic gesture. It was the nearest gate to the spring of Silwan, and sealing it made it harder for the townspeople to fetch water. Also, a large jail was built near the fortress, Jerusalem's famous Kishli, and anyone who dared to resist the ruler was thrown into one of its tiny cells. The Ottomans, when they returned, and later the British, Jordanians and Israelis, all kept up this institution and its practices. In the latter days of Egyptian rule, the Husaynis made their peace with Ibrahim and even agreed to help administer the city on his behalf. The rulers were willing to forgive Tahir, due to the high regard in which he was held by the scholars at Al-Azhar in Cairo, but Umar was not so fortunate. The Husaynis had to agree to let Umar's son, Muhammad Ali, whose name no doubt appealed to the Pasha, fill his father's post as Naqib al-Ashraf of Jerusalem. He retained the position after Umar returned from exile in 1836. But the Egyptian authorities, who wished to be reconciled with the family, did not cancel any of Umar's honorary titles or the stipends that went with his former position. Thus the Husaynis grew still stronger despite the unfortunate gamble they had taken in the final stages of the revolt. Their reconciliation came just in time, because by then the standing of the Khalidi's had surpassed theirs, and good relations with the powers that be were, as always, translated into important posts and rich emoluments. Muhammad Ali al-Husayni played an active part in the creation of the first representative and constitutional body in the district of Jerusalem, namely, the Majlis al-Shura, the General Council of Jerusalem. It was set up as an advisory council to the Egyptian ruler and represented the leading groups in local society. The council was headed by Mahmud Abu al-Saud. Muhammad Ali al-Husayni was a member by virtue of his position as Naqib al-Ashraf, and from the beginning so was Tahir al-Husayni as the Mufti. Curiously, Tahir al-Husayni, whose political instincts were generally acute, failed to discern the approaching end of Egyptian rule in Palestine and chose to steer close to the Pasha. This was not a minor matter in those days, least of all for a sheikh who had been out of favor and even exiled for his part in the revolt. In recognition of his belated loyalty to the regime, Tahir received the title Nazir al-Divan, chairman of the city council. In this way the Husaynis were associated with the cancellation of the special taxes imposed on the Christians and Jews, though apparently they were able to restrict the scope of the reforms. 43 Led by Tahir, the city council forbade the Jews to engage in agriculture, by grazing land or deal in soap, which the Husaynis manufactured. Jews retained their right to engage in commerce. In Egypt, Muhammad Ali Pasha ratified the resolution, "We shall not allow the Jews to purchase land in Jerusalem and its environs, as this would constitute a legal precedent." 44 Nor did the Majlis accede to the Jews' request to be allowed to pray aloud. They stated that the old arrangements on this matter remained in force. Likewise, the question of the status of the Western, Wailing, Wall, which would be a major bone of contention between future Husayni generations and the Zionist movement, came up in the last days of Muhammad Ali's rule in Jerusalem. The Jewish community hoped to gain from the Pasha's lenience towards non-Muslim minorities and asked permission to build a structure near the wall and to pray aloud. But the Majlis decreed that since the wall adjoined the Haram al-Sharif the Jews could have no legal right to it or to the road leading to it, which passed through the Mughrabi quarter. In its final stages Egyptian rule created some new facts that displeased the Husayni family. For example, Muhammad Ali permitted the foreign consuls in Jerusalem to build business premises, though in response to the protest of the Husaynis on behalf of the populace, he did not allow the American consul to fly his country's flag. Pieces of colored cloth were important symbols of presence and dominance long before the country was caught up in the heady mood of nationalism. 45 The Pasha also permitted foreign merchants to trade in the city and cancelled the tax that had been paid by the guardians of the churches since the time of Saladin, as well as the tithe paid by the fellahin. Ibrahim also left his imprint on the city's architecture and introduced some technological innovations. Historians theorizing about the rise of nationalism argue that such innovations induce a new attitude to the environment, which in turn enhances the development of a national identity. 46 Among the new structures were a windmill and the first flour mill of its type, both built in 1831. In 1839 Muhammad Ali was driven out of Syria and the familiar Ottoman rule returned. These changes of government frayed the people's nerves. Muhammad Ali left Jericho first, and rumors spread in Jerusalem that he had destroyed it. People feared that he would do the same to their city. Tahir and Umar called for the city gates to be closed, and recommended that the people hide their money in the cemeteries and shut themselves up inside their shops. The Ottoman forces, backed by the navies of the European powers, had already landed in Jaffa, but by the time they reached Jerusalem Muhammad Ali had already left. Later it transpired that he had not harmed Jericho. 47. The old rulers returned to Palestine bursting with a new resolve: the empire was to be turned into a modern state capable of standing up to Europe, which was eager to grab any part of it that seemed attainable. At the same time, Istanbul was anxious to nip in the bud the ambitions of the various communities that drew inspiration from the Greek Revolution of 1821 and from Muhammad Ali's relative success. The Ottomans also had to contend with a European fifth column, namely, the European consulates that Ibrahim had permitted to be established in the imperial provinces, many of which were set up in Jerusalem. These consulates changed the city, European buildings housing foreign families that, as the foreign powers consolidated their presence in the city, gradually became regular ports of call for all the socialites in town. Towards the end of the 19th century, the Husaynis would be among the regular guests of these foreign representatives. This was the dawn of the Tanzimat, the reforms loathed by the Husaynis. The winds of change tended to weaken the power of the local notables, to grant positions of power to those who were willing to relearn the rules of Ottoman administration and to replace lineage with a diploma from one of the new schools of administration that had opened in Istanbul. The Khalids were quick to take up this proposition, but the Husaynis lagged behind. It would be some years before the family regained its prominence in the city and its environs. Success in the local political arena was of prime importance. Before the reforms, Jerusalem had been a small Ottoman district between Gaza and Nablus administered from Damascus. At the end of the period it would be an autonomous district that encompassed a large part of Palestine. It would become a strong economic and political entity led by a substantial city, not a small town as it had been when Muhammad Ali retreated from it. Before the reforms, the city's population had been about 12,000, 20 years later it had grown to 20,000. 48 The district, which before the reforms had been mainly rural and dominated by mountain potentates like Mustafa Abu Ghosh, became more urban in character, and the Husaynis were at its social and political center. Chapter 3. Struggling with Reform, 1840–76. Redefining Jerusalem and Palestine. The return of Ottoman rule to Jerusalem in the winter of 1840 was a noisy affair. The old new rulers immediately began to reconstruct the city and to reinforce its walls for fear of the rural sheiks whose power had noticeably increased under the Egyptians. The walls surrounding the city were made higher, and it looked as if the division between the townspeople and the surrounding villages would continue unchanged. Hoping to assuage the angry authorities, the Jerusalem notables joined a petition sent by the notables of Syria to the young Sultan, Abdul Majid II, describing the wrongs suffered under Muhammad Ali's rule and begging to be taken back into the imperial fold. They were indeed looking at a new order once the power of the empire was reasserted. New, smaller districts were decreed, and a government representative was stationed in every administrative unit down to the village. Jerusalem, which had been sidelined for years, was made the capital of the southern sub-region of the Vilayet of Sidon. Not only was Jerusalem detached from Damascus, the districts of Gaza, Jaffa, and Nablus were placed under it. In 1858 Nablus would become a separate district. The Sanjak of Jerusalem, defined by the reformers as a sub-region of a vilayet, spread from the Marj ibn Amar, Jezreel Valley, in the north to Rafah in the south, a large portion of what is Palestine and Israel today. The Ottoman rulers hoped to end the situation in which large tracts of southern Syria were not subordinated to the empire, and wished to weaken Damascus' influence on the Mediterranean coast. Trade with Europe became one of Istanbul's prime objectives, and under the new order all the port cities began to enjoy a prominence they had not experienced since the Roman Empire. Even though Jaffa and Gaza were on the coast, Jerusalem was more important, possibly because it was the most populous of the three, with some 20,000 inhabitants, about half of them non-Muslim, at the start of the Reform period and 68,000 at its end. Moreover, Jaffa and Gaza were more vulnerable, as history had shown. Above all, Jerusalem's primacy was reinforced by the high regard in which it was held by the European nations, whose consuls in the Holy City would become a major factor in local politics. The European interest in Jerusalem forced the Sultan to show his commitment, as the head of the Muslim nation, to the third holiest city in Islam. 2. But the governor of Damascus was still a post to reckon with, and during the Tanzimat period his influence was still felt in Palestine as well in Jerusalem. 3. It was only in 1872, when the administrative map was yet again redrawn, that Damascus' role weakened considerably. In that year, Jerusalem became a separate district of equal standing to Damascus, and it incorporated the districts of Nablus and Acre. The British consul in Jerusalem reported to his government, "Palestine has become a separate district, it was called the District of Holy Jerusalem." A new governor, Mustafa Süreyya Pasha, arrived to rule over it, but he was soon cut down to size. Holy Jerusalem became an ordinary district, no different from the district of Mount Lebanon. It was shorn of Nablus and Acre but retained Gaza, Hebron, and Jaffa. Nonetheless, Jerusalem had a higher status than these sub-provinces as it reported directly to Istanbul. This state of affairs persisted right up to the First World War. The northern part of Palestine, the districts of Nablus and Acre, were ruled from Beirut, and the southern part from Jerusalem. In this period, Vilayet Sidon was renamed Vilayet Beirut. 4. Early bids for nationalism. Western historians ascribe this important Ottoman reorganization in 1872 to the growing influence of Western powers that wanted to raise the status of the Holy City. But Palestinian and Turkish historians argue that the reformulation was an internal Ottoman initiative and only partly shaped by European pressure. Behind this debate lies a more substantive one about timing, or more precisely about the exact date of the birth of Palestinian nationalism. A clear definition of geopolitical units in a proto-nationalist era is quite often mentioned as a precursor of modern nationalism, hence the importance attributed to this particular act by the Ottoman government in 1872.5. Indeed, though updated scholarship on the birth of a modern nation requires other ingredients to detect a clear emergence, this particular criterion, a well-defined space, is crucial. During the same period, another ingredient was thrown into the national pot, a transformation in the conceptual perceptions of space and time amongst the local elites. Simultaneous with the local elite constructing, devising, or inventing, depending on the scholar's point of view, the idea of nationhood, the society as a whole developed a new perception of the space in which it lived. This was a perception triggered by administrative changes such as the one that occurred in 1872, the creation of a new district, regardless of whose initiative it was, as well as by economic, social, and cultural processes. The economy of the new district became linked to that of Europe, leading to an influx of Europeans, merchants, speculators, medical men, tourists, missionaries, and Zionists. The Western powers followed, greatly enlarging their influence in the region, affecting the local society and its culture. As the geopolitical entity they were living in increased in size, it was given clearer definitions by Ottoman reformers, visitors, geographers, and various interested Europeans. This is how Palestine was defined for the first time in a British traveler's guide from the late reign of Muhammad Ali. Palestine is the name by which the moderns designate that part of the Ottoman Empire in Asia that lies between latitudes 31 and 34, extending from the River Jordan in the east to the Mediterranean in the west. 6. Here, as Benedict Anderson puts it, was a fusion of discrete processes that gave rise to a new conception, a new vision, of the region inhabited by people who had formerly been the subjects of a small district in the Vilayet of Damascus. At some indefinable stage, this being a collective process that affected individuals at different times, the Shamis, the inhabitants of the Syrian districts, living in the newly created district began to think of themselves as Palestinians. 7 At some point in time, the Husaynis too changed their self-reference in a similar way. A temporary decline, 1840–56. The Ottomans assigned the notable families to an important position in the management of the renewed government by inviting them to take part in the Council of the Sanjak, called Majlis al-Idara in Arabic or Meselesi-Idari in Turkish, as well as the Council of the City. The Husaynis aspired to add the city council to the other three major centers of power they controlled, the Niqaba, the Ifta, and the position of Sheikh al-Haram, but did not always succeed. The struggle to win the new post was still carried out by the old rules and tactics. And while the new council had a democratic element that the city's government had previously lacked, it nevertheless granted primacy to the notables. The new situation actually suited the Husaynis' slow adjustment to the dramatic changes wrought by the Tanzimat. Only the Mufti and the Naqib al-Ashraf did not have to be elected to their posts, as they were appointed on the basis of social standing. All the other positions required a run for office. Thus Tahir al-Husayni and Muhammad Ali al-Husayni retained considerable power so long as they filled their posts. Tahir headed the council in the final year of Egyptian rule, but apparently not for long. Having started with a flourish, he soon declined. Muhammad Ali al-Husayni's position was also precarious. At first he lost the post of Naqib, which was given to the al-Alomas. But before long he regained the position and managed to keep it until shortly before his death in 1869. The temporary decline in the family's standing lasted from 1840 to 1856. Rival families such as the Khalidis and the Alomas benefited from this and for a while took over some of the Husaynis positions. 9 Losing a position such as the Naqib or Mufti quite often resulted in short-term, forced or voluntary exiles in Damascus or Istanbul. Tahir al-Husayni effectively used his forced stay in the capital to retain the good connections that would return his family to power despite the relative decline in the period mentioned. 10 The most precious position lost to the Alomas in 1856 was that of the Mufti, but it was returned as a result of Tahir's efforts and remained in the hands of the Husaynis until 1948. Economic compensations. The temporary waning of the Husayni family's political standing did not affect its economic welfare. On the contrary, it seemed to provide an impetus for growing richer. Generous governmental compensations for positions lost during Egyptian rule and the expansion of the family's profitable soap factory and flour mill provided the necessary security. 11 Though properties were usually confiscated when their owner was deported, Umar was actually paid compensation, thanks to his excellent contacts in Damascus and Istanbul. He was therefore able to leave a rich estate that would consolidate the prosperity of the Umayyad branch of the family. Even in his old age, he engaged in commercial transactions that extended beyond the city or even the district and enlarged the family fortune. 12. The Tahiri branch of the family did not do badly either, and Muhammad Ali al-Husayni, who had at one time been both Naqib and Mufti, showed business acumen. He was also exiled at the time of the rift with the Alomas. After his return from exile, he took advantage of his position and began to develop the religious properties his family managed. On certain properties near the village of Sarafend, he built a new village named Fuja. This investment would pay off in later years and benefit his descendants. 13. Once all the deportees returned home, except Tahir, who remained in Istanbul to the end of his life, the family could regroup and prepare for future challenges. They faced the hostility of various governors, representatives of the Ottoman reforms, who believed that it was their duty to reduce the power of notable families and did all they could to stir up enmities among them. The family dealt with this policy with a dual tactic. On the one hand, they created new matrimonial ties, most importantly with the Darwish family, which held several important positions in the city, thus neutralizing some of the rivalries. And on the other hand, they used past alliances to overcome the power of opposing clans, primarily the Alomas and the Khalides. In fact, the Husaynis were becoming so powerful that marrying into them became a goal for former rivals such as the Alomas and the Nashashivis. 14. The end of countryside rule and its effect on the Husaynis. Rural chieftains were the main victims of the new centralization and taxation policies in the Age of Reform. In the Greater Jerusalem area, the decline in the fortunes of such families between 1840 and the mid-1870s benefited the urban elite of Jerusalem as a whole and the Husaynis, as its leading family, in particular. 15. These policies in Greater Jerusalem were challenged by the Abu Ghosh family, and for a while the protests turned into a series of insurrections beyond Jerusalem and throughout the countryside. However, this time the Abu Ghoshes could not rely on the urban families, and the Ottomans succeeded in enlisting other strongmen in the mountains who had been antagonized by the Abu Ghosh family in the past over issues of taxation and territory. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that urban families such as the Husaynis helped implement the centralized Ottoman policy and benefited from it. 16. The younger generation of Husaynis was initially enthused by the rebellious mood. And thus we find Muhammad Ali al-Husayni joining the Abu Ghosh insurrection in the 1840s. 17. He was arrested and exiled for this role, but when released in 1847 he was reinstated as Naqib al-Ashraf. This was due not to any change of policy in Istanbul but to the family's friendship with the Grand Mufti in Istanbul from 1846 to 1854, Arif Hikmet, who time and again came to the Husaynis' aid. After this incident, the family kept out of the conflict and did not support the Abu Ghoshes, while sensibly refraining from voicing loyalty either to their enemies or to the government. 18. Back in power. At the start of the sixth decade of the century, the Husaynis could congratulate themselves on having survived the severe tests of the previous decade. They retained the post of Naqib, though that of Mufti was less secure. Until 1856 the latter was periodically filled by Muhammad Fadl Jarallah instead of Mustafa al-Husayni. But after Jarallah's death that year, the government stopped playing divide and rule, at least with regard to the post of Mufti of Jerusalem. Yet government policy did not cause the change so much as marriage connections with the Jarallah family that ensured it would no longer compete for the post of Mufti. That is, until 1949, when King Abdullah of Jordan appointed a Jarallah to the post in place of Al-Hajj Amin al-Husayni. 19. Mustafa remained in the post with the approval of the Jarallahs until 1893, the year of his death. 2 decades after the return of Ottoman rule, the Husaynis were once again at the political and social hub of Jerusalem. This was not blind fortune's doing. The family's skillful use of such traditional means as prudent matrimonial and other social ties, as well as more modern ones like economic power, restored their preeminence. Even before the passing of Tahir and Umar, both of whom died at a ripe old age in the 1850s, the family was guided by the younger men, Muhammad Ali, who would be either Naqib al-Ashraf or a serious contender for the post throughout most of the time of reform, and Mustafa, who was Mufti for much of that period or likewise a strong candidate for the post. Umar and Tahir remained official heads of the family but had not been involved in the cardinal decisions taken during the very difficult times. Once they felt secure in their relations with the governor and the other notables, and even in the face of the authorities' centralizing drive, the heads of the Husayni clan turned their attention to the increasingly problematic presence of foreign consuls in Jerusalem. This was particularly true of their relationship with the British consuls, with whom the Husaynis were in constant, bitter conflict. The first British consul, William Tanner Young, arrived in Jerusalem in 1838 and perceived the city notables to be a group hostile to his country's interests and to himself personally. It seems he failed to understand their world and mindset. While they certainly resented the consul's intervention in city affairs, they were not a dynamic or a conspiratorial group and rarely tackled diplomats head-on. Only when the latter went so far as to intervene in judicial matters or the status of the notables did disagreements rise to the surface. After some time, the notables realized that every such incident ended with the consul's position becoming stronger. Within a decade of coming to Jerusalem in the late 1830s, they had grown into a force to contend with. More than any of them, British consul James Finn personified the disturbing effect of the European presence. Stationed in Jerusalem between 1845 and 1863, he has been lauded by Israeli historians for helping Jews to settle in their ancestral land, and his memoirs have been translated into Hebrew. He is not the only historical figure who appears in one nation's pantheon and in the rogues gallery of another. Finn detested Islam as a whole and the notables of Jerusalem in particular. He never learned to speak Arabic and communicated via an interpreter, which did nothing to smooth relations. He was especially hostile to the Husaynis, whose main seat of influence, the Haram al-Sharif, he dubbed a site of special fanaticism. 20 Probably his worst offense in the eyes of the family was his repeated attempts to smuggle foreigners into the harem. The place had been out of bounds for non-Muslims for more than 5 centuries, and those who tried to get in were stopped by the Sudanese guards who were the principal defenders of the shrines. 21 Finn tried for some time to change this custom, at first without success. But slowly the prohibition began to weaken, and Sheikh al-Haram Mustafa al-Husayni was unable to prevent it. In general, it seemed to the Husaynis that Finn was working more eagerly than any other European to establish a permanent Western presence in Jerusalem, mainly through the purchase of lands and real estate for missionary and, later, commercial groups. 22. The Crimean War and its impact. Although a minor incident in Jerusalem served as a pretext for the Crimean War, which embroiled many of Europe's powers, the conflict did not have an immediate impact on Jerusalem or its people's lives. Politically, the crisis exposed the weakness of the central government, since the war was fought in the capital's vicinity. The temporary vacuum was not filled by one particular group but rather increased tensions between the foreign consuls and the notables over issues of honor and control. As far as the Husaynis were concerned, the years of the war were the last phase of the serious interclan feuds that had threatened their grip on the powerful positions in the city. The next 52 years, 1856 to 1908, would favor the family as a social and political force in the Ottoman world. The signing of the Treaty of Paris, which ended the war in March 1856, had important implications for the political life of Jerusalem. Britain and France used their wartime assistance to the Ottoman Empire to obtain further privileges for its Christian subjects and greatly strengthened the position of their consuls. The consuls were influential in other ways as well. They gave the city a more cosmopolitan look, but the process entailed various humiliations of the local inhabitants. For example, Ottoman soldiers and guards had to stand in the presence of a consul's son, a gesture of respect that had never been accorded even to the notables. 23 Eventually the Husaynis were able to cope with this challenge too. The family's ability to contend with the power of the consuls after the Crimean War was due to their greatly increased wealth as well as their political standing. One of their financial resources was the money paid by the various Christian denominations fighting amongst themselves for possession and management of their sacred sites. Their political rise was due to frequent changes of governors in Jerusalem, much as it had been in Damascus. As each new man came in, he had to quickly establish a modus vivendi with the notables, whose power and self-esteem grew accordingly. Their principal field of operations was the city council, whose composition had hardly changed since the days of Egyptian rule, and this continuity gave it added power. Adding a new power base, the municipality. Considering their situation in the late 19th century, it may be said that the Husaynis did better in the new world of the 20th. In the short term, their main rivals, the Khalidis, adapted more successfully to the new realities, benefited from their support for the existing regime and their connections among the new forces in Istanbul, and won a dominant, if short-lived, position in the new power base created by the reformists, namely, the municipal council. When the term of the first mayor of Jerusalem, Abd al-Rahman al-Dajani, ended, it seemed only natural that the government would offer the post to Yusuf Daya, a bright young Khalidi who was only 25. His friendship with the Ottoman foreign minister also helped consolidate the Khalidis' standing in Jerusalem. This same Yusuf would later overcome the Husaynis in the contest for another powerful post devised by the reformists, that of district representative in the parliament, launched in 1876. In 1863 the opening of the first municipality building, a fine edifice, and only the second municipality in the empire after Istanbul, gratified all the other notables as much as it did the Khalides, and it seems they all took part in the ceremony. The event also marked the start of a new sartorial fashion among the elite. Many of them appeared wearing the tarbush, headgear in Persian, a hat that had been introduced in Jerusalem in 1861 after it made its first appearance in Istanbul and Cairo. 24. Before long the Husaynis realized that if they wished to maintain their position in the city, they had to have some control over the municipality. 25. Yet only in the sixth round, during the 1880s, did they put up a candidate of their own. Since it was a secular post, they chose someone from the Umayyad branch, the family's social side. Umar Fahmy, the son of Muhammad Ali, was elected as the sixth mayor of Jerusalem, and thereafter the post often remained in Husayni hands. Yet the Umayyad branch did not retain the post for long, and Umar Fahmy's successor was Salim, the son of Abd al-Salam. In fact, since the two main branches had formed more matrimonial bonds between them, Salim Hussein, known as al-Shakir, the benefactor, belonged to more than one branch of the family. His own son and successor, Hussein Salim, was a scion of the family as a whole, though after him the post of mayor passed to the religious Tahiri branch of the family, which also held the post of mufti. Centralizing reforms caused the two Husayni posts of Naqib al-Ashraf and Sheikh al-Haram to lose their elevated status, in Palestine at any rate and certainly in Jerusalem, and these were held by the Umayyad branch. Bashir, the son of Umar Fahmy, would be Sheikh al-Haram. In contrast, the Tahiri branch filled two powerful positions, the old one of mufti and the new mayoralty. Future historians, many of them Israelis and some, for example, Eli Kaduri, unsympathetic to the Palestinian nation, would argue that Al-Hajj Amin al-Husayni became a powerful figure in Palestine by deceiving the new rulers, particularly the British. This ignores the tremendous power of the Husayni branch to which Al-Hajj Amin belonged. The British rulers did not ignore this but took it into account. At any event, in the final stages of Ottoman rule there were other senior posts to be had in the local officialdom. It seems that the administrative pie was fairly evenly divided between the branches of the family. In the period under discussion, only the municipality was added to the array of coveted local posts. Though in future the mayoralty would become a significant institution, it was less influential during the 1860s, if only because its budget was too meager for it to carry much weight. Nevertheless, after the promulgation of the Vilayet law in 1864, the municipality became more important, and it became even more so in 1872 when Jerusalem became a district in its own right. The situation changed in 1875 when the prerogatives of the municipality were enlarged to include exclusive control over the city's budget and development. 2 years later it changed still further when the new institution became more powerful following the promulgation of the Law of Municipalities. From that point on, the mayoralty was usually in the hands of Husaynis. 26. In the late 1870s the Husaynis and other families, notably the Khalides, waged an unprecedented, intense contest for the post of mayor. The mayor was chosen first by the city council, which consisted not only of notables but also of the leaders of non-Muslim communities and representatives of the poorer classes. Then the chosen candidate had to win the support of all the townspeople who were Ottoman citizens. This contest took place during the reign of Sultan Abdul Hamid II, 1876–1909, who favored the Husaynis more than had his predecessor, Abdul Aziz II. Perhaps it was thanks to this imperial favor that the family took over the institution and retained it. Growing affluence and its price. For the Husaynis, the 1870s were also a time when property and commerce became very significant factors. Until the previous decade, they had still been very cautious about economic expansion and, as we have seen, about the reforms, which, at least until 1875, tended to favor Jerusalem's Christian and Jewish merchants. The conservatism of the Muslim elite constrained their development, but once they shed their traditional stance, the notables also began to reap the financial benefits of the increasing integration of the local and European economies. Following the deaths of Muhammad Ali and Mustafa in 1869, a younger and bolder generation of Husaynis came to the fore, and in 1870 they began to look beyond the city walls. Rabah al-Husayni, the son of Muhammad Ali and grandson of Umar al-Husayni, was more interested in the accumulation of wealth than in local politics. He was a scion of the Umayyad branch of the family, whose decline in public affairs may have spurred its members to succeed materially. At first Rabah did quite well. His great wealth gave him political influence, and it was only natural that he was appointed Naqib al-Ashraf like his father and grandfather before him. Like his kinsmen Salim, Shukri, and Ismail, who had headed the family in the reign of Abdul Hamid II, he discovered that continued social prominence and the guardianship of Muslim sacred properties could be profitable. Personal wealth became another weapon in the arena of the local economy, which was increasingly linked to that of the world at large. The chief losers in this struggle were the Palestinian farming community, that is, most of the population, which was obliged to turn from cultivation for personal consumption to cash crops. The Christian and Jewish merchants, and later the great Muslim families who also mediated between the cultivators and the outside world, could withstand the sweeping process by acting as middlemen in the export of raw materials, chiefly from neighboring countries, or by importing manufactured goods. Towards the end of the century they also took up speculating and dealing in real estate, including properties of the Muslim Religious Council. Rabah al-Husayni enlarged the family holdings in the neighboring villages and bought lands in the villages of Ain Siniyah and Ajil. He was also the first to display the family's wealth and to change its residential habits. During the 1860s, young members of the family who returned to the city late often found themselves threatened by wild animals and bandits. Since the time of Governor Saraya the city gates were closed every evening at nightfall. Rabah came up with the idea of moving the family's residences adjacent to the religious properties they managed, mostly beside the harem, outside the walled city. Perhaps the move was also prompted by the desire to live among orchards and groves, rather than in the increasingly crowded walled city, whose population doubled in the closing decades of the 19th century. 27 In 1870 Rabah built himself a palatial home near the mosque at Sheikh Jarrah, making him the first Husayni to live outside the city. These buildings outside the walls of Jerusalem, to which new Jewish neighborhoods would later be added, were changing the character of the city. During the reign of Abdul Aziz, 1861–76, there was a dramatic surge in construction, including the Russians' extensive purchase of lands both inside and outside the city. The process entailed the westward extension of water pipes and roads as well as gardens. The Austrians contributed by paving the road to Jaffa, improving the link between Jerusalem and the rest of the country. The first carriages appeared in Jerusalem in 1860 and gradually replaced the traditional covered litters. 28. Rabah lived in his new house with his 4 wives. Since none of them bore him a son, the Niqaba passed to the Tahiri branch of the family, that of the Muftis. It did not pass directly. First Rabah's brother Abd al-Latif won the post, but since there was an open contest for it, the government, or perhaps the family itself, preferred Hassan's grandson Ahmed Razim al-Husayni to be the Naqib. Thus at the end of the century the Umayyad branch of the family lost another power base, having already lost the mayoralty to the stronger Tahiri branch. In reality, by this time the post of Naqib no longer carried any political weight and was chiefly a vestige of the old nobility. Rabah lost not only the nostalgic title but also his entire fortune in a miscalculated land transaction, in which he sold his palatial home and its surrounding land to an American family who would later establish the American colony on the site. 29. 2 of Rabah's kinsmen did much better and made the most of the new opportunities created during the Tanzimat. One was Umar Fahmi al-Husayni, whose fortunes recovered extremely well after the incident that had led to his exile in Rhodes late in the reign of Abdul Aziz. As Umar Fahmi's name indicates, he was a scion of the Umayyad branch of the family, which had lost much of its political power. His own financial acumen was as poor as that of his kinsman Rabah, but his family's decline drove Umar Fahmy, like many of his younger relatives, to opt for an administrative and parliamentary career. The imperial constitutional reform did not separate these powers, and it was possible to combine them. Umar Fahmy was one of the first to study at the new Ottoman schools of administration, where he was a brilliant student. In 1872, his first appointment was as chief of the land registry in Jerusalem, where he received a handsome bakshish for every registered land transaction, which frequently led to rows with the Europeans. But Umar Fahmy soon rose higher, and under Abdul al-Hamid II, 1876–1909, the last effective sultan, he became a member of the Ottoman parliament and mayor of Jerusalem. 30. The other Husayni who made the most of the new system was Musa, the son of Tahir and younger brother of Mufti Mustafa al-Husayni. Strictly speaking, Musa belonged to the Tahiri branch, that of the Muftis, but in reality he figured in on a different track entirely, that of individual members of the family who broke out of the old confining framework and followed their own path. In Chapter 1, we saw how in the middle of the 18th century the first Mustafa, the son of Abd al-Latif, had no share in the family fortunes but chose to follow a purely religious career. Musa al-Husayni was cast in the same mold. But where Mustafa had devoted himself to religion, Musa chose commerce and construction. Starting from the solid economic foundation left to his branch of the family by Tahir al-Husayni, Musa became one of the most important businessmen in the district of Jerusalem. He was elected head of the local chamber of commerce, and this led to a senior position on the district council. Though he did not seek a political career, his material success obliged him to accede to the request of the governor of Jerusalem, Kamal Pasha, to serve as the city's mayor in 1874.31. During the 1880s, Musa al-Husayni also sat as chief magistrate of the secular court that dealt with criminal cases. Another of their contemporaries was Tahir II, the son of Mustafa, to be distinguished from his grandfather Tahir, who succeeded Mustafa II as Mufti of Jerusalem. Born during the Tanzimat in 1842 when his grandfather was in exile in Istanbul and his young father assumed the post of Mufti, Tahir II is remembered as the father of Al-Hajj Amin al-Husayni but deserves to be known in his own right. He was only 23 when he became Mufti himself. His son Amin would repeat this achievement by becoming Mufti at the age of 25. Tahir II remained in the post for 40 years, an astonishing feat in itself, and would leave his imprint on the religious atmosphere in the city, which had recently become, as it had been during the Crusades, a lodestone for the three monotheistic religions and the five European powers. The history of the Husaynis during the Tanzimat may be divided into ebb tide and flood tide. During the first part, which ended in 1856, the Husaynis had difficulty adapting to the changes imposed by the reforms of the Sultan and his ministers that some other families managed to cope with. In fact, the Husaynis missed a historical opportunity when the balance of power in the district of Jerusalem shifted in favor of the urban notables at the expense of the mountain potentates. At high tide, a new generation adjusted fairly easily to the new Ottoman state and, by combining the economic fortune created by their predecessors with the new education, was able to restore the family's power. Though the Tanzimat created additional power bases, the family was able to seize control of most of them. Other families underwent a similar process, for example, the Nashashivis, whose relationship with the Husaynis in the 20th century has been likened to that of the Montagues and Capulets. But none of the other notables achieved such status and prestige, largely because the family had built a power base unequaled in the city or district, thanks to the cousins Umar and Tahir I. At their high tide after the Crimean War, the Husaynis began to fit into the new Ottoman administration. However, this did not put an end to the politics of notables, as Albert Hourani called them. The modern Ottoman state recognized the genuine social power of the local notables, who continued to command all the religious posts, except that of the Qadi, which was reserved for men from Istanbul. The sultans valued their connection with holy cities such as Jerusalem and ensured that the guardians of the sacred sites retained their status. 32. For a moment in the late 1860s, it looked as if the Ottoman policy was becoming so westernized that the mediating function of these families would come to an end. Motivated by the need for greater efficiency following the military defeats, or by economic difficulties, and certainly by European influence, a group of more radical reformers sought to launch new reforms that would tighten the link between the government and its subjects. These were democratically orientated groups of intellectuals hoping to advance reform beyond the limits imposed by the high bureaucrats running the show. This was not what the Husaynis were looking for, and they were quite happy when a more cautious reformer, Sultan Abdul Hamid II, came to the throne. The historian Bishara Dumani has noted that the situation in Palestine was not merely a reflection of the reformist laws. Every reformist law, when promulgated, set off negotiations regarding the new relationship between the government and the districts and brought about the creation of a new reality. This made it possible to adapt and survive in a changing world. During the reign of Abdul Hamid II, the Husayni family assured its survival by sending its sons to take up administrative posts in the empire. To achieve this, they took advantage of Jerusalem's private Christian educational system. This was entirely a missionary system that the family had previously resisted as a crude Christian infiltration of the holy city. One important institution was the Zion School for Boys, established in 1853 on Mount Zion by the Anglican Bishop Samuel Gobat, who had come to Jerusalem in the 1840s to provide free education to indigent students. Eventually many of the Husayni men were educated by him. As in the past, survival still depended on good contacts in Istanbul, but it was a very different capital from the one that the family patriarch, Abd al-Latif II, had known. It was divided between the westernizing reformists and the reactionary guardians of tradition. It was not enough to be on friendly terms with someone in a senior position. Political acumen and a sound understanding of the relative strength of the warring factions was also essential. In this setting the Husaynis, unlike many of the Arab elites in the empire, were not passive pawns in the hands of the chess players in the capital but rather active elements in shaping the process of the reforms. Chapter 4. The Death of the Old World. Towards the end of the Ottoman era in Palestine. During the 1870s the pace of change increased dramatically. In the early years of the decade the Ottoman reforms reached their peak. Divinely inspired Sharia law was converted into a modern codex, the Majalla, while the Young Turks, that dynamic group of Ottoman statesmen who sought to turn the empire into a modern state with a constitutional monarch, drafted a constitution and proposed the creation of a Western-style parliament. The Young Turks supported Abd al-Hamid II, the younger brother of Sultan Abd al-Aziz II, and when the latter died as a result of falling from his bed, they were widely suspected of having conspired to bring this about. Abd al-Aziz had been a very large man, and it was not surprising that his bed collapsed under him, though by the same token his bulk should have protected him from a fatal injury. Be that as it may, in 1876 the throne was inherited by Abd al-Hamid II, destined to be the last real sultan of the great house of Uthman. It soon became obvious that he was not a trustworthy ally of the constitutional reformists. Though he permitted the first parliamentary elections in the history of the empire, he soon suspended both the parliament and its constitution. Presumably he felt that the time had not yet come for the Sultan to share power with others or to be accountable to a sovereign people instead of to God, a shocking reversal for one who has ruled by divine will. But, as Benedict Anderson notes, even autocratic rulers like Abd al-Hamid II could not ignore the age of nationality in which they found themselves, or turn the clock back. Indeed, the one Western cultural product that the Sultan warmly embraced was nationalism, an Ottoman variety thereof. Applying his supreme religious status to the national feelings animating many of his diverse subjects, he offered pan-Islamism to the Muslims, while to the non-Muslims he offered that invention of the Young Turks, Ottoman patriotism. It would soon become clear that neither tactic worked during the volatile turn of the century. 1. The Husaynis, who occupied various positions in the Jerusalem City Council, were among the first to hear about the reversal in Istanbul. Initially they did not appreciate its full significance, but later it would become obvious that this historical development enabled the family to consolidate its position and complete its recovery, which had begun after the Crimean War. The family needed time to adjust to the Ottoman constitutional system, as illustrated by its failure to obtain the post of representative of the Jerusalem district in the new parliament. Eventually they would obtain this important new post too, but in 1876 Umar Fahmy lost the contest to Yusuf Dia al-Khalidi, who had also won the mayoralty. The district governor placated Umar Fahmy by appointing him briefly as mayor and then as governor of the district of Gaza. Unfortunately he died suddenly, and according to the historian Adel Manna, the demise of this gifted man was a grievous loss to the family and the whole of Jerusalem. 2. The contest for parliamentary representation took place while the Husaynis were adapting to the profound changes that had taken place on the local political scene and in its social makeup. In the months following the accession of the new sultan, the entire family, as a political entity, was occupied with a renewed struggle against the foreign consuls. The principal arena of this conflict was the city council. The 1870s, the municipality and Salim al-Husayni. From 1870 on, the European consuls increasingly intervened in the work of the city council, in which they represented almost all the non-Muslim inhabitants of Jerusalem. Utilizing to the utmost the changed legal status of non-Ottoman residents in the empire, they pressured the municipality to adopt resolutions that improved the situation of the Christians and Jews in Jerusalem, especially those who had obtained European nationality and protection. The council met twice in 1876 and dealt primarily with the demands of the consuls to improve the conditions of the Christian pilgrims in the city. The number of pilgrims kept growing, especially when Jerusalem was connected by newly laid roads to Jaffa in 1867 and to Nablus in 1870. Under pressure from the consuls, a new gate was opened in the city wall on the northwest side to enable the pilgrims to enter directly into the Christian quarter. Thus in the Hamidi period, the reign of Abd al-Hamid II, Jerusalem was newly connected to much of the country, and Europeans and Ottomans helped to turn it into a geopolitical center whose influence spread far beyond the administrative boundaries of the Jerusalem Sanjak. The consuls did not always attend the council sessions. When an issue important to them was on the agenda, they would wait outside the conference room and their interpreters, who were inside, would keep them informed about the proceedings. There was only one small room for guests at the municipality, used not only by the consuls but by anyone who was concerned with the council's agenda. When the room became overcrowded, the connecting door to the council chamber sometimes burst open and the visitors pushed their way in, even causing the meeting to be suspended. The consuls regarded themselves as allies of the district governor, who was present at the council sessions, and together they opposed the notables on issues concerning their government's positions or their own personal status in the city. In the first years of the new reign, the Husaynis developed a fairly intricate set of relationships. Their relations with the British consulate improved greatly, especially after Finn's departure. His successor, Moore, became a friend of the family, and perhaps the seeds of the future alliance between the Husaynis and the British government, which lasted till the late 1920s, were sown at that time. Towards the end of Abd al-Hamid's reign, the family relied on Moore in the face of the hostility of the Ottoman governor, Rauf Pasha. 3. During the first decade of the new reign, the European impact on the city was so profound that the family had no choice but to cooperate to some extent and certainly to avoid the confrontations that had marked Finn's tenure. The consuls became much more powerful thanks to their construction projects on the lands they had acquired in the 1850s. New buildings kept cropping up, demonstrating that the political balance of power in Jerusalem had changed beyond recognition. As well as new monasteries, there were new hostelries, such as the new Grand Hotel and Joachim Fass's Hotel, which appears in almost every contemporary photograph. These hotels accommodated the consuls' foreign guests, who were given Ottoman citizenship for the duration of their stay. One contemporary described the Husaynis as better adjusted to the new reality than were the Khalidis. Yitzhak Roca, who had business dealings with the Husaynis, noted that they strive to respond gracefully to learning various languages, and that unlike the Khalidi's, they have grown accustomed to learning, and appreciate that there is a world outside the boundaries of Islam. It was this pragmatism, said Roca, that enabled the Husaynis to rise at the expense of the Khalidi's. But Roca was aware that it was not only ideological pragmatism that enhanced the Husaynis' position. Their connection with the Hamidi monarchy was unmatched by any other Jerusalem family due to the marriage of Musa al-Husayni's daughter to the Grand Vizier in Istanbul. The historian A. Droyanov also quotes a letter written by a Jew from Jaffa referring to Musa al-Husayni as the Grand Vizier's father-in-law. Such a connection, if true, undoubtedly strengthened the Husaynis early in the reign of Abd al-Hamid 2.4. The members of the family who served on the city council appreciated the importance of taking the consul's views into account. They also considered what might be called public opinion, which reflected the general attitude towards the consuls and could sometimes be used against them. At that time the Husaynis learned to use the Nabi Musa festivities as a way of demonstrating to the consuls their own and the public's protests. The German journalist Klaus Volken, who witnessed the celebrations in the late 1870s, reported to his paper that some 10,000 had taken part in the Nabi Musa procession. 5 He noted that the heads of the Husayni family used the occasion to express for the first time their objections to the excessive intervention of European consuls in Palestine, particularly in Jerusalem, but that even without their public declarations, the great throng that took part in the festivities protested against the consuls meddling in matters large and small. The sight of the processions and groups of European pilgrims, chiefly from Russia, France, and Austria, that filled the city streets during the Nabi Musa celebration made it a natural occasion for expressing displeasure. The new governor of the city, who came into office in 1876 and remained until 1888, tried to prevent the holiday from turning into a political occasion but only succeeded in averting violent clashes. Year after year, until the end of Ottoman rule, while a semblance of order was maintained, the event retained and even intensified its political character. And from the 18th century on, the Husayni family was at its center. 6. Public opinion affected more than the issue of consuls. Demands from below were beginning to have an impact on municipal issues as well. For example, in 1875 the municipality responded to the clamor of the residents in the Bab al-Houtan neighborhood and opened the Flowers Gate, which had been bricked up for many years. 7 The combined effect of the consul's demands and pressure from the local populace altered the sense of responsibility, or rather the scope of responsibility, of the Husaynis who engaged in politics. In the past, obeying the traditional concept of charity and welfare, they responded to the personal petitions and group demands of those who depended on their material or political benevolence, whereas now their official functions obliged them to accept responsibility for the entire community. They continued to exact payment for their generosity and responses, and only rarely did they initiate action to benefit this or that group or the community as a whole. But in the 1880s, they began to act on behalf of groups that were not their particular clients. Starting with the mayoralty of Salim al-Husayni, the family tackled issues that concerned the city's general population. Voluntarily or not, some members of the family began to regard it as a national responsibility. The word is in quotation marks because only in the 20th century would it become a true national responsibility. Indeed, it seems that the Husaynis fulfilled this national role very well before the formal birth of the national movement, that is, before World War I. They did less well in the role after the war than they had done before it, thus calling into question the notion of progress over time. The history of the family in the first decade of the Hamidi reign is the history of the municipality of Jerusalem, and in particular that of its mayor Salim. He was the grandson of Abd al-Salam and Musa Tukin's daughter, and the brother of Mufti Mustafa. His father, Hussein, was a prosperous merchant whose wealth enabled Salim to build up his political power. Salim was very much the head of the Tahiri branch of the family, though strictly speaking he descended from both branches, which may account for his special strength. He was more powerful than his nephew Tahir II, who had been Mufti since 1865. Salim was regarded by the people of Jerusalem as the head of the citizenry, a novel title to replace the obsolete one of Naqib al-Ashraf. One of his sons was governor of the district of Jaffa, while the governor of the district of Jerusalem was a close friend of his immediate family. 8 These two power bases, that of mayor and mufti, both held by the Tahiri branch, would be consolidated by the politics of notables. During the British Mandate, Mufti al-Hajj Amin al-Husayni was always at odds with Mayor Musa Kazim. When they cooperated, they achieved advances for their families and their people, and when they fought, as they did much of the time, they sowed dissension and reaped failures. We have noted that the Tahiri branch of the family acquired great power while the Umayyad branch lost a great deal, especially when the post of Naqib also passed to the Tahiri branch. At the end of the century, the post of Naqib passed from Rabah to his brother Abd al-Latif al-Husayni, a man of many facets, remembered by Jerusalemites as the man who paved the road from the Jaffa Gate around the city wall to the Mount of Olives. Paved in honor of the German Kaiser Wilhelm II, who came into power in 1898, the new road extended to Augusta Victoria, a huge edifice named after the Kaiser's wife. 9 Abd al-Latif was a member of the district's administrative council, hence his considerable influence over the management and development of the city. But he was the last Umayyad to hold the post of Naqib. The city council transferred it to the Tahiri branch, namely, to Ahmed Razim, the son of Said, the grandson of Hassan and the father of Said II, about whom we will learn much more below. At the turn of the century the post was still in the hands of Ahmed Razim, who kept it until his death, when it passed to his son, Said II. However, as we have seen, the post had already lost much of its significance in the reign of Abd al-Hamid II, and the secular revolution of the Young Turks in 1908 rendered it quite meaningless. The Umayyads did not vanish entirely from the political landscape, but they did grow weaker and apparently poorer. They recovered thanks to a move that had proved useful in the past. This time it was Umar Fahmi's daughter Aisha, fittingly named after a woman famous in Muslim tradition for her financial shrewdness and political audacity, who saved the Umayyad branch. Her marriage to al-Hajj Amin al-Husayni reunited the two branches of the family. Such matches had not been customary in previous generations, when they were usually made within the branch. Modern Husayni women say that the family had previously preferred to form matrimonial alliances with other clans rather than marry between the branches. Aisha inherited a substantial estate from her father, which would be very useful to al-Hajj Amin. As previously noted, Umar Fahmi himself, in those days known as Little Umar, to distinguish him from his namesake in the time of the Egyptian Muhammad Ali, had married a daughter of Musa Tukan. A sister of hers had married Abd al-Salam, the son of the first Umar, whose wedding was described at the opening of chapter 3. The matrimonial ties with the Tukans linked the elite of Nablus with that of Jerusalem, enhancing the alliance between these two important cities and forming an urban connection that would become a stronghold of Palestinian nationality. Though 50 years separated the weddings of grandfather and grandson, the ceremonies were the same. Marriages were agreed upon in advance and took place when the bride reached puberty. 10 The mother of the groom would come to the girl's house accompanied by her relatives, but only if the girl accepted the groom did the men begin to negotiate. The role of the women was not as passive as often depicted. In the evening, the male contingent would arrive and ask the girl's father for his approval, after which the betrothal could proceed. In the following days the families negotiated the written contract, the bride price and so on. The wedding preparations consumed 2 hectic months. After the betrothal, the bride and then the groom took a traditional bath of purification, followed by the henna party, and only then came the wedding night. The evening began at the hammam, followed by an elaborate dressing ceremony, and concluded with the groom walking to the bride's house. A month or 2 after the wedding, the bride's father would hold a feast, but the guest list was made up by the groom's family. In years to come, the women of the family would describe tensions that arose between the branches of the family because certain individuals of this or that branch were not invited to the post-wedding party. 11 These events, like the new family homes built outside the city walls, were the highlights of the lives of those members of the family who did not take part in the high politics associated with the Husaynis aristocratic status. However, Salim al-Husayni needed no matrimonial ties to preserve his standing, either in the family or in the city. His physical appearance in a photograph from the period gives no indication of his forceful personality. A short man, unusually dark-complexioned, he wears a grizzled beard and looks older than he actually was when the picture was taken. His reputation stemmed mainly from his being a Qadi Ash'ar, one who adjudicated Bedouin tribal conflicts, but he was above all the family's foremost entrepreneur, a talent he had inherited from his father, Hussein. Thanks to his abilities, the family could sail through the upheavals in the Jerusalem Sanjak as the local economy became linked to the rest of the world. The whole city benefited from his expertise. It was he who developed the concept of municipal services, and with the government's help, he built a hospital in the Sheikh Badr neighborhood. The building still stands in the Mahana Yehuda market, paved roads, sank wells, and laid sewage pipes. He even tried, unsuccessfully, to solve the problem of the water supply to the poor, but this would only be achieved under British Rule. 12. For 18 years, between 1879 and 1897, Salim was on and off mayor of Jerusalem, and he is still credited with many improvements. It was his initiative to plant trees along Jaffa Road, install the first street lights and employ the first garbage collectors. This last service was not strictly enforced. 13 The numerous draft animals in the city made street cleaning difficult. Even the square in front of the municipality, where the animals were habitually tethered, was full of dung. The British Mandatory government could take credit for carrying out some of the cleaning operations and relieving the city of the excessive livestock and dung. Already in 1894 the British representatives complained that the new railway from Jaffa was causing the city to become overcrowded, and deliveries of goods were a problem. In response, Salim ordered barriers to be placed at the entrance of many streets, preventing camels and horseback riders from entering. Though photographs from 1900 show that there were still quite a few animals, during Salim's mayoralty serious efforts were made to improve the cleanliness and sanitation in Jerusalem, and to cleanse its choked drainage channels. 14 As well as caring for the city during the Hamidi period, the Husaynis also built themselves a family neighborhood. It was during this reign that they began to feel the economic transformation that was affecting the entire Near East. For example, the aforementioned Musa al-Husayni, brother of Mufti Mustafa, personally benefited from the railway project since he was responsible for the supply of timber for the rail sleepers. The project brought him fame and one of the highest imperial decorations, which he was invited to Istanbul to receive ceremoniously. He died before the project was complete and left his sons, the fairly well-known Ismail and Shukri and the less-known Arif, great wealth and a priceless network of contacts in the Istanbul administration. 15 At the start of the 20th century, Arif would gain some renown by being appointed chief treasurer of the Ottoman Ministry of Education in Istanbul, a senior post that he filled successfully. Profits from the guardianship of Muslim holy properties, notably the sale of their agricultural lands, enabled the Husaynis to bequeath a handsome estate to the next generation. It is worth noting that this was an extensive range of religious properties, many of them of all Islamic importance. Even after selling some of these, the family still owned considerable real estate in and around Jerusalem, and like others of their class they were buying property in the lowlands. Musa, Ismail, and Rabah al-Husayni all owned lands in what is today called the Inner Plain. Many villagers registered their lands in the Husaynis names, or the names of other notables, because they could not afford the cost of registration and ownership. The first to do so were the villagers of Beit Nekuba. In the 1870s, as a temporary measure, they registered village plots in the name of Ismail al-Husayni, who paid the land taxes. But they discovered that the temporariness was questionable, and the dispute between the villagers and Ismail over those lands continued throughout the Ottoman period and was not resolved even during the British Mandate. 16 Proprietors of medium-sized lands preferred to deposit their properties in the Waqf, which also yielded the Husaynis a handsome income. The 1880s, settling outside the city walls. The first to realize these profits was Rabah al-Husayni. In 1870 he broke out of the city confines and built himself a house near the mosque of Sheikh Jarrah. In its time, Rabah's palace had a novel style, spacious halls and rooms embellished with marble arches and carved wooden doors, built around a hexagonal patio full of climbing plants, variegated shrubs, and fruit trees surrounding a hexagonal stone cistern. It was roofed with lightweight terracotta pipes to insulate it from extreme temperatures and faced with Nari stone. The architect must have been partial to the six-sided form, which also dominates the main hall with its magnificent chandelier. A two-story house with a basement, it covered 2 acres including the garden, and each of Rabah's 4 wives had a separate wing. The first floor was the grandest, containing Rabah's apartment and those of his wives, but it was the reception room, with the coffered wooden ceiling topped by a brightly painted dome, that most impressed visitors. 17. The family remained here until the house was closed down at the end of the 20th century by the Israelis. However, the palace still stands. It is now the American Colony Hotel. It was a striking architectural gem, especially in those days, when the surrounding area was still largely unbuilt. But even today, amid the dense Israeli construction sites all around the city, it remains unusually attractive, as visitors to the hotel can testify. In 1882 Mayor Salim joined Rabah and built a house next door. There, on the slope leading to the village of Sheikh Jarrah, the Husaynis began to establish a stronghold, a springboard for family members who wished to play major roles in the new world created by the Ottoman reformists, the European powers and the national movements of Jews and Palestinians. By 1894 the family already had 6 houses outside the walls, and in the early 20th century it would be known as the Husayni neighborhood. Salim's house was also a grand structure for its time. 2-storied like Rabah's house, it was more traditional. Today it is the house of the Arab child, an orphanage supervised by the family. They had chosen the site well. The steep hillside near the mosque of Sheikh Jarrah faced Mount Scopus and overlooked a landscape of vineyards, strips of cultivated land, olive groves, and fruit orchards and the road leading to Abu Tur. A handsome central edifice predated the arrival of the Husaynis, including Kasra al-Mufti and a few other palaces known as Qusr. These were buildings originally designated for religious purposes, and some of them dated back to the time of Salah al-Din al-Ayyubi, known in English as Saladin. Sheikh Jarrah and Abu Tur had sprung up around these structures, which had served Saladin's warriors. 18 Some of this land fell within the Husaynis religious properties and was used to build summer houses. Although a common practice, this was disapproved of by the public, who had a saying, "He who builds his house on the wake risks having his roof fall down on the heads of his family." Completed in 1711, Kasra al-Mufti was originally the residence of Sheikh Muhammad al-Khalili, the Shafi'i Mufti of Jerusalem in the early 18th century. Built north of the city wall, it may be seen today in the courtyard of the Rockefeller Museum. In the 1860s, it was used by the Husaynis as a summer house. There the family, accompanied by their servants, would enjoy the fresh air and open spaces through much of the summer, until the end of the British Mandate. Today it is called the Mufti's Palace, and the surrounding gardens the Mufti's Vineyard. Tahir II made it into a permanent residence in 1864 and lived there until the 1890s, when he moved into a new house nearby. His new home was a grand 2-story villa built of Jerusalem stone, which like Salim's and Rabah's villas had its own water supply and a fountain in the central courtyard. Tahir's house was one of Jerusalem's cultural centers. Poets came to read their poems and talk about literature, and debates were held about politics, both local and imperial. Here Tahir's son, the future Al-Hajj Amin al-Husayni, would grow up. In 1966 the house became the Arab Academics Club, and it currently serves as a club and meeting place for Palestinian academics in Jerusalem. 19. Muslims began to build permanent structures outside the walls after the Christians and the Jews. They had always had temporary buildings outside, but permanent structures required large amounts of ready cash, which they did not have. In the 1870s, wealthy Muslims began to construct permanent dwellings in various places outside the city walls. The Husaynis neighborhood prompted other wealthy Muslims to follow in their footsteps. By 1918 there were 30 buildings, including the homes of other prominent families like the Nusaybahs, Al-Afifis, and others. Eventually the Nashashivi and Jaralai houses would outnumber those of the pioneering Husaynis, another indication of the family's decline. The houses were usually preplanned by European architects, and all of them were built of stone and designed to allow for an independent water supply. Few of them exhibited classical Muslim architectural features, except for Ismail's house, the future Orient house, which included the classical Muslim perforated screen, the Kamriya, though this is more Orientalist than Oriental. The furniture was heavy and European, notably in Raba's house, which would become the property of the American colony, first leased, then purchased. The furniture in the reception rooms and bedrooms in Ismail's house was also of the heavy European kind, reflecting the vogue for conspicuous wealth and the process sweeping over the entire empire. In Istanbul, too, the sultans moved from the Topkapi Palace, their residence until the reign of Abd al-Aziz II, into the Rococo Dolmabahce Palace, built by that sultan in 1867.20. The penchant for ostentation did not affect the notables' apparel. Until the end of the Hamidi period, they continued to wear modest long robes with fine white linen cloth, called yans, wrapped around the tarbush. A period photograph shows many of the public figures of the day standing before the Khalidiyya library in Jerusalem, all dressed in this traditional style. The villas in the Husayni neighborhood were not the family's only real estate. Between the start of the 20th century and the outbreak of the First World War, Imam Yunus al-Husayni, a son of Musa and brother of Ismail, who was, as noted, the guardian of the Nabi Musa religious properties, built a number of houses on Salah al-Din Street, increasing the family's wealth. The Alomas settled at the eastern end of the street while the Husaynis occupied the western end. 21. By the end of the war, a new neighborhood known as Al-Sara had sprung up there at the intersection of Salah al-Din and Iwan al-Safa streets, where the family constructed some more houses. By 1918 this neighborhood consisted of about 50 houses. The buildings outside the city walls demonstrated the family's high status. Only some 200 families lived in these new neighborhoods, and they formed the nucleus of the class from which the municipal council was chosen. They enjoyed the best higher education and were the first to benefit from Western training and the Ottoman reformist institutions. Thus they continued to dominate the traditional education system in Jerusalem. Their training made them highly useful to the Hamidi government, and indeed in the 1890s members of the family filled various posts, not only in Jerusalem but all over the empire. Ahmed Razim was educated in the traditional manner, proceeding from the religious primary school to the Islamic college, where he studied Muslim religious law, but his son Said received a Western education at the Jewish school, Alliance Israelite. Yet it should be noted that the traditional education received by Ahmed Razim was not the same as that which his father, Said I, had received, much less his grandfather, Hassan al-Husayni. Perhaps that was why he did not join the ulama, despite his profound religious learning, but went into business and even became the head of the city's Chamber of Commerce. 22 Thus both the traditional and the Western kinds of schooling helped pupils to advance in the changing world of the Ottoman Empire, as shown by the career of two other Husaynis, Ismail and Shukri. Serving the empire, between East and West. By the 1890s it was clear to see that the reign of Abd al-Hamid II, for all its rigidity, pan-Islamic pretensions, and whims, suited the Husaynis immeasurably better than the reformists, who viewed the notables as inveterate obstacles to progress and change. The family was again at the peak of its power. Salim was mayor of Jerusalem, Mustafa and after him Tahir II were muftis, Rabah was the Nakib and Musa was the head of the Chamber of Commerce, each a major power base in that decade. Their position was even stronger than it had been in Hassan's lifetime. This was confirmed by the Egyptian visitor Abd al-Jawad al-Qaidi, who stayed in the tent of Mufti Mustafa al-Husayni during the Nabi Musa celebrations in the early 1890s. This was a great honor, sought by many who clustered around the tent in the unusually wet spring. The road to Jericho was unpaved since it was used only for the celebrations, and mud, fierce winds, and pouring rain caused great hardship. The single building at the holy site offered no shelter to the thousands of celebrants, and the small tents they erected were either swept away by rushing water or blown away by the wind. Some of the participants did not return to Jerusalem, and though for a while it was feared they had been swept away by the flash flood, they were eventually found safe and sound. But no one gave up, reports the Egyptian visitor. They all obeyed Mustafa's directions and trusted his judgment. The admiration for the Mufti's persuasive powers in the face of natural hardships was undoubtedly helped by his generous hospitality to the many guests from Arab countries, but it also reflected his reputation in the Muslim community in Jerusalem, which enhanced the family's power. The family were powerful not because they were reactionary but because they were flexible. Moreover, the ruler they supported, Abd al-Hamid II, was not a thoroughgoing reactionary. He continued to construct the modern state with new power bases like the municipalities and the new Ottoman administration. He also continued the construction of a diverse educational system, which gave the Husaynis the means to make the most of their excellent relations with the Hamidi regime. Especially in the provinces, the Ottoman educational system offered a variety of tracks, both traditional and modern, to individuals who wished to make their way in the Ottoman world. However, in the Hamidi period education was not the decisive factor that made a man a traditionalist or a modern, and the empire provided a choice of religious or administrative trajectories without a formal educational career. In 1869 the government passed a law of compulsory primary education in the empire, to be implemented by local boards of education. However, there was no stringent enforcement, and the vague supervision made it possible to negotiate a compromise between local reality and the provisions of the law. In the Jerusalem Sanjak there were 234 primary schools, the traditional kutabs where boys were taught the Quran, the Sunnah, arithmetic, Arabic, and Turkish. Before their migration to the Husayniyya, the boys of the family attended the kutab adjacent to the Haram al-Sharif, and later various schools near the Lions Gate. 24 From the kutab it was possible to proceed to one of the new secondary schools, such as the one that opened in 1891. Only in 1906 did a reformist secondary school open, the Rashidiyya, probably named after Ahmed Rashid, the governor of Jerusalem, which was modeled on the French lycée. Every sub-district had two such schools, one for boys and one for girls, in which they learned Ottoman Turkish, Arabic, and French. 25. The Husayni sons were among the first to attend European schools, notably the nearby school of the American colony, run by the Spafford family. The Americans had arrived shortly before the start of the Hamidi reign, after an odyssey that began with the Great Chicago Fire in 1871. Horatio Spafford, a successful attorney and church leader, and his Norwegian-born wife devoted themselves to helping the survivors and reconstructing the devastated city. After 3 years of exhausting toil, they set out on a pleasure trip to Europe, but the ship on which they sailed sank on November 21, 1874, and the only survivors were the Spafford's daughter Anna and her husband. 7 years later, moved by these tragedies and their deep religious faith, Anna, her husband, and their daughters went to the Holy Land, along with 16 like-minded friends, including 3 children. That was the start of the American colony, and then the hand of fate, whether Muslim or Christian, intervened. Rabah al-Husayni went bankrupt and sold them his beautiful residence. The range of possibilities open to the Husaynis may be illustrated by the lives of Musa's 2 sons, Ismail and Shukri, who were educated differently yet followed similar careers. This is another individual example that confounds the widespread theories of westernization, for example, that of the important scholar John Ziliowiz, which assume that a Western education assured one a great career in the Ottoman Empire. In fact, the Husaynis repeatedly fail to bear out the theories of scholars of the period who maintained that a Western education led to secularism and nationalism. Ismail received a Western, possibly American, education, whereas Shukri received a traditional one. Yet Ismail was very conservative and avoided nationalism, while Shukri was in the vanguard that sought to secularize his society. Nor does another theory propounded by the scholar of Arab nationalism George Antonius fit the case. According to Antonius, American education in the Middle East catalyzed the rise of nationalist thinking among the local elite. Therefore Ismail, who had come into contact with American missionaries, should have been infected with nationalism, but he was not, while Shukri promptly picked it up. It is true that at the age of 16 he, too, was exposed to a little French education, so perhaps the West did have some influence on him. Shukri's brilliant administrative career began in 1881, when he was 18, with his appointment to the District of Jerusalem's Board of Education. A young product of a traditional religious education, Shukri was devoted to the practice of zakat, the Muslim duty of charity. In 1885 he launched a charitable organization called the Association of Muslim Welfare Society, Maqasid. In it he combined a traditional institution with a Western concept of social welfare, a fact that illustrates how nuanced the individual personality is compared with the sharp distinctions proposed by the many theories about transitions in human society in the modern age. In 1885 Shukri's religious devotion earned him an invitation to Istanbul. At this time Sultan Abd al-Hamid II began to backtrack and to maintain that pan-Islamism would save the empire from total collapse. Shukri was given a senior post in the Ottoman treasury, that of chief paymaster of the Ministry of Education in the capital, one of the most important economic posts in the Hamidi bureaucracy. Money, and the people in charge of it, turned the creaking wheels of the empire, and Shukri was able to help his family out of trouble when necessary. He also served as its bridge to the rich and diverse Arab cultural world of the late 19th century. He became acquainted with many of the contemporary figures of Arab literature and philosophy. This, no less than his position in the administration, stood the family in good stead in 1908, when secular forces came to power in the Ottoman Empire. As already noted, Ismail received a more Western education. In addition, he had the eldest son's advantage of inheriting the family lands in the villages around Jerusalem. Due to his connection with the fellahin, his first appointment was as a tax collector. This was followed by a career in the Ottoman administration. The highest post he held was that of Chief of Education in Edna, then part of Jerusalem. During the Hamidi reign, he was the most influential person on the Board of Education assigned to implement reforms in the District of Jerusalem. Though he was a scion of the Tahiri branch, during the Hamidi period Ismail was regarded as the head of the two Husayni branches. However, by this time the family had already lost its clear hierarchical structure. What makes Ismail the central figure of this chapter is not only his status as head of the family but his interesting relations with the Sultan and the Europeans and with the newcomers on the scene, the Jewish settlers. He was the last major figure to be untouched by nationalism, and he judged townspeople and visitors not according to their religious or national affiliation but according to familial or possibly class interests. Ismail liked to relax on the flat roof of Rabbah's house when it was still his cousin's, and even after it had been leased and then sold to the Americans. It had a broad view of the lovely surrounding landscape and a small Beit Safi, summer house, in which it was possible to rest and enjoy the fresh air. Beginning in the 1880s, the young people of the American colony would come up to Rabbah's roof every day, from spring to fall, to take part in a summer feast. 26. It was on that same roof, at the end of March 1897, that Ismail made a major contribution to Palestinian society. He had just been appointed head of the Ottoman Department of Public Instruction. On this occasion he did not pass the time aimlessly with members of the household and other colonists but spoke privately with Anna Spafford's young daughter, Bertha. He talked to her about the education of girls in Jerusalem and said he was looking for a teacher from the American colony to supervise the only Muslim girls' school in the city. It is doubtful he was aware of the precedent he was setting by asking a Christian to supervise the education of Muslims. He lived in a world that the Turkish sociologist and scholar Sharif Mardin described as bureaucratic Islam, that is, Islam in the service of Ottoman bureaucracy rather than bureaucracy in the service of Islam. In that doomed world, religious ideology was not a prescription for life, it was an abstract discussion and only inspired action when it was politically or socially expedient in advancing someone's personal interests. 27 Ismail, with his Western education, Ottoman training, and brilliant administrative career, did not need that ideology when interpreting the reality around him. When he needed to choose suitable individuals in the cause of education, he picked them on the basis of their qualifications and his connections with them or their families. Bertha Spafford was a natural choice. Ismail had been her father's pupil and had known her since she was a child. As Bertha herself recalled, Ismail cared greatly about the education of girls, as had Hassan in the previous century. He had been impressed by the extensive education Bertha had received from her father, and now he asked her to give him her answer the following day, her 18th birthday. When Ismail came to call, he heard that although Bertha wanted the post, her mother adamantly refused. "You're too young and have no experience," she said. But the other candidate, a Miss Brooks, who had been headmistress of a Christian girls' school in the city, was too old to take on the post by herself. In the end, Bertha's mother gave in to Ismail's urging and allowed her daughter to be Miss Brooks's senior assistant. The following day Ismail took both Miss Brooks and Bertha to see the school, which stood in its own grounds bordering the Dome of the Rock. According to tradition, it had been built by Saladin and had served as a madrasa, Muslim school. Its renovation took some time, but finally the first female pupils arrived. 6 years later, Bertha Spafford became sole headmistress, and after she married Frederick Vester in 1903, the two ran the school together. 28. The Spaffords and Ismail shared another interest, that of archaeology. When Ismail became head of the Board of Education, he began to collect ancient artifacts found by foreign archaeologists. He picked 6 finds and arranged them in a handsome permanent display at the Sultaniya School opposite Herod's Gate. This was the first Palestinian museum, which Ismail hoped would encourage the study of the history of Palestine from the Canaanite period to his days. Ismail and his young nephew Said, son of Ahmed Razim and great-grandson of Hassan, were the first Husaynis to lead their society not only into the traditional religious track but also into the tracks of the Ottoman reformist world and Western education. Said did so as a 20-year-old school teacher, ostensibly teaching only the art of writing but in fact teaching much more. He was his uncle Ismail's right hand and principal aide. By 1901 Ismail's department included Said and Said's brother Hussam al-Din, who served as deputies, as well as 14 other officials. 29 Thus, the educational department became another power base in the growing empire of the Husayni family. And it was mainly due to Ismail that this influence has grown so greatly. It should be noted, however, that visitors from the region, mainly Egyptians and Istanbulis, were divided on Ismail's achievements. Some seemed unimpressed by the standard of education compared with that in their own countries, but it is difficult to determine the relative quality of education in the various cities at that time. Georgi Zayden, who visited Palestine, wrote that education in the principal city Jerusalem was even poorer than in other districts, especially in the government schools. Having visited the Constitutional Secondary School of Khalil al-Sakakani and the Ra'dat al-Ma'arif, educational garden, run by Muhammad Salah al-Husayni, he concluded that their standard was equivalent to that of primary schools in Egypt. Muhammad Salah was a wealthy man who owned most of the houses near the Herod's Gate, and devoted some of his capital to the schools. Zayden noted that the schools run by foreigners were of better quality, for example, the Schneller Orphanage School, established in 1860, and Zion, the school of the Anglican Bishop Gobat. Yusuf al-Hakim of the Syrian national movement thought so too. Though he was impressed by the number of schools in Jerusalem, he described only the foreign ones as first-rate. 30 On the other hand, Muhammad al-Shanti, the Palestinian editor of the Egyptian paper Al-Akdam, visited the educational garden in 1914 and was favorably impressed. 31 But he was moved by the school's commitment to the Palestinian national struggle against the Zionists and did not comment on its educational standard. Ismail's historical standing as an educator is therefore controversial. Nor is his public and social work clear-cut. Each of the individuals and groups that had dealings with him remembers him in a different way, always as an important figure though not always as a positive one. In the tragic history of the village of Colonia, present-day Mevaseret Zion, some of whose lands were sold to the Zionist settlement Moza at the turn of the century and most of whose inhabitants became refugees in 1948, Ismail's behavior in early 1871 was probably not the worst chapter. But his conduct tells us much about the social outlook of the Palestinian aristocracy, or rather the limitations of that outlook. While the early Zionists began to show an interest in the village lands, so did Ismail al-Husayni. Some of the best land was owned by one Khalil Salim, and despite the heavy taxes, he did not want to sell it to Ismail's agent. Thus Ismail reported to the authorities that Salim was a deserter from the Ottoman army who had joined the forces of the Egyptian rebel Muhammad Ali. Salim fled to the mountains, and his family could not resist the Ottoman soldiers who arrived at Ismail's behest and forced them to sell the land to him. Needless to say, the price he paid was barely a fifth of its value. 32. Be that as it may, by the turn of the century Ismail had become the most important figure in Jerusalem. His standing and that of his entire family were demonstrated when Kaiser Wilhelm II came to Jerusalem in 1898. The Kaiser's reception, conducted by Ismail, was of great importance to Sultan Abd al-Hamid II, whose relations with Britain and France had deteriorated as these powers displayed their territorial appetite in the guise of support for the liberation of nations under Ottoman rule. It began with the British conquest of Cyprus in 1876, continued with the British occupation of Egypt, one of the empire's most important regions, which had been practically independent since 1805 but nominally, and crucially, an Ottoman territory, and culminated in France's firm grip on North Africa. Wilhelm II also dreamed of an empire to call his own, but he did not expect to obtain it at the expense of the Ottomans. The conservative and impulsive Kaiser was willing to confront the hegemony of Britain on the high seas and French hegemony on land. After establishing a cordial relationship with Russian Tsar Nikolai II, he set out to consolidate his alliance with the Ottoman Empire. He sent the Sultan military experts to help build up a strong army that would resist the constant nibbling at his provinces, dispatched engineers to expand the Ottoman railway system and placed at the Sultan's disposal capitalists to help him save the empire from the financial bankruptcy it had undergone in 1875. On his journey through the Sultan's empire, the Kaiser treated his visit to Jerusalem as a demonstration of their alliance. Moreover, his visit to the Holy City symbolized his struggle against the secularization of Europe and his support for the conservative values of Christianity. He hoped that this support would halt the disintegration of the conservative empires, including his own. Ibrahim al-Aswad, who accompanied the royal procession, described the event. 33 The cannons roared in honor of the Christian visitor, he reports, as was common with visits of such august people. The Husaynis and several other Jerusalem notables waited at the Jaffa Gate. Al-Aswad had never seen the city so bedecked with flowers or so full of armed guards. The royal couple's carriage drove through the city and passed between the former Joachim Fast Hotel near the gate, just outside the city wall on the corner of the Jaffa and Mamilla roads, and the new Grand Hotel, a handsome three-story building inside the wall above a fine colonnade of shops owned by the Greek monastery. Fast's hotel had become the seat of the municipality in 1896. As it approached the gate, the Kaiser's carriage passed under two decorative arches displaying his imperial standard beside the Ottoman crescent. At the gate he was greeted by Mayor Yasin Khalidi, who made a speech in his honor. The Kaiser repaid him with a half-hour speech at the Church of Saint Saviour, opening with the words, "I have not come with political intentions. This is a purely religious visit." The following day the notables, including the Husaynis, gathered for yet another ceremony, this time on Mount Zion, where the Sultan's representatives gave the Kaiser the title to a half-acre plot. 34 Starting in the afternoon and ending in the brilliant sunset, the ceremony began with a solemn procession led by Tawfik Bey, the Sultan's ambassador to Berlin, and concluded with a pompous handing over of the title deed from the original owner, said al-Dawdi, to the Kaiser in the presence of the city governor. The Kaiser then laid the cornerstone of the prospective church, the Dormizion, which would be built in 1910 to rise above the city as a symbol of the new era. The municipality also gave the royal visitor a collection of drawings of the views along the road from Jaffa to Jerusalem, bound in mother of pearl, and a gilded Quran, presented to him by Ismail al-Husayni. The Kaiser also visited the Dome of the Rock. The entire city had brightened its face to welcome the sole remaining European ally of Sultan Abd al-Hamid II. The city council tore down a section of the wall between Jaffa Gate and the citadel and filled in the moat so that the Kaiser could enter the city on horseback. But it also took other measures to improve the life of the inhabitants, increasing the number of streetlights, renovating the cotton market and, most important, enlarging the water supply by extending pipes into the city from the pools of Solomon and the nearby spring, so that water again flowed into the cistern beside the Ma'amah near the chain gate at the entrance to the Haram al-Sharif. The water supply to adjacent houses was also improved. But, as said above, only after the British took over the city did the population as a whole begin to enjoy a decent supply of water. 35. Having been completed the previous year, 1897, the house of Ismail al-Husayni was a focal point during the Kaiser's visit. Smaller than Rabi'ah's house, Ismail was not as wealthy as he. It stood on 1.25 acres of land, the garden planted less with fruit trees than with young olives. Ismail's son Ibrahim supervised the construction. This fine house would become a hotel, which opened in 1914 under the name Orient House. Like the American colony, it too would lose some of its architectural beauty amid the dense modern construction around it, but it is still possible, looking at the graceful colonnade leading to the entrance, to imagine Kaiser Wilhelm II and Ismail al-Husayni walking up the staircase to the entrance hall. Many eyewitnesses described the occasion as a splendid reception in which all the city's notables and Ottoman officials took part. 36. A newly built house was a cause for celebration, one of the three major events in the life of a family, after marriage and the birth of sons. A series of ceremonies marked the occasion, and the presence of such an august visitor made for even greater solemnity. Had the occasion not been marred by a horrible tragedy, it would have been remembered by the family as one of its finest days. Some weeks before the Kaiser's visit, the Ottoman Department of Education ordered the Muslim school for girls in Jerusalem to prepare a gift for Queen Augusta Victoria. The gifts chosen were a diamond brooch and a box of sweets. The headmistress, Bertha Spafford Vester, had to choose a pupil to present the gift. With many parents fearing the evil eye, she turned to her friend Ismail, who agreed to let his 8-year-old daughter, Ruwaida, do the honor. The night before the presentation, the little girl, greatly excited, tried on the fine white muslin dress that had been made for the occasion. She was wearing it as she followed the servant who went up to the roof to light the candle lamps, as was done in the other 5 houses outside the walls at nightfall. A spark from the servant's lamp fell on her dress, which immediately went up in flames. 37. To round off the picture of the Husayni family's adaptation to the changing Ottoman world, we need to look at the career of a third family member, after Shukri and Ismail, who served in the empire's bureaucracy. Musa Kazim al-Husayni, a scion of the Tahiri branch, would be the first mayor of Jerusalem after the British conquest of Palestine. He will figure largely later in this book when the British Mandate is discussed. His path resembled that of his kinsman Shukri. Like him, Musa Kazim attended a religious primary school in Jerusalem, where he had been born in 1853. At an early age he was admitted to the Maktab Makia, state school, in Istanbul, the school of administration that trained men for service as provincial governors and officials. Upon graduation, Musa Kazim was third amongst all students from the Arab world, an impressive achievement that gave him an auspicious start. he was put in charge of the local Department of Health and was later appointed Kaymakam, governor, of Jaffa, all before he was 30. Between 1892 and the outbreak of World War I, he served as governor in a number of places, including Safed, Akkar, Lebanon, Irbid, Transjordan, Asir and Najd, Arabia, Thalis, Anatolia, and the Oran, Syria. The height of his career was the governorship of the Al-Muntafaq region in Iraq. Musa Kazim was one of the first of the urban notables to become integrated into the Ottoman administration, right up to its highest echelons. The historian Yehoshua Porath has noted that the government's decision to send him to such remote regions showed his high standing. It was precisely in those remote places that the Sultan needed men he could count on. 38 If Shukri reached the highest rank at the heart of the Ottoman Empire, Musa Kazim achieved the highest posts in the provincial administration. These two men would advance the family and enable it to cross the Rubicon of the First World War. The historian Philip Matter noted that during the reign of Abd al-Hamid II the notables chose to follow bureaucratic careers and became an aristocracy of service. 39 Like many of the Husaynis, Musa Kazim not only enhanced the family's standing but also added to its wealth. For example, in 1872 he acquired at an auction 1,000 acres of fertile land, including 2/3 of the land of Jericho in the Jordan Valley. 40. It was not only through the careers of these three central figures that the family expanded its influence. Another member who contributed was Abd al-Salam II, 1850 to 1915. He was the son of Umar Fahmi, who had been governor of Gaza, while Abd al-Salam III was governor of Jaffa. This is not the place to expatiate on his life, except to note that he was also known as a poet and left a respected volume of poetry about Jerusalem. 41. This Umari sub-branch illustrates the Husaynis spread throughout Palestine, Gaza, Jerusalem, and Jaffa, and the wide range of their influence in the administration and in cultural life. Facing old and new challenges. The declining status of the Qadi, in Jerusalem as in other cities, revealed the power acquired by the family due to its integration into the Ottoman administration. Again, the Qadi was the only outside appointee other than the governor. The Muftis and Nakibs, most of whom during the Hamidi reign were members of the Husayni clan, now began to move into areas that had previously been the Qadi's purview. The latter's position was already weakened, as the Tanzimat had created a secular judiciary that functioned alongside the religious one. 42 This reversal in the relations of Qadi and Mufti concluded in 1913, when Ottoman law decreed that the head of the local hierarchy is the Mufti. 43 During that period, as previously noted, the post of Sheikh al-Haram also reverted to the Husaynis. Bashir, the son of Abd al-Salam and grandson of Umar Fahmi, that is, a scion of the Umayyad branch, was appointed to the post. But it had lost its significance, and possessing it did not help the weakened branch of the family. The historian Yusuf al-Dabak comments that the family's dominance of the city's life was fairly limited. He describes the period as democratic. The aristocratic families did not really control the life of the city but were concerned with particular aspects that affected the townspeople as a whole. The Ottoman government, however, seemed to regard it as considerable dominance. The increasing power of the Husaynis aroused the resentment of the Ottoman governor of Jerusalem, especially Rauf Pasha, the last governor during the reign of Abd al-Hamid II. Over the last 2 years of the Sultan's reign, 1907–9, Rauf Pasha repeatedly complained that the Husaynis were inciting the populace against the Sultan. Fortunately, he said, the Sultan had a servant who was the right man in the right place, who was able to overcome them for the good of the people. He told the central government that he had succeeded in controlling the parasites, namely, the Husaynis, Khalidis and Nashashivis. 44. The family's growing power also reawakened the tension in its relations with the foreign consuls, who had become much stronger since the Kaiser's visit. As the British consul John Dixon reported, this was due to Jerusalem's growing importance in the eyes of the world, and as a result the Western consuls became an even more dominant element in the city than they had been in Finn's time. In the past 15 years the city's population had doubled, as had its area, and since the opening of the railway link with Jaffa, commerce had also doubled. 45 As the consul walked around the market, he rejoiced to see the finest British goods on display and to hear English spoken everywhere, both by the many missionaries living in the city and the numerous tourists who frequented it. Hundreds of British tourists come here twice a year, spring and autumn, he wrote. He also complained about his numerous duties and his low salary. Most of the European consuls had been promoted to consuls general, but not Dixon, not because Britain was less interested in Jerusalem than the other powers but because of bureaucratic parsimony. 46. During the final years of Abd al-Hamid's reign, which ended in 1909, the European influence was so dominant that the sub-district of Nazareth was detached from the district of Acre and attached to the Jerusalem Sanjak, thus putting all the Christian holy places under one umbrella and facilitating the services to the pilgrims. But near the end of his reign, the Sultan restored Nazareth to the district of Acre. 47. The process of economic and technological transformation driven by the foreign presence in the city accelerated in the early 20th century. European influence was visible everywhere, and the increasing trade with Europe affected the patterns of life in towns and villages throughout Palestine. The new destination of the external trade and its growth in the three districts that would later form the British Mandate of Palestine, Jerusalem, Nablus, and Acre, the last two being part of the Vilayet of Beirut, with its capital in Sidon, would promote a certain economic unity among them. These districts did not need to use the port of Beirut, and their external commerce could operate from within their territory. Foreign trade meant an increase of cash crops, with cultivators turning into hired laborers and agriculture being modernized. In the city, the effects could be seen in the growing number of foreign banks, in the postal services and in insurance companies. 48. Though the Husaynis became wealthier in the early 20th century, they were not affected by the capitalist trend and did not join the world of finance. The capitalization of Jerusalem's economy sustained three principal groups: Jerusalemites of Greek and Italian origin who operated energetically and accumulated fresh capital, a small number of Jewish settlers who arrived at the beginning of the century, and the German Templars. 49. But if the rules of the capital market did not directly affect the Husaynis, other European imports did reshape their world. For example, the installation of a clock tower over the Jaffa Gate, one of the many towers built in honor of the Sultan throughout the empire, revolutionized the perception of time and space among the people in Jerusalem and elsewhere in Palestine. According to the intriguing analysis of Benedict Anderson, a scholar of nationality, the clock caused people to relate differently to the reality around them and gave rise to a new political-cultural relationship that eventually became known as nationality. Until the end of the First World War, younger people in Jerusalem set their daily timetable by the clock tower, while the older people continued to live by a dual timetable, a Western one when required to fix a precise time, and the traditional one determined by prayers and meal times. The more traditional scholars of Arab nationalism agree that the encounter with Europe catalyzed the formation of national identity. It was a complex encounter that included several economic aspects and the advent of new technology which enabled speedy physical access to information and new places and made it possible for people to compare cultural worlds in terms of values. For the Palestinians in general, and the Husaynis in particular, this phenomenon was personified by a new kind of Jew, the Zionist. The Zionists saw themselves as a national movement that acted as a colonialist project, and they therefore claimed ownership over Palestine and attempted to occupy it by force. This new actor on the ground obliged the Palestinians to think in a totally different way about their own survival and existence. But it was too early to realize this. At this stage, what Zionism did seem to trigger on the Palestinian side was an impulse to sharpen their local national identity, and here the Husaynis had a major role to play. First encounters with Zionism. Individual Husaynis encountered Zionism in various circumstances and reacted in a variety of ways. It is hard to know to what extent the association of the family with the pre-Zionist Jewish elite in Jerusalem affected its attitude towards Zionism when it appeared. Apparently it had little or no effect. just as there was little or no connection between the world of the old Jewish community in Palestine and the new world that the Zionist immigrants were trying to create. The first Husayni to confront the new phenomenon was Mufti Tahir II, who found himself at the forefront of the struggle against Zionism in its earliest manifestations. Like other Muslim clerics in the empire, he viewed the Zionist movement as part of the concerted Western effort to undermine Ottoman rule in the shrinking empire. Already in 1882, these clerics prevailed on Sultan Abd al-Hamid II to pass a law banning Jewish immigration. From the day the law was passed, even before he became Mufti in 1883, and for the rest of his life, Tahir cooperated with the Ottoman religious establishment and, working like a one-man research institute, studied Zionism's nature, meaning and aims. It was at his initiative that the authorities in Istanbul decided in 1889 to limit Jewish immigration and permit foreign Jews to spend no more than 3 months in Palestine, and then for religious purposes only. Tahir was thus in the vanguard of the anti-immigration front. The issue of land was more problematic, at least in the first decade of the Zionist presence. It is doubtful he succeeded in persuading his kinsmen of the importance of this issue, especially as he himself sold some land, though not a great deal, in the vicinity of Jerusalem to Zionist groups. On the other hand, Salim, who said nothing about immigration, took his time when asked to sell land or to approve land transactions in the city council, which he headed. In 1890 the council first discussed the possibility of Jewish immigrants settling in the city and the desire of some of them to purchase plots of land. As usual, the council's summer session dealt with the population figures, and it discovered that a full third of the registered inhabitants were Jews, a marked increase over the number reported in previous sessions. 50 The city began to take on a Jewish character, at least according to the Ottoman records of the time. During the Hamidi reign, Jews who owned properties and houses paid taxes, and so every annual report revealed the demographic change in the city. Salim was convinced that this was not accidental and that it might indicate a plot to take over the city. Together with the Jerusalem notables, he organized a petition to the authorities to forbid the purchase of land by Jews and to the Sultan to issue a firman to that effect. 51 A year later the Sultan did issue such an order, but pressure from the British government made it ineffectual. But while Salim believed that such action was necessary, he did not apparently see Zionist immigration as something new. He had become accustomed to the growing foreign presence in the city since the Crimean War and tended to view it as a general European scheme to take control of the city, a drive that had begun with the first consuls. His was not, therefore, a specifically anti-Jewish attitude. The family as a whole and Salim in particular had good relations with the Jewish community, notably in the economic sector. Before becoming mayor, Salim had had commercial and real estate dealings with some Jerusalem Jews and business associations with several, primarily the Roca family. In the 1870s he and Yitzhak Roca were partners in a hotel in Bab al-Wad. Roca had leased it in 1877 with Salim's help, that is, the lease was registered in Salim's name, and managed it, and the profits were divided between them. These profits derived from the taxes levied on travelers from Jaffa to Jerusalem and were endorsed on the tax receipts. This partnership persisted until the opening of the Jaffa, Jerusalem Railway. 52, the hotel, by the way, is still there along Route 1 connecting Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, just as you begin the ascent to the city. When Salim became mayor of Jerusalem amid an influx of Jews into the municipality, this did not damage these relations but in fact improved them, if only because the Jewish vote was needed. In the municipal elections of 1892, for example, 700 of the enfranchised Muslims cast their votes, as well as 300 Christians and 200 Jews, who among them elected 10 representatives to the city council. 53 Salim's first mayoralty had been by appointment, but in 1892 the post was obtained by election, and he needed the Jewish votes. Both systems were used irregularly until the end of the century. Then, as now, votes were won by responding to the demands of the various communities. One of the main demands of the Jewish community was the enlargement of the space in front of the Western Wall. The Husayni family were guardians of important religious properties whose sale or lease could have eased the crowding at the wall. In 1887 Mustafa al-Husayni agreed to sell to Nissim Bakar and Edmund de Rothschild part of the Abu Madian religious property. Named after a Maghrebi saint, this property was under the Husaynis guardianship and included the Western Wall area. But the deal fell through for unknown reasons. 54. The Husaynis were able to respond favorably to the less far-reaching demands of the Jewish community and thus obtain their votes for the mayoralty. For example, Salim acceded to the request of 3 Jewish notables to pave the Western Wall square so that some sewage work being carried out nearby would not sully the Jewish holy site. 55. In fact, this was the last time that the Jewish presence at the wall was treated as a communal religious, rather than national, issue. In 1897, when the Baron de Rothschild wished to buy the Western Wall square from the Muslim religious authority and the mayor almost agreed, both branches of the family became alarmed, especially the Sheikh al-Haram, Bashir al-Husayni, the son of Abd al-Salam II, who managed to block the sale. The Husaynis' ability to do so was due to the fact that the purchase of lands required the approval of the city council as well as the governor. 56. It would seem that Salim did not distinguish between the influx of Jews and the growing foreign influence in Jerusalem. He regarded Jewish immigration as another aspect of the same problem. The British consul John Dixon reassured him. He had seen the correspondence between Beirut and Istanbul, which stated that very few Jews were arriving in Beirut and Haifa. Still, he admitted that it was extremely easy for a Jew to enter Palestine. £5 are enough to ensure admission to a Jew of any nationality whatsoever. Most were Austrian, Russian, and American nationals. The influence of those countries' local consuls meant that the authorities could not bar the entry of many of the Jews. Nevertheless, from time to time the Ottomans managed to put obstacles in their path, as when the 1880 decree forbidding Jewish visitors to stay longer than 3 months became law in 1901. After a while, Jews who were British nationals could evade the law because their passports did not indicate their Jewish origin. In this way, the British emancipatory spirit assisted the movement that fought against Jewish assimilation in Europe. An individual's reaction to Zionism often depended on his official position. The mayor was ambivalent. The men of commerce and finance, far from opposing it, made business deals with the newcomers, while the Tahiri branch linked Jewish immigration to the European challenge to the city's Muslim sanctity. Indeed, it was the British consul James Finn, not a popular figure in the Husaynis historical memory, who connected the arrival of the Jews with the restoration of Crusader glory. It is no wonder, then, that Mufti Tahir II led the opposition to this immigration, with a special emphasis on the sale of land, not only within the family but among the Jerusalem notables as a whole. He knew that possession of land indicated a prolonged stay and a claim of ownership, whereas immigration without settlement was transient pilgrimage. There is no point in searching for a non-national motive for this opposition to the permanent settlement of foreigners in your country. While it is true that it arises, as the scholar of nationality Anthony Smith has shown, from the desire to preserve the purity of the tribe, or the religious or geographic community, it is equally true that it is especially forceful when it bears a national character, as Smith's colleague Benedict Anderson argues. 57. Tahir al-Husayni II was the first national mufti to react to Jewish immigration. At the time, there were 500,000 inhabitants in the territory that would later be demarcated as the British Mandate for Palestine, 80% Muslim and only 5% Jews, yet Tahir saw every additional Jew as a threat to the Holy City. He was especially incensed that the foreign consuls were unreservedly helping Jewish immigrants to buy land by enabling them to do so as European nationals unconstrained by the laws of the Ottoman Empire. Thus the Zionist presence began to establish itself in Palestine despite the Ottoman government's hostility. In 1897 the government responded to Tahir's urging and appointed a committee to examine the question of land purchases. This was the year that the first Zionist Congress was held in Basel, Switzerland. The committee recommended that strict limitations be imposed on Jewish land acquisition, and the government adopted the recommendation. but while Tahir was fighting to stop the process, Rabah was selling land to the highest bidder. In 1891, for example, he sold the lands of the village of Koloniya, lying between Abu Ghosh and Jerusalem, to the founders of the Moses settlement, led by Yehoshua Ilan. We have seen how Ismail al-Husayni had abused one of the villagers, and it seems that the relations between the villagers and the Husayni family had not improved since. Not only did Rabah sell the land, he helped the Jewish buyers evade the Ottoman law under which the tract in question, categorized as uncultivated, had reverted to state property after 3 years and was barred from sale. Rabah purchased the land from the village headman and promptly sold it to the Jews. 20 years earlier Yehoshua Ilan had been one of the Jewish bidders who had competed with Musa al-Husayni for some land in the valley of Jericho, but the government had stopped the Jews from buying it. It is difficult to determine to what extent members of the family grasped the future potential of Jewish immigration. No doubt they read the newspapers of the time and took in the insights they offered, namely that we cannot analyze how it was received, only how it was produced. In 1897 the local press in Jerusalem and Gaza mentioned the opening of the Zionist Congress. 58 It published a letter from Frankfurt reporting that a movement of Jews wishing to return to Palestine had been founded 6 months previously. The movement, which the letter said was viewed favorably by the United States, Britain, and Germany, was called Zionism. It went on to say that, if given permission by the Ottoman Empire, the Zionists proposed to establish in Palestine masakin, housing, for Jews who were being persecuted in Russia, Bulgaria, and Romania. They promised to develop the agriculture and industry in Palestine, reduce the number of poor people in Europe and promote trade between Europe and the Orient. A correspondent of the newspaper Al-Muqtataf al-Mufida reported that the British press was sympathetic to the idea, and stated that there was no reason for the Ottoman Empire to reject such support from Europe or for Europe to object to a reduction of its poor population. The Europeans believed that the Jews, being utterly loyal to the West, would spread its culture and expand its trade and industry. This extended report came in response to frequent questions from readers in the Arab press about the significance of Jewish immigration. An editorial noted that the Jews who had arrived so far had not fulfilled the above promises. While they had indeed developed trade and industry, they had failed badly in agriculture, and no wonder, since they were not farming people. But the principal failure was that the Jewish capitalists were doing nothing to help. We local people, the editorial concluded, must hope that the situation of the Jews in Europe will improve. 59. The Egyptian newspaper Al-Mana was the most emphatic, calling on the local population to resist the vicious European decision to export the weakest of its peoples to Palestine. The indigenous people should rise up and fight for Watan and Ummah, which some translate as homeland and nation, while others argue that those concepts were far from clear at a time when the Ottoman and classical Arabic discourse was turning into a national one. The newspaper urged its readers not to ignore the problem, but it also showed understanding for the plight of the Jews. It explained that the Jews had competed with the Europeans, which was why they were subjected to persecution. The Jews, it stated, were like the Japanese, Orientals who successfully competed with Europe, whereas the Muslims were failing to do so, a theme that the Egyptian press had harped on repeatedly since the end of the previous century. 60. But unlike Salim and Tahir II, the grandest member of the Husayni clan, Ismail Bey, did not understand what the fuss was all about. While some of his kinsmen were issuing public calls against the sale of land to Jews, in 1906 he himself sold an estate, a steam-driven mill and an olive press in the village Ain Siniyah, on the Jerusalem-Nablus Road, to the family of Jacob Chertok, a member of the early Zionist Billah group and the father of Israel's future Prime Minister Moshe Sharad. As noted above, Ismail had inherited his father's extensive properties, including the Ain Siniyah land and more. 61. To begin with, Ismail's brother Shukri regarded the Zionist issue as a purely economic one and offered the Zionists land near Petah Tikva and Hulda. Representatives of the Jewish Agency used to visit him at his office in Istanbul, where he was a high official in the Ottoman Department of Education. He spent most of his life in the imperial capital and was a tower of strength for the family during the dramatic transition from Ottoman rule to the centrist national government of the Young Turks. 62 He was there when Theodor Herzl, the founder of political Zionism, came to see the Sultan, and heard that Herzl proposed buying Palestine for billions, though Abd al-Hamid II refused. To Shukri this was merely an amusing anecdote, but the future Mufti al-Hajj Amin al-Husayni would speak of this episode, which occurred a year after he was born, as the most decisive event for him and his family, with the exception of the Balfour Declaration. 63. The family could not tell whether Herzl was a serious person or a mountebank, since in those days there was no shortage of charlatans who presented themselves as deliverers of Judaism and Christianity. The so-called Prince Emmanuel, for example, was an eccentric Jew who asked the Husaynis to help him set up an Anglo-Zionist college. Before receiving an answer he proclaimed that he had founded the first Zionist college in Jerusalem, then vanished as suddenly and mysteriously as he had appeared. 64. Said al-Husayni's attitude towards Zionism was unusual. His father, Ahmed Razim, had sent him to study for some time at the Jewish school, the Alliance Israelite, where he learned Hebrew. This did not induce him to support the notion of the Jews' return to their ancient homeland, but it seems to have prevented him from adopting an unequivocal anti-Zionist stance. Said had several Jewish friends from his school days, and perhaps these personal relationships gave rise to mixed feelings. His knowledge of Hebrew provided him with an unusual career as the local censor of the Hebrew press in Jerusalem, which entailed daily reading of the Hebrew newspapers that had appeared in the city since the middle of the century. Eventually his familiarity with the language and political trends led him to adopt an anti-Zionist, though not anti-Jewish, position. His field of endeavor combined with his being a Husayni shaped Said's attitude towards Zionism. In 1891, when he ran for the post of representative of Jerusalem in the Ottoman Parliament, he made public statements warning against continued Zionist immigration. It was not an easy position for him to take, since at the time his son Ibrahim Said was employed by ICA, the Jewish Colonization Association, the body created by Baron Edmund de Rothschild to supervise his investment and develop the economy and settlements of the Zionist enterprise in Palestine. When Ibrahim Said resigned from the company, it became easier for his father to come out publicly against Zionism. That year Said and Salim al-Husayni, together with some other Jerusalem notables, sent the Sultan a telegram to that effect. It seems that Said's eventual decision to oppose Zionism was taken in 1905, when he organized a conference against Jewish immigration and land purchases by the Zionist movement. The following year he said in an interview with Al-Akdam that he and Salim had been rallying other Arab members of parliament to urge the Sultan to take stronger action against Zionism in Palestine. 65. It was also in 1905 that the first hostile incident took place between a member of the Husayni family and a Zionist representative. Salim was visiting his nephew Abd al-Salam II, who was a government official in Jaffa, when David Lewontin, the manager of the local branch of Anglo-Palestine Bank, publicly insulted him. Abd al-Salam fired off an angry letter to the president of the bank in London, and the family noted another proof of the arrogance of Zionism and the dangers it represented. 66 Yet a very different interaction took place the same year when Musa Kazim, then the Kaymakam of Jaffa, sent armed guards to protect the new Jewish neighborhood of Neve Zedek, which adjoined Jaffa on the north and which had been founded by Eliezer Roca at the beginning of the century. Roca and Musa Kazim had been friends since childhood, and thanks to Musa Kazim the new neighborhood, which had been plagued by highway robbers, could now feel secure. 67 The Husaynis had always been on excellent terms with the Roca family, and the gesture was personal, not political, though in those days the difference between the two was not yet sharply defined. Curiously, a much lesser-known member of the family, Sheikh Yusuf al-Husayni, was the family authority on Judaism. But he was interested in the Jewish religion and tradition, not in Zionism, so his insight did little to heighten the family's political awareness. He was especially interested in the connection between Judaism and Islam, and in conversations with Jewish religious scholars he tried to convince them that the story of Abraham and Ishmael contained coded predictions of the future appearance of the Prophet Muhammad. 68 But even this open-minded view of the two religions could not avert the forthcoming struggle for the country. The fall of Abd al-Hamid II. Before the family could quite grasp the significance of the Jewish longing for Jerusalem and Eretz Israel that would become a vast colonialist project of dispossession, their world was badly shaken when Abd al-Hamid II lost his place in Istanbul and in history. Though in terms of Western historiography Ismail al-Husayni was the most progressive, given his treatment of his daughters and his Western education, he regarded the Sultan's fall as an unmitigated disaster for the family. Throughout the Hamidi reign, Ismail had given his unqualified support to Ottoman rule, and of all of his family he was the most loyal to the ruler. Ismail had been largely responsible for supervising and controlling the new invention that most worried Abd al-Hamid II, namely, the printing press. The Sultan recognized the power of the printed word and of the press to incite and spread unrest. Just as the clock is seen as one of the signs of the age in which the concept of a national community was born, theoreticians of nationalism consider mass printing to have been another technological and material innovation that contributed to the concept's development. Abd al-Hamid II correctly identified the problem, but his response to it was a failure. He tried to promote pan-Islamic and Ottoman nationalism in the face of the national movements that were cropping up everywhere, and failed. Now he had to contend with the internal national revolution that had begun to take shape when he ascended the throne, that of the Young Turks. 4 medical students who met in Istanbul in 1889 started a process that would change the face of the entire Ottoman Empire. They formed an association they named the Young Turks, whose avowed goal was to topple the tyranny of Abd al-Hamid II and replace it with a free, progressive, national Turkish regime. A mixture of romantic nationalism, admiration for the strong modern state and vestiges of liberalism made up their creed, but above all they worshipped progress, technological progress based on reason and science to overcome all obstacles, primarily tradition and religion. No more slow, partial, and vague reforms, instead, a single revolution with miraculous solutions for all the ills of society. The first attempt to bring it off in 1897 had failed miserably and was followed by the Sultan's repressive measures. In Jerusalem these measures had taken the form of a relentless resistance to the new printing presses. This was where Ismail had a major role to play. As supervisor of the printing industry, he was in effect the long arm of tyranny's drive to restrict the freedom of expression. He was the first to fight the Arab printing press in Jerusalem, though in times to come it would serve the family during the transition to the national stage. The first Arab press in the city was established in 1906 by George Habib Hanania, who had to prove the machines were not designed to make bombs before he could get a license. 69. Ismail was party to the moves against the press, particularly the Egyptian newspapers distributed in the districts of Beirut, Nablus, and Jerusalem, spreading sharp criticism of the government. Near the end of Abd al-Hamid's rule, the order was given to seize all the copies of Al-Mana in those districts. This was the journal of Sheikh Rashid Rida, one of the leading Islamic philosophers and activists who would later inspire a future generation of Muslim brothers and like-minded political organizations. Al-Mana's first issue had accused the Ottomans of not doing enough to raise the level of education and culture in the Arab countries, so the second issue was confiscated. Naturally, the accusation was leveled at Ismail himself, who was responsible for the education system in Jerusalem. The paper also blamed the government for allowing an influx of foreigners into the region and called for a holy war against them and the expulsion of their collaborators. Above all, Sheikh Rashid Rida's newspaper called for reforms based on a stricter reliance on Islamic sources. Ismail was not sufficiently religious or nationalistic for this publication, in sharp contrast with the future image of Al-Hajj Amin al-Husayni. 70. Yet Ismail was not exceptional amongst the local notables, many of whom were faithful to the Sultan. The Gaza Husaynis, however, who were apparently linked to the Wafa'i and therefore to the Jerusalem family, displayed a very different attitude to Abd al-Hamid that nearly led to their destruction. In February 1898 the Ghazan Mufti, the head of the family there, his brother and his son were arrested and exiled to Anatolia. They had been about to accept Egypt's rule in El Arish, thus allying themselves with one of the Sultan's chief enemies. The opposite was true of Ismail. His standing was badly damaged by the Sultan's fall, though he remained a prominent figure and was regarded as the head of the Jerusalemite family. But it would be said and Shukri, his more dynamic cousins, who would skillfully steer the family through the dramatic upheavals of the first decade of the 20th century. The end of the Hamidi era. The last family occasion to take place under Ottoman rule, which had lasted more than 350 years, was the coming-of-age celebration of Muhammad Amin, the son of Mufti Tahir II and his second wife, Zainab. Held on a roof in the heart of the Haram al-Sharif reached by a spiral staircase, it was attended by a large crowd of women and children. The important guests reclined on bolsters on a dais made up of large cushions, while the poorer ones sat on bare wooden benches. The wife of the deputy governor of Jerusalem, a pious, bulky lady, was the guest of honor. Her English companion, the wife of the painter Stanley Inchbold, provided future historians with a detailed description of the event, though unfortunately she was more interested in clothes than in the traditional ceremony. Her painstaking description of the guest of honor's dress, for example, an embroidered gown with gold trimming on the sleeves, a green cummerbund, a small diamond tiara, might have been referring to a fashion plate from Vienna or Paris rather than Jerusalem. There were about 100 women on the roof, some of them in Western clothes but most in traditional robes. There were Sudanese servants, Bedouin children, and country girls in headdresses hung with silver coins, the fashion of the mountain villages since the beginning of the reign. Mrs. Inchbold assumed that the women who sat on upright chairs had received a European education, while those who lolled casually on cushions had not been exposed to Western influence. Women and girls came to peer at the Englishwomen and from time to time leaned over the openings in the parapet to see what was going on below. The deputy governor's wife translated their questions. "Are you comfortable? Is there anything you want?" "I'm perfectly comfortable," the grateful visitor replied. Servants kept bringing her jugs of water for refreshment. Then a group of girls appeared to entertain the guests, Jewish girls from Beirut, the hostess explained, who danced to the sound of a flute played by a girl in a long silk robe. The performance included love songs and delightful dances. Now and then the birthday boy appeared among the guests. He was small and delicate looking, but vividly colorful with his red hair and blue eyes. The party went on until well past midnight, but the painter's wife did not feel up to it. She was about to depart on a long journey through the Syrian lands, under the Syrian sun, as her husband's travel book was called, in the summer of 1905.71. The Hamidi era ended with the death of Tahir II in 1908. The funeral was an exhausting affair, since in burying the Mufti the family took great pains with the ceremonies. 72 He had hesitated until his last days to decide which of his sons should inherit his position as Mufti. As well as 5 daughters, he had 3 sons, 1, Kamal, by his first wife, Mahbuba, and 2, Fakhri and Amin, by his beloved second wife, Zainab. He used to take the 3 potential successors to the Haram al-Sharif to learn the requirements of the Mufti of Jerusalem as well as their duties as members of the Ashraf family. 73. The quiet Zainab took pains with Amin's religious tuition at their house in the Husaynis, the home of the Tahiri branch, and he also received a broader education than his 2 brothers. First he attended the traditional primary school, where he was taught history and religion in the spirit of Islam. Then he attended the French missionary École de Frères, where he learned French, his favorite language, which he also studied with a private tutor, a Miss Husaynis. 74 In the 1890s he was in Istanbul for his higher studies. A small, slender young man, his tendency to mumble and lisp made communication with him difficult, but his physical appearance remained strikingly colorful. In the early 20th century he was a pupil of Sheikh al-Rida, who at the time taught at the University of Al-Azhar, thereby completing the family's connection with the great institution that had begun 200 years before. but when Tahir II died, Amin was only 13 and could not inherit his father's position. Fakhri was also too young, so the eldest, Kamal, was automatically chosen. The Tahiri branch was somewhat uneasy about this, as Kamal had a pallid personality and lacked connections with the city notables, a worry that would prove to be well-founded. Palestinian historiography paints him in a bad light, chiefly because he did little to fight against Zionism. Along with Amin's coming-of-age party, Tahir's funeral, and Kamal's installation as Mufti, the end of the Hamidi period was marked for the young Husayni men, excluding Amin, who muttered religious texts on his way home from school, by the advent of a new sport, football. Most of Musa Kazim's sons excelled at football at their school, St. George's, known as the Mutran. It had been founded in 1898 by the Anglican Bishop of Jerusalem, George Francis Blythe, and Musa Kazim's sons were among its first pupils. 75 The school was a splendid edifice in the eastern city, near a fine Anglican cathedral. The school's name was not unfamiliar to the Husaynis, as the eponymous patron saint of England had been born in Lydda. The church was ornamented with colorful stained glass windows, which the boys enjoyed looking at. They depicted the life of another native of the country born in nearby Ain Karim, John the Baptist. And everywhere was the image of St. George in a feathered helmet, striking down the dragon at his horse's feet. Though the dragon supposedly symbolized the enemies of Christianity, to the boys it was merely a story about a hero and a monster. 6 of the Husayni boys attended this school, and each of them would reach the top of mandatory Palestine's social and political hierarchy. The eldest and most prominent was Jamal, the son of Musa Kazim al-Husayni's sister and Musa Saleh al-Husayni. Jamal was the first boy to come to school dressed in Western clothes, a dark corduroy suit with a collarless shirt, catching the attention of teachers and students. The historian Izzat Tunuz was also a pupil there at the time, hence our information. The school had only about 100 students, and was very popular with all of them. In addition to offering football, it was the first school in Palestine that did not use the cane. 4 of Bishop Blythe's daughters taught there under the direction of the sports-loving Reynolds, who made sure that no other school could match St. George's. Proper football had begun to be played in the British Isles in 1888 and reached St. George's in only a few years. In the summer, other colonial sports were introduced, such as cricket, basketball, and hockey. Every month there was a sports day, which drew parents and other interested parties, and before the First World War there was a football match every Saturday afternoon. The school's league was launched in 1906 with a match between the St. George's team and that of the Protestant school. Some of the players still wore tarbushes, which hampered them as they rushed around the pitch at Bab al-Sara. Tawfiq, the son of Musa Saleh, was one of the best players. Tawfiq also took part in school theatricals. A pleasant, smiling young man, he played the Prince of Morocco in the school production of The Merchant of Venice. On a small stage flanked by green doors and windows with their shutters flung open, Tawfiq seemed to personify the cultural riches of the twilight of the Ottoman age, an age in which East and West were blending into a distinctive culture. It was still the culture of the elite and would have needed many years to flourish and spread through the rest of society, but the process was instead thwarted by the searing force of the political and national struggle that overwhelmed Jerusalem and the rest of Palestine in the 20th century. 76. This then was the world of the Husaynis during the Hamidi period, a world in which the official language was Turkish but the language of literature and the one in which the people of the Jerusalem district interpreted reality was Arabic. He who commanded the Turkish language dominated family affairs, but he who thought in Palestinian would become the leader of the family in the new century. No wonder, then, that it was said of them that they were first and foremost to all that is sacred in Palestine, and all the people of the place admire and bless it with awe and exaltation. 77. Chapter 5. Facing the Young Turks. The family as bureaucratic aristocracy. While young Tawfiq al-Husayni was playing the Prince of Morocco on the stage of St. George's, the clouds were gathering overhead for Sultan Abdul Hamid II, heralding a storm that would sweep away 4 centuries of Ottoman rule over the Arab Middle East. Although the clearest signs of the imminent revolution appeared in Jerusalem in 1906, it is doubtful if any of the city's notables discerned them. The Young Turks had failed in their first attempt to topple the government in 1897, and they understood that they needed to broaden their revolutionary base before rising openly as a political and military force. They did so on a large scale between 1902 and 1906. The movement infiltrated the standing army, especially the officer corps of the Fifth Army who were stationed in Damascus, Jerusalem, and Jaffa. In Damascus, a young officer by name of Mustafa Kemal, later known as Ataturk, organized the Homeland and Freedom Association, the first military group and the springboard of the 1908 revolution. 1 At the same time, officers of the Third Army began to organize in Salonika. These military rebels were assisted by anti-Hamidi elements all over the empire, notably the Armenians, whom fate would in a few years turn into the slaughtered victims of their erstwhile allies. Why the revolution erupted in 1908 nobody knows. What is clear is that there was a wide enough coalition of unsatisfied sectors that had been bruised by the Sultan and that suddenly came together as a critical mass. Be that as it may, the Husaynis were no more prepared for the explosion than the Sultan himself was. 2. On July 25, 1908, both the regular army and the civilian masses rose up in various ways against Abdul Hamid II. It took another 8 months before the revolution would finally succeed, due to a counter-revolutionary attempt to restore the Sultanate. Historian Bernard Lewis put it thus: the long night of Hamidi tyranny was over, the dawn of liberty had arrived. 3 Revised historiography today totally disagrees with this depiction. Nor does Lewis's comment seem to reflect the way the Husaynis and their peers felt. The Hamidi era was never regarded as especially tyrannical by the urban Arab elite as a whole, and in fact only during the final years of Ottoman rule, towards the onset of the First World War, was Ottoman rule regarded as particularly oppressive, personified by the policies of Jamal Pasha, the military governor of Syria on the eve of the war. In short order, the Husaynis joined others in developing new hopes for the opportunities created by the change of guard, and this may explain the widely reported spontaneous expression of joy all around Jerusalem when the news of the Sultan's fall arrived in the city. 4 There were mass demonstrations in the city streets and squares, described by people who worked in the post office, for example, Izzat Darwat saw. There was dancing in the squares, and exuberant cries filled the street when the local poets recited their songs of praise for the new government on every corner. 5 Salim al-Husayni managed the official celebrations in the city in honor of the revolution. He called the city notables and the officials to the square in front of the municipality and made a short speech in support of the revolution, while behind him hung a massive framed emblem of the Movement for Unity and Progress, as the revolutionaries called themselves. 6. Members of the family who did not attend the rally read about the events in the newspapers, which overflowed with ecstatic articles written by novelists and poets giving lyric voice to the popular hope kindled by the revolution. The leisurely reading of newspapers had become a common custom in the houses of the Jerusalem notables, chiefly the journals published in Egypt and Beirut, but also Arabic-language publications from the United States. Unfortunately, they all had limitations. The Beirut papers did not know what was happening in Istanbul, and those published in the capital seemed unaware of the outside world. 7. But this was not a time for celebrations, as difficult decisions awaited the family. The political situation was highly volatile and caused a sharp argument among the Husaynis. Shukri, brother of the head of the family, Ismail, who had attained a very high position at the center of power, led many of his relatives towards unreserved support for the revolution as the sublime expression of a new and better age to come. He did not confine himself to the family. On August 5, 1908, he reported to his brother that he had rallied the senior Arab officials in the Ottoman administration to support the revolutionaries. Together they formed an Arab-Ottoman association that was to cooperate with the Young Turks in the Arab provinces. But while Shukri was confident that he knew whom to support, there was great unease in the house of Ismail, whose loyalty to the Hamidi regime was well known. Indeed, there was some concern for his personal safety, as rumors began to arrive from Istanbul that the new government was about to launch an offensive against individuals known to have served as Abdul Hamid's agents and spies. Representatives of the new regime claimed that many of the notables of Palestine had served the Kayfiyyah, the Sultan's secret police. However, the suspicion fell on the Nablus families, not those of Jerusalem. It is unlikely that Ismail cared much for the new rulers, but evidently he avoided a confrontation with them. The only time he openly challenged them was in 1913, when he led a group of Jerusalem notables to urge the new government in Istanbul not to neglect the religious properties in Jerusalem and to restore them to their original condition in accordance with the terms in which they had been run, meaning for the use of the public in Jerusalem. 9 As always, Ismail was concerned about the schools, which were deteriorating, and hoped that at least some of the religious properties would be restored and made fit for students. Shukri was unconcerned. He led the creation of the Arab Ottoman Fraternal Association, whose platform was simple and succinct. It called for the preservation of the Ottoman constitution, adherence to Ottoman unity, the improvement of the economic and political situation in the Arab regions as well as the other nations of the empire, and the expansion of education in Arabic. 10. Arab and Palestinian historians have pointed out that the association was but one of a number of groupings that heralded the rise of Arab nationalism in the region. However, it should be noted that it strove to fit into the new order, not withdraw into a separate Palestinian or even Arab entity. Only in hindsight does it appear as a formative chapter in the rise of Palestinian nationalism. Typically, nationalism appropriates any useful historical event that precedes it, whether related to it or not. But the association was only one of many precursors that heralded the emergence of a pan-Arabist national imagination and identification, and later a more focused Palestinian nationalism. Other precursors were the secret societies that promoted the teaching of Arabic and the study of Arabic history and culture. These included some Palestinians and the Salafiyya movement in Egypt, which associated Islamic reform with liberation from British occupation. Foreign and particularly Zionist intrusion accelerated the creation of the Palestinian national identity. The association became a branch of the Unity and Progress Party, and on the orders of Istanbul changed its name to the Arab Ottoman Brotherhood Party. Shukri had wished to call it simply the Arab Association, and it has been suggested that he added the adjective Ottoman to placate the young Turk triumvirate, Cemal, Enver, and Talat, that had seized power from the Sultan. Others maintain that Shukri and his companions were genuinely enthusiastic about the ideas of the Turkish Revolution and decided to change the name themselves. All in all, it seemed less crucial to Shukri than national historians later claimed. Having formed the association, Shukri began to recruit young members from among the enthusiastic Arab students in the capital who created branches throughout the Arab regions of the empire. These students would be the first to rebel against the Young Turks few years later when they were called upon to become Turks themselves. That was the point when the Turkish association became a national Arab one. But this happened around 1913, and the rapid succession of events that turned Palestine into a battlefield in the First World War prevent historians from making a clear judgment on the overall relationship between the Young Turks and the Arab urban elite, including the Husaynis. The beginnings of that relationship, however, were quite promising. Shukri al-Husayni created the Jerusalem branch, and in August 1908 a meeting was held to decide the family's policy. Ismail willingly took part but asked to bring in two of his influential friends, the family's Christian friend Khalil al-Sakakani and Khalib al-Khalidi. 11 Al-Khalidi was one of the most prominent Jerusalem notables, a judge of the district court and a member of the board of education chaired by Ismail. So high was his standing that the meeting was held at his residence, out of respect and also perhaps because it was he who had informed the people of Jerusalem about the revolution. Governor Ekrem had been so fearful that for 2 days he suppressed the news about the revolt that had taken place in July. Finally Khalib al-Khalidi hired a town crier to go around the city and proclaim the news. 12. After Khalib was appointed in the 1890s to the Board of Education, relations between the two families had markedly improved. The former rivals resolved to bury the hatchet and turn over a new page. In fact, the Arab Ottoman Brotherhood was very much a bi-clan project. It would be a springboard for a coalition during the mandatory period that the urban elite would try to use to move forward quickly and forge a clear national identity in the face of Zionist aspirations and British occupation. But in the beginning of the 20th century and later, both families were unable to expand the base, not only into other social classes but even amongst the other families of the urban elite. Even before the national era, in the new regime imposed by the Young Turks, the particular position of the Husaynis as first among equals became more precarious, and their lineage and religious standing proved to be insufficient resources for maintaining what would become national leadership. There was a moment in the winter of 1908 when it looked as if Shukri would lead the family to cooperation and success in the new world created by the Young Turks. He urged the family to continue to participate in the parliamentary life of the new regime. About a month after the publication of the new constitution, Istanbul issued directives about the parliamentary elections. There was to be a representative from every district with 50,000 inhabitants, thus 2 representatives from Jerusalem and 1 each from Nablus and Jaffa. Every male over 25 could vote, provided he had no criminal record. The voters would choose electors who would choose the parliamentary representative. Ru'ai al-Khalidi and Said al-Husayni were elected and thereby cemented their new political partnership even further. Point 13. In November 1908, at Shukri's initiative, the city of Jerusalem held a formal reception for Said al-Husayni and Ru'ai al-Khalidi upon their return from Istanbul. Point 14. Muslim youths filled the market alleys, flourishing toy swords and firing invisible rifles. On this occasion they were joined by the Christians and Sephardic Jews, and together they went to the railway station. After a 5-hour journey from Jaffa, the train arrived at the usual time in the afternoon, by which point the station was packed with people. When Shukri and his friend Khalil al-Sakakani arrived, the poets and speech makers began to declaim the praises of the returnees. Then the company proceeded to the Arab Ottoman Brotherhood Club for a lavish dinner. Al-Haq Shukri would be remembered in Arab historiography as one of the trailblazers of Arab nationalism. In the winter of 1908 he was very far from it. Like many of the Jerusalem notables, he was concerned about the predicament of the empire. His chief public activity in the following months was organizing the townspeople in the feudal struggle to stop the shrinking of the Ottoman Empire. People in his social circle were furious about Austria's annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina shortly after the publication of the constitution and called on the people of Jerusalem to protest against this unilateral Austrian move. At Shukri's urging, many people wrote angry letters to the Austrian consul and boycotted Austrian-made tarbushes. But such symbolic gestures could not stop the historical process. The empire went on losing territories and prestige. The forces of the Greek general Venizelos conquered Crete, and the new Ottoman activists were further frustrated when Montenegro declared its independence from the empire. In the literary clubs an anti-Austrian poem by the Lebanese poet Shibli al-Malid was recited along with another poet's anti-Greek poem and one by Khalil Mutran mourning the loss of Montenegro. 15. This period lasted until 1913. The first years of the Young Turks were a continued effort to centralize the empire, which was welcomed by the old guard of the Husaynis. The younger family members were more supportive of those who called for a more decentralized empire. On the eve of the First World War, there were the first signs of change. A more nationalist policy was adopted by Istanbul and was intensified during the war. In this new atmosphere it was more difficult to form an Arab Ottoman Brotherhood. On August 23, 1909 the government passed a law banning political organizations based on ethnic or national groupings, or bearing their names, but this was not directed toward the kind of cultural revival that took place in localities such as Jerusalem. But in 1913 it was. And as a result it was more difficult to advocate an Ottoman Arab identity. Faced with this sharply reduced choice, it is no wonder that educated persons throughout the Arab world chose Arabism, as Turkishness had nothing to do with their past, their heritage, or their hopes for the future. New conditions drove them to form secret societies, and it was in these that the idea of Arab nationalism was nurtured. Tender shoots of nationalism. Individually and as a family, the Husaynis were faced with the same choice, and the outcome was a clear generational division. Shukri al-Husayni represented the older generation, while his son Jamil represented the younger. Unlike most of his friends in the Arab-Ottoman Association who were dismayed by the Young Turks' demand to diminish the vestiges of Arabism in local politics, Shukri remained firm in his decision not to break away from Istanbul and Turkey. 16 He was pleased to have the support of his brother Arif. Shukri, Arif, and Ismail were, as noted, the sons of Musa al-Husayni, who during his stay in Istanbul had associated with the Unity and Progress Party. 17 Unlike the associations in Damascus, Mecca, and Medina, the association supported by the middle generation of the Jerusalem notables was cultural rather than political. Its aim was not to sever the connection with the empire but to preserve the Arab character of their city and country within the Ottoman world. In the eyes of the notables, the danger to that world did not come from Istanbul, it came directly from the growing European and Zionist presence in Palestine. If the empire could help resist these intrusions, so much the better. For the younger members of the family such as Jamil, the Young Turks' reservations about the idea of Arab national identity was sufficient reason to organize as a national group on behalf of all the Arab regions that might be interested. Perhaps impelled by a son's natural reaction to his father, Jamil was, like other young men in his family, very much a product of Istanbul. While a student in the capital in 1909, he had met an Arab intellectual who, in response to the Ottoman policy, formed a secret organization called Al-Fatah, the Arab Youth. The front for this organization was a literary club in Istanbul in which Arab literature was discussed, a permissible activity. In reality it was a hothouse for extensive political activity. Jamil joined the secret group as soon as the club opened, and was one of its first members. 18 This was one of the first groups to call for the separation of the Arab regions from the world of the Unity and Progress Party and to fight against the Turkification of the new regime. The Young Turks' secret police never detected the true nature of this club or its many branches that sprang up in the Arab world. The dual structure, a literary facade concealing underground activity, also characterized the branch that Jamil al-Husayni set up in Jerusalem. Jamil's cousin Mustafa too represented the Tahiri branch of the family in the national movement. Mustafa had attended a secondary school in Istanbul, and in September 1912 he was one of the founding members of the Green Flag Association, an organization of Arab secondary school students in Istanbul. Mustafa was even more dynamic than his Umayyad cousin, and his group published 2 papers that discussed Arab nationalism, Lisan al-Arab, the language of the Arabs, and Al-Muntada al-Adabi, the cultural club. While the younger Husaynis were engaged in developing a pan-Arab identity, others in Palestine, notably the Greek Orthodox, were beginning to consider a more specific national identity in the country. The first indication appeared in the newspaper Al-Carmel in 1913, in editor Najib Nasser's response to a Beirut article attacking the Jerusalem notables. The Beirut paper Al-Mufid had accused them of failing to contribute their share to the promotion of the Ottoman reforms. Najib Nasser responded with an article entitled The Arab-Palestinian League, in which he distinguished between the interests of the people of Beirut and those of the people of Palestine. What have we, the Arabs of Palestine, to do with the Beirutis? Our economic and social situation does not resemble theirs. We are in a bad predicament. He also charged the notables of Jerusalem with political apathy, but called upon them to create a Palestinian League, which would channel all the efforts of the notables for the Palestinian people and not serve the Ottoman government. They should establish a league to defend the Palestinian homeland, he wrote, not only from the Young Turks, but also from Zionism. 19 In this way he linked support for the Young Turks with support for Zionism. Young members of the family adopted some of the ideas of the Greek Orthodox writers, but until about 1920 most of them persisted in their efforts to create a pan-Arab, or at any rate pan-Syrian, state and did not call for the creation of an independent Palestine. Not every notable or every senior person in the family felt called upon to adopt a position. Indeed, there were always some in the family who preferred to wait. Musa Kazim of the Umayyad branch sat on the fence, with notables like Ismail, Shukri, and the mayor on one side and the restless young people, including his own offspring, on the other. Until the outbreak of the war, Musa Kazim tended to agree with Shukri and Ismail that nothing had happened to warrant risky new positions. Such a posture was not necessarily conservative. Support for the Young Turks often implied support for their modernization. That is why he supported his sister, who married Muhammad Saleh, when she sent her son Jamal to the American University in Beirut. This Jamal would later fill the highest position in Palestinian politics under the British mandate, that of chairman of the Arab Higher Committee. For most of the Husaynis, especially the Tahiri branch, though not for historians of the period, 1910 marked an important turning point. That year Salim's son, Hussein al-Husayni, succeeded his father as mayor of Jerusalem. It was not an easy win. He received the votes of 648 out of the 1,200 electors. 20 Nevertheless, it proved that the family was as powerful as ever, especially its Tahiri branch. Hussein's triumph also demonstrated that the family was coping well with the dramatic changes in Istanbul. Hussein's attitude towards the Istanbul government is not easily assessed. In the early days of the revolution, he supported the cautious attitude of the head of the family, Ismail. Once established in the mayoralty, he became an implacable enemy of the new regime, according to the reports of the British consul in Jerusalem, at any rate. In 1912 he organized a petition signed by 60 of the district notables and telegraphed it to the British consulate, calling on the British government to intervene, if necessary by force, against Turkish nationalism and its manifestations in the district of Jerusalem. Hussein was the moving spirit at all the gatherings that considered various scenarios of a British invasion of Palestine that would put an end to the new face of the Ottoman Empire and lead to the creation of a new state in the Arab provinces. 21. Shortly before the outbreak of the war, Hussein al-Husayni ran again for the mayoralty, this time making skillful use of the local press to broadcast his sense of responsibility for the public. He was one of the leading reformers of the family. The newspaper Al-Quds published the praises of Hussein Hashim Effendi al-Husayni, his full title, who walked about the city streets and markets and concerned himself with public sanitation, much like a modern-day mayor with public relations in mind. According to that report, he personally supervised the mending of potholes in the roads and the quality of the water supply. 22. The post of mayor was periodically filled by Hussein's brother Abd al-Saleh and his relative Said. The latter, mentioned earlier in connection with his parliamentary career, was the better known of the two and served as mayor of Jerusalem between 1902 and 1906, when he was in his mid-twenties. The term notables should not be interpreted as meaning elders. Said was the most dynamic of the Husaynis in pioneering activities for Arab nationalism. After Shukri's decline, it was Said's work in the parliament along with the mayoralty that also made him the most political of the Husaynis. During the summer holidays, the students Jamil and Mustafa III, a scion of the Tahiri branch, returned home and met at Said's house, where they found warm support for their views. A man of the in-between generation, Said encouraged their new national outlook. "We Arabs are more than half the population of the empire, so Arabic should be the language of common usage and schooling," he maintained. Together they read the speeches of Talat Pasha, one of the leaders of the Young Turks, as reported in Al-Akdam, in which he rejected the idea of Arab nationalism. 23. Said supported the idea of Arab nationalism as enthusiastically as the younger men. He too joined the secret organization Al-Fatah, which became the vanguard of the national movement. This group gradually attracted educated Muslims and Christians who wanted to break with the Ottoman Empire. Said was introduced to it by the Syrian friends of the Husaynis, the younger members of the famous Alizm family. Another member was Ali al-Nashashivi, who apparently joined most of the associations, public or secret, that cropped up between 1908 and 1914. 24. Shukri al-Husayni was horrified by this mutinous movement and tried to persuade Said to support the attempts in Egypt to create a comprehensive pan-Arab national movement that would campaign for decentralization, that is, the preservation of the loose framework of the empire combined with cultural and administrative autonomy in the Arab regions. Although Shukri supported the Turks, in 1912 he approved of the Egyptian group that called itself the Decentralization Party, which he felt was anti-British rather than committed to pan-Arab independence from Turkey. Shukri's chief concern was to support any entity that resisted Western penetration into the Arab Middle East. He had read about the Egyptian group in the papers that reached Jerusalem or heard about it from young Al-Hajj Amin, who was studying at Al-Azhar with Sheikh Rashid Rida, who was also involved with the Decentralization Party. 25. Most of Shukri's contemporaries in the family did not share his hostility to Europe and all it stood for, and they were especially reluctant to adopt a strong anti-British stance. For example, like many of his companions in Al-Fatah, Said was sympathetic to the British, whom he regarded as potential allies. He was an Anglophile who spoke excellent English, and no wonder, as he had spent much of his adult life among the residents of the American colony. Having noted the various routes by which members of the Husayni family reached the idea of nationalism, whether in reaction to Istanbul's forcible Turkification or inspired by the ideas of certain Greek Orthodox individuals or sheikhs like Rashid Rida, we should mention George Antonius' argument that American missionaries had contributed much to the national thinking of Arab notables in Syria, Lebanon, and Palestine. It stands to reason that all the Husaynis who had come in contact with the people of the American colony had been exposed to the enticing vision of the American dream of liberty and progress and been inspired by it. Nevertheless, though the group of young men who would form the backbone of the Syrian and Lebanese national movement did learn much from the American missionaries, the most important teachers in the formative years of the Husaynis, who would lead the Palestinian national movement, were local men. These future leaders had their world shaped at an early age by the teachers of the Kutab, the Quranic school. The school of Sheikh Lulu stood at Bab al-Ahmad, the Nablus Gate, and the first lesson was devoted to the history of the gate. The children heard that in ancient times a column had stood in front of the gate that served as the epicenter from which distances to other parts of the world were measured, proving the universal centrality of Jerusalem. Some were taught by Sheikh Rehan, whose school was also nearby. But the best-loved teacher was Hassan Nur al-Din. He was 70 years old and had never raised his voice or hand to his pupils, but rather led them gently through their childhood via the sacred texts. 26. From the infant school the children passed to secular schools. Their local Christian teachers, rather than American missionaries, nationalized their outlook. 3 of these teachers stood out: Khalil al-Sakakani, Zurayk Nakhla and Khalil Baidaz, who influenced a whole generation of young Muslim and Christian Palestinians. With his thick beard and great nose and severe gaze, Zurayk Bey had a striking appearance. He was a Lebanese who had come to Jerusalem in 1889 at the request of Anglican missionaries to manage their store of religious books. In 1892 he became headmaster of the Gobat Boys Primary School on Mount Zion, which later became the English College and which most of the Husaynis growing up during the Hamidi period attended. One can still visit the school today. If you ignore a no-entry sign on your right when you ascend towards the Jaffa Gate in the Old City of Jerusalem and follow the forbidden turn alongside the old Ottoman wall through the citadel, on the mountain slope looking west lies the old Gobat School. Today it is an American college, and amongst the beautiful buildings left behind by the Anglicans, modern-day Americans have planted posters supporting the Greater Israel idea and a Zionist Jerusalem, which would not have shamed the most ultra-right Zionist settler movement in Israel. As mentioned, Samuel Gobat was an Anglican bishop who built a boys' school there in the mid-19th century. The Gobat School became the main preparatory school for the Palestinian elite. Gobat came to Palestine, as Americans still do today, because he believed that the return of the Jews would precipitate the second coming of the Messiah and the unfolding apocalypse of the end times. Unlike his successors, however, Gobat fell in love with the local population and helped tie them into the global educational system. In a way, he forsook his missionary task for the sake of granting them a more universal education. His efforts helped the embryonic Palestinian national movement to emerge. When Zurayk was headmaster and the Husaynis were studying there, the language of tuition at the school was Arabic, which prepared the students for higher studies. They also studied arithmetic, algebra, geometry, and biology. Zurayk taught Arabic but did not confine himself to grammar and syntax. He told his students about the great Arab heritage, and together they read passages selected from the glorious periods of Arab history. This charismatic man so appealed to them that they were drawn to listen to him even when he was among adults. Al-Mu'allim, the teacher, he was called by all and sundry, including graybeards, because of his renown as a scholar. He used to invite some of his students to his house, where they would sit and listen to the gatherings of Jerusalem notables, including Mayor Hussein al-Husayni. In times to come, Zurayk Nakhla would be regarded as one of the pioneers of the revived modern Arabic. The Husayni family had close relations with the teacher Khalil al-Sakakani, who had been Zurayk's student at the Anglican mission in Jerusalem. 27 Always meticulous in his dress, a man of noble qualities and courteous manner, he was widely learned and would be the subject of future writings. He had studied in Britain and the United States in his youth, and his command of the English language was impressive. He returned to Palestine directly after the Young Turks' new constitution was published in 1908, and began to work as a journalist and teacher. That year he opened a private school in Jerusalem, the Ottoman Constitutional School, where he sought to inculcate Arabic language and culture but with reverence for the new constitutional empire that reformers in Istanbul wished to build. He combined his particularist activity on behalf of his Greek Orthodox community with work for the emergent national movement. One of his favorite students was Raja'i al-Husayni, the son of Said, who used to come to his house during the summer holidays for private tuition in Arabic language and literature. Like others of his generation of Husaynis, Raja'i studied with all three teachers mentioned. 28. Khalil Baidas was born in Nazareth, where he attended the Greek Orthodox school. A charismatic teacher, he told his pupils that he had been a very mischievous boy and was subjected to severe physical punishment. His father died when he was 5, and he was brought up by his grandmother after his mother remarried. In 1886 the Russians opened a school in Nazareth and invited Khalil to teach in it. 6 years later, he was appointed supervisor of the Orthodox schools in Palestine and Syria. He spent 2 years in Homs and various places in Lebanon, and in 1908 he arrived in Haifa. The new Ottoman constitution prompted him to launch a scientific literary magazine called Al-Nafa, Pearls, a fairly professional publication that came to be widely distributed through the Arabic-speaking world. When a council was created that year to manage the affairs of the Orthodox communities in Palestine and Jordan, his magazine's popularity led to Khalil being chosen as the representative of northern Palestine. Consequently, he resigned his position as headmaster in Haifa and moved to Jerusalem. Khalil would later become known for publishing the best of Russian literature, chiefly Tolstoy, in Arabic. 29. These teachers promoted a more secular worldview among the mayoral sub-branch within the Tahiri Husaynis, a branch based on the post of Mufti, but which had an important presence among the Husayni mayors of Jerusalem. Both Nakhla and Sakakini respected and liked Mayor Hussein al-Husayni, whose sons they taught 30, and the three men would sit together in the afternoons in Anist's Cafe. The Greeks' cafe and theater were well-known Jerusalem institutions located on the upper floor of a building just outside the city wall near the Jaffa Gate. It was there, beside the mungul, the urn on which coffee was kept heated and the coal for the nargileh was prepared, that the three discussed an idea that would effect a profound change in the political life of Palestinian society, the creation of a Muslim-Christian association. 31. The Christian teachers felt that the Tahiri branch of the family, notably its secular members, differed from the other Muslim families and would resist the attempt of the religious leaders, including some members of the Umarah branch, to create a local Arab national association dominated by Islamic scholars. Such a move would have led to further divisions between Muslims and Christians. But the idea of Christian-Muslim unity would fully take shape only after British forces clearly defined the boundaries of the country called Palestine and His Majesty's government gave the Jews a right to the land. That was when the Muslim-Christian Association, MCA, became the foundation of Palestinian nationalism in Mandatory Palestine. Confronting Zionism. The nationalization of the Husaynis cannot be understood without putting Zionism in the picture. While contending with the impact of the Young Turks, many of the Husaynis wondered about the significance of the ongoing Zionist Jewish immigration. Their interest in this new phenomenon suggests that the heads of the family had come to realize that their social position obliged them to look beyond their narrow family interests. Or, to put it more bluntly, the family now had political ambitions on a scale unimaginable during early Ottoman times. We have seen that their attitudes towards Zionism at its inception varied from individual to individual, depending on their respective positions. That of the Mufti was naturally the most hostile. It should be emphasized, however, that once they understood that Zionism was a real political movement with a large following and one that was rapidly acquiring land, properties, and positions, the differences in their attitudes towards it disappeared. They all saw it as an imperialist colonialist movement whose one purpose was to rob the Palestinians of their country. The history of the Palestinian national movement is full of vain efforts to put an end to Zionism and occasional attempts to blunt its impact by negotiation. But no one, not even the movement's founders, imagined how Zionism would develop or what its true nature would be. The Palestinians' failure to understand Zionism's dangerous potential was due in part to their tendency to regard it as a component of a familiar phenomenon, that of the European powers' efforts to colonize Palestine. And no wonder, the Zionists, like the Europeans before them, advanced economic projects and settled in well-defined colonies. At this stage the movement closely resembled that of the German Templars. It is only in hindsight that we perceive that it was a different phenomenon, another national group in the process of formation through the colonization of Palestine, and with the aid of European colonialism, a settler project that focused as years went by on the dispossession of the indigenous population and the takeover of the land, or at least most of it. This colonialist nationalism had sprung from nothing, at least so far as the Palestinians were concerned, and concentrated all its efforts and hopes in survival. To begin with, its avowed aim was to save as many Jews as possible by gathering them in Palestine, and when this failed, the Zionists devoted their efforts to strengthening and expanding the small Jewish community that had already taken hold in Palestine. The most moderate Zionist conception of the Palestinian reality was that the Arab inhabitants could, in the words of the Rabbi of Memel, leader of religious Zionism in Germany, move a little. If they did not, we'll hit them on the head and make them move. The Palestinians would have to decide how to respond to the blow. 32. During the Hamidi period it was not easy to distinguish between Zionist fantasies and reality, but in the time of the Young Turks the appearance of 7 Zionist colonies provoked real agitation. The newspapers voiced it. First came the press from Egypt and Beirut, which was read by some of the notables and whose contents presumably spread by word of mouth in the cafes, office courts and the like. Later, reports appeared in the newspaper Philastin, founded in Jaffa in 1909 by the Greek Orthodox Isa al-Isa, and in its competitor, Najib Nasser's Al-Carmel, also under Greek Orthodox ownership. Thanks to all of these, people who had never met a Zionist heard about the movement. The distribution of these newspapers was quite small, but they reached those who saw themselves as the leaders of the Jerusalem Sanjak, or of the 2 southern districts of the Vilayet of Beirut, i.e. Nablus and Acre, that is to say, the territory that would later be defined, to some extent because of Zionism, as Palestine. A serious discussion about Zionism took place in the winter of 1910 at Ismail's house. As previously noted, this was a significant year because of the elections for the mayoralty. The winter of 1910 resembled that of 1855, when the Husaynis first encountered the famous Jewish philanthropist Moses Montefiore. This time they were confronted with a different kind of Jewish presence. Once again snow fell and piled up in mounds, and there was nothing to do but sit at home and discuss current events. At this time, Al-Carmel was publishing portions of Theodor Herzl's book The Jewish State as well as some of the resolutions adopted by the Zionist Congress in Basel. Being a parliamentary representative, said was the most vocal against Zionism. Hussein, the mayor, was the most diffident, possibly because he owed his election to the Jewish vote, since the Association of Ottoman Jews, headed by Dr. Levy of the board of IPAC in Jerusalem, had campaigned for him. 33 But Hussein's position was apparently more principled than pragmatic, as became evident some years later when he defended his opinion that Zionism did not represent any danger. He wrote in the Egyptian newspaper Al-Akdam, "I see no danger in the Zionist movement, because it is not a political but a settlement movement, and I am certain that no sensible Zionist would even conceive of the idea of creating a Jewish government in Palestine, as people claim. The Zionists have come to this country to live in it. They are educated and cultured people. They have no grandiose ambitions, and they are united among themselves. It is neither just nor humane for us to hate and resent this nation." Events during the British Mandate would hardly reinforce this view in the minds of the Husaynis or of the Palestinians in general. And Hussein did show some caution. "Nevertheless, we must keep our eye on them. If we go on as we do and they go on as they do, all our landed property will pass to them. Our fellah is poor and helpless, and a poor man may sell his property to save his life." Time would show that the fellah resisted Zionism fairly stolidly, whereas the landowners, including some of the Husaynis, could not resist the financial inducement. Hussein called for a law that would limit the sale of land to the Zionists. 34. As noted before, the attitude towards the Zionist settlers was part of the overall confrontation with the Europeans. They appeared as a force during the time of the Young Turks, while Jerusalem was swamped with Christian pilgrims, as though it were altogether a Christian city. It especially lost its multi-faith character during the Christian holidays, above all during the Easter season. 35 Both sides of the Via Dolorosa and nearby alleys were packed with hundreds of people watching the procession. Pilgrims filled the balconies, window sills, and roofs, and wooden boxes, each holding some 20 people, dangled 7 to 10 meters above the crowd, adding to the overcrowding. The procession was like a human snake 5 or 6 kilometers long. No wonder the Zionists and Europeans appeared to be conspiring. That year the Nabi Musa procession threatened to erupt into violence. It began on April 10, 1910, and before the celebrants returned from Jericho a scandal rocked the Muslim community in Jerusalem. The immediate cause was the activities of a British archaeological expedition that was digging under the Temple Mount. Under the agreement made with the Sheikh al-Haram, the expedition's workmen did their digging in the small hours of the night, when the outer gates were kept locked for 4 or 5 hours. They had been working for the past month when a rumor suddenly spread that they were searching for King Solomon's sword and gold and that the excavation had been approved by the government. The rumor reached the Nabi Musa procession, led by Mufti Kamal al-Husayni, who made a fiery speech. Though this was unusual for him, oration was an art his father had excelled in and a talent that his brother al-Hajj Amin would emulate. Kamal accused the governor of Jerusalem of taking part in an anti-Muslim conspiracy with the British infidels to turn the Haram into an archaeological site. The festive mood was shattered, the celebrants turned back and the procession was transformed into a mass protest. Kamal and his family received a lesson in popular resistance. Under their pressure the district governor, the district commander and the Sheikh al-Haram demanded a commission of inquiry. Their demand was met, and calm returned to the city after the protest of Mayor Hussein al-Husayni was formally noted. 36. The debate about Zionism continued in 1911, when the power of the Jews in the districts of Palestine and Damascus was increasingly discussed in print. The notables were uncertain about their number. It appears that at the outbreak of World War I there were in Palestine some 85,000 Jews, including the old community and Zionist immigrants. The Husaynis relied on the data obtained by the parliamentary representative from Damascus, the editor of the daily Al-Kabah, Shukri al-Asali, who tabled a question about the precise number of Jews in the Sanjak. Getting the answer did not take long, 100,000.37. One of the rumors that spread in Jerusalem and that was quoted in the papers referred to the influence of the new Jews in the Young Turks' power centers. The rumor originated among Arab students in Istanbul who heard that there were some Jews in the new Ottoman army's high command who wielded great influence over policies. The Husayni family had at least two sons studying in the capital, the Umayyad Jamil and the Tahiri Mustafa III, who together with others organized the Arab students against Jewish immigration and land purchases. 38 But most of the family read about the rumors in the Egyptian newspaper Al-Aram. Under the heading Zionists in the Ottoman Parliament, the paper discussed the influence of Jewish members of parliament on the government's Palestine policies. Worst of all, the paper said, was Sheikh al-Islam Jawdat Pasha, a Jewish convert believed to be pro-Zionist, who was meeting European bankers and, like Herzl, offering Jewish money for support for the Zionist enterprise. The paper also expressed the suspicion that Talat Pasha, the Minister of the Interior, was likewise pro-Zionist. It stated that the minister had admitted in Parliament that he had met with Jewish bankers from France, Austria, and Germany, though he insisted these had nothing to do with Zionism. As we have seen, the revolution of the Young Turks restored the constitution and recalled the Ottoman Parliament, which functioned between 1908 and 1912. During the parliamentary sessions, the representatives from the district of Jerusalem, Said al-Husayni and Ru'ai al-Khalidi, were often interviewed in Ottoman and Egyptian newspapers, such as Al-Akdam, where they expressed adamant opposition to the continuing Zionist immigration. In reality, Said had not yet formed a rigid attitude towards Zionism. It would be fair to say that as time went by he became more opposed to the Zionist project, especially in his public appearances. On the eve of the elections to the new parliament in 1913, the representatives from Jerusalem again voiced this position, this time Halib al-Khalidi replaced Ru'ai. On May 16, Said al-Husayni raised the question of Palestine for the first time in the newly elected Ottoman parliament, arguing that the Jews were proposing to create a state in the region that would include Palestine, Syria, and Iraq. Following the debate, Minister of the Interior Khalil Bey stated that the empire was opposed to Zionism. But Said could not ignore the general indifference to the issue among the other Ottoman representatives. 39 Before the elections to the Ottoman Parliament in April 1914, Said again spoke up against Zionism in the Palestinian and Egyptian press. He told the editor of Al-Akdam about his anger at the Ottoman Empire's passivity in the face of the Zionist menace. The government should wake up and face what it is happening, he said. The main danger lay in the Zionist acquisition of the lands of the Fellahin. Like Mayor Hussein, Said, too, feared the Fellah's weakness, though it was the Effendiya, including the Husayni family, that sold lands to the Zionists. After his interviews appeared in the Egyptian newspaper, Said discovered that they had been reprinted in the Hebrew newspaper Haherat in March 1914. He was in the habit of reading every issue of this paper, and now he made a point of telling some of his former Jewish classmates that the peremptory tone was designed to placate public opinion, or at any rate the electors whose votes he would need to get elected to Parliament. 40. But Said al-Husayni's unease was not only about public opinion. His knowledge of Hebrew and his close friendships with his Jewish friends from school days, some of whom were Zionists, made for some tension between his personal feelings and his principles. It was also due to the difficulty of appraising the Zionist phenomenon. Until the end of the Great War, his attitude towards Zionism remained ambivalent. Despite his reassurances to his Jewish friends, in 1911 Said was a prominent member of a group of Arab parliamentarians who formed an all-Arab anti-Zionist lobby. 41 Yet his activities were insignificant compared with those of Shukri al-Asali, the representative from Damascus and former governor of Nazareth, or of the Egyptian journalist of Syrian origin Ibrahim Salim Nayar, who was beginning to write about Palestine and about Israelites in Palestine. 42 Al-Asali had attracted a good deal of favorable attention in 1911, while he was still governor of Nazareth, when under local pressure he fought against the decision of the Lebanese landowner Elias Sursuk to sell the lands of Marj ibn Ammar, Jezreel Valley, to the Zionists. Said was not the only one to make public his position on Zionism. In 1914 young Jamil al-Husayni was also interviewed in the press, and he may be regarded as a forerunner of the Palestinian resistance movement. He spoke of the need to fight against Zionism because it might lead to the expulsion of the Palestinians from their lands. Zionism was being helped by the government, he warned, and ordinary people don't realize what is happening. He argued that government officials were making it easy for Zionists to acquire lands. 43 Concurrently with his open attacks on Zionism, he took part in attempts by spokesmen of the Pan-Arab movement to reach an understanding with the Zionists. The initiative for the contacts with Zionism in which Jamil took part came from the Pan-Arab Decentralization Party, launched in Egypt in 1912, which called for the establishment of an Arab Ottoman kingdom, on the Austro-Hungarian model, to replace the Ottoman Empire. The plan was for the party leaders to meet Zionist representatives in Brumana near Beirut in summer 1914. The meeting never took place, but it is significant that Jamil was willing to take part in it. 44. In 1914 Said also took part in meetings with Zionist leaders, in association with the initiative of Victor Jacobson, the Zionist Federation's representative in Istanbul, who invited several prominent Palestinians to dine at his house. On this occasion, Said discovered that the Zionist movement wanted him to promote support for Pan-Arab self-determination in Palestine, as opposed to Palestinian self-determination, so as to achieve an enduring understanding between Zionism and the Arab world. For his part, Jacobson learned that the Palestinian leadership would not be willing to accept a Jewish presence in Palestine, mainly because it feared being unable to limit it and that it would eventually take over the whole country. Although this may not have been Jacobson's intention, other Zionist leaders at the time wished the Palestinians to identify themselves as Pan-Arabs so as to give up Palestine and move voluntarily to the Arab world around them. When it became clear that this would not happen, a more sinister and coercive plan to move them developed and was finally executed in 1948.45. What Ismail, then regarded as the head of the family, thought about Zionism is not certain. Ismail had business dealings with Jews, such as his joint attempt in 1909 to establish the Commercial Bank of Palestine, a project stopped by the Ottomans. It was said in the family that his special regard for Jews was due to the fact that his wet nurse had been Jewish. 46 He himself never said anything definite about it. It must not be thought that any subject considered essential and discussed at length in the present work preoccupied the Husaynis to a similar degree. When the snow melted, they no doubt turned to other matters. In the spring of 1910 a swarm of locusts arrived and consumed all their crops. Flying in from the east, the insects penetrated the houses and piled up in the streets, and the authorities offered payment for every sackful. Although thousands of sacks were filled, no one actually became richer. In the midst of this calamity, a son was born to Musa Kazim. The sun entered the alleys of Jerusalem and lighted its streets, and in that month in 1910, in the neighborhood of the Husaynis, was heard the cry of a newborn baby. It filled the air of the holy city and blended with the ringing of church bells and the muezzin's musical call. It was the voice of the heroic warrior Abd al-Qadir Musa al-Husayni. 47. In view of the bad years that followed, not all of which show the family in the best light in the collective Palestinian memory, everything related to Abd al-Qadir, from his birth to his heroic death on top of the castle, is treasured in Palestinian history. The fact that his mother, Rakiya, the daughter of Mustafa al-Husayni, died 18 months after his birth makes his childhood even more mythical, as though it was Palestine itself that nurtured him as her pure son. In reality, he was brought up by his grandmother Nazah, the daughter of Muhammad Ali al-Husayni, and his nurse Thilija, whom he would later speak of as mother. But memory erases these women and replaces them with the homeland. The locusts came from the east, while from the west swarms of pilgrims continued to pour in, and the involvement of the foreign consuls kept growing stronger. Even the Russians, whose standing in the empire had declined since the Crimean War, became prominent. Every day the Russian consul and his wife rode to the crowded souk, accompanied by the opulently dressed Kawaz, a consular official who acted as guard of honor to the secular or religious foreign representatives, generally of Balkan or Caucasian origin. Like the others, the Russian consul could intervene in the affairs of the city, since he was not subject to the laws of the empire. 48. but when they were not troubled by Zionism, locusts, or the consuls, the Husaynis went about their daily routine in a world that was changing at an incredible rate. The family's ability to adapt depended largely on the younger generation, its education and preparation for the future. Unlike the reign of Abdul Hamid II, when the family showed some impressive achievements, during the time of the Young Turks it did not manage to occupy any of the new power bases in Jerusalem. For example, it did not have a representative on the General District Council of Jerusalem, a body that was set up in 1911 as an expanded version of the district council that had existed during the Tanzimat. Henceforth, achievements were to be made on individual as well as institutional tracks. Between Islam and the West. Izzat Tunnus, who studied at St. George's and taught there from 1911, recalled that during those years the students were very confused about the West. Their curriculum was European and taught them to appreciate Western literature and philosophy, but at home as well as from some of the teachers they heard criticism and hostility about the West's treatment of Turkey, especially as manifested in Jerusalem. But boys being boys, what really held their attention was football, and the whole city became enthusiastically drawn in. In 1910 some 5,000 spectators attended a football match at St. George's School, among them hundreds of veiled women. Not all the Husayni women wore veils, though, as pictures from the period show them wearing lacy western gowns. The boys wore three-piece suits and ties. There was one exception, 6-year-old Ishaq Musa, Musa's younger son and grandson of the great Umar, who wore the white turban of the Muslim mystic orders. Ishaq Musa's father had destined him and his brother Musa to join an order and devote their lives to the faith. Their father was a member of the Rafa'i sect in Jerusalem, and he introduced his sons into it in a traditional ceremony that included tasting a pinch of sugar, perhaps as a symbolic start of a long and arduous process of religious purification. 49 But Ishaq Musa would not follow this path, nor would his brother. After his father's death in 1911, his mother, a daughter of the reform-minded al-Dawdi family in Jerusalem, removed Ishaq Musa's turban and sent him to a local reformist school. 50 Another mother in the family, Zainab, the mother of Amin al-Husayni, also interrupted her son's paternally directed career, but she diverted it from a secular to a religious track. To return to the new craze of football, every student dreamed of playing on the school team. In April 1912 the first international match took place, between the Syrian Anglican College of Beirut and St. George's School. The latter won 3-0 to tremendous rejoicing. Even the painful defeat in the return match could not erase the splendid achievement. Many reports describe Al-Hajj Amin, the youngest son of Tahir II and brother of Mufti Kamal, as standing out among the boys of St. George's. Even then he was interested in serious matters rather than in boyish activities. His mother, Zainab, aware of his intellectual curiosity, found him a private tutor, a Miss Husaynis, to broaden his education, chiefly in the Muslim religion. When he wished to go to Istanbul for his higher studies, preliminary to a political career, his mother convinced his brother, Mufti Kamal, to dissuade him from this course and train him to be his heir. This course led Al-Hajj Amin to local politics. In 1913 Zainab made two moves to achieve her aim. She took Amin on the pilgrimage to Mecca and sent him to study at Al-Azhar University in Cairo. 51 The young Amin impressed the heads of the university with his scholarship and serious mind, and he was admitted without difficulty. His private tutor had taught him well both in Muslim religious law and the riches of the Arabic language. Amin al-Husayni went to Al-Azhar together with his cousin Yaqub al-Husayni, and studied theology and Arabic. As mentioned, in his second year at the college he became attached to Rashid Rida. Amin al-Husayni, to whom we will refer from now on as Al-Hajj Amin, was so drawn to him that he transferred to his theological seminary, and their warm understanding meant that Al-Hajj Amin was often invited to his mentor's house in Cairo. Rashid Rida preached some fairly clear guidelines that became entrenched in Al-Hajj Amin's mind. 1. That Muslim society everywhere ought to be very cautious in its encounters with Western culture, some of whose aspects constituted an existential danger to Islam. 2. To confront this danger it was necessary to return to a distilled form of Islamic precepts, sifting out all vestiges of the negative Western influence, and, 3. The religious undertaking must be tied to the political and national struggle. Thus, for example, the British occupation of Egypt was interpreted as a conflict between Islam and the West. Rashid Rida also spoke explicitly about Zionism and the duty of fighting it as part of the overall struggle against the Western political takeover of the Muslim Arab Middle East. Young Al-Hajj Amin reduced these guidelines to an even simpler rule: political Islam was the most efficient way to fight Zionism and the British. From his mentor he learned that it was necessary to combine European technology and Western systems of government and administration with Arab nationalism and Islam in the struggle against the West. Evening lectures at the Faculty of the Humanities at the Egyptian University provided Al-Hajj Amin with a more secular exposure. It was at these lectures that he made friends with a Christian Palestinian whose name is not known, with whom he planned to create in Egypt an association for Palestine and against Zionism. Together with his roommate, Abd al-Rahman al-Aloma, he rallied 20 Muslims and Christians to propagate awareness among interested students of the dangers posed by the Zionist presence in Palestine. His friend Kamal al-Dajani stated that in 1913 Al-Hajj Amin was the first to perceive that Zionism, rather than the Young Turks, represented the real danger to Palestinians. The association did not last long, but Al-Hajj Amin remained committed to this struggle until the end of his life. 52. Unlike him, Al-Hajj Amin's relatives in the Husayni neighborhood received clear indications about Zionism's future plans but did not know how to interpret them. The same year that Al-Hajj Amin engaged in his first anti-Zionist activity, the Zionist leader Arthur Ruppin came to Jerusalem and visited Sir John Gray Hill. Hill was a pro-Zionist English aristocrat who in 1875 built himself a summer house on Mount Scopus, not far from the Husaynis. Some of them were present at the meeting and heard about Ruppin's plan to buy the house and turn it into a Hebrew educational institution, but at the time they saw no harm in it. By the time it became the Hebrew University in Jerusalem, it was too late. 53. To return to Al-Hajj Amin, in Cairo he followed two parallel paths, the religious and the secular, and was wavering between them due to his mother's influence. Zainab realized that in the secular world established by the Young Turks the status of the muftis would be quite low. It had in fact been declining before the rise of secular rule. Now it was of less importance than other posts held by the family: mayor, parliamentary representative, senior positions in the Ottoman administration and even in the local chamber of commerce. Al-Hajj Amin's father, Tahir II, had had to struggle to maintain a central position in the family, and his son and successor, Kamal, gave up the attempt. It would be the youngest son, Al-Hajj Amin, who would achieve the impossible and not only restore primacy to the Tahiri branch and the centrality of the mufti's post in the family, but also become, if only for a short period, Rais al-Ayala, the supreme president of the Palestinian political structure under the British mandate. A number of Palestinian historians would later argue that this achievement came at a very great cost to the Palestinian people. As Al-Hajj Amin set off on a religious career that would sweep him into the maelstrom of national politics, his kinsman Jamal, a scion of the mayoralty sub-branch of the Tahiri Husaynis, and son of Musa Kazim's sister, chose a career none of his family had previously considered, that of medicine. Even in those days it was not easy to get into medical school. Jamal wanted to attend the best faculty of medicine in the Middle East, at the Jesuit College of St. Joseph in Beirut, but the language of tuition was French, in which he was not fluent. Then in 1912 a telegram arrived at the house of Musa Kazim's sister and was read aloud to the entire household as soon as the young man's uncle came in. 18-year-old Jamal, newly graduated from St. George's School, had been admitted into the Faculty of Medicine of the American University in Beirut. Jamal arrived in Beirut in the autumn of 1912. His odd impressions of the city's beauty and riches reveal the difference between provincial Jerusalem and the Lebanese metropolis. He was especially impressed by the university campus where he studied. No such large and magnificent architectural complex could be found in Palestine. Built in 1866, it had previously been Beirut's Protestant college and became a pantheon of the new Arab nationalism. The American pastor Daniel Bliss, the first Protestant missionary in the Middle East, had come to the Syrian provinces in 1820 and with his friends began to establish the first private schools. George Antonius ascribes to these schools a major influence on the rise of Arab nationalism, because as well as theological studies the students received a liberal education and heard much about the marvels of American independence and European democracy. The Americans brought the first Arabic printing press to Beirut in 1834, and it served the college students. 54 Boutros al-Bustani and Nasif al-Yazji, two of the early thinkers of Arab nationalism, taught at the college alongside Bliss. The college was situated in Ras Beirut, on the crest of the mountain overlooking the Mediterranean. On a clear day it was possible to see the snowy mountains to the south, Jabal Khanasa and Jabal Snin, and the plain below the Bay of St. George. Not far away to the north was the beautiful Bay of Juni. The college was full of students of various backgrounds, including Armenians, some Egyptians and Iranians and a few from Anatolia. Most of the teachers were Canadians and Americans, and the rest were local. The college had 6 wings or schools: literature and the sciences, commerce, medicine, pharmacology, dentistry, and engineering. There was also the International College, attended by all first-year students, including Jamal al-Husayni. It did not take him long to find his way around the place, physically and socially. The college did not differ essentially from St. George's School, since both were Protestant missionary establishments. A student's quality of life was determined, as in English public schools, by the student's hierarchy, and perks and privileges were won by passing safely through the first year and into the second. As in the United States, good athletes enjoyed favorable treatment even in their first year, but Jamal was not an athlete. His claim to fame lay elsewhere. When the First World War broke out, Jamal had been there for 2 years but had not yet begun medical studies. Like all students of medicine, he had spent the first 2 years in the college hall in the Faculty of the Humanities doing general studies. The faculty building was an impressive 2-story edifice, with high windows and a square tower, in the style of Oxford and Cambridge. Jamal should have spent the next 4 years studying medicine, but this promising career was broken off by the war. 55. The outbreak of World War I. Jamal is our first witness to the outbreak of the war. Early in December 1914, 4 months after the beginning of the war in Europe, during which the Ottoman Empire maintained its neutrality, the war came to Beirut. It was not only the empire's close relations with Germany that involved it in the war against Britain and France, but primarily the need to resist the relentless territorial ambitions of Russia, which ever since the reign of Peter the Great had been seeking to dominate the Black Sea and its outlets to the Mediterranean, as well as the Slav lands in the Balkans. 2 Balkan wars had intensified this struggle, and it was not surprising that the Ottoman entry into the war was triggered by an incident in the Black Sea in December 1914. The Ottoman government used the declaration of war to cancel all the capitulations, that is, the special agreements between the Ottoman Empire and various foreign governments giving their citizens and subjects exemptions from the laws of the empire. This proclamation won the government some support among the Husaynis. On the morning of December 1, 1914, the calm of the Beirut University was shattered. Ottoman guards invaded the School of Medicine and arrested every person suspected of belonging to secret nationalist Arab societies. The suspects were brought before Cemal Pasha. His Arabic name, Jamal Pasha, will be used hereafter as this is what the local people called him, the military governor of all the Syrian provinces, nicknamed Al-Sayfa, the butcher, who without blinking an eye ordered their execution. Persons whose names appeared in the guest book of the French consulate were marked for death, since the consulate was suspected of aiding the nationalist associations. The terrified consul himself had escaped as soon as war was declared, but the police had a long enough list to satisfy Jamal Pasha. Jamal al-Husayni did not think twice about fleeing to the safety of the Husayni neighborhood in Jerusalem. 56. But Jamal Pasha had gotten to Jerusalem well before December and the official entry of the Ottomans into the war. In August, after the war broke out in Europe, he had toured the cities of Al-Sham, Greater Syria, where, according to Minister of War Enver Pasha, there was nationalist unrest. Driven by his own paranoia, which Enver's warnings had exacerbated, Jamal Pasha started rooting out anyone suspected of nationalist activity or spying for the enemy. 57 He was convinced that the Allies were planning an invasion of Palestine in order to foment an Arab revolt against the Ottoman Empire, and his aides assured him that the landing would be somewhere between Iskenderun and Haifa. Jamal Pasha began systematically crushing all the Arab nationalist associations and every sign of independence in the area under his control. But the massive operation produced few results. There was not nearly as much political activity as his aides believed, and they seized only a few dozen individuals from the regions of Syria, Lebanon, and Palestine who may or may not have been involved with independence movements. By mid-August 1915, 11 Arabs had been hanged in Beirut, a mere handful in relation to Jamal Pasha's imaginings. But the action was sufficiently ruthless to instill terror throughout Syria, Lebanon, and Palestine, including of course Jerusalem, which Jamal Pasha frequently visited. Although the Husayni family was lucky enough not to be picked on, it was a time of great anxiety. In fact, war had come to Jerusalem even before it reached Beirut. General conscription was announced in August 1914, and everyday patrols scoured the city for likely recruits, or for suspects. Fortunately for the Husaynis, most of them were government officials and so far exempt from military service, nor did they appear on Jamal Pasha's list of suspects. The secretaries of the national associations that had sprung up in reaction to the Turkification policy of the Young Turks, Al-Ahd, Al-Fatah, and the Decentralization Party, had given advance warning to the young Husaynis to cease their political activities. Later Jamal Pasha would execute people without any sound information, simply at his and his aides' whims. 58. But at the end of September, things came to a head and conscription reached the Husaynis too. Their friend Khalil al-Sakakani parted from them hastily on a searing hot Hamsan day near the Jaffa Gate. He had been standing beside the road, saying goodbye to some conscripts he knew who were about to be sent to the front, when he spotted among the dusty, sweaty crowd the sons of Musa Saleh, nephews of Musa Kazim. Many months would pass before their mothers breathed freely again, but in the end the two returned unharmed from the inferno. Jamal, too, was conscripted, and some time later he was taken captive by the British forces. 59. The war atmosphere would affect the rest of the inhabitants only from December 20 on. 10 days earlier in Mecca, the Prophet's banner was taken out amid great festivities and carried to Damascus by train, and on the 20th it reached Jerusalem. The banner was received by a huge joyous throng in front of the Dome of the Rock. But it was a strange event. When the loud rejoicing subsided, Jamal Pasha and the Mufti of his army sat on a raised platform in front of the crowd and began to answer questions concerning the religious aspects of the citizens' duty to help the war effort. Jamal Pasha addressed the crowd in his own name and that of Mehmed Rashad V, the puppet sultan whom the Young Turks had placed on the throne of Abdul Hamid II, proclaiming, "The Amir of the Faithful has declared the great jihad." This was followed by mass prayers. 60. Al-Hajj Amin was not one of the conscripts seen off by Sakakini. Bored with his studies, he had joined up just before the war, and when it broke out he began to attend the military academy in Istanbul and was made a junior reserves officer. His brigade was sent to the Black Sea shore, but he never saw action because the Ottomans did not send Arab officers or cadets to the front. He remained in the reserves, but his life was far from easy. The nights were cold, the food was insufficient and so was sleep. In August 1916 he was given a commission in the 46th Division and his situation improved. At first he served as assistant division commander to the governor of Smyrna, present-day Izmir, then as an artillery officer on the Black Sea. But his battle experience did not go beyond exchanges of fire with Russian cannons. 61. The situation grew worse in 1916. Al-Hajj Amin would later say that he spent most of his time in arguments with the division commander about the rations and quarters given to the Arab soldiers, whom he believed the Ottoman commander was discriminating against. He could have ended up in jail, but in November 1916 he came down with dysentery and was sent to a hospital in Istanbul. Then he was given an exceptional 3-month leave and went to Jerusalem. At the end of the 3 months he stayed home and did not return to his unit. The war had left Al-Hajj Amin stronger and tougher. 62. Despite everything, throughout his military service Al-Hajj Amin never considered rebelling against the Ottomans. So long as he served in their army, he remained loyal to Istanbul. In later years he would explain that he thought of the war as a struggle between Muslims and infidels. His diary from the army period was full of longing for Palestine, with such lines as, "This is my country and the country of my forefathers, I shall defend it with my life for the sake of her children." 63. And this is probably why he decided not to support the uprising against the Ottoman Empire, which erupted shortly after his return to Jerusalem. Most of the Husaynis did not serve in the military and remained in the microcosm of Jerusalem. To use a typical historiographic generalization, it might be said that most of them did not respond to the national Syrian and Arab call. Characteristically, however, neither did they join the opposition movement that Jamal Pasha was trying to organize. For a whole year, between August 1914 and August 1915, Jamal Pasha tried to rally Arab support, and when he failed he began a campaign of unprecedented persecution. The first mass hangings took place on August 21, 1914, the condemned prisoners being members of the Arab National Movement. The newspapers published their names. Christians and Muslims were hanged side by side. 64. This was Jamal Pasha's contribution to that essential buttress of the national identity, super-religious solidarity. The Husaynis were actively involved in building this buttress, but they did not look only to the Christians. They were willing to regard the Jews, too, as partners in the construction of a new future. While the executioners went about their grisly business, Muslims and Jews met in a gathering which would be unmatched for many years to come. The inspiration behind the meeting was Zaki Bey, the city's military commander, whom Jamal Pasha's regular visits had left without employment. Zaki Bey was popular with Jews and Muslims alike, thanks to his generous donations to religious institutions and to the citizens' welfare. One day in mid-December 1915, a ceremonious delegation of Husaynis came to call at the Jewish Teachers' Seminary on Abyssinia Street. Among them were Muhammad Saleh al-Husayni, owner of the Ra'dat al-Ma'arif, the educational garden, the headmaster of that school, Abd al-Latif al-Rajab, who took the name Husayni after his appointment to the post, and Fakhri al-Husayni, al-Hajj Amin's younger brother, who would die prematurely in Istanbul soon after this. Eliezer ben Yehuda received the guests warmly and opened the meeting with the words, "The time has come for Muslims and Jews to come together. We have a common enemy. We have been slandered," and so on. Young Fakhri responded by reading out a letter from Jerusalem Mayor Hussein al-Husayni, welcoming the initiative, which he saw as a call to create a joint homeland. Hearing this, the Jews, including David Yellin, Albert Antabi, Yaakov Thon, and others, burst into loud applause and were joined by the Husaynis. The most astonishing appearance was that of Sheikh Abd al-Qadir al-Muzaffar, who accompanied the family. In times to come, he would be known as an eloquent orator against the Zionists and a confidant of Amin al-Husayni. He owned a good deal of land in the vicinity of Hulda, some of which he sold to the Jews. He began by saying he was sorry he did not speak Hebrew and advised the Jews to learn Arabic and Turkish, especially at a time when tens of thousands of their brethren had come to the country. Since the first and second wave of Jewish immigration, he said, it had become evident that something was happening and taking shape between the two peoples who are racially related, but far apart in their development. Moreover, the Sheikh added, there is no denying that the Jewish settlers have brought much that is good. He was followed by Muhammad Saleh al-Husayni, who exclaimed warmly, how delightful is this scene, a gathering of the children of Israel, Banu Israel, and Arabs together under the picture of our dear Sultan. This evening ties Muslims and Jews together with love. David Ilan delighted the Husaynis by speaking the purest Arabic and expressing similar sentiments. A similar meeting was supposed to take place in Jaffa, but the Ottoman authorities prevented it. 65. Strange are the vagaries of local history. In 1915 the Husaynis led the initiative to create a Watani, a local patriotic consciousness, under the Ottoman aegis. Most of the leaders of the Jewish community were willing to regard it as a temporary but acceptable solution. 2 years later, following the British conquest and the Balfour Declaration, most of the participants on both sides would adopt a sharp nationalistic stance, and hopes for sympathy and cooperation would be dashed. At the end of December 1915 they met again, this time hosted by Salim al-Husayni. The Jewish group was led by David Ben-Gurion and Yitzhak Ben-Zvi. Dreams of a joint homeland under the Pax Ottomana were still discussed, but by now Jamal Pasha had become alarmed. He dismissed the organizer Zaki Pasha, exiled Ben-Gurion and Ben-Zvi and accused the Husaynis of pro-French sedition. The family grew very cautious and wondered if they ought not follow the example of the al-Shukairis. A well-known religious scholar who lived in Acre, Sheikh-Zad al-Shukairi, the father of Ahmed al-Shukairi, a future head of the PLO, decided to deal with Jamal Pasha's rage by means of gentle persuasion. He organized a delegation of religious scholars and notables from Syria, Lebanon, and Palestine to try to pacify the Ottomans after the executions. To demonstrate their good intentions, the group visited the Ottoman forces in the Dardanelles and distributed gifts. The story was covered extensively in the press, as the group included the muftis of Damascus, Homs, Beirut, and Haifa, the Nakibs of Nablus and the Shafi'i mufti of Jerusalem. Every major city was represented by a mufti or Nakib. The Hanafi mufti of Jerusalem, Kamal al-Husayni, had been strongly urged to join, but no one in the family wanted to be unequivocally associated with the Ottomans, who represented secularism, anti-Arabism and above all erratic, unstable policies. The only one willing to consider joining was Shukri al-Husayni, who told the family that he supported the action of Sheikh-Zad, even the latter's willingness to become mufti of the Fourth Army, that is, Jamal Pasha's own mufti. The newspaper Filastin published Shukri's statement in support of al-Shukairi, mocking those who sought to break away from Ottoman rule. The Arab nation must not part from the Ottoman nation, or it may find itself outside Islam. 66 Kamal, too, realized that he had to pay lip service to this position, and in February 1916, when Jamal Pasha brought Minister of War Enver Pasha by a special train to Jerusalem for a ceremonious dedication of Jamal Pasha Street, Kamal al-Husayni invited the important visitors to the Haram al-Sharif and presented them with valuable gifts. 67. The Gaza Husaynis, who were vaguely related to the Jerusalem family, were badly hit. Ahmed Arif al-Husayni, the son of Gaza's Hanafi mufti and the member of parliament for the city, was put to death by Jamal Pasha in 1916. The Jerusalem Husaynis knew Ahmed Arif's father well, as he was in charge of the connection between Gaza and the Jerusalem representatives in the Ottoman parliament. Ahmed Arif himself had sat beside many of the Jerusalem Husaynis on Jerusalem's district council. Moreover, in 1913 the Jerusalem family supported his unsuccessful candidacy to the Ottoman parliament, which he lost to the family that would bedevil the Husaynis, namely, the Nashashivis. The execution of Ahmed Arif al-Husayni heightened the fear and anxiety in Jerusalem. Jamal the butcher did not even spare Ahmed Arif's son. The charge against Ahmed Arif was that he had collaborated with the camp of the Hashemite Sharif Hussein ibn Ali of Mecca, the ruler of the Hijaz region in the Arabian Peninsula. This Hussein, great-grandfather of the future King Hussein of Jordan, openly revolted against the Ottomans in the summer of 1916, and his high religious position as guardian of the holy places in Mecca and Medina made this a serious blow to the empire. At the time nobody knew about the Sharif's collusion with the British governor of Egypt, Sir Henry McMahon, and his confidential agent T.E. Lawrence, Lawrence of Arabia. Together they created an alliance that would serve British and Hashemite interests but would split the Arab world. When Albion's perfidy became known, Anti-British tendencies in the Middle East intensified. What worried the Husaynis most, however, was that one of the charges against the Ghazan son was desertion, and not all the Jerusalem Husaynis had obeyed the call-up, most of them were exempt in any case. 68. The year 1916 was a gory one, stained with the blood of Arab notables. On the day the Hijaz revolt was proclaimed, Jamal Pasha put to death another group of activists who had been convicted by a military court in Ilan, Lebanon. At least one historian maintains that Jamal Pasha considered executing the most outspoken member of the family, Jamil al-Husayni, but changed his mind at the last moment for unknown reasons. 69. That year young Al-Hajj Amin, aged 21, returned to Jerusalem. Under the tutelage of his famous mentor, Rashid Rida, and after prolonged discussions with his friends Arif al-Arif and Khalil al-Sakakani, he began to seek volunteers to join the Sharif's revolt. Thousands put their names down but few would actually fight. 70 Lloyd George, the future Prime Minister of Britain, deplored the fact that the Palestinian Arabs did nothing to help the war effort, and blamed most of them for joining the Ottomans in their fight against his own country. He counted only 150 Palestinians in the forces of the Sharif of Mecca. 71 Al-Hajj Amin's efforts, which would be recorded in his favor, were conducted with the aid of Captain Branton, a British military agent active in Palestine, and were much appreciated by the British government. Indeed, it has been argued that this helped his appointment as Grand Mufti of Palestine in 1921. But Al-Hajj Amin was finding it difficult to rally actual support, while no one liked the Young Turks, certainly not after Jamal Pasha's depredations. Few were willing to betray Istanbul in time of war. The historian Philip Matter states flatly that the Sharif's revolt did not arouse enthusiasm in Palestine and that the notable families remained loyal to Istanbul until 1918. 72. A young intelligence officer in the Arab Bureau in Cairo, set up in 1915 to observe the political developments in the Arab world in preparation for the British takeover, noted Al-Hajj Amin's activities in a positive light, and his report described the young Husayni as a pro-British personage. Here is another of history's ironies, as 20 years later Al-Hajj Amin would become the bugbear of the British rulers in the Middle East. Jamal Pasha's continued presence in the region and his frequent visits to Jerusalem, from the summer of 1915, when he was planning his feudal Operation Lightning, Yildirim in Turkish, in which he hoped to conquer Egypt with the German general von Moltke by crossing the Sinai Peninsula, to his equally futile resistance against Allenby's forces in 1917, hung like a shadow over the family. They were in the position of the knife-thrower's assistant, tied to the target and sensing the whistling of the knives flying past their ears. Even the Husayni children were exposed to the tyrant's violent whims. One day Ottoman soldiers burst into St. George's School and ransacked it, having been told that a cannon was hidden there for the pro-British rebels. Though they did not find it, they shut the school down and the boys spent most of the war at home. 73. The boys probably did not shed tears over this, but they were very reluctant to part from their much-loved teacher, Khalil al-Sakakani, who like other Christian friends of the Husaynis suffered greatly under Jamal Pasha. The latter was not always in the city, but the governor obeyed his orders to the letter. The persecution of Christian inhabitants began 2 months after the Ottoman Empire joined the war. Khalil's house was well known in Jerusalem. It was called the Haririyah, Harir is Arabic for silk, and the house on the little rise beside the railway station had once been a silk processing workshop. Today it houses the Khan Theatre. One Tuesday evening Sakakini and Mayor Hussein al-Husayni, Sakakini's old schoolmate, had just finished supper and were about to settle on the rush mats for coffee, when suddenly they heard a clamor in the street outside. Rifles were fired, shattering the evening calm. Ottoman soldiers were running through the city proclaiming that Jamal Pasha's forces had captured the Suez Canal and taken 8,000 enemy troops prisoner. Khalil did not believe it, a war tactic, he said. In fact, Jamal's army had failed to cross the Sinai Peninsula. Had someone overheard Khalil's heretical statement? No one knows for certain. But some days later, on Saturday, December 1, 1917, the police rounded up Christians and foreign nationals and held them in the police station. The detainees knew from experience that the Ottoman authorities would deport them. Khalil al-Sakakini was one of the detainees, and his sister appealed for help from Hussein al-Husayni, my pure-hearted friend, as Sakakini called him in his diary. For a moment she feared she had lost her brother forever. The respected teacher was sentenced to serve in the Ottoman Porters Battalion. Jamal Pasha had decreed that non-Muslims would no longer pay an impost for their exemption from military service, henceforth Jews and Christians would serve in non-combat missions. Combat service was not considered because in Jamal Pasha's eyes they were all potential spies. The mayor was moved by the sister's appeal and, despite his usual prudence, pulled the necessary strings to get Khalil released from servitude, which he might not have survived since the non-combat missions were hard labor in the most difficult conditions. Instead, Sakakini was sent to the veterinary service in the town of Bisan. The Jewish development town by Chian is built on its ruins. But Hussein persuaded the governor to overrule the sentence too, and eventually got Khalil assigned to work in a Jerusalem hospital. 74. This did not last, however, and the teacher was arrested once again. To begin with, Jamal Pasha regarded Khalil al-Sakakini as a potential asset when he agreed to teach at the reformist Al-Salhaya College founded by Jamal Pasha. But the teacher again fell under suspicion as a supporter of Arab nationalism and possibly even of the British. Khalil tended to be reckless. 3 days after being released, he gave shelter to an American Jew who was wanted by the authorities. He was sent to prison in Damascus. However, the Husaynis and others of his friends in the empire succeeded in having him freed and smuggled across the lines to British-held territory. 75. Sakakini spent the rest of the war in the headquarters of Amir Faisal, the son of Sharif Hussein, who had come to Aqaba in early 1917. There he wrote a poem in praise of the Arab commander that would be sung in Jerusalem when the British forces entered the city in December 1917. "O, our mighty Lord, glory of all Arabia, your reign is as glorious as the reign of the Prophet, your grandfather, to whose rule everyone submitted through the ages, overwhelming all enemies to rescue the homeland." 76. When Sakakini was in Aqaba writing songs of praise about Commander Faisal, none of the Husaynis expected to support the man who would enthrone himself the following year as the king of Greater Syria. Yet when Faisal entered Damascus, many of the Husaynis agreed to regard Palestine as part of his kingdom. Chapter 6. In the shadow of British military rule. From the politics of notables to the politics of nationalism. On November 30, 1917, a platoon of British soldiers from the 74th Division lost its way and ended up behind Ottoman lines near the village of Nabi Samuel. They soon ran into a division of the Ottoman 7th Army, which had been assigned to defend Jerusalem, and after a brief battle took 450 Ottoman men and officers captive. It was a sign of things to come. 2 days later, on December 1, Ottoman storm troops launched an attack, with the result that an entire Ottoman battalion was destroyed, some of its men taken prisoner and others killed. Now, for the first time since the start of the fighting for Jerusalem a week earlier, General Allenby could begin to feel more confident. The supply lines of the British forces had been stretched to the limit, and the general feared that they would be unable to complete the conquest. The heavy rains and thick mud prevented reinforcements from reaching the besieging forces. Many camels died of cold and others starved to death. On the other hand, the Expeditionary Forces chief veterinarian wrote, the 2,000 donkeys which had been brought from Egypt, though they'd never had to tramp through snow in such fierce cold, did very well. But humans and horses, unlike the donkeys, fell like flies. Since the beginning of the fight for Jerusalem, the British forces had lost 1,667 men and 5,000 horses. Ottoman casualties were heavier, and some 1,800 of their troops were taken captive. The British command believed that they were still facing 15,000 Ottoman troops, and wondered whether they could overcome them. 1. The expeditionary force led by General Allenby was to launch its onslaught on December 9. The night before the attack, Husayn al-Husayni awoke to the familiar sound of soldiers marching. "But where are they going?" his wife asked and opened the shutters. A strange sight met her eyes. The Ottoman army was evacuating the city by the light of oil lamps. Husayn al-Husayni had expected the retreat but not its timing. In the morning the governor of Jerusalem summoned him, as head of the city council, along with other councillors, and gave them a document of surrender to hand to the British commander. A representative of the Anglican bishop, Mikhail Abu Haytham, was present, and he kept the document for future record. It was written in Turkish, and Husayn wondered whether anyone on the conquering side would be able to read it. To the English commandant. Ever since the 6th of December shells have been raining down on Jerusalem, indiscriminately hitting members of all the millets and the sites that are sacred to all. There is no need for it, because the military force that was in the city has retreated. I send this letter with Husayn Bey al-Husayni, representative of the mayor of Jerusalem. Point 2. The final days of secular Ottoman government were strange. After almost a decade, the Ottoman rulers of Jerusalem, as though aware that their names would go down in history for better or worse, began trying to improve their images. The houses they had occupied during the war, as well as the permanent quarters of their officials and officers, were left in impeccable order, property was not looted and no one was hurt. Emil al-Ghuri wrote in his diary, "The picture of the evacuation is an astounding contrast to the kind of Ottoman despotism that Arabs have suffered under for 400 years." 3. This was of course a distorted picture of the Arab population's feelings towards the Ottomans, but it fitted well with their emotional response to the Young Turks since 1913. After the Ottoman flight, the Husayni clan gathered at the house of Ismail Bey, the head of the family. He greeted them with his usual smile spreading over his white goatee. It was only natural that the family would turn to him at such a time. He had never lost his self-possession, least of all in difficult moments. Dressed in the frangi, western, three-piece suit, which had become his trademark and that of other Husayni notables, he managed as usual to calm the family and steer it through the current crisis. Some 20 members of the family were there, men and boys. The women sat in the women's wing, but there, too, the talk was all about the recent dramatic events. An unexpected guest was the teacher Khalil Baidas, who had not been seen in Jerusalem throughout the war. Like other political activists of the pan-Arab national movement who had evaded capture, after years of living in hiding he was at last able to emerge and breathe fresh air. Ever since the Young Turks' revolution, Baidas had used his newspaper Al-Nafa to publish the Arab nationalists' demand that the Ottoman government set the Arab regions free. He published similar articles in the Egyptian journals Al-Muqattam and Al-Aram, none of which endeared him to the Ottoman authorities. Baidas was also an ardent supporter of Sharif Hussein of Mecca. When Sharif Hussein called on all the national Arab movements to launch a jihad against the government in Istanbul in the summer of 1916, Baidas urged his students to join the revolt, and a company of Ottoman soldiers was sent to arrest him. The Husaynis, who had been careful to avoid being seen as collaborating with enemies of the empire, particularly since some members of the family were actually pro-empire, went out of their way to help him escape. This was due largely to the impassioned urging of young Raja'i, Said's son, whose favorite teacher was Khalil. Thanks to their intervention, Baidas managed to escape to the Orthodox Patriarchate and to the personal protection of Patriarch Damianos, who saved him from the hangman's noose. He remained in the Patriarch's house until the eve of Allenby's assault. But the battle for Jerusalem was not yet over. On December 9, the 44th and 60th Divisions of General Allenby's forces were encamped south and east of the city, blocking the roads to Nablus and Jericho. Their intelligence officers were still unaware that the last Ottoman soldier had left the city early in the morning, or, to put it another way, that the last Muslim soldier had quit the city that had been under Muslim rule since Saladin had defeated the Crusaders. But the Christian conquerors returning to the region 7 centuries after the Crusaders seemed to be hanging back, and Hussein decided to go look for them. Was he thinking about the historical significance of the event? We do not know, but he probably sensed the fluttering wings of history. However, he was unable to summon a respectable delegation for the great occasion, and there was something ridiculous about the small group that went out to look for the general and offer their submission without a struggle. One of the women offered a white blouse as a flag of surrender, but the mayor thought it would not do to meet the new conquerors with a woman's garment. Better to use sheets, he thought, which were in plentiful supply at the Italian hospital. 2 sheets were pulled off an empty bed, hastily stitched together and attached to a wooden plank on a flagpole to be carried by the surrendering delegation. They had never before used this European symbol of surrender. In their society, a white flag marked the residence of a marriageable virgin. The question was, which way to go? They were afraid to turn east or south, because a heavy cannonade rumbled on those sides. The road to the plains looked peaceful, so they walked out of the Jaffa Gate and went looking for the conquerors. It was boring to wait for the historical moment and unseemly for the notables to wander about with the emblem of surrender, so they commandeered a young idler by the name of Hannah al-Laham, who found himself dragged into the history books through no fault of his own. He was seized by Javad Ismail, the black sheep of Ismail's sons, a well-known bully who went about even in winter with his collar open to the bitter Jerusalem winds. Almost all the delegates were Husaynis. 2 other members of the family joined them, and even little Burhan Tahir al-Husayni, grandson of Tahir II, insisted on coming along. The mayor agreed in the hope that the boy's presence would soften the hearts of the conquerors. To solve the problem of communicating with the strangers, Hussein also took with him an interpreter of Swedish origin, a member of the Order of St. John in the city who was employed by one of the consulates and had attended meetings of the city council. Though he made an important contribution to the occasion, his name was left out of all the reports, while that of the loafer al-Laham remains on record. The delegates took with them the city's chief of police, Ahmed Sharif, who in winter dressed like a Cossack in a short Russian coat and high boots, so that he looked like the delegate's bodyguard. Hussein also summoned his cousin Tawfiq, the son of Muhammad Solah al-Husayni, who was now a mustachioed man in his 20s. Tawfiq dressed carefully and in front of the camera put on the haughty expression of the Prince of Morocco, whom he had personified with panache on the stage of St. George's School in 1908. The strange procession was led by the mayor, leaning on his walking stick, his long overcoat billowing behind him, a cigarette in his right hand. He was not a regular smoker, but the solemnity of the occasion made him very tense. Finally, near the neighborhood of Sheikh Badr, on the edge of the village of Lifta, the modern-day main western entrance to the city on Route 1, which connects the city with Tel Aviv, they found what they had been looking for, the troops of His Britannic Majesty. Sergeant Sidgwick and Sergeant Harcombe, 2 NCOs leading the scouts of the 219th Battalion of the London Division, which was approaching the city from the west, could not believe their eyes. A group of dignified sheiks was calling to them in Arabic and Turkish, waving a white rag on a stick, while in their midst an elderly grandee held up a small parchment scroll. "Who are you? What do you want?" Sidgwick shouted, but the answer came in Arabic, which he did not understand. "Hey, don't any of you Johnnies speak English?" Hussein, who had lived in England and the United States, understood perfectly well but preferred not to reveal this fact. He told the Swedish interpreter to explain their mission. The 2 NCOs were flabbergasted. "Good Lord, we can't accept the city's surrender," they protested. They rejected Hussein's outstretched hand holding a symbolic key to the city, and said, "You'll have to wait for an officer of His Majesty's forces." About midday an officer appeared and obtained Hussein's signature on a letter of surrender written on the back of a crumpled map. Fortunately for future generations, the Swede had a camera and he photographed the occasion. The result was a strange picture of officers and sheiks looking surprised and embarrassed as 12 centuries of Muslim rule, if we discount the Crusaders' 80 years, came to an end. Young Hannah al-Laham got tired and stuck the flagpole in the ground. Some time later a British officer spotted it and, realizing it was a priceless symbolic souvenir of the war for Palestine, took it for himself. In Jerusalem he met the Swedish interpreter, who persuaded him to hand it over, as he had witnessed the occasion. The Swede kept it for a while, but a few weeks later was told to return it to the British forces. When he refused, he was arrested. Finally, the commander of the London division persuaded him to give the bed sheets to General Allenby, who delivered them to the Imperial War Museum in London. 4. British forces took Jerusalem on December 9, and a few days later General Allenby entered the city. Emil Al-Ghuri wrote that the general rode in on horseback, whereas Major Locke, who was present, said that he entered on foot. The commander's gesture of respect for the ancient, war-weary city was also photographed. The conquest of Jerusalem was the climax of the British forces' successful campaign and the beginning of the end of the Ottoman Operation Lightning. Earlier we noted that few foreign conquerors ever troubled themselves to include Jerusalem in their campaigns because it was strategically marginal. 5 Nor was it a major strategic objective in the Great War, though it was of tactical importance. Its conquest concluded the campaign in the Levant and greatly improved the British position in Iraq. All of the Ottoman reserve forces, which for 3 years had pinned down the Allies in the swamps of southern Iraq, had to be withdrawn and sent to defend Damascus, the last jewel in the Ottoman imperial crown. But the principal value of the conquest of Jerusalem was the moral one. Lloyd George presented the Holy City as the latest acquisition of the British Empire in time for Christmas. A devout Christian, he thought this was the finest gift to the people and armed forces of the empire. But the best news would come almost a year later, when the Ottoman Empire signed the armistice agreement that led to the end of the war. The conquest of Jerusalem was also of great political importance. A wartime agreement divided the Ottoman Empire's possessions in the Eastern Arab world between Britain and France. According to this agreement, known as the Sykes-Picot Pact, the district of Jerusalem, and indeed most of Palestine, was to be an international enclave. But the physical presence of the British expeditionary and other military forces all over the country, including Jerusalem, enabled Britain to claim the entire territory for its own direct rule when discussions on the Sykes-Picot Pact were renewed in 1919. Immediately after his arrival, Allenby summoned Mufti Kamal al-Husayni, Mayor Hussein al-Husayni, the heads of the Christian churches, the chief rabbi and many of the city's notables to meet him at the foot of the citadel. Allenby stood on a large podium at the end of the sloping causeway leading to the citadel gate, while the Jerusalemites were crammed into the 3 or 4 meters between the podium and the gate and had to spread along the citadel wall. The first to speak at this uncomfortable encounter was Allenby's Arabic language spokesman, General Jibril Pasha Haddad, a Lebanese-born officer who had served with the British forces in Sudan and had become Allenby's aide when the war broke out. To the townspeople of Blessed Jerusalem and the surrounding inhabitants, the defeat my forces have inflicted on the Turks has led to the conquest of your city by my army. 6 These were his opening words. The tall general, his uniform dusty but his boots freshly polished, never moved a muscle throughout his spokesman's speech. Haddad explained that the city would be under martial law but that all religions would be respected. He concluded his short speech with a sentence that sparked the first disagreement with the Arabs: "This is the end of the Crusaders' wars." Mufti Kamal al-Husayni jumped as if stung and took hold of the mayor. The two of them left the scene. They were joined by the Patriarch of the Greek Orthodox Church and some of the city's notables. Had they been in England when the victory was celebrated, they would have been even more offended. On January 12, at a Thanksgiving service for the Order of St. John, the Archbishop of York said, "If London is the commercial heart of the empire, Jerusalem is its soul." 7. The Mufti was called to a meeting with Haddad, who advised him to cooperate with the British and not to take Allenby's words too seriously, but the Mufti remained unconvinced. "Go and find someone else to cooperate with you," he said. Afterwards he secluded himself at the house of one of his relatives and refused all contact with the British. They, however, kept courting him. As early as February 1917, the Arab Bureau, a team of British Orientalists in Cairo whose best-known member was T.E. Lawrence, wrote a memorandum stating that the Husayni family is one of the oldest and most respected families in Palestine, headed by the Mufti Kamal, who is not a fanatic and is generally friendly to foreigners. He does not have a strong character, but this would make it easier for the British to control him. However, Kamel was not the head of the family. Ismail and Said were its elders, and Hussein, as mayor, was also one of its heads. Only the death of Hussein in 1918, combined with the importance the British assigned to the post of Mufti, made Kamel the head of the family. 8 The idea that he could be easily manipulated by the new conquerors was not quite borne out in reality, though by and large Kamel avoided unnecessary friction with the British. Given the position of the family and the posts of Mufti and mayor that it held, it stood to reason that it would cooperate with the conquerors and even adopt a pro-British stance in public. The new governor of Jerusalem, Ronald Storrs, spent 3 rainy days wandering about looking for the Mufti and the mayor. At night in his room at the Morcos Hotel, which the Americans converted into a military hospital soon after the occupation, Storrs wrote that this walk at least persuaded his Egyptian valet said that they had indeed arrived in Jerusalem. Until then his servant had been sure that it was Jaffa they had conquered, not Jerusalem. On December 21, Storrs located Mayor Hussein al-Husayni, the president of the city council. The dignified Hussein, who was in his 50s, surprised his visitor with his fluent English. He told Storrs that in the final years of Ottoman rule he had lived on his suitcases, because the Ottomans, aware of his pro-British sympathies, threatened to exile him. They talked first about the holy city of Medina in Arabia. Has it already been taken? Hussein asked. Storrs gave him the latest news and said that T.E. Lawrence was doing his best to complete the task. Then Storrs asked how many Muslim inhabitants there were in Jerusalem. 11,000, said Hussein, adding that the majority belonged to the Hanafi school, which had been predominant in the Ottoman Empire, and a minority to the Shafi'i school, which had been customary before the Ottoman conquest. The Husaynis held the post of Hanafi Mufti, the only one approved by the Ottoman religious authorities. Storrs made a note of this information and advised his government to declare that this would be the only recognized post of Mufti. 9. After this visit, Hussein sent a messenger to his cousin the Mufti to inform him that Storrs would call on him the following morning. The mayor died a few weeks later, and Storrs was asked to appoint his successor. As we have seen, the Ottomans sometimes appointed the mayor and at other times allowed the city's notables to elect him. The Young Turks were going to institute mayoral elections, but this democratization was halted by the martial law imposed on Palestine by the British authorities. It was simpler to appoint the mayor and so, following the old custom, they appointed a kinsman of the deceased mayor, his older brother, Musa Kazim al-Husayni. Thus ended Hussein al-Husayni's presence on the stage of Jerusalem's history. He was a remarkable man and was liked by all, the Jews, who had helped elect him, the Christians, whose demands he generally met and whose internal conflicts he arbitrated, and of course the Muslims. Foreigners in the city also enjoyed the company of Hussein, who had been educated in the United States and was broadly conversant with both Arab and Western cultures. But the generation that had reached maturity in the last years of the Ottoman Empire, that had received a mixed Ottoman and Western education and worked in the local and imperial administration, had other prominent representatives, notably the Mufti of Jerusalem, Kamel al-Husayni. The day after meeting the mayor, Ronald Storrs went to the Temple Mount to meet Mufti Kamel for the first time. The rain had stopped and the sun warmed the governor and his servant said as they crossed the great plaza between the magnificent dome of the Rock and Al-Aqsa Mosque and entered the Mufti's office. They found him sitting in a modest, spotless room behind a long table. The sheikh was then 45 years old, a gentle, soft-spoken man and a pleasant conversationalist. He and Storrs at once found a common interest, Egypt, where Storrs had recently spent several happy years and where Kamel in his youth had studied at Al-Azhar for 4 years. Kamel missed the newspapers of Cairo, above all Al-Muqattam. When Storrs promised to obtain for him the previous month's issues, as well as publications in French, Kamel's favorite language, his face lit up. Now and then as they sat there, messengers came in to receive written fatwas on everyday matters. Storrs was impressed by how quietly the Mufti's subordinates and aides came and went. Finally, the Mufti complained to the visitor that since the war his budget and that of the religious properties were insufficient for him to pay his staff of 70 stores promised to help out. And so, after an awkward start, Kamal al-Husayni became a favorite of the British authorities, who came to trust and rely upon him. The family itself was astonished by the number of posts he was granted. First, he was made the Grand Mufti, al-Mufti al-Akbar. No longer was he the Mufti of one school but of all Muslims, and not only of Jerusalem but of all Palestine. This was an idea hatched by the British officials in Egypt. There the religious hierarchy was headed by the Grand Mufti of Egypt and had been even when the country was under Ottoman rule. In addition, Kamal was appointed head of the Sharia Court of Appeal, which had traditionally been held by a member of the Khalidi clan, and guardian of all Muslim religious properties in the city. These added positions brought Kamal not only greater honor and social standing but also a substantial salary. 10. The family had grown very powerful in the final years of the Ottoman period and had become one of the country's greatest landowners, possessing over 12,500 acres throughout the country. Rabah was the wealthiest Husayni, owning lands in various villages around Jericho, on Castle Hill near Jerusalem and even on the inland plains. 11 The new posts given to members of the family assured even greater wealth, and with it a formidable political position vis-a-vis the local population and the authorities. Political power entailed social, and perhaps national, responsibility. But the transition to national authority would not always deal kindly with the family or with the society it was supposed to represent. And yet no one offered else better leadership at the time, and were it not for the Zionist presence, history's overall judgment of the family would have been much more favorable. In his memoirs, Storrs notes that the guiding principle of the British authorities in Jerusalem was to maintain the status quo. They left the existing institutions and their composition untouched. Thus, for example, the municipality remained predominantly Muslim, and the Church of the Holy Sepulchre was left in the care of the Nashashivis. Of course, the occupier was not that passive and eventually took more invasive steps. It began with effecting changes in municipal functions, sanitation, public order, road maintenance, repair of war damages, putting the city on its feet and ultimately changing the country's identity and politics altogether. The Husaynis had not enjoyed such economic, social, and political power since the final years of Abdul Hamid II's reign. Storrs acceded to Kamal's request to look after his younger brother, Al-Hajj Amin, and attached him to the staff of General Jibril Haddad, who was about to be put in charge of security in Damascus. Al-Hajj Amin had not been unemployed. He ran the Ra'dat al-Ma'arif, owned by Khalil Sakakini and co-founded in 1906 by another member of the family, Abd al-Latif III, but his older brother knew he had greater things in mind. At this school, and at the secondary school Al-Rashidiyah, Al-Hajj Amin taught the history of Islam in a modern form that fitted the spirit of national Arab education. In the early days of British rule, he had the means to purchase the Ra'dat al-Ma'arif. Al-Hajj Amin also earned money writing articles for the journal of his friend and partner in national dreams, Arif al-Arif, who would later become a leading Palestinian historian. Together they followed a path from traditional Islamic thought to concrete political thought. It was Arif al-Arif who introduced Al-Hajj Amin to Syrian politics in the final stages of the Great War. In late 1918, Faisal, the son of Sharif Hussein of Mecca, established himself in Damascus. According to Faisal's Hashimi family, the British had promised them Greater Syria in return for their uprising against the Ottoman Empire. This is confirmed by the correspondence between Sharif Hussein and British representatives in late 1915. T. E. Lawrence interpreted the agreement between Hussein and McMahon in the same light, and persuaded General Allenby to install Faisal as military ruler of Syria on behalf of the Allies. Some historians claim that Lawrence also stage-managed the conquest of Damascus as a great Hashimi victory, though it was Australian troops, rather than Faisal's men, who actually conquered the Syrian capital. 12. However it was achieved, Faisal's presence was essential to countering the French claim to Syria. Syria had in fact been promised to the French in the summer of 1916 under the Sykes-Picot Pact. Faisal hoped to forestall British compliance with the agreement by establishing an independent kingdom including Syria, Transjordan, Lebanon, and Palestine. Directed by Faisal's Damascus government, which lasted 2 years, until 1920, Arif al-Arif referred to the 3 Ottoman districts of Mandatory Palestine as Southern Syria. This was also the name of his journal, in which Al-Hajj Amin published his early political ideas. But Al-Hajj Amin wanted more. Thanks to his brother's relationship with Stores, he realized his great dream of serving in Damascus at the side of Faisal, who declared himself king of Greater Syria. As noted, Stores got Al-Hajj Amin appointed as aide to Haddad when he took up his new post as Chief of General Security. Amin used his stay in Damascus to establish close relations with his hero Faisal and his court. In 1919 he helped organize an All-Syria Congress, a conference of representatives from the entire region, to demonstrate to the world its support for Faisal's rule. Al-Hajj Amin's job was to organize the delegation from the District of Palestine, which he did very well. This was an important stage in the politics of the region and the world. Faisal was trying to form a new kingdom in the face of local and regional forces, while preparing for the peace conference that was about to meet in Versailles to determine political arrangements in all of the countries where the war had been fought. Keeping with American President Woodrow Wilson's ideas of self-determination, the 10 victorious nations, including the Hijaz, the independent kingdom established by Sharif Hussein in 1916, decided that the arrangements should consider the wishes of the local population. Later we shall see how the colonial powers dealt with this difficult principle. Like any politically aware person in Palestine, Al-Hajj Amin realized the importance of sending a Palestinian delegation to the conference. However, to do this in an international forum, it was necessary to create, almost from nothing, a local organization that could claim to represent the wishes of the native population. While it was obvious that only the notable families would take part, it was imperative to achieve a consensus among them regarding the Palestinian position. Sykes-Picot Agreement, 1916. Al-Hajj Amin stayed only a short time in Damascus because Haddad was dispatched by Faisal to London and his successor, Ahmed Ilan, did not keep Al-Hajj Amin on. The young Husayni returned to Jerusalem and gradually built up his position as head of the family, and the idea of southern Syria was replaced with that of independent Palestine. With his Damascus career at an end, Al-Hajj Amin turned his attention to Zionism. In later years, he would claim that the question of how to stop Zionist settlement had preoccupied him since boyhood. But as noted in the previous chapter, it was only in Cairo that he had begun to think of Zionism as an enemy. Al-Hajj Amin's brief stay in Damascus prepared him not only to become an inspiration in the struggle against Zionism, but above all to be the first of the Husaynis to enter the modern politics that developed in the Arab world after the Great War. Although other young Husaynis studied the intricacies of local and regional siyasa, politics, Al-Hajj Amin was the most skillful, and his talent enabled the family to translate its social standing into modern terms of political parties and organizations. Many family members did not adjust to the change and chose other modern careers. Ishaq Musa al-Husayni chose literature, Ibrahim Said, brother of Raja'i, chemistry, Abd al-Salam III, great-grandson of Umar, became a journalist and essayist, Salim III an archaeologist, and Musa Abdullah, another son of Musa Saleh, a historiographer. Thus, despite the temptation to go into modern politics, Hassan's scholarly bent, Tahir's curiosity, and Ismail's studiousness were passed on to the family's intellectual branch. 13 But before this division occurred in the family, after centuries of representing the local aristocracy, all the inhabitants of Palestine, Jews and Arabs alike, had to adjust to the new British military occupation, 1918-20, that was forced upon them. Having conquered the country, the British authorities did not assume legislative powers but administered it in accordance with the laws of its previous overlords. There was no civil law or judiciary, only the decision of the military governor. 3 army generals held this post in those 2 years, Mooney, Watson, and Bowles, or of the local military governor, for example, Ronald Storrs in Jerusalem. The British were chiefly concerned with improving the infrastructure. The homes of the Husaynis and other Jerusalem notables were linked for the first time to modern sewerage and water supply systems. The city's main streets were cleaned once a week, and public sanitation reduced the death rate, which delighted tourists, many of whom had been to Jerusalem in the past and were returning after the war. 14. Maintaining the status quo was not an easy matter, given the conflicting British promises regarding the future of Palestine. Would it become part of Greater Syria? Or would it become a Jewish national home, as implied by the Balfour Declaration of November 2, 1917? A year later, a new declaration stirred the anxieties of political activists in Jerusalem and elsewhere about the future of Palestine. On November 8, 1918, the governments of Britain and France proclaimed the right of the peoples of Iraq and Syria to self-determination, but they excluded Palestine, probably because of the Balfour Declaration. 15. It is important to distinguish between people's preoccupation with the problems of their daily lives and their concerns about the great issues of the day. Palestinian leaders were not always aware of the rapid pace of political developments that would affect their country's future. In this, they were at a clear disadvantage compared to their Zionist opponents who, with an energy and decisiveness that astounded the colonial officials, harnessed every possible act to help fulfill the Zionist dream. Kamal al-Husayni witnessed this himself. On April 27, 1918, a few months after the British occupation began, Kamal and the leaders of all the other communities of Jerusalem were invited to a garden party at the house of Governor Ronald Storrs. At this time, a delegation from the Zionist Congress led by Menahem Ussishkin was permitted by the military authorities to come to Palestine, tour the country and study the prospects of laying the groundwork for the Jewish national home. Ussishkin was the paragon of the new Zionist leader. Unlike some of his colleagues, he openly discussed Zionism as a colonialist project and declared on more than one occasion that any indigenous resistance to the Jewish colonization of Palestine would have to be met with force, coercion, and even expulsion. One doubts how much of this Kamal knew, but he did go to Storrs's meeting willingly and was curious to hear what this Jewish leader, whom he had never met, would have to say. To his dismay, the Zionist spokesman expressed support for the United Arab Kingdom but without recognizing Palestine as part of it. Rather, he went on at length about Jewish plans for the development of the country and the joy of the people of Zion at the return of the Jews. Kamal stood up and was about to leave. 16. He was persuaded to stay, though, and heard a milder statement from Chaim Weizmann, who said that the Zionists had no intention of taking over the country. In time, Palestinians would prefer the direct approach of the future Ussishkins and find it hard to confront the double talk and dishonesty of the future Weizmanns. At the meeting, Kamal responded with a measured, non-committal statement. Weizmann later wrote in his diary that Kamal had been polite but disbelieving, and for good reason. 17. Perhaps it was this occasion that prompted the younger Husaynis to organize the struggle against the implementation of the Balfour Declaration. Or it may be that they wished to help Faisal resist the French effort to dislodge him from Syria. These young men were not content with symbolic gestures, and they began to prepare for national action. Yet they tended to occupy themselves with minor matters, unlike the Jews, who were laying the foundation of their state. Al-Hajj Amin, 21 years old and with unusually red hair and deep blue eyes, was the spirit of the Young Palestinians movement. When they formed an active organization called the Arab Club, named after the famous club in Damascus where Al-Hajj Amin had stayed with Faisal's entourage during the Arab Revolt, they chose Al-Hajj Amin as its president. This was not Al-Hajj Amin's only occupation. After his return from Damascus, he remained loyal to Faisal's government and obeyed its instruction to join the British administration, which made him an official in the town of Kalkaliya. Damascus' secret directive was to use this post to recruit young Palestinians for Faisal's army to counter a possible French invasion of Syria. 18. Al-Hajj Amin's closest friends were his brother Fakhri and his cousins Jamil, Ibrahim, Said, Hilmi and Tawfiq. They were joined by Ishaq Darwish and Muhammad al-Afifi, who were related by marriage to the Husaynis. Tawfiq was known for his community work. He opened and ran an orphanage in Jerusalem, an institution that still symbolizes the Husayni family's social commitment. But the principal activities of the Arab Club were political rather than social, and its members hoped that the British authorities would allow it to function as a literary political association supporting the union of Palestine and Syria and opposing the expansion of the Jewish presence. The mentor of the group was Sheikh Abd al-Qadir al-Muzaffar, an activist of the Arab national movement during the war who had been deported for his activities. As mentioned in the previous chapter, al-Muzaffar was also an unexpected guest at the first and only collaborative meeting between the Zionists and the Husaynis. The young Nashashivis, however, had no use for the Hashimi Amir or Damascus, and they joined the rival literary club to demonstrate their different political position. They were a relatively new presence on the Jerusalem stage, and it had taken the earthquake effect of the Young Turks' revolution to translate their economic power into political power. The year 1908 had been especially important for Sulayman al-Nashashivi and his sons Rashid and Uthman, who represented a transition in the family's career as it became an influential social-political factor after the advent of the Young Turks. In later years, however, they would not constitute a substantial political force. At the end of the British Mandate, when the political vacuum offered an opportunity for action, they would have neither the power nor the drive to lead the Palestinian people. But in the period under discussion, the two families were on friendly terms, especially since Jamil al-Husayni was one of the leading members of the rival club, which was named after the famous literary club in Istanbul that he had been part of in 1909. During the course of that year, several Husaynis, including Fakhri, joined both clubs. In the beginning, members of the Arab Club were content to paint the slogans "Our land is ours" and "Palestine is southern Syria," that is, part of the Kingdom of Greater Syria to be ruled by King Faisal. Later they organized petitions and even enlisted some of the city's notables to support their activities. The famous six of St. George's School, Hilmi, Fakhri, Ibrahim, Tawfiq, Said and Jamal, formed the core of this organization. Those who had got safely through the war, even in the Ottoman army, tended to follow the ideas and activities of the Mufti's younger brother Al-Hajj Amin and the leadership of Musa Kazim, who became mayor after Hussein's death. In 1918 the older activists included such experienced figures as Boulas Shihade, Yusuf Yassin, and Hassan Abu al-Saud, whom the younger men described as the leaders of the Arab Club. Some time later they joined the Husaynis, not because of family connections but because they supported the positions taken by Musa Kazim, Jamal, and Amin al-Husayni on the future of Palestine. Joining a group for ideological reasons was a novel feature in the lives of Palestinian notables. Political restlessness was not confined to Jerusalem. Young people and notables in other cities and towns sought to help the national movement and even to lead it. On May 8, 1918, a group of prominent Jaffa townsmen, both Christian and Muslim, met in a cafe to revive the idea of the three teachers who had met at Anist's Cafe, see the previous chapter, and created Jaffa's Muslim Christian Association. This was the first time an association was formed on the basis of national rather than religious solidarity. Such ideas had been proposed in the past but never taken shape, and now the Jaffate al-Hajj Raghib al-Dajani and his Christian friends brought it off. In November 1918, a branch of this association opened in Jerusalem, and before long branches appeared all over Palestine. In January 1919, the first general conference of all the Muslim Christian associations was held in Jerusalem. To give it an all-Palestine stature, the organizers invited the associations of the young Jerusalemites, and indeed the event came to be known as the First Palestinian Congresses after they decided to hold it every year. Other political meetings took place in Jaffa in May 1918. At al-Hajj Amin's request, or at least with his approval, some young men from Jaffa formed an underground group that they called the Black Hand. They later chose a new name that would become a national Palestinian label, Al-Fidaiyya, the Self-Sacrificers. It set up branches all over the country and served Al-Hajj Amin as the operative arm of the national organization. It would be disbanded in 1923 and replaced by rather ineffectual attempts to create a more orderly Palestinian fighting body. 19 But at this point, the group's work was principally channeled towards the First Conference in Jerusalem. The First Palestinian Congress opened in Jerusalem on January 27, 1919 and lasted about a week. 27 delegates from all over the country attended. Arif al-Dajani, founder of the Muslim Christian Association in Jaffa, presided over the conference, and the retired Judge Hassan Abu al-Saud was his deputy. 20. Organizing this conference had not been an easy matter. Before it got underway, a sharp dispute broke out between the Unionists supporting unification with Syria and those who favored a struggle for independence within British Palestine. The most prominent Unionists were the Husaynis, Fakhri and Al-Hajj Amin, who benefited from Khalil al-Sakakani's sound advice. Since the attempts to create a unified kingdom with Syria were backed by an orderly political party, and since most of the leading members of the family were part of it, the family became the strongest player in the new political arena delineated by the British authorities and the Zionists in Mandatory Palestine. It was no longer sufficient to be an Ashraf family or to hold a senior religious post. If the Husaynis did not wish to abandon the field to other families or political factors, they needed a modern political organization with national and patriotic platforms. Al-Hajj Amin was a prominent and active Unionist, and he devoted most of his energies to persuading Jerusalem's Muslim Christian Association to support union with Syria. 21 As we have seen, the First Palestinian Congress was convened not only in response to the Balfour Declaration but as the first political attempt to present the Palestinian position in public. Besides Al-Hajj Amin, many others were active behind the scenes. Indeed, it is doubtful that Al-Hajj Amin was the chief player or even the leading Husayni activist at that first conference. The young Husaynis very skillfully persuaded some of the leading delegates, such as Sheikh Said al-Karmi, Isa al-Isa, and Izzat Darwaza, to ensure that the resolutions would conform to the idea of unity with Syria. Al-Hajj Amin proposed allowing the opposition to present its argument, which called for the destiny of Palestine to be separate from that of Greater Syria. He argued that only by hearing both arguments could the participants weigh the two platforms and discover the weakness of the pro-Palestine idea. As we shall see, the time would come when he would adopt his opponent's position. All the delegates were pleased to see the family's patriarch, the revered Ismail Bey, whose aristocratic presence imparted dignity to the gathering and gave the family a certain influence over the proceedings. The British, too, respected Ismail and acknowledged his fine record by putting him in charge of education in Jerusalem, and he repaid them by adopting a pro-British posture. His attendance at the conference was not wholehearted, and he disapproved of many of the young men's actions. While he did not voice his true opinions at the conference, many of the delegates were aware that he disliked the idea of Greater Syria and was hoping to see the creation of an Arab Palestine. Nor did he support aggressive action against Zionism. Having entertained Chaim Weizmann at his house, Ismail believed it was possible to come to an understanding with the Zionist movement, though he did not dare say so in public. 22. Despite Ismail's attendance, the family had yet to reach a dominant position in the political arena. The Husaynis were conspicuously absent from the petition sent by the conference to the Paris Peace Conference, though they undoubtedly helped to formulate it. The petition read: "We, inhabitants of all Palestine, consisting of the Arab districts of Jerusalem, Nablus, and Acre, Muslims and Christians alike, have met and chosen our representatives at the conference in Jerusalem. Before any discussion takes place on the problem of Palestine, we wish to express our strong protest against the promise given to the Zionists to establish a national home in our native land and to migrate to this country and settle in it. 23. The petition's authors went on to note that they represented the absolute majority of the people of Palestine. The Husaynis took no part in other decisions of the conference. At the end of the discussions, the conference resolved to send 2 delegations to promote the Palestinian cause in world opinion, one to Paris and another to Damascus. There were no Husaynis in the more important of the 2, the delegation to Paris. In any event, the occupying authorities stopped it from leaving. But even the lesser mission to Damascus did not include any of the Husaynis. Mufti Kamel and Mayor Musa Kazim were puzzled by their younger relatives' frustration that no member of their family was elected to a representative post. How significant were places in such delegations compared with an ancient honor like that of Mufti or the influential post of mayor? Time would show that Al-Hajj Amin was right. A new era had begun, and the game had new rules. It was not the military governor's decision to prevent the Palestinians from presenting their case before the International Peace Conference that excluded any significant development in this direction. It was a change in American posture that froze any genuine attempts to reconsider Palestine's fate. Had it been up to the American delegation, all the nations and groupings formerly ruled by the Ottoman Empire would have been invited to address the conference and express their wishes. But the ailing Democratic U.S. President Wilson was unable to contend with the colonial powers because the Republican-dominated U.S. Congress was eager to resume America's pre-war isolationism. Thus the two aging colonial empires of Britain and France, whose time would come before long, were left free to carve up the defeated Ottoman Empire. Their governments had no intention of allowing local representatives to appear before the conference and present agendas different from those decided upon in London and Paris. It was none of the local people's business, said British Prime Minister Lloyd George. George's Clemenceau, who was even less attentive to such wishes from below, readily agreed. The two powers had divided the region between them as far back as May 1916, before anyone knew the outcome of the war. Now that they were in power, they certainly had no intention of letting anyone else have their say. Zionism, however, being the colonialists' ally, was allowed to appear and make its case before the world. Nevertheless, there were some in the British Colonial Office and Parliament who viewed the emerging Arab national movement favourably, as a process that might benefit Britain. The famous historian Arnold Toynbee provided them with a meta-historical theory to justify British support for Arab nationalism, which he considered to be a new and youthful phenomenon, rather than for Jewry, which he argued would disappear from history like the colonial empire. But on the whole, support for the Arabs was neither metaphysical, as proposed by Toynbee, nor romantic, à la Lawrence of Arabia, but a pragmatic commitment to the interests of the British Empire. In Egypt in 1919, the British refusal to permit local Arab views to be heard by the International Forum produced a national revolution and resulted in the creation of the Wafd, New Delegation, Party, named after the group of Egyptian representatives whom the British barred from travelling to Versailles, as they did in Palestine. The term became synonymous with concepts like homeland, people, and nation. The Wafd was the dominant party in Egypt until Nasser came to power. It fought against the British presence in Egypt and laid the groundwork for the independent state of Egypt, which would influence the entire Arab world. Barred from sending a delegation, the Palestinians used the old method of bombarding the participants at the conference with petitions and protests, each town and city sending its own. They had no other choice, given that the Zionists had a very respectable representation at Versailles, led by the skilled diplomat Haim Weizmann. The brief appearance of King Faisal of Syria in Versailles provided some balance, but only the Americans were moved by such minor spokesmen on the conference floor. The leaders of the old colonial delegations scarcely noticed them and did not give much thought to non-imperial arguments. Not everyone despaired when the Palestinian delegation was barred from leaving, nor was everyone content with sending petitions. In March 1919, directly after the First Palestinian Congress, the Muslim Christian Association and the Arab Club decided to act. The dynamic Al-Hajj Amin inspired their initiative. He had heard from his brother the Mufti that the governor of Jerusalem was due to go to Egypt at the end of the month and that before leaving he would advise the Palestinians to hold a protest demonstration against the Zionists. Kamel and Musa Kazim spread a rumor that Storrs had asked that the demonstration be held in his absence, so that he would not be blamed if things got out of hand. Al-Hajj Amin convened the members of his club to discuss the matter and deplored the fact that since the Balfour Declaration there has not been a single demonstration against Zionism. But not everyone was ready to take such a risk. Al-Hajjamin's former teacher Khalil al-Sakakani and his cousin Yaqub Faraj poured cold water on the eager young leader and persuaded him that Stores was playing a dangerous game and could not be counted on to support them if they were charged with organizing a demonstration that turned violent. Sakakani noted in his diary that nobody liked Stores, because of his close association with the Husaynis. He listened to no one else. This seems somewhat unjust, since at this time Sakakani was in the Husayni camp, but perhaps he was uneasy about the close friendship between Mufti Kamal and the British governor. Sakakani preferred the personality and the interests of Stores's deputy, Waters Taylor, and suspected that if there were a demonstration, the governor would blame his deputy and have him dismissed. 24. The eyes of the world were on the Hall of Mirrors in the Palace of Versailles near Paris. On January 18, 1919, representatives of the 10 victorious powers, led by U.S. President Woodrow Wilson, met there to explore ways to avoid another catastrophe like the one that had ravaged Europe, in which 8 million soldiers and some 25 million civilians had lost their lives. But behind the humane concern for peace lurked the old ambitions of the European powers to help themselves to great chunks of the defeated Austro-Hungarian, German, and Ottoman empires. The future of the Middle East was, naturally, among the secondary issues that lay before the conference. The primary ones were the future of Germany, Poland, and the Balkans, as well as the economic and military arrangements for running the new world projected by President Wilson. Since Russia quit the war and was caught up in civil strife, Britain and France remained the dominant parties with interests in the Middle Eastern territories of the erstwhile Ottoman Empire. This time the American president demanded that, in contrast to the Sykes-Picot Pact, the future agreement should have international backing. Moreover, he wanted to hear the demands of nations in the region or their representatives. The Zionist movement had prepared well for the dramatic diplomatic show. Its leadership, headed by Chaim Weizmann, had not been carried away with optimism as had the American Zionists, who believed that all the problems would now be resolved and the return of the Jews to their ancient homeland was assured. Weizmann and his associations were pleased by the encouraging developments since the Balfour Declaration but considered the Paris Peace Conference to be the beginning of the struggle rather than its conclusion. The first step was to send a Zionist committee to Jerusalem to accelerate the construction of a national home. But here they ran into the cautious Governor Stores, whom they regarded as anti-Zionist because he opposed some of their more far-reaching proposals. They had to content themselves with establishing a foothold while getting ready for the peace conference. Sir Herbert Samuel, later the first British High Commissioner in Mandatory Palestine, chaired an advisory committee to help the Zionist leadership prepare for the conference. Together they crafted a demand for the Balfour Declaration to be implemented in every possible way by the British military, and later civil, authority in Palestine. The text of the demand was presented to the conference on February 23, 1919. The Palestinians' demand had been sent to the conference a few days earlier, but no Palestinian Arab was called upon to present their case, and it is not known if anyone at Versailles even read the document. However, Nahum Sokolov, spokesman of the Zionist leadership, was allowed to address the Council of Ten, and it is known that Lord Balfour, Britain's representative on the council, listened most attentively, as did the other council members. Sokolov outlined the historical reasons for the Jewish demand and stressed that there was no solution to the problems of the Jews of Europe other than the Zionist one. Weizmann later noted that Sokolov had spoken as if the suffering of 2,000 years of exile rested on his shoulders. One doubts that this was what impressed Balfour. It was more the option of Britain avoiding the mass immigration of poor Eastern European Jews that delighted him. Balfour himself spoke after Sokolov and suggested that the Jews' economic distress could be resolved only in the framework of a national home in Palestine. They were not the only Jewish spokesmen to address the conference. They were followed by Menahem Ussishkin and André Speyer, who upheld the same ideas. Only one person, a French Jew by name of Sylvain Levi, was allowed to present an anti-Zionist Jewish position. Levi's statement put a crimp in the impressive Zionist presentation, but the American Foreign Secretary broke the rules and gave Chaim Weizmann the floor for the second time to make a resounding conclusion to a most effective Zionist public relations campaign. At this time, Weizmann also persuaded King Faisal of Syria to express some support for Zionism, arguing that this would enable the Jews to use their influence with the Americans and others to pressure the British government to keep its promise to the Hashemites. Faisal soon abandoned his recognition of the Balfour Declaration and his brief cooperation with Weizmann, but his support was sufficient to weaken the Palestinian position in the peace conference even further. Thus not a single Palestinian representative appeared before this very important international conference, both because of internal dissent and British obstruction. The Husaynis, though still the leading political force in the country, were denied both a place on the international stage and the experience that comes with it. As the struggle continued to rage not only on the ground but also in diplomatic arenas, this inexperience would undermine their effectiveness. Weizmann was able to pilot the Zionist vessel through the rocks of high-level international politics, while the young Husaynis struggled through internal disputes. Fortunately for the Palestinians, when the Americans realized that they could not persuade their European allies to let the nations of the Middle East present their cases, they decided to send a mission to the region. Once discussions in Jerusalem ended, the Palestinians heard that an American team would tour Greater Syria to investigate the wishes of its inhabitants. It was first proposed that the mission include British and French experts, but again London and Paris took no interest in the matter. President Wilson himself appointed the team's leaders. Dr. Henry King was president of Oberlin College, and Charles Crane was a trustee at Roberts College in Istanbul, later Boğaziçi University, and a businessman well connected with many of the regional leaders. News of the forthcoming visit caused a flurry in Damascus. Amir Faisal, who still governed on behalf of the Allies but was determined to become king of Greater Syria, hoped to convince the visitors that the populations of Lebanon, Syria, Transjordan, and Palestine all wished to be united under his rule. He therefore urged all the secret national associations that had proliferated under Ottoman rule in Damascus and other cities to unite into a single party, the Arab Independence Party, Istiqlal, which would take part in parliamentary elections and call for the unity and independence of Greater Syria, if necessary under the overlordship of a mandatory power. 25. The idea of a mandate was present before the Paris Peace Conference was convened. Several American experts introduced it to President Wilson as the best compromise between independence for the Arab nations, as demanded by their leaders, and colonial rule, as requested by Britain and France. The mandate would be granted by the League of Nations, the supranational organization conceived by Wilson as the principal bulwark against another world war and as means to settle international disputes, for a limited period, during which the mandatory power would guide the state it administered towards full independence. Upon hearing about it for the first time during his visit to Versailles, Faisal found the idea of a mandate acceptable, but only if it were American or British. Under no circumstances would he agree to a French mandate, although according to the terms of the Sykes-Picot Pact, Syria and Lebanon were designated France's sphere of influence. It was this impasse that eventually led to the removal of the Hijazi Amir from Damascus and destroyed the prospect of a Greater Syria. 26. In the middle of 1919, Al-Hajj Amin was still the family's leading radical. First he helped set up Palestinian representation in Damascus to support Faisal's peace conference demands. Then he worked hard in Jerusalem to achieve a coherent Palestinian stance in favor of unification with Syria. But in this he differed from the rest of the family. His kinsmen Jamal and Said had not yet formed a clear opinion either on Syria or, in contrast to Ismail, on Zionism. Jamal and Said made efforts to understand Zionism's direction and impact. They met Haim Kalvarisky, a Zionist mystery man and something of a charlatan, who expressed support for a binational solution while remaining strongly associated with the Zionist leadership. Unlike other Jewish friends of the family, such as Gad Frumkin, Kalvarisky was widely known as a man of intrigue, and everyone had heard the story of his meetings with Jamal Pasha, the Ottoman governor during the war. Kalvarisky, the governor had said, "One day I'll see you hanging from the gallows." "No doubt, Your Highness," Kalvarisky had replied, "but first I'll sell you the rope." 27. Despite his dubious reputation, Kalvarisky's ideas were sometimes surprisingly well received. In mid-May he persuaded Said and Jamal and their close associates Salim Ayub and Bajit al-Nashashivi to take part in a meeting aimed at creating a permanent apparatus for joint arbitration between the Zionist movement and the traditional Palestinian leadership on intercommunal problems in the Jerusalem area. Kalvarisky was hoping to persuade these families to act against the Muslim-Christian Association, and when young Al-Hajj Amin heard this he was furious. Each of the 4 participants received an anonymous letter signed "The Leading Young Arab Men in Jerusalem," warning that if they continued to meet Kalvarisky they would be regarded as traitors and collaborators with Zionism. The letter concluded on an ominous note, saying that peaceful people might resort to violent actions in the face of such behavior. Most of the family concluded that the negotiators of the Zionist peace camp were insincere, and those who did not think so, such as Fawzi al-Husayni, about whom more will be said later, would pay with their lives. The national cause demanded obedience to the family leadership, something that had been unheard of in previous generations. Tradition, Ottoman politics, and existential needs had always obliged the family to adopt a joint policy based on internal understanding and consent, not on violence. Nationalism was less tolerant and much more ruthless. 28. On June 7, 1919, Faisal convened a Greater Syria Conference at the Arab Club in Damascus and invited Palestinian representatives. Though the occupying authorities barred Palestinian participation in such pan-Arab gatherings, since they could not prevent individuals from traveling to Damascus, certain Palestinians were appointed to key positions in Faisal's administration. Izzat Darwaza was appointed Secretary of the Congress, Ani Abd al-Hadi personal secretary to the king. The Husaynis were offered a higher post than they had expected. Said was chosen to be the kingdom's foreign minister. But the ailing 59-year-old Said was unable to leave his house in Jerusalem, and so Abd al-Hadi received this post too. Amin Tamimi was appointed advisor to Faisal's prime minister, and several other Palestinians were placed in senior positions because Faisal appreciated their abilities. There were also many Palestinians in the leadership of Faisal's Istiqlal party, for example, 3 of the 8 members of the executive committee. 29. Faisal instructed his people to tell the King Crane mission they wanted unity, independence and, if possible, an American or British mandate. While Damascus was preparing to receive the mission, the Palestinians had to be ready for it because they were the American observers' first stop. On April 4, 1919, Governor Storrs invited Al-Hajj Amin and Khalil al-Sakakani to his office and informed them that the American mission would arrive in the summer. The next week was spent in intense discussions at Sakakani's house about how to present the Palestinian case to the Americans. The sitting room was too small to contain all the individuals who wished to express their views. A group of Nablus notables took part in one of these meetings, and eventually the unelected young leadership of the emergent Palestinian nationalists had to decide how to respond to the international poll on the future of Palestine. Unable to reach an agreement, they decided to consult Ismail al-Husayni. They took a carriage from Sakakani's silk house to Ismail's residence. The fact that the crucial decision-making meetings took place at the house of the head of their family assured many Husaynis that, despite the dramatic reversals caused by the Great War, they were still center stage, or had returned to it after the upheaval. 30. Musa Kazim and the heads of other families also attended the consultation, and the presence of these veterans enabled the young men to create a solid Palestinian position. In this house, which later served the Palestinian leadership from the First Intifada in 1987 until the outbreak of the Second in 2000, they resolved that the Arabs of Palestine would join the call for an independent Greater Syria while preserving Palestinian autonomy and opposing Jewish immigration. The declaration presented to the American observers was drafted with the help of Kamel, Said and Al-Hajj Amin, and read: Syria, from the Taurus Mountains to the Suez Canal, is absolutely independent and part of the overall Arab unity. Palestine, being an integral part of Syria, is independent in domestic matters and will choose its own rulers from among its inhabitants. The people of Palestine are utterly opposed to Zionist immigration and aspirations, but recognize that the Jews who were in the country before the war have the same rights as the local inhabitants. 31. In view of the preparations for the Greater Syrian Parliament, they decided to hold another nationwide conference of all the Muslim Christian associations as a kind of parliament that would give legal validity to the Palestinian position on the country's future. For the second time in a matter of months, a general gathering of these associations met on May 24 and confirmed the above resolutions verbatim. The King, Crane mission was received warmly when it arrived in the summer. The United States was believed to be the great friend of the Arab cause, and the presence of the President's personal envoys awakened hope that it might still be possible to turn the clock back and undo the Balfour Declaration. Wherever the Americans went, they were met by enthusiastic young Palestinians, members of the Arab and literary clubs and other organizations. The mission called at 13 locations, and at each of them delegations from the surrounding villages awaited them. The fact-finding mission proceeded to Damascus, and in August 1919 it presented its conclusions to the Paris Peace Conference. Its statement must have sounded like Naya, flute, music to the ears of all who had convened in Ismail's house in the spring. As for Palestine, we recommend to reject the extreme Zionist scheme of unlimited immigration with the purpose of establishing a Jewish state in Palestine. 32. It went on in this vein. The Palestinians themselves could not have drafted a more damning report. However, it soon became clear that the chief players on the Middle Eastern stage, Britain and France, did not intend to consider the report. First they put off all serious discussion about it, and later, after the U.S. Congress did not subscribe to the President's wish to share in all these world-shaping post-war agreements, the report was quietly deposited on a shelf in the American National Archives, where it is still available for historians to peruse. Meanwhile, the statesmen turned their gaze to the holiday resort of Deauville in the north of France, where something they considered more important was taking place. In Deauville, in September 1919, French Prime Minister Georges Clemenceau was forced to bow to the infuriating and humiliating dictate of his former ally, British Prime Minister Lloyd George, and renounce France's claim to some of the territories that had been designated during the war as a French sphere of influence, such as the oil-rich region of Mosul in Iraq. He also had to agree to Palestine being included in Britain's sphere of influence rather than being internationalized, as formerly agreed. Lloyd George's secretary would later report that the future of Palestine was resolved amid loud shouts and bitter protests. As for Greater Syria, France was assured that the British forces backing Faisal would soon withdraw, leaving the Emir to face the French forces that had landed on the coast of Lebanon. Clearly Faisal would have no chance at all against a superior army like the French. 33. In fact, in July 1920 Faisal's army was trounced in a short battle in Ilan on the Syria-Lebanon border. Less than a year later the British government compensated him by making him king of Iraq, but it was a bitter setback for the supporters of Greater Syria. The dizzying pace of events forced whoever wished to remain politically significant to adapt rapidly to change. Some of the Husaynis, such as Al-Hajj Amin, Jamal, and Musa Kazim, did so by replacing the idea of Greater Syria with that of independent Palestine, thereby ensuring the family's continuing centrality in the Palestinian national movement. So the Great Syria option was taken off the Palestinian agenda, and on June 20, 1920 everyone was ready to welcome the British Mandate's High Commissioner for Palestine, Herbert Samuel. The 2 years of military rule were over, and at least the elder Husaynis, including Ismail, Said and Musa Kazim, hoped to continue conducting the politics of notables, that is to say, maintaining autonomous control of their society's affairs with the blessing of the authorities and of society itself. Unlike the Ottomans, though, the British demanded greater commitment and refused to rule by means of intermediaries, and they greatly reduced the power of the upper class. They appointed officials, some of them Jews, to senior posts that Husaynis or members of other notable families had held during Ottoman times. The younger men led by Al-Hajj Amin were too inexperienced to win the support of all the families and the general populace, and consequently those who were best placed to lead Palestinian society were unable to steer it off the path chosen by external authorities. Such a person was Musa Kazim, who under different circumstances might have changed the course of Palestinian history. He had retired before the end of the Great War, and his appearance in the early days of British rule showed that he was still living in the Ottoman era. He regularly wore his Ottoman medals and traditional headgear, and occasionally the tarbush, as befitted the family's Sharifi descent. At the time of the Balfour Declaration, he had not yet become interested in national politics. He had been a senior Ottoman official, loyal to his government, and like most of his family had had nothing to do with the Arab Revolt. 34 His appointment to the mayoralty in place of his brother looked like a continuation of the Ottoman way of doing things, but the British demand for absolute obedience to London's policy on Zionism drove Musa Kazim, almost against his will, into a position of national leadership. In the next chapter we shall see how Musa Kazim provided the young Al-Hajj Amin with the family's backing in the struggle for power, though their alliance lasted too short a time to save Palestine. Even as they turned their attention to national politics, the Husaynis remained profoundly Jerusalemite. They served in the municipality throughout the British Mandate, even after 1934, when a Jew was appointed mayor, and through it continued to affect the city's character. One of the most dynamic political bodies on the scene was the Association for Jerusalem, an interfaith, intercommunal, and binational organization that served as an ideal model to anyone in the international community who wished to solve the problem of Jerusalem. However, the nationalization of Jerusalem reduced the association to an obsolete entity that now seems impossible to resurrect. The initiative for this body probably came from Ronald Storrs, who hoped that it would help develop civil services that the military rulers did not tackle. Following the model of similar groups in the English cities of Oxford and Cambridge, the association concerned itself chiefly with the preservation of Jerusalem's religious and cultural heritage. 35. Two Husaynis were members of the association, Kamal al-Husayni and Musa Kazim. Together with a team of archaeologists, architects, and government officials, they supervised the preservation of the Holy City. In the final days of military rule, the Mufti accompanied Storrs when he opened the renovated markets of the Old City. They conducted a strange ceremony reminiscent of guild rituals in Europe, giving each craftsman and apprentice a document obliging him to remain loyal to his craft. Among the recipients were Muslims, Jews, and Christians, and no such general ceremony would take place again under the British Mandate or thereafter. But architectural matters were not all that concerned the family during the first 2 years of British rule. Following the example of Ismail, some of the Husaynis became pillars of the educational system in the city, notably Ishaq Musa al-Husayni, who was the right-hand man of his old teacher Zuraik Nakla and who served as deputy director of the English College in Jerusalem. Thanks to Zuraik, Ishaq Musa became a leading authority on the Arabic language and its preservation, and he advanced its research with modern methods adopted from the West. Another of his teachers, Musa Asaf al-Nashashivi, had introduced him to Arabic literature, and Ishaq Musa regarded him as the person who helped shape his Arab identity during their close association from 1918 to 1920. Ishaq Musa noted in his memoirs that it was thanks to the Arabic foundation he had acquired from this mentor that he was able to preserve his Arabism during the many years he spent in the West. 36. Although Ishaq Musa occasionally returned to political activity, he was not a central figure in the family's political biography. The Husaynis who led the dual struggle against Zionism and the British rule now took the stage: Musa Kazim, Al-Hajj Amin, and Jamal. 37. Chapter 7. British Betrayal and the Rise of the National Aristocracy. The first violent outbreak. At the end of February 1920, after a harsh winter, the people of Jerusalem welcomed the change in the weather. Snow that had piled up to 1.5 meters suddenly melted away, and the townspeople strolled outdoors as if it were summer. Spring arrived early and wildflowers bloomed among the rocks. Perhaps it was this early spring, wrote William McCracken in his diary, that prompted the Arabs to resolve to do something. Later he wrote an article to that effect in his newspaper Jerusalem News. 1. But it was not the sudden spring weather that prompted the Arabs to do something, it was the headlong rush of political developments that outsiders like McCracken were unable to perceive. First came worrying news from Damascus, after prolonged negotiations, at the end of which Faisal agreed to a French mandate in Syria. He was informed by the commanders of the French forces in Lebanon that they were not interested in a Hashemite monarchy in their new fiefdom. The French demanded that Faisal remove himself and his entourage from Damascus. In desperation, Faisal decided to declare himself king, which he had not yet officially done, and rally a popular army to fight the French. So at the end of February, all of the newly crowned king's Jerusalemite supporters met and announced that they would back his effort to prevent the French from driving him out of Syria. One of the main speakers was Sheikh Abd al-Qadir al-Muzaffar, who called for real action against the British and the Zionists. The gathering also reiterated the well-known objection to the Balfour Declaration and the demand for the King-Crane report to be considered. While the text of the Balfour Declaration remained unpublished, it was the subject of all kinds of rumors. But these were dispelled that February, when the British government made it public. People in the markets and mosques looked to their political and religious spokesmen for guidance and a response. Catholic priests, Orthodox monks, and Muslim imams cooperated in organizing protests and demonstrations all over the country. While basking in the mild sunshine, Jerusalem, the heart of Palestinian politics, prepared for the first real confrontation with the British authorities. McCracken hoped that rumors of imminent disturbances were mistaken and that calm would continue to reign in the Holy City, to which he and his wife had come on a religious mission the previous winter. His organization, the American Religious Society of Friends, Quakers, had placed him in charge of its welfare and charitable work in Jerusalem, and for good reason. McCracken had managed numerous similar activities all over the world, and his history of the Swiss Confederation was also well known. In Jerusalem he would become an important eyewitness to a stormy period in Palestine. He had sensed the tension in the air, and the Arab and Jewish women who worked in the laundry of his social welfare organization spoke about activities in the city. On February 27, a large crowd gathered outside the laundry. It was the first mass Palestinian demonstration against Zionism. When the women inside heard the roar of the crowd, they panicked and clung together, Jewish and Arab alike. McCracken decided to send for the police to protect and reassure them. Some 4,000 people had gathered outside the building of the British and Foreign Bible Society, shouting and shaking sticks menacingly. The only word McCracken was able to make out was the angrily shouted name of General Bowles, the governor of Palestine. The laundry occupied the ground floor of the Bible Society's building, beneath its large balcony, from which various people made speeches. Most of the speakers stirred up the crowd, but Mufti Kamal al-Husayni called for calm and urged the demonstrators to disperse. Then Elizabeth McQuinn, honorary secretary of the Welfare Enterprises, decided to address the crowd. She found a local man to translate her words into Arabic, climbed the stairs to the balcony and made a speech. If you want the world to respect you, you must behave like gentlemen. If the Jews have sinned, they will undoubtedly pay for it. The British saved you from the Turks. I myself am a citizen of the United States, and have come here to work for social welfare. We are a freedom-loving people, but we know that freedom means proper behavior. The Grand Mufti is your friend, he has love in his eyes, and you had better follow him. Whether it was her patronizing, but well-intentioned, statement or just the strange sight of the big American woman clutching the parapet, Ms. McQuinn's speech silenced the clamor. Kamal, Salim, and Said al-Husayni had not been immediately aware that it was a woman. Suddenly an excited onlooker shouted, "It's a woman, a woman!" An oddity at an all-male demonstration. Some of the placards, "Our country belongs to us," "Death to the betrayers of the homeland," and "Jewish immigration," were lowered, and the crowd moved away. A photographer for the Jerusalem News captured the unusual occurrence, and the following day the picture of Ms. McQuinn appeared among photos of the protest. The protesters proceeded to the Jaffa Gate and then to the American consulate. A delegation led by Said and Salim al-Husayni, son of the late Mayor Hussein and brother of Musa Kazim, presented a petition to the American consul, Dr. Otis Glazenberg. The Arab population regarded the American consulate as a source of support and hope, both on account of the Palestinian diaspora in the United States and America's neutrality on the subject of the Mandate of Palestine. The consulate received numerous complaints from Jerusalem's notables about Zionism and the British authorities because the consul was widely known as a personal friend and direct appointee of President Wilson. But on this occasion, the demonstrators found an embarrassed diplomat who mumbled some non-committal phrases about the United States always being on the side of justice. But what justice did he mean, wondered Arif al-Arif, one of the delegates, when he told his friend Amin al-Husayni about the encounter. Point 2. From there the protesters went to the French consulate, only to receive a similar reception. Their final destination was the governor's residence, which they reached at 5 in the afternoon. On their way, they passed a group of Jews singing the Zionist anthem Hatikva at the top of their lungs, but they ignored them and walked on. Salim noticed that the police officers sent Jewish policemen out of the ranks to avoid provoking clashes with the protesters. Salim, Said and Arif were allowed to enter the courtyard of the governor's residence. They presented their petition and dispersed the procession. The following morning, a boy brought the Jerusalem news to Salim's house. Arif al-Arif later maintained that McCracken was mistaken in estimating that only 4,000 men took part in the demonstration. He assured Salim that the number was 40,000. Salim was pleased to see that McCracken refuted the Zionists' claims that the procession had been controlled by his guidance and leadership. A few days later the Mufti invited the brave Ms. McQuinn to thank her personally for her action. She had written him a letter explaining that she had presumed to refer to him by name because of her fear for the Jewish washerwomen. On March 1, the Mufti wrote to her, "I was very pleased to receive your letter. I am sorry that the quiet demonstration aroused so much anxiety among our poor sisters, the washerwomen, and caused you to interrupt your important work with the children. That was certainly not our intention, but I am sure you and they understand the reason for our demonstration. Your speech was wonderful, full of wisdom and insight, and had a good influence on the people." 3. It included further words of praise. McCracken accompanied Ms. McQuinn on her visit to the Mufti. Together they drove to his house, which was up the hill on the way to the Mount of Olives, the future residence of the most renowned Palestinian of the end of the 20th century, Faisal al-Husayni, and had a beautiful view of the city. On their way, McCracken told Ms. McQuinn that he had always liked the elderly Mufti, who reminded him of his father, the Reverend John McCracken. He was not surprised by the Mufti's concern for the washerwomen. At their first meeting, when he had called on the Mufti to obtain his support for welfare programs, the latter had agreed on condition that the organization employ Muslim women. The Mufti had also asked the American to cooperate with the welfare organization of the Women of Jerusalem established by Mrs. Jamal al-Husayni in 1919, which had not only helped the needy but also enabled the women of the family to take part in the national effort. McCracken had assured him that most of the women already employed were in fact Muslim. 4 The Mufti had no objection to Jewish women being included in the enterprise that received his blessing. McCracken wondered about the Mufti's attitude towards the Zionists. On the one hand, he decried Zionism and headed the demonstrations against it. 5 On the other hand, in the summer of 1918, he laid one of the cornerstones of the Hebrew University. It seemed that the Mufti had not yet realized that the era of Ottoman rule had come to an end. Zionists and Britons were new factors in the Mufti's life, and he was unable to keep up with the changing times. The younger generation was better able to comprehend the cultural, social, and political changes that followed the Great War. As at their first meeting, the conversation was conducted in French and English. The Mufti spoke French, which McCracken spoke poorly, and then Musa Kazim, the Mufti's cousin and the mayor, who spoke English fluently, came to their aid. Camel's white robe was bedecked with medals from Turkish times, as well as one from King George V given to him by the British authorities when they appointed him Grand Mufti. The burden always seemed too heavy for his thin frame and middling height. They discussed the Balfour Declaration, and the Mufti, as always, spoke in moderate and gentle tones about the injustice done to the Arabs of Palestine. Then they passed on to the Mufti's favorite subject, the United States of America. He had recently met Colonel Finley, the head of the American Red Cross, and was amazed by the breadth of his knowledge. Now he wanted McCracken to confirm the wonders of the new world power across the ocean. Ms. McQuinn had withdrawn to an adjacent room to greet the Mufti's wife and daughters before they went out. One other woman was present at their meeting, the girls' English governess. The Mufti's son Tahir III was not present, but McCracken knew him from previous visits and, like the British officials, expected him to inherit the Mufti's post. It should be noted that this chapter, like the previous one, refers almost exclusively to members of the Tahiri branch of the family. Though the branches were no longer relevant during this period, it is necessary for the consistency of the family history to keep this in mind. The Mufti liked the American even better than he liked his British friends. He often visited him at home, and even when McCracken in his American way ignored local customs and protocol, Camel was not offended. At every visit McCracken would present his Egyptian servant Mahmoud, his cook Abdul, and Suleiman, a young African lad, to the Mufti, as if they were respected members of society, and Camel responded with understanding and good humor. Had this happened at Storrs's house, he would have seen it as a deliberate insult. McCracken and Camel had first met in September 1919, in what had previously been the German consulate and what was now the quarters of Colonel Pappe, senior aide to the chief administrator of Mandatory Palestine, who stood in for Storrs as governor of Jerusalem whenever the latter was out of town. The Mufti had come to dinner to see the first American automobile in Palestine. Actually, the first automobile had been brought into the country in 1912 by Aaron Aronson, but it had broken down and then vanished. Another car had been built by a German in Jaffa, but it was merely a carriage with an engine attached. Popham had brought his car from Egypt. He had invited the Mufti to take a trip to the north, but feeling that it was inappropriate to his status, Camel had reluctantly declined. Camel was feeling like a traveler who had switched abruptly from a horse-drawn carriage to a speeding motor car. He had been swept from a world of measured pace into a frantic race. Something important happened every week. On March 8, Faisal was declared king of Greater Syria. Said al-Husayni, who had briefly been foreign minister in the king's government, attended the occasion, which was as magnificent as it was historically insignificant. Al-Hajj Amin persuaded his brother Camel and his relative Musa Kazim to mark the event with a demonstration in Jerusalem. They agreed on condition that the poster announcing the demonstration emphasized that it should be peaceful. And so it was. At the end of the protest, a petition was submitted to the governor of Jerusalem expressing support for an independent Greater Syria and opposing Zionism. 6 Al-Hajj Amin went at once to Damascus to bring the family's congratulations to the new king, and returned on April 1 convinced that the British were willing to give Palestine to Faisal. He had heard as much from Storrs's chief of staff, General Waters Taylor. Best to accelerate the process, he said to his brother Camel. The Nabi Musa celebrations, which fell on Easter Sunday that year, would provide the opportunity to pressure the British government. Not everyone in the family agreed. Al-Hajj Amin's nephew Jamil al-Husayni strongly opposed this tactic. When the 6 boys were at school they were very close, but during the war they parted ways and their views of the world began to differ greatly. Both Jamil and Al-Hajj Amin were members of the Arab Club, but Jamil antagonized Al-Hajj Amin by joining the literary club of the Nashashivis as well. Now Jamil used Arif al-Arif's paper, Syria al-Janubiyya, Southern Syria, to call on the associations not to use the Nabi Musa celebrations as an occasion for rioting and to respect the holiday's sanctity. Arif al-Arif agreed with this line, though later he was accused of having planned the unauthorized demonstration. 7 He was probably innocent of the charge but was compromised by his friendship with Al-Hajj Amin. At the end of Easter Sunday, April 4, 1920, Ronald Storrs wrote in his diary, The Nabi Musa celebrations turned into a riot aimed against the Jews. A man by name of Al-Hajj Amin al-Husayni, the Mufti's brother, was responsible for the riot. Like all men who instigate riots, having incited the mob, he himself vanished. 8. Storrs was convinced that the Mufti had had a hand in organizing the event from start to finish. Like other British officials, he was ambivalent about Camel. Though they suspected him of secretly working against them, at the same time they were charmed by his incredible generosity. When they first occupied the city, some hungry soldiers broke into the Mufti's house and stole 2 chickens and some other foodstuffs. General Allenby was furious and asked the Mufti to make a formal complaint against the marauders. To which the Mufti replied in a letter, "The damage done is insignificant compared to the kindness shown me by your Highness, so that the soldiers' actions are no more than children's misbehavior in their father's house." 9. Camel was not blamed directly for the April events, but Storrs had no doubt that he had been the instigator. Yet the family did not consider the event of great importance and did not view it as a crisis with the authorities or even with Zionism. After all, the Nabi Musa celebrations had always occasioned religious riots. The only one who considered the event highly significant was Al-Hajj Amin, but even he admitted later that the celebrants had gone too far and that it was necessary to find a way of cooperating with the British. 10. The Nabi Musa celebration had become especially charged after 1910, when the Orthodox community began to mark its Easter with a procession from the Roman Patriarchate to the Church of the Resurrection. In 1920, it coincided with the Muslim procession. Large numbers of Muslims and Christians thronged the narrow, stepped alley of the Via Dolorosa while many spectators watched from above. The old city was simply too small to contain such numbers. The crowd was augmented by a group of Jews making their way, though not in a procession, to the Wailing Wall. They were protected by a number of armed supporters, who served to heighten the tension more than they guarded the devout Jews. In 1920 the Orthodox Good Friday coincided not only with the Muslim holiday but also with Passover and, for good measure, with Good Friday on the Western Church's Gregorian calendar. 11. George Napier Whittingham, an English travel writer, was an eyewitness and could later tell Storrs what really happened. That Friday, on his way to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, he ran into the traditional Nabi Musa procession in David Street. At its center, he saw a member of the Husayni family doing a dervish dance, which the crowd accompanied with encouraging cries and prayers. Flags and religious banners intermingled, and the procession moved like a tornado capable of swallowing up everything in its path. Whittingham hastily retreated into an open doorway and saved himself. Women on the balconies threw down colorful kerchiefs, which one of the dancing dervishes picked up and tied to the staff of the Prophet's green banner. Whittingham followed the procession, which advanced towards the Haram al-Sharif forecourt, where speeches were made in Arabic and English. Camel and Al-Hajj Amin addressed the crowd in Arabic, inveighing against the Balfour Declaration and Jewish migration to Palestine. From there the procession turned towards Jericho. Whittingham spent the evening in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, and Friday passed peacefully for him. But like everyone else, he felt that this would be an unusual Easter. Meanwhile the Muslim celebrants continued on their way. That year they did not walk all the way to Jericho, but stopped on the last hill before the descent to the Dead Sea, where they waited for the groups from Nablus and Hebron to join them before proceeding together to Nabi Musa's tomb. On their way they passed through the neighborhood of Ras al-Amud, which lies on the way to Abu Dis and the villages east of Jerusalem. The village children watched them from the flat roofs of their houses, some dancing in circles while their parents watched the procession from the roadside. April being a month of sunshine and rain, many carried umbrellas, which is why the Christians dubbed Nabi Musa the Umbrella Festival. Only men carried umbrellas, and for most of the route the men and women were separated, only in the Bedouin areas did they mingle freely. Peddlers also lined the road and sold their wares, falafel, and drinks. Every neighborhood and village flourished its own banners and placards, and the deafening noise was accompanied by the trilling of shepherds' flutes. 12. The procession was expected to reach the big encampment that had been prepared near Nabi Musa's tomb, where they usually stayed from Friday until the following Thursday. This time they waited until Sunday for the other groups to arrive before going on to the Prophet's tomb. On Easter Sunday, Whittingham again walked to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, where he encountered a large company of British military police sent there to forestall Christian interdenominational outbreaks. It consisted of almost the entire military police force available in the Jerusalem area, and only later did it become clear that it would have been better deployed to separate Muslims and Jews. A large crowd packed the church's rounded interior, watching the patriarch hand torches blazing with holy fire to the young priests. By the light of the torches, Whittingham saw that an untraditional circle had formed around Captain Adamson, the commander of the military force, and the image of a British officer illuminated by Latin holy fire made him smile. It was his last smile that day. After a while, Whittingham left the crush and went out to the Via Dolorosa, where he found himself flanked by the Latin Catholic procession and that of the Eastern churches. The two circled the tomb in impeccable order, until a pilgrim from the Syrian church moved a chair belonging by tradition to the Coptic church. Then, as Whittingham put it, all hell broke loose. Women and children screamed, and amid the blows and curses it was impossible to tell who had the upper hand. Suddenly the church door caught fire, which Captain Adamson succeeded in putting out. Whittingham fled the scene and hurried to the Jaffa Gate, where he ran into the main drama of that Sunday. 13. When Storrs heard the description he sighed. He had received warnings some days before the Nabi Musa celebration that this time there would be riots. Learning that the procession had not gone on to Jericho heightened his anxiety. General Allenby had ordered him to ensure that the Jewish Passover morning worship did not coincide with the sacred fire ritual at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, but he had not expected clashes to erupt in connection with the Nabi Musa celebration. Oddly, no one reported to the general what had happened near the church, much less the attempted arson. As far as he was concerned, fights between Jews and Muslims were tolerable, but any attack on Christianity's holy shrines was unforgivable. Adamson, who had kept that information from Allenby, found the courage to tell him about it only in 1922, when he was a guest of the general, by then a field marshal, in Egypt, at the uncovering of Tutankhamun's tomb. In those days the Nabi Musa celebrations were the only official event on the Palestinian calendar. At its center were the two Husaynis, Mufti Kamel, and the mayor of Jerusalem Musa Kazim. Being an official event, it was incumbent on Storrs, as head of the British administration in the city, to help make it a success. Under Ottoman rule, the governor of Jerusalem had the honor of receiving the sacred banners before the procession went to Jericho and was present when the imam in the Haram al-Sharif proclaimed the opening of the festivities, usually with a single cannon blast. The British Army took over this function and provided the cannon and the band that played during the ceremony. Storrs' subordinates and superiors alike were opposed to the British Army taking such an active part in the festival, but he persuaded them that it would encourage the population to accept the change from Muslim to European rule. Storrs kept it up because in 1919 the Nabi Musa celebrations had passed peacefully. The celebrants had spent a week in Jericho, where he had visited them and observed some ceremonies that mixed tradition with modernity, circumcisions alongside a performance by a ventriloquist and a Punch and Judy show. Presumably he expected the carnival atmosphere to prevail again, but it did not. 14. On Sunday morning, Storrs received a report from the Jerusalem chief of police, an inexperienced young lieutenant, that all was well. The government understood later that too much responsibility had been placed on this officer, given his inexperience and the small number of men at his disposal. Storrs' parents were visiting him that Easter, and together they walked to St. George's Cathedral to attend the midday service. He asked to be informed when the Hebronites arrived for the Nabi Musa festivities, because he feared that as usual they would scuffle with the Nablus group. "Let me know when you see the Hebronites about an hour and a half distance from the Jaffa Gate," he said to one of his aides. When he was about to leave for the church, his personal servant Kamel told him, in a low voice in Arabic to avoid alarming his parents, that there was trouble at the Jaffa Gate. I felt as if Camel had thrust a sword into my heart, Storrs later wrote in his diary. 15. He realized that the forces at his disposal were inadequate and again grew angry with the military commanders, especially Allenby, who had ignored his warning and had not sent a company of soldiers or policemen to accompany the procession from Hebron. The small force was concentrated around the outbreak at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. According to Whittingham, the cause of the riot at the Jaffa Gate was the Hebronite group joining the Jerusalem celebrants. They had left Hebron early in the morning and headed for the municipality building outside the city walls, where the Jerusalem and Nablus contingents were waiting. The excited crowd proceeded to the Arab Club near the Jaffa Gate, where they listened to speeches. Musa Kazim and Al-Hajj Amin were the main speakers, but the most passionate speech was delivered by Khalil Baidas, who was already known as Raid al-Qissa al-Filastiniya, the pioneer of the Palestinian story. He concluded by saying, "My voice is weakening with emotion, but my national heart will never weaken." 16. The crowd listened to the speeches and quenched their thirst with lemonade, handed out freely by the young men of the club. Then they went on to the Jaffa Gate to welcome the Hebronites. Reaching the plaza in front of the gate, Musa Kazim addressed the new arrivals, while behind him young Al-Hajj Amin held up King Faisal's picture and cried aloud, "O Arabs! This is your king." That day Storrs heard from Khalil al-Sakakani that Kamel al-Husayni had been one of those who incited the Hebronites and instigated their riot. There were several Jewish-owned shops near the municipality, which the mob began to smash and loot. Like an arson fire that is started in a number of places and spreads until the flames engulf the whole building, this outbreak soon converged with the fight between the Hebronites and the Jews that was already raging near the Jaffa Gate. At the Jaffa Gate, the crowd was inflamed by the sight of the Jewish armed men led by Zeev Jabotinsky, the mentor and future founder of the right-wing bloc of Zionist parties, and the fight broke out when a Hebronite attacked a Jewish boy. 17. Before long, troops arrived and put an end to the riot. What happened afterwards Storrs knew firsthand. He kept the city under martial law for several days, and guards examined every person going in or out of the city. He stationed Indian Muslim troops at the gates of the Muslim quarter to examine women, claiming this would not cause any offense. Robert Adamson, who was responsible for the Jaffa Gate, reported to Storrs that many of the women were found to be carrying all sorts of weapons. Storrs sent the collection to England, where it remains on display in the Royal Military Police Museum in Chichester. Anyone found carrying a weapon was fined £1 One day the city was shaken when an Indian soldier accidentally shot an old Palestinian woman at the Jaffa Gate. The sound of the shots gave birth to a rumor that the Orthodox Patriarch had been killed, and Adamson had to work hard to persuade the people that there was no truth in it and that the Patriarch was safe inside his church. Whittingham himself was convinced that Kamel al-Husayni had had no hand in provoking the riots. A few days after these events, he called on the Mufti at his house below the Mount of Olives and talked about the situation. They sat in the spacious sitting room, where a few months earlier the Mufti had entertained McCracken and Ms. McQuinn, and talked in French. After a while, they switched to English with the help of Khalil, the son of Sheikh al-Haram Bashir al-Husayni. This chef de mosque, as Bashir was designated on his visiting card, belonged to the Umayyad branch of the family, which had lost its wealth and status in the wake of the political upheaval in Palestine. The timing of the visit was significant. That morning Whittingham had heard at his hotel that the previous day the 10 victorious states had confirmed the British Mandate of Palestine, and its terms included the Balfour Declaration. Kamel listened to the news attentively. He expressed his disappointment but also the hope that it did not mean discrimination against the Muslims. According to Whittingham, the conversation took an Anglophile turn. The Mufti spoke of his great admiration for the British Empire and its culture. He also made a point of assuring his guest that he was neither anti-Jewish nor anti-Christian. "Are you anti-Zionist?" asked Whittingham. "Yes," the Mufti replied, emotionally. "The Zionists are preventing us from developing the country," he complained. "Without them, we could have made this a prosperous country in 15 years. Then he surprised his guest by adding, "A banking system, that is the key to success. Tell your government, let them open banks, and they will finance their own state. If after 15 years we fail, let others try instead of us." 18. They talked for about an hour, and on parting the Mufti was as sanguine as ever. He smiled broadly and said, "After God, I trust England, which has always stood by the weak and will not let the Palestinians be ruled by a tyranny." Surely such a moderate man could not have provoked the rampage, Whittingham said to Storrs. He also reported Musa Kazim's version of events, having visited him at his office in the American colony. It was not the Hebronites who had started the riots but the Jews. It all began with a scuffle between two boys, a Muslim and a Jew. Then the Muslim boy was beaten by a Jewish legion armed with rifles who began to attack the Hebronites as they arrived. Whittingham told Musa Kazim that the same number were killed on either side, but the number of Jewish wounded was far greater. "That is because we defend ourselves fiercely," Musa Kazim replied. That day the American consul sent the following report to Washington: "Yesterday, while a religious Muslim procession passed through the city, a fight broke out between Muslims and Jews. Both sides suffered casualties, and a state of emergency has been declared." Zionist public relations strove to contradict the consul's neutral report, which convinced the Husaynis and all Palestinians that he was a trustworthy friend. 19 Indeed, it seemed that the Americans present at the time in Palestine related to the events as part of a legitimate and understandable local outrage, although they did not endorse its violent form. The British representatives on the ground, though not necessarily those stationed in London, stuck to the Orientalist theory of a Muslim mass that can easily be incited one way or another. In any case, the official investigation revealed that 7 Jews and 5 Arabs had been killed on that ill-fated Easter/Passover. No one had been killed in the fight that took place at the same time near the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, where most of the British force had been concentrated. Storrs also heard about Jabotinsky's armed group and their role in stirring up trouble from Miss Frances Newton, who as an English missionary close to the Palestinians normally resided in Haifa. But despite his friendship with the Husaynis, Storrs rejected her version of events just as he rejected the American version. His men told him that Camel had addressed the crowd on the Temple Mount, repeating a sermon he had delivered the previous week inciting them against the Jews. Storrs also believed that the Mufti had encouraged Al-Hajj Amin and Arif al-Arif to stir up a clamor, and that only when it got out of control had Camel unsuccessfully tried to stem the riot. Raghib al-Nashashivi, who had also been present, described a joint action by the 3 Husaynis, the Mufti, who incited the crowd with verses from the Quran, his brother Al-Hajj Amin, who held up a picture of King Faisal, shouting, "Faisal is our king. Faisal is our king," which the crowd echoed, and Mayor Musa Kazim, who provided the Hebronites and others with political arguments. Following this report, Musa Kazim was deposed from the mayoralty, and Raghib al-Nashashivi was appointed in his place. 20 The Nashashivis were related to the Husaynis by marriage, but during the British Mandate this connection was forgotten. Their bitter social and political rivalry divided the Palestinians and prevented them from standing united at a crucial historical crossroads when they needed solidarity above all. When Storrs informed Musa Kazim of his intention to dismiss him, the mayor said that none of the city's notables would presume to replace him. Raghib's willingness to do so hurt him and his family deeply. When Raghib tried to prevent Al-Hajj Amin's appointment to the Supreme Muslim Council in December 1921, it further inflamed the enmity between the two clans. Palestine under the British Mandate, 1923 to 1948. It is worth noting that not even Chaim Weizmann and the other Jewish leaders suspected Camel of provoking the outbreak. Nevertheless, Storrs convened a court-martial, which decided that Al-Hajj Amin and Arif al-Arif had instigated the riots. They were sentenced in absentia to 10 years imprisonment with hard labor, but they had escaped and could not be found. Al-Hajj Amin found refuge in Dira, the grazing lands of a Bedouin tribe that lived permanently in Ain al-Hawari, a desert region between the Jordan River and Amman. A company of soldiers searched the Mufti's house and fired warning shots at his son, mistaking him for Al-Hajj Amin. The furious and agitated Mufti complained to the occupying authorities about the humiliating conduct of the soldiers, and demonstratively returned the medal and decoration he had received from King George V. The following day, Storrs was incensed to learn that Allenby had written the Mufti a letter of apology. "The main casualty," he said to his aides, "is the Empire 21. But the conflicting versions of the incidents called for resolution, and London appointed a court of inquiry. Mandatory Palestine would find that this was a favourite British device. The Palin Commission, as it was known, reported that the Jewish presence in the country was provoking the Arab population and was the cause of the riots. Everyone knew this, of course, nevertheless the conclusions were kept secret. The Commission also expressed the hope that the flames of intercommunal hatred that had erupted in 1920 would draw the world's attention to the underlying volcano. But the world, or at any rate London, was not upset by the events. After all, in the empire on which the sun did not set, such occurrences were not uncommon in 1920. Shiite tribes were rebelling in southern Iraq, Egyptian nationalists were defying the British authorities, Hindus were showing signs of resistance in India, and Ireland was beginning to tear itself apart. 22. Zeev Jabotinsky, too, was found guilty of incitement and sentenced to 15 years imprisonment with hard labor. He was also convicted of carrying an unlicensed firearm. But the sentence was immediately reduced to 2 years, and he was freed before the term was up. The veteran teacher Khalil Baidas was also arrested that night and taken away in pajamas. He was sentenced to 15 years in the Acre prison. Mayor Musa Kazim was likewise sent to the Acre prison. Though promptly released, he was, as mentioned, dismissed from his post. In prison he met Baidas, who would write Hadith al-Sajjan, the story of the prisoners, a bitter denunciation of British prisons. Several sources argue that it was Baidas who persuaded Musa Kazim to refuse to cooperate any longer with the British authorities. 23. As if the imprisonment of some of its leading figures and the flight of others was not enough, the San Remo Conference deepened the despair of the Palestinian public. In the little Italian resort, the 10 allies of the Paris Peace Conference confirmed that Palestine would come under a British mandate that incorporated the Balfour Declaration, which could be understood to apply to Transjordan as well. The British also received the mandate over Iraq, and the French over Syria and Lebanon. The Husaynis had succeeded in rallying a significant number of Christians to take part in the Nabi Musa procession, which could be seen as an impressive demonstration of Muslim Christian power. Christian Palestinians were beginning to regard the festival as a national event. But this was a meager comfort, and there was little for Palestinians to rejoice about in the summer of 1920. The Second Palestinian Congress took place amid this gloom. Its main purpose was to lift people's spirits, or at least to encourage those who were politically active and anxious about recent developments. It was also necessary to decide how to respond to those developments. As in the days of Abdul Hamid II, the participants had to work in secret, because the military authorities banned all Arab political gatherings. The British authorities were especially wary of any support for Faisal, since it seemed impossible to forestall a clash between him and the French in Syria, which the British government had promised, explicitly or by implication, to both camps. 25. On May 31, 1920, in the absence of Arif al-Arif and al-Hajj Amin, their followers and friends decided to carry out an old idea the two had advanced. They created the organization that would become the first Palestinian political party in history, the Palestine Arab League. The two exiles were chosen as its leaders, together with Rafiq al-Tamimi, Izzat Darwaza, and others. The choice of al-Hajj Amin as the secretary of the League illustrated the high regard in which many held him, even though he was only in his early 20s. The conference published a demand to bring back the deportees, as well as a strong protest against the decision of the San Remo Conference to include the Balfour Declaration in the text of the mandate. Not all the Husaynis directly confronted the British authorities. During May and June, Camel and Storrs revived their former friendship. The Mufti's medals were formally returned to him, and he, for his part, possibly in gratitude, gave a sermon at Al-Aqsa in June 1920 calling for moderation, calm and the preservation of public order. He even expressed confidence that the British government would fulfill its promises to the Muslim community in Jerusalem. 26. But the situation was volatile and uncertain, and the Husaynis did not take a clear-cut position. Even after the events in April, some of them were unsure about what was happening in Palestine. Their public activities and speeches appeared to be plainly anti-Zionist, but in June 1920 even Al-Hajj Amin was still examining various ways of opposing Zionism, as he continued to do until 1948. He took part in the political activities of the Syrian Congress, which included contact with Zionist leaders, notably Chaim Weizmann. In June 1920, Al-Hajj Amin and two other members of the Palestine Committee of the Syrian Congress met with a Zionist delegation at the Victoria Hotel in Damascus. They discussed the Weizmann-Faisal Agreement, signed in January 1919, which secured Zionist support for Greater Syria in exchange for an all-Syrian acceptance of some implementation of the Balfour Declaration. Al-Hajj Amin would later claim that he had attended the meeting in order to get to know the enemy better, but it is possible that he went because he was ambivalent about the Zionists. 27. Under the High Commissioner Herbert Samuel. On June 20, 1920, a boat brought Sir Herbert Samuel from the SS Senator to the quay at the port of Jaffa. 8 young Muslim men dressed, despite the heat, in jumpers bearing the text OETA property, that is, property of the Occupation Administration, helped him ashore. Samuel had been appointed High Commissioner of Palestine following the San Remo confirmation of the British Mandate of Palestine. Then in his 50s, the Englishman had previously been Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. His Jewish origin immediately aroused Palestinian suspicions, and perhaps they also held his assistance to the Zionist delegation at the Paris Peace Conference against him, though it is not certain that the Palestinians were aware of it. Yet for some time there were no indications that he was in any way hostile to the Palestinians. 28. The new High Commissioner was received with a 17-gun salute, after which he was rushed away in a car to Jerusalem, for fear that some local person would make an attempt on his life. 2 days after the High Commissioner's arrival in Jerusalem, General Bowles threw a formal reception in his honor at a government house on Mount Scopus, marking the end of his role as military governor and the start of Sir Herbert's civilian rule. Bowles may have felt that he had not done enough or wished to erase the bitter memory of the recent events. At any rate, he made an effort to reconcile the Jewish and Muslim leaders, if only superficially. Menahem Usishkin, head of the Zionist Commission, and Grand Mufti Kamal al-Husayni were the two leading local figures, and Bowles seized their arms, one on each side. A man of eloquent gestures, Kamal was willing to shake Usishkin's hand, but the latter declined. Judge Gad Frumkin witnessed the scene and was appalled. He ran after Usishkin and asked him why he had refused to shake the Mufti's hand. "How could I offer my hand to the head of a religion whose sons raped daughters of Israel?" was the answer. However, Usishkin could not have thought of any particular case, nor was there evidence of any such atrocities. Frumkin later noted in his memoir that this incident, like many others, typified the insolence of the Zionist leaders. 29. Deeply offended, Kamal gathered his family and told them about the incident. His brother Amin al-Husayni listened attentively and would often repeat the story. When Kamal died in March 1921 and Al-Hajj Amin succeeded him as Grand Mufti, one of the first people to visit and congratulate him was M.D. Eder, the member of the Zionist Commission in charge of political affairs. Afterwards Dr. Eder waited in vain for the Mufti to pay him a return visit. Frumkin found out about this when he tried to persuade Eder's successor, Colonel Kish, to meet the head of the Muslim religion in Palestine, and heard that since the Mufti had not repaid his predecessor's courtesy visit, Kish saw no point in meeting. All this happened during the fasting month of Ramadan. Frumkin was a regular visitor at the Husaynis on the sociable nights when the fast was broken. After talking to Kish, he hurried to visit Al-Hajj Amin. Not finding him at home, he looked for him among the many diners who crowded the big hall. At his request, someone called the new Mufti, and the two talked privately in another room. "Why did I not return Eder's visit?" Al-Hajj Amin said, agitated. "Because his predecessor, Usishkin, insulted my late brother publicly and unforgivably." Nevertheless, Frumkin persuaded Al-Hajj Amin to meet Kish at a dinner at his, Frumkin's, house. But Kish again behaved rudely and rejected the invitation. This time he had a different excuse. Dr. Tycho, the commissioner's private physician, had invited both him and Al-Hajj Amin to his house, but when the latter had heard that Kish was going to be there, he refused to come. Frumkin had no doubt that the problem lay in Kish's reluctance to have anything to do with the Arabs. At first glance, these encounters may seem to be quarrels between gangs of overgrown children. This was how the British perceived them, but they were more than that. Gestures counted for a great deal in Palestine, as they often revealed the raw and authentic attitude, which at times could be covered with double talk and insincerity. 30. But we are anticipating. In 1920 Kamel was still alive and Al-Hajj Amin had not yet succeeded him. That June, Kamel's family and the rest of the Husaynis worried that the pro-Zionist Jewish High Commissioner would encourage the leaders of the Jewish community to continue behaving in an arrogant and overbearing way. Kamel was hoping that Chaim Weizmann would head the Zionist camp, because he had been impressed by him and believed he did not wish to dispossess the Palestinians. He was more suspicious of the High Commissioner, and a meeting held on July 7 between Sir Herbert and a number of Palestinian notables including Kamel did not help. However, in August a minor gesture made by the High Commissioner placed him on the positive side of the ledger in Kamel's book, if not in Palestinian history. On August 20, the tired Sir Herbert came to Al-Salt in Transjordan to reassure the Bedouin sheikhs that Faisal's departure from Damascus did not mean Britain's withdrawal from Transjordan. As the chief representative of the British mandate, he was also responsible for this region. He was sitting on a chair inside the great tent, facing the sheikhs, who sat cross-legged on rugs, when an eager young officer broke into the conversation. "Al-Hajj Amin and Arif al-Arif are here. Let's grab them and take them back to Jerusalem." Sir Herbert turned questioningly to a sheikh who had impressed him as wise and moderate. "That would not be wise," the sheikh replied. "Your forces are small, and Al-Hajj Amin and Arif are the guests of a tribe armed with thousands of rifles. You're camped down in a deep wadi, while they are on the surrounding hillsides, and they will protect their guests to the last drop of blood, because that is the custom here." The decision was made immediately not to try to capture the 2.31. The following day, Sir Herbert presented himself before the sheikhs wearing his medals and a fresh white suit. Before he could say anything, some of the sheikhs appealed to him to pardon the two young Palestinians. The High Commissioner had considered the matter during the night and made up his mind. To general surprise, he pardoned the two then and there. Almost by magic, Arif al-Arif appeared, borne on the shoulders of local young men. The cautious Al-Hajj Amin stayed out of sight, perhaps because he did not trust the British official. He wrote to his brother that he did not care to be pardoned because he was not a criminal. But when Kamel fell ill, he accepted the pardon and returned to Jerusalem in December 1920. Sir Herbert must have hoped to indicate by his gesture that he was not pro-Zionist but had the welfare of the entire population at heart. When Izzat Darwaza heard about the pardon, he told the Husaynis that Sir Herbert must have been concerned that, with Al-Hajj Amin absent, their rivals the Nashashivis, who had already obtained the post of mayor, would grow too strong, thus depriving the British of the old colonial ploy of divide and rule. But Kamel did not accept this explanation. He believed that the High Commissioner's kindness and his desire to begin his tenure in an atmosphere of goodwill had prompted him to issue the pardon. That summer the Husaynis had to change their position on the future of Palestine. On July 23, Faisal was defeated by the French forces in Ilan. He then came to Haifa and waited for a new position in one of Britain's territories. Since Greater Syria was no more, what would happen to Palestine? The literary club, composed mostly of Nashashivis and some Husaynis, had been right not to support the union of Syria and Palestine. At the end of the month, Musa Kazim addressed the activists of the Palestinian organizations, "Now, after the recent events in Damascus, we must change our plans entirely. Southern Syria is no more. We must defend Palestine." 32. Aided by Jamil al-Husayni, Musa Kazim accepted the leadership. Al-Hajj Amin was still in exile. Jamil, the only scion of the Umayyad branch who was still active in politics, had thought of himself as a candidate, but Musa Kazim was more prominent. When the members of the organizations asked Musa Kazim to lead them in preparation for the Third Palestinian Congress, he agreed. The conference convened in Haifa in December 1920, and Musa Kazim was elected its president. But before the Haifa conference, the fourth anniversary of the Balfour Declaration came around. The population was becoming accustomed to national anniversaries being marked alongside the saints' days and pilgrimages. As time went on, the number of commemorated injustices and catastrophes in Palestinian history grew so much that by the end of the 20th century there was hardly a free day left on the calendar. In November 1920, the protests in Jerusalem were fairly limited and confined to the Old City. The turmoil lasted only a few hours. The American consul described it in his report to Washington in the dry language of a diplomat: "All the Arab shops in Palestine were shut today, in protest against the Balfour Declaration. The Jews threw a hand grenade and wounded Arabs. In retaliation, the Arabs killed 4 Jews. Martial law has been reimposed." 33. It all began when the demonstrators tried to pass through the Jewish quarter. As in April 1920, the Jews, feeling threatened, again responded with firearms, leaving 1 Arab dead. The Arabs, who were more numerous, used knives and other weapons, hence the large number of Jewish wounded. By the end of the month, everyone was busy with preparations for the Haifa conference, and the agitation died down for a time. On December 13, 3 Husaynis went to Haifa to take part in the 7-day conference. Their attendance signaled the family's continued presence, but not yet their prominence, in the political arena, not only in Jerusalem but throughout Palestine. Musa Kazim, Al-Hajj Amin, and Muhammad Salah had come to Haifa a few days earlier after celebrating Al-Hajj Amin's pardon and return. Only Al-Hajj Amin, with his relentless energy, had the necessary qualities to dominate events. Only he was capable of compelling Palestinians with senior posts in the mandatory government to donate 2 months' salary to finance the conference. Not that the notables were short of funds, but this was their way of showing real commitment to the national cause. Preparations for the conference had to take place in secret. Having been forbidden to engage in political activity, Al-Hajj Amin was back in his former post of teacher at the Ra'dat al-Ma'arif school, which was actually his private property. For this reason, the conference was convened in Haifa under the aegis of the Haifa Muslim Christian Association, a local organization regarded favorably by the British authorities. The need for secrecy made organizing the conference problematic. Nevertheless, the towns and villages were represented as fairly as possible under the circumstances. 36 delegates took part. Having each talked to his community about the need for religious and national cooperation, the great religious leader Sheikh Suleiman al-Taji al-Faruqi and the head of the Catholic community, Bulas Shihade, together prepared the groundwork for a demonstration of Muslim-Christian solidarity. 34. Backed by slogans proclaiming the sanctity of Palestine for Christians and Muslims, Haifa's Mufti, Muhammad Murad, opened the conference and welcomed the honorable delegates and guests who had come from all over the country. He gave special thanks to the Haifa Muslim Christian Association, which had convened the conference on behalf of the people of Palestine to protest the decision of the League of Nations to grant Britain a mandate that incorporated the Balfour Declaration. The slogan of the conference was "Equality with the Mandate of Iraq." The text of Iraq's mandate stipulated that it would have a parliament elected on the democratic principle of 1 citizen, 1 vote. It acknowledged Iraq as a Watani, national entity, that would eventually become independent. The Sheikh explained to those gathered that these were the most elementary demands, yet they had been denied to the Palestinians because of the Balfour Declaration. The conference also discussed issues of lesser magnitude concerning the participants and the public they represented. Since there was a shortage of grain in Palestine, the British authorities forbade exporting grain to neighboring countries, and the merchants were asking to be allowed to renew trade with Arab countries. Musa Kazim, who had spent time in a British jail, talked about the harsh conditions inside, and it was resolved to demand that the authorities improve the prison system. This was Musa Kazim's hour of greatness. Since having been deposed as mayor of Jerusalem, he had not found his place in Palestinian politics. Now he began to fight for his role as leader of the national movement. He was chosen to head the executive committee of the conference, a 9-member body that soon became the Palestinians' unofficial government under mandatory rule. Musa Kazim's speech showed that he felt like the prophet of a new national movement. This is the story of Palestine, the land of miracles and the supernatural, and the cradle of religions. And this is the Congress which was born from the suffering of Palestine. It is Palestine's representative and spokesman. He went on to speak about Zionism as an organization that sought to separate Palestine from her friend Britain, and described the practical assistance the Palestinians had given the British during the battle for the country. The conference resolutions were phrased in the same spirit. Needless to say, since Faisal had been driven from Damascus, Palestine was never again referred to as part of Greater Syria. However, Musa Kazim also introduced in his speech various imaginary elements that would do more harm than good once they were adopted by Palestinian public relations. He mixed morally and politically persuasive concrete arguments with foolish statements like, wherever the Jews lived they engaged in destruction, which is why they invented Marxism, undermining rational arguments against the Jewish claim to Palestine. This confusion persisted at the heart of the Palestinian national discourse, to some extent because of the Husaynis. In all of the photographs from the conference, a mustached young man dressed in the modern suit preferred by his generation is standing on Musa Kazim's right. Before long this young man, Al-Hajj Amin, would grow a beard and put on a tarbush and become the Grand Mufti of Palestine. At this time, his position was not yet established in Haifa. In the fourth session, the delegates held a secret ballot to elect the executive committee, choosing the 9 candidates with the largest number of votes. Al-Hajj Amin was not among the winners. 33 delegates, all but the 3 Husaynis, chose Arif al-Dajani. Musa Kazim received only 26 votes but was elected, as noted, as a chairman as a tribute to his seniority. The 3 Husaynis did not play a prominent part in the debates, and only in one of the sessions, when the venue of future conferences was discussed, did their voices predominate. Haifa and 4 other centers were proposed, but Al-Hajj Amin pressed for Jerusalem and won. The third conference also signaled the end of Kamal al-Husayni's role in this story. He was to be replaced by Musa Kazim, Al-Hajj Amin, and Jamal, who became the leading figures in the Husayni clan during the British Mandate. Kamal made his last appearance in this history when he met with McCracken, Whittingham, and Storrs at a reception held in the garden of the municipality in honor of the king's birthday. It was a pleasant occasion, and the conversation was not about politics. Whittingham recalled that they talked about a custom that surprised foreign visitors, namely, Palestinian monogamy. Musa Kazim noted that most Muslims in Palestine were content to marry one woman, and suddenly the Europeans, Americans, and Palestinians shared a sense of closeness. Kamal al-Husayni died in March 1921. It is not surprising that the Jewish High Commissioner, Sir Herbert Samuel, would describe Kamal as a symbol of Palestinian cooperation with the British. Even Storrs had to admit that with Kamal's passing the British authorities lost the one Husayni who showed understanding for Britain's problems, even though towards the end of his life he spearheaded the struggle against the Balfour Declaration. That March 2 very important persons visited Jerusalem: Winston Churchill, then colonial secretary, and Amir Abdullah, the brother of Faisal. They would nail down decisions about the future of Palestine that the Palestinians would be unable to alter or to accept. Until 1920 Abdullah had been the foreign minister in his father's government in the Hijaz and had considered himself a candidate for the throne of Iraq under a British mandate. Seeing that his father's family was greatly weakened by the rise of the rival House of Saud and that the British government was about to install his brother Faisal in Iraq, he made an extremely shrewd move. Leaving his father's kingdom, he advanced towards Transjordan and declared he was going to wrest Damascus from the French. In reality he settled for much less. He reached a small Circassian town called Amman and forced the British government to accept him as the ruler of the territory, which also came under the British mandate. Winston Churchill was only too pleased. He separated Mandatory Palestine and Transjordan into two entities, as they had been during the Ottoman period, and accepted Abdullah as ruler of the latter. The question arose of what to do about the Balfour Declaration, which had included Transjordan, and Churchill and Abdullah discussed the matter in Jerusalem in March 1921. They met Musa Kazim on the steps of the Augusta Victoria Church and informed him that the Balfour Declaration would remain in force but that Transjordan would be a separate political entity under British protection. Both decisions were equally damaging and frustrating. Musa Kazim represented the Palestinians who believed that it was imperative to fight against Churchill and his schemes, by force if necessary. Overnight, Churchill became an enemy of the Palestinian people. I always regarded him as a venomous and ruthless enemy, Al-Hajj Amin would say towards the end of his life. 35. When Churchill's car passed through Jaffa, the streets emptied and the shops and offices closed in protest against his policy. Churchill tried to draw Musa Kazim's attention to the second part of the Balfour Declaration, which promised that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. British politician and historian Mark Sykes writes that al-Husayni did not understand politics when he rejected the second part. 36 Did he not? The second part was subsidiary and vague. It is possible that had the Palestinians accepted the Balfour Declaration in toto, they might have embarrassed Britain and caused it to reappraise the situation. But this did not happen, and it is doubtful whether in the years come, when the Zionist lobby became stronger, the obfuscating and uncommitted British attitude would have changed. The meeting with Churchill depressed not only Musa Kazim. Many of the politically active people in Jerusalem and all of Palestine felt helpless and despairing in the face of the new force that had arisen in their world, namely, Zionism. Had this feeling impelled them to act, they might have succeeded. But their low spirits only deepened the dissension, and especially the interclan rivalries, amongst them. Chapter 8. The Grand Mufti and his family. Al-Hajj Amin elected Mufti. Not all the heads of the family were shaken by the fall of Faisal's rule in Damascus. But those who had cast their lot with Greater Syria were stunned to hear about the French army's swift advance to the plain of Ilan, northwest of Damascus, and the crushing defeat inflicted on Faisal's small army. Now their political energy had to be diverted to building up a Palestinian national movement. The Arab club preferred by the Husaynis and the Nashashivis favorite, the Literary Club, were replaced by the Muslim Christian Association. 1. The fall of Faisal was not the worst setback to contend with, harder still was the British government's hostility to the demands of the new National Association. The government refused to recognize the Executive Committee of the Third Palestinian Congress as a representative body. Yet it treated the Jewish leadership with sympathy, and the pro-Zionist High Commissioner Sir Herbert Samuel dealt with it as though it were a quasi-government. Though the High Commissioner's advisers persuaded him to maintain working relations with the Palestinian executive, this was not enough to bridge the gap, which would grow wider through the years of the mandate. Despite the drama of the British conquest, the family had a sense of unity and continuity. Most of the family lived in the same neighborhood, known as the Husayniya. Half of its 22 houses were occupied by the family. When they did not discuss the major issues of the day, the politicians of the family gave much thought to the Mufti's successor as Kamal's health deteriorated during the winter of 1920-1. Hearing that he was ailing, several members of the family returned from other parts of the Arab world. Kamal's brother Al-Hajj Amin and his son Tahir III were the main contenders for the post. Kamal himself had hinted more than once that he regarded Al-Hajj Amin as his successor, but since Tahir also wanted the post, the family had to choose between them. 2. However, New conditions called for unprecedented political and social efforts. This time the Mufti had to be elected. In Ottoman times, the Sheikh al-Islam, the Grand Mufti of the empire, would generally choose the Mufti of Jerusalem from among the family dynasties that had held the post, so that it passed from father to son or another heir. In any case, Ottoman law required that the Mufti be chosen from among the notables. The British rulers did not wish to change local customs, believing that international law demanded they follow the Ottoman law that laid down the procedure for choosing a new Mufti. Had the Ottomans been in power, they might also have chosen Al-Hajj Amin. In any event, the Husaynis would have retained the post, since very few families could boast a lineage as grand as theirs. A typical product of the age of nationalism, Al-Hajj Amin was a natural for the post, having served in Faisal's entourage and shown leadership qualities during the events of April 1920. But the Ottomans were gone, and Kamal died in March 1921. Not long before his death, the British rulers weakened his position by making Sheikh Khalil al-Khalidi president of the Sharia Court of Appeal, a post that had been Kamal's. 3. Ottoman law required a special gathering of the ulama and members of the district and city councils to propose 3 candidates, one of whom would be chosen by the Sheikh al-Islam as the next Mufti. This time it was decided that an ad hoc council of religious scholars would select 4 candidates and then vote on the final choice. Al-Hajj Amin was the Husaynis candidate, while the rival Nashashivis wanted to put forward a candidate of their own, hoping to deprive the Husaynis of this power base. The sharp break between the families was probably occasioned by the appointment of Raghib al-Nashashivi as mayor in place of the deposed Musa Kazim, as described in the previous chapter. But the Nashashivis had no suitable candidate of their own, and so they turned to the Jaralas. During the 18th century, before the Ghuddayas had become the Husaynis, the Jaralas competed with them for the posts of Mufti and Nakib. 2 centuries later, in 1948, when East Jerusalem was annexed by the Hashemite kingdom, the post of Mufti was given to the Jaralas, in keeping with Jordan's policy of sidelining the Husaynis. 4 In the past, the Jaralas had twice been defeated in contests for senior posts in Jerusalem. The first time was in 1720, but it is doubtful that they were impelled by such a distant memory. The second time was in 1856, when the post of Mufti went to the Husaynis, which may well have been sufficient cause for the Jaralas to support the Nashashivi bid. They chose Husam Jarala, partly because he was a graduate of Al-Azhar. While his diploma did not represent a serious advantage, it became central to the Nashashivi's campaign simply because Al-Hajj Amin had failed to graduate from that august institution. Husam was also the superintendent of the Sharia courts, and most important, he was an older man, as were the other 2 candidates. Since the electors among the ulama were also older men, it was reasonable to assume that young Al-Hajj Amin would strike them as unsuitable. 5. To Tahir's dismay, the family decided that, young as he was, Al-Hajj Amin was the right man for the post and began to campaign for him. Since the creation of the municipality, the main method of campaigning had been to circulate a petition. The young members of the family wrote the petition proclaiming that Al-Hajj Amin was the people's choice, and distributed and pasted it up all over the city. Some of the flyers had been written in advance, others were actually penned by supporters. The ones signed the common people were probably written by a member of the family. Among the signatories in the Haifa area was Is al-Din al-Qassam, a Syrian Muslim cleric. After having taken part in the national revolt against the French, he had been captured and sentenced to death but managed to escape to Haifa. This man, who would have considerable influence over Al-Hajj Amin's future, contributed to the latter's election as leader of the Muslim community in Palestine. 6 His name is as familiar to students of Palestine at the beginning of the 21st century as it was during the Mandatory period. One reason the family believed that Al-Hajj Amin would win despite his youth was that he had the support of Muhammad Abu Sa'ud al-Ghori, the Qadi of Jerusalem. Immediately after Kamal's death, al-Ghori wrote Governor Stores that his brother, Al-Hajj Amin Effendi, is his heir. 7 This greatly impressed the family, who saw it as approval from on high. Directly after his older brother's death, Al-Hajj Amin put on the hammama, the Hajj's white hat, and began to grow a beard as though he were already the mufti. That day he discarded his European suit forever. Elections were held on April 12, 1921. Hussam Jarallah received most of the votes while Al-Hajj Amin only made it to fourth place. 8 Shocked, the family gathered in Ismail's house and railed against the results. Ismail and Jamil had conducted the campaign for Al-Hajj Amin, and though he was not their favorite, they all felt that the family's prestige hung in the balance. Now they all assembled to launch an intensive second campaign to change the outcome. Helped by his friends in the Arab Club, Jamil invited ulama and notables from all over Palestine to his house and asked them in the name of the people to organize an opposition in the towns and villages. The result was hugely successful. Hundreds of petitions arrived from all over the country along with the especially heartening support of the heads of the Christian communities. Faisal, the exiled king of Syria, and his brother Abdullah also sent letters of support. In later years, Abdullah would become Al-Hajj Amin's nemesis, but such are the vagaries of history, today an ally, tomorrow an enemy. 9. The petitions advanced two arguments: 1. That the choice of mufti concerned all Palestine, 2. That the post should be held by the descendant of a family of muftis, combining older concepts with contemporary national realities and illustrating the transition of Palestinian society from a tradition-bound community to a national society. Typical of the gossipy nature of politics at that time, other petitions circulating sought to convince the Palestinian public that a Nashashivi Zionist conspiracy was afoot. On the night of April 19, 1921, a week after the vote, young Husaynis pasted 5 posters on the walls of the old city warning the public that the Jews were trying to install a traitor as mufti, one who would accept Zionism and try to kill the Palestinian national spirit. This traitor would sell the religious property known as Abu Maidan, which included the area of the Wailing Wall, to the Zionists, who were trying to take over the Haram al-Sharif in order to build the third Jewish temple upon its ruins. The poster quoted Zionist leaders who spoke of building the Temple of Solomon anew on the Temple Mount. It is doubtful that anyone actually read those posters, because they were removed the following morning, but this message was transmitted by other means and served Al-Hajj Amin's campaign. 10 The Husaynis were gathering sympathy for their cause. Some Husaynis did not fight on the anti-Nashashivi front. Shaker al-Husayni, grandson of Mayor Hussein, of the Umayyad branch, not only sided with the Nashashivis, he also headed their efforts to reach an understanding with the Jewish Agency. In February 1923, Shaker met with Colonel Kish, an Anglo-Jew enlisted by Weizmann to head the Zionist executive in Palestine. Shaker told Kish about his attempt to persuade the Husaynis to support the idea of an advisory council, a kind of joint Palestinian Zionist parliament with an equal number of representatives for each group, though the ratio in the country was 9 Palestinians to 1 Jew. The formation of such a body would have implied Palestinian acceptance of the Jewish claim to at least a part of the country. The idea had been worked out with Raghib al-Nashashivi and Arif al-Dajani. Kish worked hard to unify these Palestinian forces and was successful to some extent. 11. The British government was now under pressure. On the one hand, there were the results of the preliminary vote for the Mufti, while on the other, there was clear popular support for Al-Hajj Amin's candidacy. The High Commissioner was faced with a dilemma. Al-Hajj Amin was inexperienced and had taken part in anti-British activities, but there was no denying his family's prominent position in local politics. Sir Herbert Samuel had little sympathy for Al-Hajj Amin. This was due not only to Samuel's pro-Zionist inclination but also to the influence of Al-Hajj Amin's chief opponent in the British administration, Sir Wyndham Deeds. Al-Hajj Amin won this contest of wills, the vote was cancelled, and he was appointed Mufti by the mandatory government. The day after he became Mufti, Deeds resigned his post. Samuel met with Al-Hajj Amin the day before the preliminary vote and was favorably impressed, believing that the young man would use his own and his family's influence to bring calm to Jerusalem and the entire country. 12 Later that month they met again, and according to Norman Bentwich, a future public prosecutor in the mandatory government, Al-Hajj Amin promised to cooperate with the government and even expressed regret over his part in organizing the events of April 1920.13. He also maintained that the violent demonstrations that occurred at the time had been spontaneous and unplanned. Bentwich, who would come to regard Al-Hajj Amin as a very dangerous man, believed that he was sincere in his promises to appease the country, as shown by the fact that it was quiet between 1922 and 1929. The public never knew the details of these talks, but many suspected that Samuel's support had been won by Al-Hajj Amin's moderation, an assumption that would become a central argument of the Palestinian opposition in years to come. Both his Palestinian opponents and the Zionists described him as an opportunist because he cooperated with the British to secure his position. At any rate, he obtained the government's support. Just before leaving the High Commissioner, Al-Hajj Amin asked him directly, "Which do you prefer, an avowed opponent or an unsound friend?" "An avowed opponent," Sir Herbert replied. 14 Perhaps this final exchange convinced the High Commissioner that he had chosen well. The government vacillated throughout April, which ended with the Nabi Musa celebrations. The festival was peaceful and orderly that year. Al-Hajj Amin conspicuously worked hard to keep them quiet, and his impressive conduct as a man of religion, rather than of politics, impressed the British authorities. Astutely, he took the Mufti's place at the head of the procession to Nabi Musa, where he made a conciliatory speech, and everything passed off calmly. To reinforce the impression that a peaceful new era had begun, he invited Sir Herbert to a kosher dinner at his house, which marked a real rapprochement between him and the British authorities. 15 The High Commissioner felt that Al-Hajj Amin had matured and meant to follow his late brother's cooperative ways. Ernest Richmond, a political advisor to the city governor, was instrumental in persuading the High Commissioner to cancel the final vote and appoint Al-Hajj Amin. Richmond was an architect who had served in the Public Works Department in Egypt before the Great War. His close friend Storrs had rescued him from a gloomy job at the Imperial Internment Department in Cairo and brought him to Jerusalem. There Storrs made Richmond supervisor of the restoration of the Dome of the Rock on the Haram al-Sharif, a position that brought him into close contact with the Husaynis and their world. As Mufti, Al-Hajj Amin devoted himself to the restoration of the two shrines, enlisting the help of his adored teacher Rashid al-Rida and Prince Muhammad Ali, the uncle of King Fuad of Egypt. As a consequence of his work on the shrines, Richmond became an informal advisor to Storrs, in whose house he stayed, as he had done in Egypt before the war, and in 1918 he was made an official advisor. His unreserved support for the Palestinians, notably the Husaynis, won him a place of honor in the family history. However, his career in Jerusalem came to an end in 1924 when a pro-Zionist British administration drove him out of the city. 16. Richmond was very active on Al-Hajj Amin's behalf. He translated petitions from Arabic into English for Storrs and enlisted him in the campaign, and so a pro-Al-Hajj Amin lobby came into being. 17 Storrs considered himself an expert on native affairs, and in this capacity advised the High Commissioner that petitions were a clear indication of a man's popularity. Storrs was even persuaded to cancel the vote and accepted Richmond's advice to consider raising Al-Hajj Amin's salary when he became Mufti and to let him keep the title of Grand Mufti, which the government had granted to Kamel. Perhaps he hoped to restore the balance between the Husaynis and the Nashashivis, which had been disturbed by the dismissal of Musa Kazim from the mayoralty. However, the High Commissioner ultimately rejected proposals to make Al-Hajj Amin the Grand Mufti, to give him an official letter of accreditation and even to announce his appointment in the Palestine Gazette. But he did concede on the most important demand, to cancel the vote and appoint Al-Hajj Amin as Mufti. And so, although he had not completed his academic studies and had not been elected, and despite the possible availability of better candidates in his family, Al-Hajj Amin became the Mufti of Palestine at the age of 26. There can be no doubt that the main reason for his success was the family's campaign on his behalf. 18. Now it was up to Storrs to resolve the legal problem of the disregarded vote. He persuaded Raghib al-Nashashivi to withdraw his candidacy, at the cost of a fierce argument with his family. 19 Raghib even agreed to help stores get Husam Jarallah and Ali Jarallah, the other Nashashivi candidates, to withdraw their names. The problem was solved. Samuel had reconciled the families, but he failed to reconcile Palestinian society, which by and large continued to regard him as the emissary of the Zionists. Wherever young urban and country men were frustrated in their search for employment and housing, political bitterness came to the fore. In Nablus and Jaffa, groups of young men vented their desperation and their violent opposition to the Jews and the British. On May 1, 1921, a few days after the Nabi Musa celebrations, clashes broke out between Jews and Palestinians in Jaffa. Oddly, the trouble began among the Jewish settlers when communist activists calling for a Soviet Palestine clashed with members of Pol Zion, a party that wanted a Zionist Palestine. The Zionist May Day procession entered a Muslim neighborhood, where a violent scuffle broke out. Young Palestinians gathered from all around to demonstrate, some confronting the army while others battled with young Jews. This pattern of escalation was repeated in several places, the worst being in the area of Tulkarem. As in 1920, the number of fatalities was almost equal on both sides, 48 Arabs, 47 Jews. 20 The experienced British authorities appointed a court of inquiry known as the Highcraft Commission, which concluded that the riots had not been organized but had erupted spontaneously. An outside observer would have noticed that in 1921 Al-Hajj Amin was not yet the head of the family or of the national leadership. Musa Kazim and Jamal al-Husayni were regarded not only as the heads of the Husayni clan but also as the foremost representatives of the Palestinian community. Moreover, they had become its pro-British indicators. Fulfilling the promises he had made to the High Commissioner when they met immediately after the clashes, Jamal called on the inhabitants of Jaffa and Jerusalem not to be drawn into confrontations with the Jews and the authorities. The Highcraft Commission was particularly impressed by Musa Kazim, who had addressed the Palestinian community in the same spirit even before the skirmishes in Jaffa. He had publicly appealed to the Palestinians to place their trust in the British government, which is famous for its justice, its concern for the welfare of the inhabitants, its protection of their rights and its response to their just demands. It will not fail the people's hopes, because the voice of the mass is like God's voice. 21. Others condemned the outbursts of rage, including the journal Al-Carmel, which was associated with the Palestinian executive. Al-Hajj Amin's temporary disappearance from center stage may have been due to his uncertain political position. It is difficult to pinpoint where he stood at that time with regard to current events. There is some evidence that the outbreak of violence in Jaffa was linked to the group known as the Black Hand, later called the Al-Fidaiyya. As mentioned before, in 1919 Al-Hajj Amin had created this group, which sprouted offshoots all over Palestine, and its members, who were his contemporaries, remained loyal to him throughout his life. 22 A good number of the Tahiri Husaynis thought Al-Hajj Amin was endangering the family, notably his nephew Tahir III, who accused him of incitement and of having organized the riots. The rest of the family referred to those events as an uprising or revolt. Only people who adopted the Zionist or government terminology called them riots. 23 Tahir's animosity was not surprising. He had hoped to succeed his father as Mufti and regarded his uncle Al-Hajj Amin as a usurper. Yet at that time, the British authorities described Al-Hajj Amin as a trustworthy and moderating leader. Al-Hajj Amin returned to center stage, not to replace Musa Kazim or Jamal but to join them. The three became the family leaders, Al-Hajj Amin at its head, flanked by the aged Musa Kazim, who sometimes acted as his firm supporter but who gradually began to undermine his leadership, and Jamal, who would remain loyal to Al-Hajj Amin until the end of the British Mandate. All three belonged to the Tahiri branch of the family, but as we have pointed out, the different branches no longer had any significance in local politics. Nevertheless, the Husayni women say that marriages were kept within each branch. 24 The reason for this was entirely material. Muslim laws of inheritance stipulated that in most cases the family's estate did not pass to the eldest son or to a chosen heir but rather was divided among the men of the family branch. Clearly, it would have been imprudent not to enlarge the branch by adding new members. Politically, the Husaynis in the 1920s were a unified clan, and everything the Palestinians did was associated with it. Thus during the sitting of the Highcraft Commission, it seemed as if the British government would again charge Al-Hajj Amin, and implicitly his family, with being responsible for the outbreaks. A wave of arrests and speedy trials of suspected participants followed the events, but surprisingly the Husaynis were cleared of all suspicion. Sir Herbert expressed sympathy for Al-Hajj Amin and his family, and the mandatory government announced that it would halt Jewish immigration as a gesture of goodwill towards the Palestinians. This decision was made public together with the announcement of Al-Hajj Amin's appointment as Mufti, perhaps the first British attempt to conciliate the Palestinians. Al-Hajj Amin had obtained his position thanks to his family's history, the weakness of other Husayni candidates and his having won the support of the new government. It is not correct to say that the British enthroned Al-Hajj Amin, as certain history books maintain. Rather, they decided to accept the social and religious hierarchy that had existed in Muslim Jerusalem in the Ottoman period and to apply it to the country as a whole. In the following months, the authorities made a few more moves to please the Palestinian population. However, these were very small compared with their basic policy, which remained principally to support the Jewish claim to a national home in Palestine. In the name of this claim, they reopened the gates to Jewish immigration and enabled the immigrants to purchase land and establish independent institutions. Before long this led to outbursts of rage and protests by irate young Palestinians, and the sympathies of certain pro-Arab officials could not sweeten the pill. The policy as a whole was perceived as anti-Palestinian. The Palestinians' hopes for change were soon dispelled. On May 29, 1921, the Fourth Palestinian Congress met in Jerusalem and resolved to send a delegation to London to demand an independent Arab Palestine. This was a necessary move. Many Palestinians had supported the idea of a greater Syria until the bitter end, and now it was time to demand independence. The idea of sending such a delegation was encouraged by certain pro-Palestinian British figures, such as Lord Sydenham and Lord Leamington, the owners of the Daily Morning Post. The delegates were chosen by a vote, another opportunity for the family to test its standing amid the dramatic upheavals in the country. Musa Kazim received the most votes but was the only Husayni in the delegation. The opposition had not relented, and the journal Al-Carmel maintained that the composition of the delegation was unsatisfactory, despite its being widely supported. 25 The High Commissioner tried to dissuade them from going to London but acquiesced when they assured him that they would not conduct negotiations but only present their views. 5 men went to London in the autumn of 1921. For most of them this was a first foray outside the Middle East. They made several stops in Europe. In Rome, they were received by the Pope, who, they were relieved to discover, was a warm supporter of the Palestinian cause. From Rome they went on to Geneva, the seat of the League of Nations, which had that year begun its debates, as it would go on doing until 1924, on the nature and substance of the mandatory regimes in the Middle East. It seemed for a moment to Musa Kazim that it might be possible to stop the wheels of history and prevent the ratification of the British Mandate of Palestine and the French Mandate of Syria and Lebanon. This unrealistic notion was put to him by Michel Latifallah and Riyad al-Sulh, leading figures in the Lebanese national movement who proposed holding a pan-Syrian gathering in Geneva and presenting a unified protest to the League of Nations. But after the United States had withdrawn into its splendid isolation, the international body fell under the unfettered control of the two colonial powers. There was no chance whatsoever that the Palestinians, Syrians, and Lebanese could change the colonial map of the Middle East without resorting to forcible struggles for national liberation. Such struggles would indeed take place before World War II and grow fiercer afterwards. 26. After these frustrating meetings in Switzerland, the first ever Palestinian delegation finally arrived in London at the end of September 1921. 5 notables, all born into the Ottoman world and shaped by it, were confronted by the smoothly functioning British political establishment. They also faced the new but highly efficient Zionist lobby, which had already scored some major achievements. On November 2, 1921, 4 years after the Balfour Declaration, Musa Kazim sat in his room in the Cecil Hotel on the Strand, writing gloomy letters to fellow notables in Jaffa, Nablus, Hebron, and Jenin. He was feeling alone and helpless in the face of the supercilious Britons and the efficient Zionists, but above all he felt the humiliation of a Husayni having to cope with the minutiae of conducting such a diplomatic mission without a proper organization to help him. In his letters, he begged his associates to send him additional funds, not for public relations for the Palestinian cause but simply to finance his and his friends' stay in London. The small amount that had been raised in Palestine before their departure was running out. 27. Despite this awkwardness, Musa Kazim tried to hold serious talks with the persons in charge of the Middle East at the Colonial Office. His primary request was for the Balfour Declaration to be reconsidered, but in this matter he and his fellow delegates ran into a brick wall. None of the officials would consider the slightest change of policy. The delegates also demanded the revocation of the Jewish national home, an end to immigration and for Palestine not to be severed from its neighbors. These three demands were raised in 3 meetings with Colonial Secretary Winston Churchill and were rejected outright. Despite this disappointment, the British government managed to pacify the country for a considerable length of time. Unwittingly, while they themselves attempted with little success to create a unified national movement, the Palestinian leaders provided the Zionist movement with a period of calm during which to lay the foundations of the future state. Between November 1921 and August 1929 there were almost no violent clashes between Jews and Palestinians or between Palestinians and the British authorities. The calm was achieved thanks mainly to the creation of the Supreme Muslim Council. At the peak of power, the creation of the Supreme Muslim Council. At the end of 1920, Samuel asked a committee of Muslim religious leaders in Palestine led by Kamal al-Husayni to consult with government officials on how to transfer the administration of their religious affairs to the Muslim notables. In March 1921, the committee submitted its proposal to create a Supreme Muslim Council. The demand for the council grew even greater when Norman Bentwich, a pro-Zionist Anglo-Jew, was put in charge of the judiciary in Palestine, including the Sharia courts. 28. Having considered the matter for several months, the ulama proposed replacing the old Ottoman structure that oversaw the religious properties and the religious law with an autonomous council. Departing from its usual policy of preserving existing customs, the British government agreed, perhaps to placate Palestinian anger about the Balfour Declaration. The electors of the Ottoman Parliament, that is, the persons who elected candidates from the district of Jerusalem to the parliament, were asked to elect the council, which in turn would choose its president, the Rais al-Ulama. It was a foregone conclusion that Al-Hajj Amin would be chosen, and so he was in March 1922. Once again the Nashashivis tried to block the Husaynis' growing power. Raghib al-Nashashivi called for a boycott of the election, but to no avail. The significance of this new institution was very vague. The prerogatives seemed so extensive that the British officials feared they would supersede the local administration. For a moment, it looked as if the young national movement was coming into its own, and everyone echoed Jamal al-Husayni, who declared that the council's creation was a triumph of the national movement, since even opponents regarded the council's head as the national leader. 29. The council's chief importance lay in its combination of political and financial power. With an annual budget of 50,000 to 65,000 Palestine pounds, drawn mainly from the religious properties, Al-Hajj Amin was able to increase his influence throughout Palestine. He could give favored areas preferential treatment in development and welfare and neglect others where his standing was weaker, such as Hebron, Acre, and Haifa. He also had the authority to hire and dismiss staff in the Sharia courts. 28 members of the Husayni clan received handsome incomes thanks to the council. Al-Hajj Amin was well aware of the value of this new post. Immediately after his appointment he made sure to inform all and sundry that it was a lifetime position, though this had probably not been the intention. Future Israeli scholars would describe the new appointment as trickery, because the man chosen to fill the religious post was in fact a politician. 30 But of course religion and politics have been intertwined since the dawn of history, and Mandatory Palestine was no exception. In fact, Al-Hajj Amin erred in not expanding his political activity. Though he did bring in some members of rival families, he failed to recruit talented individuals into the system he ruled over, probably because his dominant personality could not tolerate disagreement or disobedience. But politics was not the Mufti's only sphere of activity. As head of the council, he established an orphanage for 160 boys and girls, supported schools, renovated the school in the harem and established a museum and library in the sacred precinct. He was probably inspired by Ismail's extensive activity as head of the Board of Education in the late 19th century. On Al-Hajj Amin's initiative, 50,000 trees were planted on religious property, and the system of public clinics and other welfare institutions were expanded. To cap it all off, he renovated the shrines on the Haram al-Sharif. 31 Though community welfare was not his main occupation, it should be included in the ledger of his career. The creation of the council also enabled him to extend his influence over the educational system and to turn the Radat al-Ma'arif into a national college, an alternative to the system offered by the government and the missionary secondary schools. One of its first students was Abd al-Qadir al-Husayni, the son of Musa Kazim, and the father would later praise the new college for undoing the bad influence of the missionary Sahayun school on his son's personality. Nonetheless, politics were the Mufti's main occupation. The Palestinian delegation led by Musa Kazim returned empty-handed from London. In July 1922, the mandate was ratified and renewed, and a month later an order in council, an official government announcement, was published in London. Colonial Secretary Winston Churchill placed before Parliament a proposed constitution for Mandatory Palestine predicated on the Balfour Declaration. The only local body it proposed was a Zionist Palestinian, or in the lingo of those days, Arab Jewish, legislative council that would help the High Commissioner to administer the country. Palestinian disappointment ran high, and it was against this background that the Fifth Palestinian Congress was convened in Nablus on 22 August 1922. Angry and frustrated, the conference resolved to boycott the elections to the Legislative Council, using the imams in the mosques and the village heads to spread the word. Among the Husaynis, the divisions once more came to the surface. Musa Kazim feared aggravating relations with Britain. Nor did he care to fight against the Zionists, whereas Al-Hajj Amin was more determined than ever to resist the British government's policy. Throughout these years, Musa Kazim sought channels of communication and even reconciliation with Zionism. Still, he refused to meet Chaim Weizmann, because such a high-level meeting, especially if held publicly, would have been viewed as complete Palestinian submission to Zionist demands. It seems that Musa Kazim came to dislike Weizmann personally, though he had never met him. However, he maintained close relations with Chaim Kalvarisky, who became head of the Zionist Federation's Arab department after the British occupation. As noted before, Kalvarisky continued to believe that eventually Zionism would win over many Palestinians, and he persuaded Musa Kazim to regard him as a major figure in the Zionist movement. Musa Kazim promised him that there would be no anti-Zionist action. One historian argues that the understanding between the two was so good that Kalvarisky succeeded in turning Musa Kazim's sympathies towards Zionism and sometimes even persuaded him to take certain actions. Their understanding was at its peak in late 1922, when Musa Kazim and his fellow delegates were staying in Lausanne. The following year, Musa Kazim's speeches revealed the influence of Kalvarisky, as he repeatedly called for cooperation between Jews and Muslims. Under the same influence, he was even willing to postpone the Sixth Palestinian Congress. 33 But even if there was a Zionist phase in Musa Kazim's life, it would pass without a trace, and later he was willing to act openly against Zionism. Or at least this is how his son Abd al-Qadir remembered it. From his 12th birthday on, Abd al-Qadir accompanied his father to almost every political activity in which he took part. This contrasted with Abd al-Qadir's formal education, first in the Ottoman school, then at Bishop Gobat's Sahayun on Mount Zion, and even during his spell at Ra'dat al-Ma'arif. But despite his generally westernized education, which he continued at the American universities in Beirut and Cairo, Abd al-Qadir was never ambivalent about Zionism like Musa Kazim and his contemporaries in the family, who were politically active until 1929. Led by Al-Hajj Amin, the younger Husaynis continued to nationalize the family, and their objection to Zionism was unequivocal. Jamal straddled the fence. In the summer of 1923, he was willing to accept the British proposal of a legislative council provided all its members were elected and it had genuine prerogatives, especially on immigration. British documents show that the local authorities suspected Jamal of duplicity. While he called on the people to obey the government, he secretly conducted a campaign of intimidation against Palestinian participation in elections for the Legislative Council. In the end, however, they concluded that he was a reasonable and pragmatic representative of the Palestinian leadership. In 1923, Jamal won an important concession from the British government: recognition of the legitimacy of a representative Palestinian body, namely, the executive of the Palestinian Congress, alongside the Jewish leadership and the British authorities. It was not a representative body, argues Orientalist Eli Kaduri in a book listing the mistakes made by the British government in the Middle East between the two world wars. 34 But his argument is flawed, because the Jewish leadership was not a true representative body either. In fact, neither community was especially democratic. With regard to the Husaynis, it may be said that although they were not democratic, they were certainly not anti-parliamentary. Like all urban notables in the Arab world, the Husaynis welcomed the institution of a parliament, since for the past century and a half they had taken part in representative bodies and for the past 50 years in elected ones. Kaduri's comment is important not because it is correct but because it points to the Palestinians' failure to create a more enduring institution. In October 1923, Sir Herbert Samuel informed a delegation of Palestinian leaders of the government's proposal to set up an Arab agency alongside the Jewish agency. The delegation was headed by Musa Kazim, who rejected the proposal outright, saying that it did not meet the aspirations of the Arab nation. He suspected that if he consented, the Palestinian community would be expected to extend formal recognition to the Jewish agency. 35. An uncharacteristic remark from Al-Hajj Amin stands out amongst the statements made during this period. He said that if it had not been for the Balfour Declaration, he would have consented to Jewish immigration and settlement. This idea was echoed in Musa Kazim's speeches at the time, and it indicates that they were still uncertain then about their attitude towards Zionism. But this uncertainty vanished in the 1930s. Zionist buildup and Palestinian distress, the quiet years. The first 7 years of mandatory Palestine have been dubbed by many historians the quiet years. In fact, between the bloody outbreaks in 1920 and in 1929 there was some prosperity and growth. In the early days of this period, the British government made unavailing efforts to provide a legal and political foundation for a kind of mandatory state. But as the Jewish presence in the country increased, the Zionists became less willing to accept any arrangement that could have been acceptable to the Palestinians. The Palestinian leadership, though troubled by internal dissent, was willing to compromise. It wanted to enter into a genuine dialogue on the British proposal to create a state with a legislative council granting equal representation to Jews and Palestinians and with making joint resolutions on immigration and land purchases. But the Zionist leadership rejected it, and so did the British government. The first fruitless British attempt to create such a quasi-state was made in the autumn of 1922, when the government announced the forthcoming elections to the Legislative Council. Wisely, it decided not to force the issue, and thus avoided an outright confrontation. Palestine was still very much the country of the Palestinians in 1922, and it was difficult to see why the local leadership should agree to partake in its Zionization. According to the British census taken in 1922 in preparation for the failed 1923 elections, there were 666,000 Arabs and 84,000 Jews in the country. On the day of the elections, the Palestinian boycott succeeded beyond expectations. Whether correctly or not, the family members attributed some of its success to the tireless and eloquent preacher Sheikh Abd al-Qadir al-Muzaffar. By the time the Sixth Palestinian Congress was convened in June 1923, all hope of persuading the British government to change its policy had evaporated. It was briefly thought that Sharif Hussein of Mecca would demand the abrogation of the Balfour Declaration in return for his endorsement of the peace accords concluding the Great War, but the aged Sharif was under attack from his Saudi and Yemeni neighbors and could not alter the rules of the game dictated by the great powers. In 1923 Al-Hajj Amin sought to enlist the support of an active opponent of British rule, Ahmed al-Sharif al-Sanusi, leader of the Sanusi movement. He invited al-Sanusi as his first guest in his role as Mufti. Wearing a curved dagger in his sash, the visitor toured the harem and noted its run-down state. This was the first of a series of visits designed to raise awareness of the Muslim and Arab situation in Jerusalem. Amid widespread disillusion with the British, Jamal al-Husayni became publicly prominent. In 1922 Arif al-Dajani was dismissed from his chairmanship of the Fifth Congress's executive. Jamal, the executive secretary, became acting chairman, with Ishaq Musa al-Husayni as his deputy. As noted before, Ishaq Musa did not persevere in politics. In 1923 he moved to Cairo, where he took up an academic career, first at the American University and then at the Egyptian University. His contemporary Tahiri kinsman Muhammad Yunus also stayed out of politics. He studied economics and law, switched from the American University in Beirut to the Hebrew University in Jerusalem and in the 1930s moved to London. In those years, 3 of Musa Kazim's sons also took up various professions, except during the uprising. Fuad engaged in agriculture, Rafiq became an engineer and Sami taught at the Ra'dat al-Ma'arif. Only Abd al-Qadir followed his father to the front rank of the Palestinian national movement. But they were the exceptions. Most of their generation was deeply involved in local politics. Young Muhammad Yunus, for example, was deputized whenever Jamal was out of the country. In 1923 Jamal spent a long time in India, where he formed close ties with the Muslim elite that would serve the Husaynis during the 1930s. At that time Jamal gave an interview in the journal Mirat al-Sharq in which he stated that the main lesson to be learned from the British treatment of Sharif Hussein was that perfidious Albion could not be trusted. The fact that a considerable number of Arab leaders outside Palestine were willing to negotiate with the Zionist leadership deepened Palestinian frustration, and the Sixth Congress condemned all such attempts. 36. In some ways, Jamal himself was guilty of such contacts. Towards the end of 1924, Jamal met Kalvarisky and suggested that the Palestinians would give up their demand for an independent national state in Palestine in return for an Arab-Jewish agreement to create a two-tiered legislative assembly. The lower house would be based on proportional representation and the upper chamber was to be composed, as the British had suggested, on a communal basis, with the Jews having 2 out of 10 representatives. Jamal also suggested a joint immigration commission and, to calm the Zionists' fears, proposed that the High Commissioner have the right to veto any resolution of the lower legislative assembly. Jamal's proposal was rejected out of hand, not only by Zionist leaders but also by the pro-Zionist Sir Herbert. 37 Contrary to a view commonly held in Israel, the history of the conflict is not made up simply of peaceful Jewish proposals met by Palestinian rejection, quite often it was the other way around. Jamal seems to have been unable to decide on the best way to deal with Zionism. Perhaps it was this vacillation that made it difficult for Jamal and Al-Hajj Amin to organize Palestinian resistance to the frustrating British stance. The opposition began to take shape in the winter of 1923. The Nashashivis rallied around Raghib, a member of parliament, Jerusalem's chief engineer and a former candidate for the post of Mufti. They enlisted the support of such figures as Taji Farouki, Boulas Shihade, the editor of Mirat al-Sharq, and the Jafate Arif al-Dajani. Together they resigned from the executive committee and created the National Muslim Association, a move applauded by Kalvarisky. This body soon collapsed after the financial support from the Zionist Federation its members had hoped to receive did not materialize. In November 1923, they decided to create another organization, the National Palestinian Arab Association, which adopted a strident attitude but followed a moderate program for dealing with both the British and Zionism. 38. The new association's program dismayed Al-Hajj Amin, Jamal, and Jamil when they read it at Ismail's house. Until that day, the call for an Arab Palestine, the first issue of the program, and the non-recognition of the Balfour Declaration, the second issue, had been associated with Husayni positions. The declaration that the peasant is the nation's body made no impression on them. 39 Neither then nor in later years did Al-Hajj Amin take any interest in the life of the fellahin, and he missed the opportunity to win mass support for his national movement. When the British Peel Commission described Al-Hajj Amin as the leader of the Palestinian peasantry, it was a mistaken and misleading epithet. The rival party, by contrast, cultivated close contacts with the rural sheiks and through them was more connected to the world of the farmers. In the early 1930s, the Nashashivis created an offshoot organization called the Farmers' Party, and the Husaynis made no attempt to counter it in any way. 40. Nor did the Husaynis respond by reactivating their own party, which was well established but had ceased to function once Al-Hajj Amin had become Grand Mufti. After all, they were the establishment, and they dominated two bodies, the Supreme Muslim Council and the executive of the Palestinian Congresses. There were 8 such congresses between 1920 and 1928, with an executive committee elected to administer Palestinian affairs between one and the next. The Nashashivi opposition conducted its propaganda campaign mainly against the Supreme Muslim Council, attacking it with constitutional, administrative, and ethical arguments. But it failed utterly, as the British government was not persuaded by such accusations. Still, the opposition damaged the Supreme Muslim Council's ability to build up the social strength needed for the struggle. Al-Hajj Amin was especially incensed when the opposition persuaded the people of Nablus to stay out of the Nabi Musa celebrations in 1924. The Nablusites held their own procession, charging that the Husayni family was using the festival to its own political ends. 41. People adjust to enforced changes with astonishing speed. Before the British legal system had taken root in Palestine, Amin was the first local leader to use a British concept in his battle with the Nashashivis. In 1924 the Mufti sued the editor of Mirat al-Sharq for libel because of a long article that accused him of misusing the Muslim religious properties. However, the suit failed. 42 The journal Al-Carmel also attacked the Husaynis and blamed Musa Kazim for the divisions in the Palestinian camp. 43. In 1924 the weakness of the Palestinian national movement became obvious to everyone. In January, a Labour government was installed in Westminster and soon showed that no matter which party ruled Britain, the policies remained the same. Even the appointment of a new High Commissioner in 1925 would make no difference. In 1924 the 7th Palestinian Congress was supposed to convene, this time based on real elections, but the opposition refused to take part in the democratic exercise. The conference was postponed, to no one's disappointment. The Congress took place some time later, after the Palestinians were encouraged by the sharp decline in Jewish immigration following an economic crisis and recession in 1925-6. The Palestinians associated the appearance of Brit Shalom, a Jewish group with a very different Zionist outlook than that of the mainstream leadership, as a sign of the weakness of mainstream Zionist convictions. This sense was strengthened by unexpected moderation from the principal Zionist leaders and a new round of negotiations. The Palestinians both in the 6th Congress's executive and in the opposition began to view the idea of a legislative council in a more favorable light. Had the British authorities made an effort at that time to push the two sides together, there might have been a breakthrough. But the British authorities hesitated and demanded a democratic mandate for this move, especially from the Palestinians. It was against this background that another attempt was made to convene the 7th Congress. Once again the Husaynis were the aristocracy of the land and its foremost family. The poet Fadwe Tukin recalled how, As a little girl sitting next to her uncle Hafiz Tukan, she was impressed by the respect he received simply because he was associated through family connections and politics with Al-Hajj Amin. Hafiz headed the Nablus branch of the Husaynis National Party and organized support in Nablus for the annual elections of the Supreme Muslim Council. Sitting in the family's drawing room, he would receive the city's leading figures, who came in to greet him or to ask his advice. 44. Further clashes with the opposition before the 7th Congress upset the family. In January 1926, there were new elections for the chairmanship of the Supreme Muslim Council, and the opposition looked set to win them. But the British authorities suspended the elections on suspicion of corruption. The government moved in and created a new, more genuinely representative Supreme Muslim Council whose composition in some ways restricted Al-Hajj Amin's freedom. In 1926 the factions fought it out in the Supreme Muslim Council, and the following year in the Jerusalem municipality. Municipal elections were held in the spring and summer of 1927. In cities with mixed populations, it looked as if the bloody 1920 conflict between the Zionists and the Palestinians had been forgotten, as Palestinians appealed to the Jewish voters to support them. Perhaps this meant that the majority of the inhabitants, both Palestinians and Jews, were not still caught up in the conflict like the political elites. In Jerusalem the Jews were asked to support the Husaynis candidate, Arif al-Dajani, and certain members of the family, notably Jamal, who were running for the city council. Perhaps the fact that Zionism was in crisis and looked less threatening made this possible. Jamal and Jamil al-Husayni asked Colonel Kish to try to persuade the Jewish voters in Jerusalem not to support Raghib al-Nashashivi. In return they promised not to vote for the anti-Zionist Jewish Orthodox Party Agudat Israel. Many Zionist leaders in the city believed that Musa Kazim was Jerusalem's strongman and should be cultivated since he desired better relations with the Jews. 45 Al-Hajj Amin himself took part in these moves and even invited Colonel Kish to his house. But Kish declined and later met Jamil and Jamal at the house of Dr. Tikko, Jerusalem's well-known ophthalmologist. The meeting at the doctor's handsome residence surrounded by cypresses was also attended by the family's friend Gad Frumkin, the only Jewish judge in the mandatory Supreme Court. They talked until the small hours of the night, and the Husaynis, speaking on the Mufti's behalf, proposed a fair division of posts, expenses, and budgets between Jerusalem's Jews and Arabs. The Husaynis proposal was leaked to both the Arabic and Hebrew press and damaged their standing in Palestinian society. Indirectly, it led to their failure in the municipal elections in Jerusalem. Palestine is being auctioned off, the Zionist Federation is buying. The auctioneer is the Arab executive. 46. The family even tried to enlist the support of the Palestine Communist Party. Its usual attitude towards the PCP was suspicious and disapproving. It was perceived as a Jewish party, and its platform was inimical to the family's interests. Jamal al-Husayni was probably the only one who understood the connection between the communist position and the struggle against Zionism. In 1924 he made contact with one of its leaders, Yosef Barzillah, who tried to get Jamal's support for its anti-imperialist campaign against both Britain and France. Barzillah gave Jamal 100 Palestinian pounds to buy arms for the struggle, but this financial connection went no further. Jamal did not buy arms but donated the money to the Husaynis party. He continued to vacillate between sympathy and hostility towards the PCP, but being a pragmatist, he renewed contact before the elections. He actually obtained a PCP contribution to the Husayni campaign in the form of the hire of a motorcar, not a trivial matter in those days, which drove around the city with a loudspeaker on the roof, vociferously attacking the Husaynis opponents. 47. In the end, most of the Jews in Jerusalem voted for Raghib al-Nashashivi. The Husaynis' attempt to reach an understanding with the Jews confused most of the voters and certainly damaged the Husayni camp. Nashashivi won by a landslide. Yitzhak Ben-Zvi had the foresight to deplore the choice, arguing that the Zionist leadership had lost an important opportunity to build stronger ties with the dominant force in the Palestinian community. 48 Moreover, the corrupt and nationalistic Nashashivi turned out to be a bad mayor for the Jewish inhabitants. The bitterest loss was in Jaffa. Not only did the municipality fall to the opposition, but the newspaper Filastin also transferred its allegiance to the Nashashivis. Mayor Isam al-Said, who had joined the Nashashivi camp, had already fallen out with the Husaynis in 1923 when he agreed to connect his city to Pinhas Rutenberg's electrical grid. By doing so, he had linked Jaffa with an exclusively Zionist concession that was in the hands of a highly placed Zionist leader. Since they were dominated by neither camp and were more localized and autonomous, Haifa and Nablus remained relatively neutral. Tiberias and Safed, like other peripheral towns, remained loyal to the Husaynis. But the outcome was unexpectedly favorable. Elated by its victories, the opposition wanted to present a unified front against Britain and Zionism at the 7th Congress. The first sign of bridging the interclan divide was a tour taken by a broad Palestinian delegation through the Arab world during 1927, with Al-Hajj Amin at its head. Their first destination was Syria, where Al-Hajj Amin hoped to get help from the Syrian national movement, especially from its leader Shukri al-Quwwatli. Al-Hajj Amin had been in touch with him 2 years before when a revolt had broken out in Syria against the French mandate, and Al-Hajj Amin had headed a Palestinian committee to raise funds for the uprising. 49. From Syria the delegation turned southwards to Egypt. An Egyptian photographer took a picture of the Mufti in the company of many opposition figures, sailing on the Nile on the occasion of the birthday of Egyptian poet Ahmed Shawki. 50 The group returned to Jerusalem to take part in the festivities celebrating the new Golden Dome on the shrine of the Dome of the Rock, which also attracted many visitors from abroad. Everything was set for the Congress, which would turn out to be the first and last to host a unified national movement. The Congress met on June 20, 1928 at Ra'dat al-Ma'arif, a Husayni stronghold in Jerusalem. It ended with a unified Palestinian call for a legislative body, and for the first time the final resolutions did not include explicit attacks on the mandate and the Balfour Declaration. The Congress elected a new executive to represent all the constituent groups fairly, thereby meeting the British demand for a truly representative government. The family was gratified, though Al-Hajj Amin may have been disappointed, that Musa Kazim was chosen president of the Congress. It is not known to what extent Al-Hajj Amin was still a man of the family. Perhaps he preferred Musa Kazim over any candidate from a different family, but he might have hoped that another Husayni would be president instead of Musa Kazim, who now and then expressed his displeasure at Al-Hajj Amin's leadership. Following this Congress, in the summer of 1928, the Palestinians presented the government with a memorandum signed by Raghib al-Nashashivi and Musa Kazim al-Husayni. For the Palestinian camp this was a moment of elation, unity, and firm determination. It also offered a solution to the conflict, one of many openings that would be available to the contending sides. All of these openings were slammed shut either because the Palestinian unity was so short-lived or, in most cases, including this one, because of Zionism's uncompromising attitude and British ineptness. The leadership of the Jewish community was alarmed by the Palestinians' moderation, and they launched a diplomatic campaign to counter it. The Zionist leaders wished to be seen as peace seekers and at the same time undermine the Palestinian willingness to reach an agreement, which struck them as a danger to Zionism. 51. Behind every peak of hope lurked a trough of despair. In August 1929, many Palestinians, led by Al-Hajj Amin al-Husayni, fell into such a trough. Al-Hajj Amin had acquiesced to the moderation and unity of the Husaynis and Nashashivis, but he did not believe in them. The thwarted hope of reaching an understanding with the government not only drove Al-Hajj Amin to adopt a more extreme position, it also aroused in him strong anti-Christian feelings that did not fit with the family's traditional attitude throughout the past 2 centuries. Early in 1928, he initiated the creation of the Young Muslim Association, which undermined Palestinian Muslim-Christian solidarity. The new association was inspired by Egypt's Muslim Brotherhood, launched that year by Hassan al-Banna. Yet Al-Hajj Amin's renewed Muslim religiosity was not nearly as potent as the powerful blend of nationalism and Islam introduced into the Palestinian struggle by Izz al-Din al-Qassam that would ignite the fires of revolt in Palestine. The Al-Burak Revolution of 1929. Even before the first spark that ignited Arab revolt throughout Palestine, a smaller uprising erupted in Jerusalem and other places in 1929. The ancient city had experienced all kinds of religious strife up to the late Ottoman period, most of which occurred between the diverse Christian sects and occasionally between Muslims and Christians. Very rarely were Jews involved as a religious sect in such embroilments. As far as they were concerned, the Muslims ruled all aspects of life in the city, and all religious disputes, including those concerning the status of the Western Wall, as the Jews call it, or Waqf Madian, its Muslim name, were resolved by the Ottoman government. If the new Zionist arrivals shared a common ground with the Ottoman Jews, who generally disliked them, it was the sense that the Ottomans throughout the years had ruled unfairly on the question of Jewish prayers at the Western Wall. The wall in question was the western outer wall of the Herodian Temple, which the Jews believed had been built on the ruins of the Temple of Solomon. Since the Middle Ages it had been a place of prayer and lamentation for the fallen glory of ancient Israel, hence its popular name, the Wailing Wall. 52 But the wall is also the western wall of the Haram al-Sharif, and the Muslims call it al-Burak, after the Prophet's famous horse. It abuts on what was known as the neighborhood of the Maghrabis, North Africans, and throughout the Ottoman period, until the Great War, it was part of a religious property named after Abu Madian. Throughout the Ottoman period, Jews had to obtain permission from the Muslim authorities to visit the site, which they were not allowed to treat as a place of pilgrimage and regular worship. Sometimes the Jews appealed to the Ottoman authorities, but these generally ruled in favor of the Muslims. The British authorities eased conditions for Jewish worshippers to some degree while agreeing with both sides to preserve the status quo with regard to all the holy places. But after the First World War, the Jewish community was the second largest in Jerusalem. Since the new government tended to be pro-Zionist, it was natural that the status of the Jewish holy places would be affected. Muslim anger about these changes contributed to the bloody events of 1929, especially in the Jerusalem area. As we shall see towards the end of this chapter, the deteriorating socio-economic conditions in other parts of Palestine caused partly by the pro-Zionist British policy were far more important factors than the religious strife. As mentioned earlier, the Zionist movement attempted to purchase the space in front of the Western Wall, which the Muslim authorities allowed Jews to use only in restricted ways. The British conquest of Jerusalem made the Jews feel more confident, and they broke some of the restrictions to which they had been subjected under the Ottomans. The mandatory government enabled the Zionist movement to increase their presence on the site by small increments. Chaim Weizmann was actively engaged in the matter and immediately after Allenby's conquest of Jerusalem proposed to stores to purchase the wall. The Maghrabi community, which had lived in the area ever since they came to Jerusalem as pilgrims, was interested in Weizmann's offer of some 70,000 Palestinian pounds if they evacuated the site, but the Palestinian leaders prevented the deal. 53. While Kamal al-Husayni was mufti, the Muslim authorities reacted mildly to the Jewish breaches of the status quo at the wall. But once the Supreme Muslim Council was launched, and the Jews' confidence grew even more, clashes at the site intensified. Increasingly the Jews brought chairs and benches into the area, and the Palestinians connected this behavior to statements made by Jewish and Zionist leaders about the need to build the Third Temple. Testifying before the government commission that investigated the events of 1929, Al-Hajj Amin referred to those statements as one of the main causes for the violent wave that swamped Palestine in 1929.54. After the establishment of the Supreme Muslim Council, Al-Hajj Amin kept calling the government's attention to the fact that the Jews were bringing more objects and religious appurtenances into the area in front of the wall. The council also presented the government with retouched photographs showing the Jewish temple standing on the Haram al-Sharif, pictures that were sent out to potential Zionist donors overseas. Throughout the 1920s the Palestinian Executive and the Supreme Muslim Council dispatched delegates and appeals to all parts of the Muslim world, asking for assistance in fighting the threat of a Jewish takeover of the Haram. 55. One of the Mufti's most effective ways of enhancing local and regional interest in Jerusalem was to restore the shrines of the Haram al-Sharif. They had already been in need of such work in Ottoman times, but now the main impetus for the enterprise was political. From 1923 to 1924, Al-Hajj Amin managed to raise substantial contributions from all over the Muslim world and started the renovation, whose climax was the gold plating of the Dome of the Rock. The atmosphere was growing increasingly tense. In 1925 there was a flare-up near the Western Wall, in the wake of which the Jewish Agency demanded that the British government compel the Muslim religious authorities to sell the wall. The following year the agency proposed purchasing 50 meters of the Haram al-Sharif, including the wall, and began to negotiate with the government, but the deal fell through. At the end of 1928, Weizmann wished to offer 61,000 Palestinian pounds for the property, but he took the advice of High Commissioner John Chancellor to wait for a more opportune moment. 56 The Husayni family could take pride in Al-Hajj Amin, who guarded the harem as though the Ottoman Sultan at the end of the 18th century had foreseen the future when he entrusted the guardianship of the holy places in Jerusalem to Abd al-Latif al-Husayni and his progeny. Early on September 23, 1928, the eve of Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, the janitor of the Sephardi congregation came to Al-Hajj Amin's office to report that he had just seen the janitor of the Ashkenazi congregation in front of the western wall setting up an arch, from which he suspended a large curtain, as well as pallets and oil lamps. The curtain was an unusually large screen, and it angered the Mufti when he saw it for himself. It was a provocation not only for the Muslims but also for the Sephardi janitor, who would not receive the traditional fee for the job. The Muslim leadership immediately complained to Edward Keith Roach, deputy governor of the Jerusalem district, who ordered the janitor to remove the architectural addition from the wall's forecourt. But the following day, the screen was still standing. The Orthodox Jews would not do any work on the holy day, nor would they allow anyone else to do it for them. The installation of the screen separating men and women on the eve of the Day of Atonement in 1928 set off the first clash. In response, the Supreme Muslim Council created a committee for the defense of al-Barak. 57. How did this incident set off a violent clash, the bloodiest since the start of the British Mandate, between the Palestinians and the Jewish settlement? Palestinian historians have praised the Mufti for turning a marginal event into a national one, thus establishing his leadership, while Israeli historians have accused the Mufti of exploiting trivial discord to incite Muslims to murder Jews. However, the Mufti was not the first to drag the opponents onto a battlefield. It was the World Zionist Federation, shaken by the incident, that charged the British police with aggression against the Jewish worshippers who refused to dismantle the arch and the screen they had set up. 4 days later a big Jewish demonstration took place in Jerusalem. The more extreme elements threatened to seize the policeman who had dismantled the screen and tear him limb from limb. Then a general strike was declared. The Hebrew papers poured fire and brimstone on the Gentiles, specifically the Muslims, and the national poet H.N. Bialik bemoaned the desolate Western Wall. Subsequently, Harry Locke of the Government Secretariat stated that Jewish public opinion has turned what was essentially a religious matter into a political racial one. 58. Among historians, the Palestinian Philip Matter and the Israelis V. Alpeleg have questioned the thesis upheld by a good many Palestinian scholars and adopted by the Israeli Yehoshua Porath, namely, that the Mufti consciously turned a minor incident into a violent clash. Matter states that Al-Hajj Amin said nothing for 6 days after the incident at the wall and that even his publication Al-Jama al-Arabiyyah did not print any hateful or inciting material because the Mufti did not wish to do anything that might affect the mandatory government's growing sympathy for the Palestinian position. 59 But when a week passed and the government had done nothing, he decided to act. Throughout that week the Jewish reactions were fierce, and the atmosphere grew heated. Bialik, the Hebrew newspapers and Zionist spokesman overseas all communicated a clear message: the Western Wall was in danger and needed to be protected. The Hebrew daily Dor Hayam described those who threatened the wall as hooligans, like the Russian pogromists. 60. On September 30, the Supreme Muslim Council rallied thousands of Muslims from Jerusalem and its environs to the Al-Aqsa Mosque, where three of Al-Hajj Amin's loyalists, Sheikh Abd al-Ghani Kamla, Izzat Darwaza, and Sheikh Abu al-Saud, made speeches denouncing the Jewish aspiration to take over the Western Wall. Now the Jewish National Executive realized the danger and tried to defuse the situation. On October 10, it published an open letter stating categorically that there was no Jewish intention to seize the Temple Mount. But at the same time various Jewish leaders, led by Chaim Weizmann, continued to address the Jewish public, at home and abroad, about the need to resist Muslim intentions. Such statements could not be kept hidden from the public in Palestine. 61. All through September 1928, Al-Hajj Amin resisted the idea of acting in opposition to the laws of the mandatory government. When he was approached that month by the Syrian nationalist Sheikh Ibn Wahab with a proposal to organize guerrilla groups to fight the government, Al-Hajj Amin rejected it outright. A month later, however, he decided to take stronger measures. His role as head of the council and guardian of the Muslim religious properties, his ambition to lead the Palestinian people, the opposition's carping about his feeble reactions and the inflammatory Zionist propaganda all impelled him to take action. He launched the campaign of al-Barak, which is still considered the finest passage in his career and one of the few to become part of the Palestinian mythos. As he saw it, he was faced with a triple alliance, the British government, the local Jewish leadership and the Jews of the United States, against which he hoped to rally the Muslim and Arab world. On November 1, he conducted a conference on Arab solidarity with Palestine that included 700 delegates from several Arab countries. The conference appointed a committee for the defense of the holy Muslim places in Jerusalem and sent a delegation to the Chief Government Secretary Sir Harry Charles Locke, the Deputy for High Commissioner Chancellor, then on home leave. Among other things, the delegation demanded the dismissal of the pro-Zionist Jewish prosecutor Norman Bentwich, whose position enabled him to influence decisions concerning the Western Wall. 62. Al-Hajj Amin also wrote Locke a personal letter arguing that the reactions of the Jews proved not only that they sought to deprive the Muslims of the religious property of Abu Madian but also that they were plotting to take over the entire Haram al-Sharif. Early in October, Al-Hajj Amin's paper Al-Jama al-Arabiya published articles about the Muslim right to the Abu Madian. Though in October and November 1928 the Jewish leadership in Palestine tried to respond moderately and defuse the tension, as usual its overseas representatives took a more radical stance and suggested that the British government force the sale of the Western Wall to the Jews. 63. In the winter of 1928, the British authorities in Palestine decided to intervene, and as a first step they published a white paper. Considering the mounting confrontation as part of the conflict surrounding the future of the country as a whole, the white paper linked the issue of the wall with that of the Legislative Assembly. The Colonial Office backed the Mufti's positions both on the Legislative Assembly. He held that its membership should reflect the demographic ratio in the land, and on the ownership of the wall. On the ground, however, the Jewish presence at the Western Wall continued to increase, and practical talks about creating a parliament in Palestine were not renewed. 64. Al-Hajj Amin felt frustrated by the government's attitude and launched what he called a holy war for the harem. At first the war was vocal. He stationed a muezzin above the wall who called on the Muslims to come and defend the wall 5 times a day, disturbing the Jewish prayers below. To the same end, the Muslims also revived the loud zikr rites commonly practiced by Sufi sects. Gathering near the little garden close to the wall, they filled the air with a deafening noise. We promised our Mughrabi brothers, who are attached to the Sufi tradition, to reinstate these rites as in past times, the Mufti explained to the Shah Commission, which was appointed to investigate the violent outbreaks. 65. He also ordered an additional wing to be added to the Sharia court building, and the stonemasons' hammering and shouting made things harder still for the Jewish worshippers. In the 1950s, the Mufti would argue that the struggle had been directed against the British too, but this does not seem to have been the case. Though many Palestinian historians have accepted this argument, others such as Philip Matter have not. After all, During that time Al-Hajj Amin was trying to cooperate with the British authorities and urge them to adopt a pro-Palestinian position. He was suspicious about the British government in London but tended to trust many persons among the mandatory authorities. 66. The year 1928 passed without a violent outbreak, but the war of words intensified and tensions kept mounting. In April 1929, High Commissioner John Chancellor suggested the Mufti sell the religious property and allow the Jews to build a courtyard in front of the Western Wall. The Mufti responded mildly, saying he could understand that the Jews needed to pray but such a concession would endanger Muslims standing throughout the Haram al-Sharif. Palestinian historiography, including recent work that draws on newly revealed materials, suggests that the Mufti's concern was not baseless and that there really was a Jewish plan to seize the entire harem. 67 But this does not correspond to the pragmatic Zionism of the time, which would have been satisfied with the Western Wall and would have regarded its possession as a major step forward for Zionism.